My head feels so heavy and muddled. Did I really drink that much? Damn it, if I had known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have drunk so much with them in the middle of the night. Where am I? My eyelids are so heavy I can't lift them at all, as if they were filled with lead. As her consciousness slowly returned, a torrent of unfamiliar memories suddenly surged into her mind. The overwhelming flood of images battered her already unstable awareness, dragging her back down into darkness once more. After an unknown length of time, a leaf drifted down and landed on the eyelid of a white creature. Perhaps sensing the change in the outside world, the pure white being slowly lifted its eyelids, revealing crystal blue vertical pupils that gleamed in the pitch-black night. Where's this? Who am I? The white creature tried to move its body, and a piercing bone-deep pain shot through all its limbs. Hiss, that hurts. Her crystal blue vertical pupils darted swiftly around, only to see dense thickets of shrubs and a scatter of broken rocks all around her. Suddenly, her crystal blue pupils tightened. The two streams of memories in her mind were still colliding violently. She shut her eyes in agony, the round white head twisting and writhing uncontrollably. After a long moment, the white creature opened her eyes once more. This time, the crystal blue vertical pupils were no longer filled with confusion. Strange memories in my mind. Fantastical beings, dragons, draconic bloodline inheritance. I've transmigrated. Jonaviri Filatura Modi. That is the name echoing in my mind, the true name within the inherited memories. Wait a second. This name, and the self I see in those memories. Jonaviri ignored the pain lancing through her body and turned her dragon head, scrutinizing her own form. Her pure white body lay on its side on the ground, white bat-like wings drooping. One of the wings rested upon her torso at a grotesquely twisted angle, obviously broken at a glance. Her body was covered in white dragon scales, yet their innate beauty had been utterly ruined. Dirt, gravel, blood, and tangled weeds clung to them, burying any luster they once had. Her thick white tail was slightly bent, while one chubby hind leg was wedged tightly between two fallen rocks. Jonaviri tried to exert force, but fate did not favor the dragon. Agonizing pain shot through her nerves, so intense she could not help but let out a low growl. Roar, roar. A dragon's regenerative ability was extraordinarily powerful. Even though she was only a hatchling, her recovery was still remarkable. The downside, however, was that regeneration required sufficient energy from her own body, and with the resilience of a hatchling, injuries of this extent would not heal in a short time. But none of that was the most important thing. What truly mattered was, why am I a female dragon? Her roar rang out piercingly in the night, startling flocks of nearby birds into frantic flight. Such a cute figure, these chubby little claws and limbs, and my lower body. Jonaviri glanced down at her lower abdomen, her expression turning to stone. I can't feel it. Why can't I feel anything down there? Fine, I can accept reincarnation. I can even accept suddenly reincarnating just because I had a few drinks. I won't complain about waking up in such a perilous situation either. But in my previous life, I was a real man, so why on earth have I been reincarnated into a little female dragon? I used to have 8-pack abs, for crying out loud, and now I've turned into this round pudgy belly. This can be endured, but that cannot. Jonaviri instinctively tried to extend a claw to rake at the ground, but once again the pain stopped her. Damn it. The round white dragon sagged like a punctured balloon, lowering her head in resigned defeat. Whatever. Let's just restart like this, I'm exhausted. She muttered to herself, closed her eyes, and simply gave up where she lay. Fortunately, before long, her crystal blue dragon eyes opened once more in the darkness. She sighed softly, and a childish, lowly-like voice echoed in the empty place. I'll forget it. If I really die this time, who knows if I'll ever get to reincarnate again. And even if I'm female, even if I'm the weakest and dumbest among the 5-colored dragons, I'm still at the very least a descendant of true dragons. Even if I could reincarnate again, who could guarantee I'd end up in such a top-tier race? What if I turned into a maggot? That would really be no fun at all. Jonaviri's ability to adapt was, after all, quite strong. After giving herself a full round of mental brainwashing, she began calmly analyzing her current situation and possible solutions. Right now, my whole body is injured to varying degrees. Most likely I fell from a cliff face. Thinking about her race, Jonaviri didn't find it strange at all that a white dragon hatchling might tumble straight down a mountain. Although the inherited memories were incomplete, she could vaguely recall that 2 other hatchlings had set her up, using her as bait to lure out a rock-armored wild boar. In the end, the original Jonaviri clashed head-on with the beast, but lacking sufficient strength, she was grievously wounded by the impact and sent tumbling down the mountain. During the entire ordeal, the 2 hatchlings never once extended a helping claw, they merely watched from the bushes. Despicable. If I remember right, they were 2 green dragon hatchlings, weren't they? I'll remember you too. After throwing out this harsh vow, Jonaviri carefully examined her surroundings. The most urgent task now is to break free from my current predicament as soon as possible. I need food to recover from these injuries, but no matter how I look at it, this place doesn't seem like it has anything edible. After a brief moment of thought, Jonaviri decided to first investigate what abilities she currently possessed, so she could make use of them. Her crystal blue dragon eyes slowly closed as she focused her consciousness inward, carefully sensing the innate powers within her body. Strange draconic words surfaced within her mind. Physical body talent enhancement. You possess an exceptionally formidable physique. Large quantities of food and minerals can continuously strengthen your body and your scales. Sovereign of ice, you are a born monarch of frost. Any ice element creatures, fae, or elemental spirits will instinctively submit beneath your broad wings and will regard you with innate goodwill. Blessing of Frost. When you use ice element abilities including magic and magic patterns, you gain a 20 bonus to ice power, which can be further increased. Perhaps if I push Frost to its extreme, I can become truly powerful as well. She mused to herself that perhaps mastering Frost to its utmost limit could also lead to great power. Affinity with ice. You possess an exceptionally high talent for the ice element. Ice mana will be drawn to you with great eagerness and readily answer your call, and when you use ice element abilities, your mana consumption is reduced by 30. Breath of Frost. As a dragon, your breath is your innate fearsome means of attack. It requires no technique. Simply revel in the exhilaration brought by absolute power. Tides of mana. Your mana reserves will expand over time, and through the consumption of magic cores, magic crystal, or in similar resources. Your innate mana pool is far greater than that of other beings, and the spells you cast will grow in power in proportion to the mana you pour into them. After sensing her own abilities, Jonaviri turned her awareness to other aspects of herself. Race Dragonkin, mixed blood of white dragon and silver dragon. Age hatchling, stage 2 months. Realm bronze, 8th ring. Body length 3, 6 meters. Height 2, 1 meters. Realm divisions bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, amethyst, legend, demigod. Crystal blue vertical pupils slowly opened as excitement, confusion, and then bewilderment flickered across Jonaviri's eyes. So, can someone tell me why I am a silver-white half-blood, yet not lying safely in a dragon nest? Weren't metal dragons supposed to carefully look after their own eggs and hatchlings? Even so, 5-colored dragons should at least care for their own offspring until they can fend for themselves. How come I have to start struggling for survival while still in the hatchling stage? Still, it's not all bad. Judging from these talents and abilities I've awakened, I should be walking the path of both martial and magical cultivation. A noble mage, a brutal warrior. Jonaviri split her dragon maw in a silly grin, her large pink tongue lolling out, but soon her round white dragon head shook rapidly. No, how could I be making such a stupid face? Her crystal blue vertical pupils swept over the pristine white scales that faintly gleamed with a metallic sheen, and understanding dawned in her heart. So this is just the body's instinctive reaction. I never expected that even the powerful genes of a silver dragon couldn't change the foolishness carved into a white dragon's very bones. Besides, my silver dragon traits aren't very obvious right now, already overshadowed by the white dragon part. Maybe I just haven't grown into them yet. Once I mature, it'll be fine. Thinking so, Jonaviri had already come up with a way to escape her current predicament. She would wait. Yes, she would wait for the hunters to come to her. She did not know how long she had been lying here, but she was certain that the scent of blood on her body had already been carried far upon the wind. The blood stench of a dragon would surely lure many predators to the bait, allowing her to lie in ambush like a hunter by a waiting tree. Jonaviri slowly closed her eyes, her breathing evening out as she feigned unconsciousness. She released her perception, spreading it out to cover a radius of 50 meters. Within that range, even the slightest rustle of wind and grass would be transmitted into her mind. Thus, after about an hour, a hunter finally stepped into Jonaviri's perception. The corners of her dragon maw lifted slightly, but the smile vanished at once as though it had been no more than an illusion. 3 blue white gale demon wolves crept cautiously in her direction. Their bodies lowered close to the ground, every movement restrained, making as little noise as possible. If Jonaviri had not spread her perception in advance, she would hardly have noticed them. In just a few seconds, the 3 gale demon wolves were no more than 20-odd meters away from her. They hid within the shrubs and discovered that the source of the blood scent was a great white beast lying on the ground. By the instinct of low-ranked magical creatures, the moment they saw Jonaviri, a primal urge to flee surged within them. Yet when they beheld her injured appearance and the thick blood reek that incessantly provoked their hunger, the 3 gale demon wolves forcibly suppressed the instinct clamoring in their minds. After observing for several more minutes, and finding that Jonaviri still did not stir, the leading gale wolf could no longer restrain itself and let out a howl. Palacian wind blades shot toward Jonaviri, leaving only a shallow yet distinct wound across her body. Jonaviri forcibly suppressed the urge to leap up, the pain lancing from her wound, making her swear inwardly to exact a blood price from these 3 demon wolves. Seeing that the white creature still did not react after being attacked, the 3 demon wolves could hold back no longer and charged at Jonaviri. When they were less than 5 meters away, the leading gale demon wolf leaped, high fangs bared toward her. Suddenly, deep terror surfaced in the wolf's eyes as a pair of indifferent crystal blue dragon pupils swept coldly over it. A sharp rush of air reached its ears as a plump, white dragon claw descended. With a dull bang, Jonaviri smashed the leader's skull to pieces, brain matter exploding like a crushed melon. The gale demon wolf's body slammed into the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Barely a second passed between Jonaviri's strike and the leader's death. The remaining 2 gale demon wolves, realizing something was terribly wrong, tried to flee in a panic, but it was too late. They were already within Wylannika's attack range. Her white dragon maw gaped wide, icy breath already condensed within the chill, so intense it seemed to bite into the bones. A fan-shaped blast of blue and white breath roared forth. The 2 gale demon wolves struggled within the breath for 2 seconds before a final wretched howl marked the end of their lives. Seeing this, Jonaviri ceased her attack. Feeling the twisting, stabbing hunger inside her, she no longer cared whether the meat was raw or whether her mind accepted it or not. Her crystal blue vertical pupils narrowed into thin slits under pure instinct. Her white dragon head lunged forward, tearing great mouthfuls from the shattered-headed wolf corpse and gulping them down whole. In the process, she bit into something hard, but the overwhelming urge to feed made her swallow it straight down with no time to wonder whether it was bone or something else. In this way, a Gale demon wolf 1.6 meters long was devoured completely by Jonaviri. Only scattered fur and a few organs left on the ground proved that a creature had just existed here. Her dragon tongue licked the warm blood on her maw, and the wolf blood staining her pristine dragon head made her appear all the more ferocious and terrifying. I used to be quite resistant to eating raw meat, but I never imagined it could taste this good. Jonaviri glanced at the two Gale demon wolves that had been frozen into ice sculptures and could not help but sigh in amazement. As expected, wolves really aren't lacking in wits. Right now she was only about 40% full and needed far more food. Fortunately, with energy replenished, her injuries had begun to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the terrifying strength of the dragon race. Even as a mere hatchling, she possessed a recovery ability that left low-ranked species far behind. Once she had mostly recovered, it was time to deal with the massive boulder pinning her down. Jonaviri looked back at the stone behind her and without hesitation brought her claw down on the 5-meter turtle rock. Her dragon claw struck, leaving deep gouges and cracks spiderwebbed across the boulder's surface. She narrowed her dragon eye, surprised that a mere testing strike could achieve such an effect, and could not help but bare her dragon maw in satisfaction. The sound of air being torn rang out as her claw slammed into the boulder once more. This time the immense force proved too much. The rock collapsed with a thunderous crash. Fragments rained down onto Jonaviri's dragon body, but she paid them no mind. Freed at last, she stood up, shook the dust from her body, and lifted her head in a roar. "Oh, whoa!" The cute, immature dragon cry echoed along the empty cliffside. Her crystal blue dragon eyes froze for a moment. She hurriedly clapped her claws over her maw, blinking. Why did that sound so cute? Where was the majesty? Where was the domineering aura, the soul-shaking might? Forget it. Maybe I just haven't grown into it yet. Once I mature, it'll be fine, yes. Jonaviri glanced at the two ice sculptures, her expression turning foolish again. Ehe, delicious food, here I come. Jonaviri lifted her plump claws and trotted toward the two Gale demon wolves sealed in ice. Once she drew close, Jonaviri found herself troubled. They're frozen solid. How am I supposed to eat them? She looked left then right, and her not-so-bright mind suddenly came up with an idea. Hehe, why not just eat them like this? With a determination in her heart, Jonaviri immediately took action. She found a convenient spot and opened her white dragon maw wide, beginning to feast. Not bad, the taste of frozen meat is so fresh. Before long, Jonaviri began to savor an entire Gale demon wolf, this time eating more meticulously than before, quickly discovering a magic core radiating a magical aura. Jonaviri raised her dragon head and extended her dragon claw to retrieve the magic core. Her crystal blue dragon eyes began to scrutinize it closely. The magic core was roughly rhomboid, emitting a faint green magical glow. After observing for a while, Jonaviri quickly lost interest, swallowing it whole with a crunching sound. Crunchy, not bad, with a hint of fragrance. After finishing the magic core, Jonaviri continued to gnaw at the Gale demon wolf. Once she had eaten enough, she left the last remaining one as a reserve. The feeling of fullness washed over her mind, followed by a wave of drowsiness and laziness. It was inevitable. True dragons become lazy and crave sleep once they are full, such is their nature. Although juvenile dragons have relatively abundant energy, they require ample sleep to recover their energy and grow. Resisting the strong urge to sleep, Jonaviri walked to the cliff face and began to dig a hole with her claws. The hard rock crumbled under her sharp dragon claws like tofu, shattering with a single grab. Soon a small hole that could accommodate Jonaviri appeared before her. Without caring about anything else, Jonaviri turned around, positioning her white rear towards the small cave, performing a reverse entry. Her thick and hefty conical dragon tail curled beside her as Jonaviri closed her eyes, yawning before sinking into a deep slumber. Good night. As the dawn broke, the pale golden morning light spilled onto the earth, awakening everything in this magical world. The white giant dragon sleeping in the small cave lay sprawled out, her pink dragon tongue hanging outside as crystalline dragon saliva dripped onto the ground, forming a small puddle. Her round belly rose and fell steadily with the rhythm of her breathing. Jonaviri was awakened by the chirping of birds, her consciousness gradually returning as she irritably turned over. I want to sleep a little longer. Jonaviri's protest did not attract the attention of the little birds, and their chirping continued unabated. She tossed and turned a few times in irritation and finally could not bear it any longer, opening her crystal blue slit pupils, which narrowed into fine lines. Damn it, I'll take you down. Jonaviri stood up in anger, but she forgot the size of the cave, and as soon as she stood, she bumped her head against the ceiling, forcing her to lie back down again, looking utterly defeated. Pain. Not at all, after all her scales provided strong defense. However, Jonaviri felt it was too embarrassing, but fortunately this series of actions completely dispelled the drowsiness in her mind. She slowly moved to the cave entrance, looking at the few birds hopping on the tree branches, her pupils narrowing again. Perhaps sensing danger, several sparrows chirped and flew away. Her open white dragon maw slowly closed as Jonaviri snorted. Consider yourselves lucky. Saying this, the hunger in her belly returned, and Xiao Nawei felt hungry again. That's how dragons are. Their powerful stomachs allow them to quickly digest the food they consume. Xiao Nawei approached the leftover Gale Demon Wolf from yesterday and gulped it down whole. But this little bit of food was merely a light snack for her, not enough to satisfy her hunger, and it only whetted her appetite further. Xiao Nawei sighed, casually choosing a direction before taking to the skies. She did not plan to return as the food here was too scarce, certainly unable to meet the consumption of a giant dragon. She sought a river or a lake. As long as there was a water source, she need not worry about a lack of food. If there was a lake near the plains, that would be even better, significantly improving her diet. Since Xiao Nawei was only a juvenile dragon, her own strength was not strong, and one could even say she was somewhat weak at the moment. Thus, she maintained low-altitude flight to avoid being helpless against flying monsters. After flying for more than 2 hours, Xiao Nawei finally spotted a river in the distance. It was a relatively slow-moving river with a calm surface approximately 20 meters wide. The river water was clear, surrounded by numerous amphibious monsters and herbivorous creatures. More importantly, the opposite riverbank appeared to be a plain, exciting Xiao Nawei and unconsciously increasing her flying speed. Tired? Not at all. Xiao Nawei's physique was inherently robust, and she could sustain such prolonged flight for at least 6 hours. Let alone the fact that she occasionally glided for a while. After flying for a few minutes, Xiao Nawei arrived above the river, but did not rush down. Instead, she began to circle above, observing. A very suitable place for long-term residence. Xiao Nawei pondered, her dragon head scanning around. Forget it, I'll look for a suitable nesting place later. The urgent matter is to fill my belly. Saying this, Xiao Nawei began to scan below, where several magical beasts had already noticed the white juvenile dragon circling above, taking a defensive stance. After observing carefully for a while, Xiao Nawei selected a rather unstable walking savage water buffalo and began her hunting plan. However, water buffalo are generally gregarious and possess basic intelligence. Injured members are usually protected in the central positions. But this did not faze Xiao Nawei. Upon seeing these savage water buffaloes, the inherited memories in her mind began to automatically analyze. Savage water buffalo, a herd-dwelling herbivorous water buffalo known for its brute strength, possesses an irritable temperament and a strong territorial instinct. However, these water buffalo are rather timid and can be startled into chaos. Savage water buffalo meat is delicious and a good source of food. If possible, I would like to raise them all, but it seems so troublesome. Blue Dragon Sage. The analysis flashing in her mind made Xiao Nawei grin, and with her body covered in wolf blood, she appeared even more terrifying. Without hesitation, Xiao Nawei began to dive slightly, opening her dragon maw. The icy breath coalesced within her dragon maw, a stream of breath, cascading down, striking the limping water buffalo. Moo. The skin of the attacked water buffalo quickly froze into a layer of frost, the immense pain causing it to let out a wail. The other savage water buffaloes, witnessing this, paused their feeding and soon discovered the attacking Xiao Nawei. They did not retreat. Instead, they bellowed in unison, displaying a readiness to retaliate. Xiao Nawei attacked again, a fan-shaped, icy breath angled down, striking a large group of savage water buffaloes, and the pain caused them to scatter in disarray within the herd. Jonaviri did not stop. Instead, she opened her dragon maw and let out a roar. Though the dragon's roar sounded cute and youthful, it instilled a sense of panic in the wild water buffaloes, a natural racial suppression that evoked their instinctive fear of a top-tier species like the dragon. The wild water buffaloes began to flee chaotically, completely ignoring the limping buffalo. Soon a large group of buffalo had run away, leaving only the limping buffalo desperately trying to chase after them. As if sensing its impending doom, the limping wild water buffalo cried out incessantly, hoping for help. But ultimately, it could only become Jonaviri's meal. The white hatchling dragon pounced upon the wild water buffalo, which was twice her size. Her hunting instincts guided her without hesitation as she bit down on the buffalo's neck. The fear of death prompted the wild water buffalo to struggle desperately, nearly throwing the hatchling dragon off its back multiple times. However, Jonaviri's dragon claws acted like hooks, firmly anchoring her onto the wild water buffalo. With her dragon wings and tail maintaining balance, the buffalo found it impossible to succeed in its attempts. The buffalo's struggles only deepened the wounds inflicted by her claws. Jonaviri clung tightly to the buffalo's neck, the warm blood flowing into her mouth only heightened her primal instincts. With a sudden surge of power, she tore open the buffalo's neck, pulling out its windpipe. The blood that splattered painted Jonaviri's dragon head and body, her crystalline blue dragon eyes narrowing into slits, revealing an expression of extreme excitement. In stark contrast, the wild water buffalo's strength was waning, having fallen to the ground, gasping for breath. Jonaviri did not pause. Her claws struck down, forcefully shattering the buffalo's skull, with blood splattering everywhere like watermelon juice. She leaped off the wild water buffalo, her razor-sharp dragon claws easily slicing through its rough belly. Observing the intestines that spilled out, Jonaviri wrinkled her nose in disgust. After some processing, she removed the internal organs she disliked. During this time, Jonaviri also extracted the magic core from within the wild water buffalo. The round magic core, the size of a duck egg, was treated as a snack and placed into her mouth. Once finished, Jonaviri began to enjoy her breakfast. Meanwhile, in the nearby mountains, a fiery red vertical pupil suddenly opened in the dark cave. The true dragon's senses were acutely sharp, especially considering the unmasked clarity of the previous dragon's roar. The owner of those dragon eyes slowly rose to their feet, gazing outside the cave. A strange hatchling dragon dares to intrude upon the great Furiel's territory. Prepare to face Furiel's wrath. In the crimson vertical pupils, it seemed as if fiery sparks were spewing forth. With the stride of her dragon claws, sounds of her steps echoed on the ground. This self-proclaimed Furiel approached the cave's entrance like a gladiator ready for battle. Once she walked out of the cave, Furiel revealed her true form. Her entire body was covered in fiery red dragon scales with a pair of fierce dragon horns atop her head. The explosive muscles on her body formed a stark contrast to Kynavil's plump figure. This was a red dragon, a pureblood red dragon hatchling. Her broad red dragon wings spread under the sunlight. With a flap, Furiel soared into the sky, flying towards the source of the dragon's roar. In no time, Furiel, flying high in the sky, spotted the white figure feeding by the river. Her fiery red vertical pupils narrowed instantly, losing the desire to fight. Why is there a white dragon? It is well known that although the white dragon is also one of the pureblood five-colored dragons, it is completely foolish until it matures. Because of this, Furiel lost interest, but soon enough the thought of bullying a weaker kin made her unable to resist the urge to tease. Startled while feeding, Kynabil sensed that a fellow kind had intruded into her perception range, and based on the intense heat, she quickly deduced that it was a red hatchling dragon. A flicker of panic crossed Kynavil's face. As the leader among the five-colored dragons, the red dragon's strength was unquestionable and its temperament was quite volatile. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Kynavil's mind as she recalled her identity, a silver-white dragon hybrid. However, the white dragon traits had overshadowed those of the silver dragon, making her appear outwardly as a pure-blood white dragon. And the white dragon was regarded as no different from a fool in the eyes of other dragons, so all she needed to do was feign ignorance. Thinking this, Kynavil couldn't help but praise her own cleverness, her dragon face displaying an expression of feigned stupidity. With a loud thud, a massive object crashed to the ground, casting a shadow over Kynavil, who had been smiling foolishly. Furiel looked at Kynavil with a complex expression as she had noticed the white dragon smiling here while in the air, further confirming the records about white dragons in her inherited memories. But soon Furiel's expression shifted to one of playful amusement as she raised her dragon head high and squatted on the ground. Bold white dragon, you dare intrude upon the great Furiel's territory, you have sealed your fate. Kynavil's mind began to race as she imagined how a white dragon would respond in this situation. Yet her body always acted faster than her mind. Before Kynavil could react, she had already turned around, taking a battle stance against the red dragon in front of her, baring her teeth and letting out a low growl. For the five-colored dragons, it was intolerable for the weak to provoke the strong. If it were any other five-colored dragon, they would surely sit quietly awaiting Furiel's judgment. However, this fearless behavior of charging ahead without fear was not surprising for a white dragon. Furiel, witnessing the white dragon daring to bare its teeth at her, not only felt no anger, but revealed a hint of amusement. Very well, ignorant white dragon, I admire your courage. As a response, the great Furiel accepts your challenge. Yamero, Kynavil roared in her heart, but the red dragon in front of her was already lunging towards her. There was no choice, Kynavil had to engage in battle. She charged recklessly towards the red hatchling dragon, which was a meter taller and 3 meters longer than her. The two hatchlings, one red and one white, collided with each other in a display of strength. Furiel's heart surged with waves of surprise. It was known that the white dragon was the weakest among the five-colored dragons, yet this one before her possessed such formidable power, leaving Furiel utterly astonished. But soon followed a surge of battle intent, as she needed such an opponent, someone capable of matching her strength. With a fierce roar, Fu Liar exerted all her strength and flipped Xiao Naoe Li over, seizing the opportunity to press her palm down on Xiao Naoe Li's body. Enduring this tremendous blow, Xiao Naoe Li couldn't help but exclaim wow in her heart, but it was precisely due to this strike that she became immobile, resigning herself to her fate. I never thought that despite possessing a talent for physical enhancement, I would be so thoroughly suppressed by this red hatchling dragon. Isn't it a bit excessive considering we are both dragons? Seeing the white fool in front of her settle down, Fu Liar nodded in satisfaction, pressing her claw onto Xiao Naoe Li's body and letting out a roar befitting a victor. Roar! The youthful and tender dragon roar echoed, showcasing her victorious demeanor. Remember, it is the great Fu Liar who has defeated you. Fu Liar looked at the white dragon beneath her, and Xiao Naoe Li opened her eyes to gaze back at her. Their eyes met, and the red dragon's lips curled slightly. Then Fu Liar proudly stepped off Xiao Naoe Li and walked over to the savage water buffalo, beginning to feast on the remaining food. Seeing the red hatchling dragon begin to eat, Xiao Naoe Li turned over and stood up, walking to her side. Fu Liar had just opened her dragon mouth when she suddenly raised her head, bared her teeth at her, and let out a low growl in warning. Xiao Naoe Li was taken aback. After all, this was food she had caught. However, there was nothing she could do. The other dragon was bigger, so she had to comply. Xiao Naoe Li pushed aside and obediently lay down, starting to nibble on the nearby water plants as if they were snacks. It felt like the helplessness of a kitten guarding its food. Seeing the white dragon leave, Fu Liar turned around and continued to eat. Among dragons, those who could share a meal were either very close or engaging in provocative behavior for food. This prompted Fu Liar's protective behavior over her food, but it also gave her a deeper understanding of the white dragon's foolishness. There was no sense of distance. After finishing the savage water buffalo, Fu Liar felt only 60% full, but she wasn't in a hurry to eat more since there was an annoying presence nearby. You can leave now. Fu Liar began to drive away, Xiao Naoe Li, who was momentarily stunned, but then felt relieved. Feigning confusion, she blinked her crystal blue dragon eyes and tilted her round head. Huh. Seeing that the foolish white dragon did not understand her words, Fu Liar rolled her eyes and pointed into the distance with her dragon claw. Get out. Upon hearing the command to leave, Xiao Naoe Li felt displeased, but she still stood up and approached Fu Liar, rubbing her round dragon head against her body, looking quite ingratiating. After all, it would be a pity to let such an impressive golden-rated henchman leave just like that. If utilized properly, she wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. Moreover, the food here was abundant. Where else could she find such a suitable habitat? Seeing the white dragon suddenly become affectionate towards her, even Fu Liar, with her inherited memories, was taken aback. Wait, didn't I just beat you? Are we that close? Truly a fool. However foolish or not, the five-colored dragon would not hesitate to bully her just because she was foolish. Fu Liar slapped Xiao Naoe Li away and then kicked her into the river nearby. After doing this, Fu Liar spread her dragon wings and soared into the sky, starting her search for suitable prey. She was not afraid of the white dragon not leaving. If she insisted on staying in her territory, Fu Liar would not mind giving her another beating. Xiao Naoe Li poked her dragon head out of the water, a 2-meter-long fish clamped in her mouth, her crystal blue dragon eyes glaring in resentment at the flying red hatchling dragon. All right, if you dare to kick me, I will remember you. After jotting down Fu Liar's misdeeds in her heart, Xiao Naoe Li swam ashore and began to eat the wriggling fish. Thanks to the river's current, the blood and dirt on her body had been washed away, revealing her originally cute plump form. The 2-meter-long fish was quickly swallowed, and the magic core inside was crunched like a snack. After finishing these combined with the beef she had eaten earlier, Xiao Naoe Li felt that she was barely 50% full now. She sniffed the air, which still held a faint trace of scorching heat and sulfur. Xiao Naoe Li opened her dragon mouth. She did not plan to give up on this golden-rated henchman. Furthermore, as a hatchling dragon, it was too dangerous to wander alone. Having a powerful ally would allow her to safely navigate through her hatchling and even juvenile stages. Besides, if she really left, how would she take revenge for that kick? Wouldn't her beating be in vain? Even if the world was so vast that they might meet again in the future, the probability was too small. Who knew if she'd suddenly have a change of heart and decide to move away? With these thoughts, Xiao Naoe Li spread her dragon wings and flew into the sky, following the scent left by Fu Liar. In just a few minutes, she spotted Fu Liar feasting on the plains below. Fu Liar halted her actions, having noticed Xiao Naoe Li following her. With blood covering her head, she stood up and bared her teeth at Xiao Naoe Li. Xiao Naoe Li pretended not to see and instead descended towards the ground. This action undoubtedly appeared as a provocation in Fu Liar's eyes as she opened her dragon mouth and began to gather dragon breath. A red line of fire shot out from Fu Liar's mouth, and Xiao Naoe Li hurriedly dodged. As Fu Liar turned her head, Xiao Naoe Li was still struck in the wing, losing her balance and flapping her wings wildly, plummeting from the sky and crashing down not far from Fu Liar. Fu Liar stepped towards the fallen white dragon, standing proudly before her with an arrogant expression. Foolish white dragon, what is your purpose in following me? Xiao Naoe Li flipped over and lay on the ground, her injuries from the fall quickly healing, as she looked up at Fu Liar with a pitiful expression resembling a small creature seeking sympathy. Fu Liar narrowed her eyes. She was a 5-colored dragon. How could she be so charmed? However, that plump feeling must feel nice to touch. Fu Liar was startled by the thought that rose within her, quickly shaking her head to cast aside the chaotic thoughts. Roar! Xiao Naoe Li weakly called out, pointing to her belly, and then to her open dragon mouth. Seeing this, Fu Liar was not surprised that the white dragon could not speak. After all, their intelligence levels were evident, but they would be fine once they matured. If you want food, go get it yourself, but the precondition is to leave my territory. Xiao Naoe Li feigned ignorance, tilted her dragon head, and shamelessly stood up, pressing herself against Fu Liar's chest. Her round white head gently rubbed against Fu Liar's plate-like white dragon scales. Fu Liar did not expect the white dragon to do this, instinctively taking a step back, but then anger welled up in her heart. She was a powerful red dragon. How could she be frightened into stepping back? Roar! Furrier bellowed, knocking Jonaviri Li to the ground, her face filled with fury. Damn white dragon! How dare you make the great Furrier retreat? Truly unforgivable. Immediately, Furrier pressed down on Jonaviri Li, delivering a flurry of punches to her chubby white dragon head. With high damage from her left claw, and even greater from her right, the dragon's claws struck Jonaviri Li's head, causing her to let out a miserable cry. Owl! 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 Owl woo woo, owl. A few minutes later, the red hatchling dragon riding on Jonaviri Li seemed to have vented all its anger and sat on her, patting her a few times with its claws. Feels good. In contrast, Jonaviri Li, who was pinned down, was not feeling comfortable at all. After being beaten, her cheeks were puffed up, yet she still looked at Furrier with longing, her originally beautiful crystal blue dragon eyes now misty and teary. Owo, owo, a voice of grievance came forth, and Furrier looked at her with satisfaction, arrogantly, declaring, humph, 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 now you understand the prowess of the great Furrier, right? As the loser, you should be expelled by the victor. Now get out of my territory. Jonaviri Li gritted her teeth secretly, But to be honest, she could not stand against this red dragon. She began to hesitate about whether to leave. However, she quickly made up her mind. After all, the opponent was just a red hatchling dragon. Even with its dragon vein inheritance, its temperament was still that of a child. And she had 19 years of life experience. Would she really be afraid of such a small hatchling? Thinking of this, Jonaviri couldn't help but sneer. After successfully deceiving this red dragon, she could rest easy. On her face, Jonaviri looked at Furrier with a seemingly understanding expression. Under such a gaze, Furrier's demeanor stiffened. Is it really okay to bully such a fool? Furrier felt a sense of conscience that shouldn't exist within her like that of the five-colored dragons, but she quickly shook her dragon head. The rule of the strong devouring the weak was simply the law of the five-colored dragon lineage, whether one was foolish or not. Ahem, foolish white dragon, I believe you should understand my meaning. Furrier left Jonaviri looking down from above. Now you have been formally expelled by me. Leave and do not return. Jonaviri turned over, crawling on the ground as instructed by the inherited memories, pretending to submit. Seeing Jonaviri's actions, a flicker of doubt crossed Furrier's eyes, but then understanding followed, and a smile formed at the corners of her mouth. It seems I have conquered you with my unparalleled charm and powerful strength. Although you are a bit foolish still. Furrier thought of her usual life, which consisted solely of eating and sleeping. Such a life was somewhat dull, and with plenty of food around, having one more mouth to feed was not a problem. From today onwards, you shall be the subordinate of the great red dragon Furrier. Submit to me, yield beneath my majestic form, keek. Furrier raised her dragon head and laughed heartily, completely unaware of Jonaviri's speechless expression. TCH, this guy is really full of herself. Just wait and see who ends up on top in the future, who is really the boss of whom. Jonaviri chuckled inwardly, but her face wore a foolish smile. There was no helping it. When she was happy, the white dragon's body would involuntarily reveal such a demeanor. Seeing Jonaviri's joy at having accepted her submission made Furrier even happier. The red dragon tail swept by, patting Jonaviri's shoulder a few times, and Furrier took on a big sister demeanor. Don't worry, as long as you stick with me, no one will bully you. Although you are quite foolish, your judgment is not bad. Jonaviri hurriedly nodded, letting out a series of ow, ow, ow sounds. Alright, aren't you hungry? As my first subordinate, I allow you to eat the food I haven't finished yet. As she spoke, Furrier moved aside. Jonaviri glanced at her, and then at the half-eaten water buffalo, letting out an ow before hopping over to indulge in the feast. Furrier watched the white figure devouring the food, raising her dragon head and beginning to examine her closely. A pair of relatively thick white dragon horns grew backward, and her entire body was covered in white scales. Upon closer inspection, the pure white scales shimmered with a metallic luster. Her tail was thick, but more towards plumpness, resembling a cone. Overall, she appeared somewhat overweight, yet one could faintly see the outline of a streamlined body. A foolish and adorable hybrid white dragon, likely having completely inherited the intellect of the white dragon. This was Furrier's first impression of Jonaviri. Soon Jonaviri finished her meal and looked as if she were about 9/10 full. She sat obediently on the ground, gazing at Furrier, who was examining her. If you're done eating, come with me. With that, Furrier spread her dragon wings and soared into the sky, with Jonaviri following suit. As they passed over a river, Furrier dove headfirst into the water, with Jonaviri closely following. Shortly after, Furrier leapt from the river and flew upstream. Jonaviri also washed off the blood on her body in the river and kept pace with the red hatchling dragon. After about 10 minutes, the two hatchlings, one red and one white, landed on a platform in a cave. Jonaviri curiously surveyed her surroundings. To be honest, since her soul had crossed into this world of swords and magic, she hadn't had a chance to see this world for herself. Furrier shot a sideways glance at Jonaviri and slowly walked into her lair. Do not come within 5 meters of me. Jonaviri watched her retreating figure and lifted her paw to follow. There was no helping it. Once a giant dragon had eaten their fill, they would want to sleep, and Jonaviri was no exception. Moreover, she had flown for a full 5 hours, hunted down the ferocious water buffalo, and argued with Furrier, which had exhausted her strength. Now she needed a good sleep to restore her energy. Upon entering the cave, the red hatchling dragon had already laid down and closed her eyes to sleep. Jonaviri found a spot at a safe distance and buried her dragon head, falling into a deep slumber. However, this time Jonaviri did not sleep obediently. Instead, she sank her consciousness into the sea of spirit, and with a thought she arrived at the space of inherited memories. This was an endless ocean of knowledge where streams of memories and knowledge continuously rose and fell, forming this vast and boundless sea of information. Here every wave was a memory, and every drop of seawater was a repository of knowledge. To be honest, Jonaviri was captivated, stunned by the strange sight before her. Not only was there blue here, but also a colorful ocean with different colors representing different dragons. For instance, red represented the memories of the red dragon, while gold represented those of the golden dragon. This is what is known as dragon vein inheritance. To be honest, with such powerful knowledge and experience shared, the dragon species rightfully stands among the top races. It must be understood that knowledge is power and experience is a weapon. Even if they lack a formidable dragon body and abnormal talents, just this inherited memory alone makes it reasonable for them to look down on others and be self-important. Who wouldn't be confused in their place? Jonaviri tried to visualize her itinerary for the day, and soon a map appeared in her mind based on the inherited memory and the environment. Currently, Jonaviri was situated in the Long Shao Mountain region, and the river she saw was called the Sam River, with the Bu Zhe Wu Plain on the left and the sleeping forest on the right. Following the Sam River downstream lay the Barosar Marsh. The memory manifested before her not only included a map, but also corresponding imagery. How amazing! After this exclamation, Jonaviri left the inheritance space and began to rest properly. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later Jonaviri, for reasons unknown, just knew that she had slept for 3 days. The cramping pain in her abdomen forced her awake. A pair of crystal blue dragon eyes opened in the dark cave, scanning the surroundings only to find that the fire dragon figure had long disappeared. Have they already gone out to hunt? Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Jonaviri stood up. She stepped towards the cave entrance, making rustling sounds. As the blinding sunlight shone upon Jonaviri, she couldn't help but gaze into the distance. To be honest, the scenery here was indeed beautiful. Stepping out of the cave provided an unobstructed view of the distant landscape. Directly below the cave was the Sam River with the Buzewu Plain to the left and the sleeping forest from where she had come on the right. However, after just a few seconds of observation, Jonaviri spread her dragon wings. The cramping pain within urged her to seek food quickly. After flying for a few minutes, she spotted a crocodile monster basking in the sun by the riverbank. Upon seeing these monsters, the inherited memory in her mind automatically recalled their introduction. Stoneclaw crocodile, a type of gregarious crocodile monster that prefers to live in deeper rivers. They spend almost the entire day lying on the riverbank basking in the sun. The claws of the stoneclaw crocodile seem to be covered in grayish-white rocks, extremely aggressive. Coupled with their deep white scales, only a fool would choose to engage them in physical combat. Yet in the presence of a great true dragon, they can only be considered as slightly larger lizards. This kind of monster has delicious flesh with a weakness in their abdomen, and they move slowly, making them easy targets for ranged attacks. Every time I see them unable to escape or fight back, I find it quite amusing. Green Dragon Finger. After reviewing the inherited memory, Jonaviri made a decision, her dragon kiss instinctively curling up. A group of stoneclaw crocodiles lay lazily on the riverbank, enjoying the sunshine. It should have been a beautiful time, but their instincts as beasts suddenly made them alert. Just as they opened their eyes, a fan-shaped icy breath had already enveloped them from above. Gah! One stoneclaw crocodile let out a cry in a rush, but it was too late. The large fan-shaped icy breath had already poured down upon them, freezing them solid. However, surprisingly, they did not suffer too much harm. They only felt the cold breath piercing into their bodies. Seeing that nothing too serious had occurred, these stoneclaw crocodiles angrily looked up at the white figure diving down from the sky, letting out battle cries. Gah ha ha ha. The chorus of crocodile cries filled the air, which was quite loud for Jonaviri, whose senses were already quite acute. However, she didn't mind, after all, the most critical step had already been completed. With the dragon breath slowing them down, the chances of success for this hunt had greatly increased. She opened her dragon kiss again, shooting a linear icy breath that struck the head of a stoneclaw crocodile. The highly penetrating breath beam shattered the sturdy scales, piercing through its head and killing it on the spot. These stoneclaw crocodiles were all low-tier monsters with strength only capable of reaching the silver second ring. Moreover, before launching the attack, Jonaviri had already roughly observed that the strongest among this group of crocodiles was only at the bronze 8th ring, which is why she dared to attack so openly. Jonaviri's actions did not cease. She continually fired breath beams. Seeing one stoneclaw crocodile killed, the group of crocodiles began to show signs of retreat, but with the slow and frozen debuffs on them, their movements were akin to that of a turtle. For these slow-moving live targets, Jonaviri simply unleashed a flurry of icy breaths. However, she did not engage in a massacre. After killing another stoneclaw crocodile, she ceased her attacks, allowing the remaining stoneclaw crocodiles to escape into the river. She wasn't afraid of these crocodiles escaping. The entire Sam River was only this big. Where could they possibly flee? Jonaviri didn't believe that these stoneclaw crocodiles could survive outside of water. The sound of dragon wings flapping echoed as Jonaviri landed on the ground, and around her, besides the frozen frost, there were only 3 dead stoneclaw crocodiles. One stoneclaw crocodile was nearly 9 meters long, and for Jonaviri, who was only over 3 meters long in total, one was more than enough to fill her stomach. The reason she hunted 3 was due to her own considerations, one for herself, one to freeze for future food storage, and the last one to increase her favorability. After all, doing nothing and relying solely on cuteness would never earn her a powerful golden card henchman. If a life-and-death crisis could occur, and she could then go on to heroically rescue the beauty, that would be even better. Building trust among the 5-colored dragons is extremely difficult. The reason Fully Air did not sign a contract with Jonaviri and still allowed her to live in the same cave was not only due to the red dragon's arrogant nature, but also due to her absolute confidence in her own strength. In her eyes, Jonaviri as a white dragon was merely a subordinate to her, and not too bright, resembling a pet husky. Thinking of this, Jonaviri couldn't help but smile foolishly. But soon the hunger in her stomach urged her to eat quickly. Jonaviri followed her instincts and approached a stoneclaw crocodile, opening her senses before eating to prevent other monsters or magical beasts from ambushing her. After finishing these preparations, she opened her dragon kiss and began to feast. The delicious flesh of the stone claw crocodile was tender and melted in the mouth, devoid of sinew, with minimal fat, resembling a Pro-Max version of low-fat chicken breast with a hint of fish's softness, yielding no grainy texture while biting, and its fibers were so fine that chewing required almost no effort. Its legs, tail, and abdomen each had slight differences in taste, but overall one word sufficed: exquisite. Soon an entire stone claw crocodile was swept clean by Jonaviri, leaving a pile of leftovers on the ground. As for the magical core, she had long since swallowed it like a snack. Jonaviri was indeed stuffed, lazily lying on the ground, without moving, her round belly prominently protruding, while a dragon claw gently patted her abdomen intermittently. Burp. Jonaviri couldn't help but let out a comfortable belch, feeling drowsy. To be honest, she really wanted to bask in the sun like this, lying comfortably on the riverbank for a delightful sunbath. Although reborn as a white dragon, she preferred to stay in cold places rather than basking in the sun, due to her nature. However, the human soul of Jonaviri had merged with the white dragon's soul, and she no longer rejected the feeling of warmth. However, Jonaviri did not favor getting close to the fiery red dragon, as the aura around them was too scorching, making her dragon body uncomfortable. Suppressing her drowsiness, Jonaviri grabbed the stoneclaw crocodiles. She had killed one in each claw and forced herself to take off into the air. Although it was a bit heavy for her, her physical strength was incredibly formidable. Even if she couldn't match Furiel at the moment, it didn't mean she was weak. Thus, the white hatchling dragon, measuring only a little over 3 meters in length, flew towards the upper reaches of the Sam River, carrying 2 nearly 9-meter-long stoneclaw crocodiles. With this burden, Jonaviri's flying speed noticeably slowed down, taking half an hour to return to the dragon's nest. As soon as she landed, she tossed the 2 crocodiles onto the ground with a heavy thud. Who finally hear him exhausted. Jonaviri sighed, inwardly shaking her 2 sore white dragon claws and stretching her dragon wings. As if sensing something, she paused her movements and looked into the cave. There a pair of fiery red vertical pupils were slowly approaching her, and Jonaviri knew that the true master of this dragon's nest had awakened. Before Furiel could speak, Jonaviri hopped over to her, affectionately rubbing her round dragon head against Furiel's chest. However, she was pushed away by Furiel with a look of disdain, but Jonaviri was not angry. One claw clutched Furiel, while the other pointed outside the cave, appearing anxious. Awoo, 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 awoo. Furiel looked at the slightly excited Jonaviri, then glanced outside the cave, having sensed the items Jonaviri brought back long ago. The red dragon claws moved, leading the way outside the cave, where the 2 stoneclaw crocodiles came into view. Furiel looked at Jonaviri with mild surprise. Did you catch these 2 stoneclaw crocodiles? The white hatchling dragon proudly closed her eyes, puffing out her chest, appearing as if she sought praise. Furiel naturally saw through her thoughts, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. You did well. Jonaviri, having received praise, was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect the dragon to actually compliment her, but quickly pretended to be very satisfied, happily rubbing against Furiel. Furiel pushed her away again. So what do you want? Did you come just to show off and receive my praise? Jonaviri feigned ignorance, tilting her round dragon head in confusion, then pointed at the stoneclaw crocodiles, then at Furiel, and finally patted her little belly. Furiel understood her gestures, her mouth breaking into a wide grin. So you're trying to please the great Furiel, huh? It seems you're not too foolish after all. Although Jonaviri scoffed internally, she still rubbed against Furiel happily. This behavior was very pleasing to Furiel, who squinted her eyes in delight, raising her dragon head high and savoring Jonaviri's actions. But before long, Jonaviri could no longer resist the heavy drowsiness, her movements becoming smaller and smaller until she finally closed her eyes. Looking at the white dragon sleeping against her, Furiel surprisingly did not push her away this time. Her crimson dragon eyes gazed at the white hatchling stained with some blood, not knowing what to think. Then she grabbed the back of Jonaviri's neck with her left claw, seized one stoneclaw crocodile with her right claw, and entwined her strong, powerful red dragon tail around another crocodile. Though merely a hatchling, her athletic muscles were already somewhat visible. Furiel dragged them into the cave and then fell into a deep sleep. When Jonaviri awakened again, the stoneclaw crocodile, lying in front of her, had begun to emit a rotting smell. She had intended to freeze it for storage, but had forgotten. Hunger made her neglect everything else, and she opened her dragon jaws to devour it. A dragon's stomach was like a furnace installed within, and not only was it capable of digesting decayed meat, but even hard metal could not escape its fate. In fact, when some hatchlings were too hungry and their dragon mothers were too lazy to hunt, they would resort to eating dirt and rocks. However, such behavior was too embarrassing. Unless they were on the brink of starvation, no true dragon would choose such a way to eat. After barely filling her stomach to alleviate her hunger, Jonaviri found the slightly decayed crocodile meat in front of her unappetizing. As if joking, she was not a black dragon, so how could she enjoy eating such meat? Her crystalline blue dragon eyes gazed at the stoneclaw crocodile before her, knowing that if she didn't want to eat it, she had to go out to hunt. But as a dragon, she was inherently lazy. Moreover, in her past life, Jonaviri had a bit of procrastination, and with food right before her, she simply couldn't be bothered to move. Thus, she had only one option left. Her white dragon jaws opened, and a fan-shaped breath of cold ice was released, quickly freezing the stoneclaw crocodile in front of her. Looking at her masterpiece, Jonaviri squinted her eyes in delight. This should suffice. With that, she began to eat, and after finishing lay down to sleep. Jonaviri slept for 4 days, feeling the familiar cramping sensation in her abdomen. For some reason, she knew she had slept for 4 days. As Kayanawili gradually awoke in the cave, her eyes fell upon Furiel, who was sleeping soundly. Knowing the nature of the red dragon, she dared not disturb her, slowly standing up and tiptoeing towards the cave entrance. This time Kayanawili did not choose the plains, but wanted to hunt while exploring the surroundings. Her target was the sleepy forest. The white dragon shadow flew over the forest where every tree stood 30 meters tall, and this was just the outskirts of the sleepy forest. After flying for a few minutes, her keen dragon eye, sharper than an eagle's, quickly spotted 2 camouflage deer. One camouflage deer measured 4 meters long and 3 meters tall, while the other was smaller, only a little over 1 meter long, clearly a fawn. An introduction from inherited memories automatically surfaced in her mind. Camouflage deer, a solitary, herbivorous magical beast with light green fur resembling grass. It can use basic innate magic, vine entangle, with a maximum growth limit reaching silver 4 rings. The male deer's antlers are wide and robust, often entwined with deep green vines, and some older antlers may even sprout mushrooms. They are highly aggressive and easily recognizable. These deer are highly alert and fast, but their meat is delicious, making them ideal as appetizers. If possible, ambush them. If you encounter a doe with her fawn, this dragon suggests eating the fawn right in front of the doe. Their tragic cries combined with fresh fawn meat are simply exquisite. More importantly, maternal instincts will drive them to return to protect their young. Black Dragon Amos. Seeing the introduction in the inheritance memories, Xiao Nawei felt it was somewhat cruel. However, this feeling inexplicably faded away, leaving her with a sense of normalcy, even a hint of excitement. Xiao Nawei charged directly towards the 2 illusory antler deer, transforming into a white shadow in the sky. Sensing something, the mother deer raised its head to look at the sky and spotted Xiao Nawei, who was less than 100 meters away. Meh! The sharp call of the deer echoed, and it immediately fled with the fawn. Although it moved incredibly fast and soon disappeared from sight, the mere months-old fawn could not escape its fate. It was thrown behind, helplessly emitting cries in a desperate attempt to get the mother deer's response. Meh! Meh! The sound of something slicing through the air followed as Xiao Nawei descended from above, pouncing on the young deer that was barely over a meter tall. However, she did not rush to end its life. Instead, a wicked smile curled on her lips. The fawn was pinned under the white dragon claw, shrieking in terror. The mother deer, which had just fled, turned back and paced anxiously nearby, calling out desperately to comfort its young. Meh! Meh! Upon witnessing this, Xiao Nawei's claws, sharp as steel blades, pierced into the fawn's hind leg, eliciting a painful cry. Meh! This cry struck at the mother deer's very soul. It let out a wail, and the surrounding natural elements grew increasingly potent. Her modest antlers radiated a verdant glow, and 4 vines shot out from the forest, attacking Xiao Nawei. The mother deer, disregarding everything, charged at Xiao Nawei. A cruel glint flashed across Xiao Nawei's crystalline blue pupils as she hurled the fawn towards the mother deer. With great force, her white dragon claws effortlessly shredding the incoming vines before exploding out towards the mother deer. The mother deer had no time to dodge and collided with the falling fawn, the tremendous force instantly shattering the fawn's bones, causing the mother deer to become dizzy and collapse. At this moment, the fawn was barely breathing, its eyes wide open, unable to move an inch. Xiao Nawei approached the 2 deer, surprised that her attack had rendered them immobile. To be honest, this was quite unexpected for her. Then, right in front of the mother deer, she began to devour the young deer. Watching her child being eaten alive before her eyes, the mother deer tried to intervene, but was powerless, shedding tears of despair. For some reason, Xiao Nawei felt an immense sense of satisfaction at this scene, as she crushed the fawn's skull beneath her claw and consumed its crystal core. Meh! The mother deer finally regained her composure, emitting a desperate wail as she charged at Xiao Nawei. Unfortunately, Xiao Nawei easily blocked the attack, then seized her antlers and forcefully pinned her down onto her child's remains. Do you want to taste this delicious delicacy too? Hee hee, meh, meh. Suddenly, Xiao Nawei seemed to regain her senses as she raised her dragon claw and slapped herself. How could I commit such a cruel act? Could it be the influence of what is within me? Xiao Nawei gazed with a complex expression at the still crying, illusory antler deer. Crack! Xiao Nawei effortlessly twisted its neck and pulled it off. The blood of the mother and fawn mingled together. After a moment of daze, she eventually lowered her head and took a sip. From now on, only kill, not torture. Soon the 2 illusory antler deer were completely consumed. Now Xiao Nawei felt merely 4/10 full. She licked her dragon lips in savor and spread her dragon wings, soaring into the sky. After flying eastward for over 10 minutes, Xiao Nawei spotted a group of humanoid creatures, instantly piquing her interest. Goblins, a group of low-intelligence humanoid monsters, hermaphroditic, but usually capture other humanoid races or humans for breeding. Goblins are not tall, small in stature, and grotesque in appearance. They typically have dark green skin, yellow-brown eyes, long pointed ears, and are hairless with a shabby appearance. Goblins are troublemakers, cunning and greedy, selfish and quick-tempered. They employ various deceitful tactics to trick their opponents, are timid and cowardly, and only dare to operate in dark corners. They are small and foolish, greedy and filthy, often moving in groups, living in caves or tribes. The introduction from the inheritance memories made Xiao Nawei grimace. While it still aligns with my past impressions of these disgusting creatures, let's wipe them out. With a flap of her dragon wings, Xiao Nawei changed her trajectory and flew downward. A group of goblins mostly at the black iron level were binding two struggling rabbits with vines heading in a particular direction. Ga. Suddenly a goblin seemed to notice something, letting out a cry. All the goblins immediately took a defensive stance, their gazes fixed on Xiao Nawei as she swooped down from the sky. Gagaga. 8 ordinary goblins began hurling stones at the descending Xiao Nawei while 4 others armed with makeshift bows started shooting featherless arrows. The last goblin squad leader reached the bronze third ring, holding a shabby broken sword to command, clearly a piece of equipment from human adventurers. Truly pathetic, like child's play. Murmuring this, Xiao Nawei smashed into the midst of the goblins, instantly crushing 3 of them, and before they could launch a futile counterattack, a fan-shaped dragon breath wiped out 7 more goblins. With a powerful sweep of her conical dragon tail, 2 more goblins fell dead on the spot. Looking at the goblin squad leader, who was frozen in fear, Xiao Nawei prepared to finish him off. But suddenly her gaze caught sight of a silver coin that had fallen from the goblin, and her pupils instantly narrowed into a line. This is... Xiao Nawei's massive dragon body dropped to the ground, her large white backside raised high, and her tail began to wag excitedly. Shiny. Her crystalline blue dragon eyes were fixated on the silver coin on the ground, revealing the dragon's greed at that moment. She quickly extended her dragon claw, carefully picking up the silver coin with 2 claws for a closer examination, then sniffed it. Yes, this is the right scent, authentic. She carefully stored the silver coin, tucking it within her reverse scales before turning her gaze back to the goblin squad leader, who was paralyzed with fear. Then she spoke in the common tongue of the continent. Take me to your lair, or else. Xiao Nawei made a gesture across her throat. The goblin squad leader hurriedly nodded, chattering nervously as he led Xiao Nawei towards a nearby mountain. Soon, under the guidance of the goblin squad leader, Xiao Nawei saw a massive cave much larger than the cave carved out by Foulier. Emitting her senses, Xiao Nawei discovered numerous goblins inside the cave, proving that the goblin squad leader had not lied. But so what? Get lost. The goblin squad leader, as if granted amnesty, bowed to Xiao Nawei several times before stumbling away into the distance. Watching the fleeing goblins, Jonaviri's lips curled into a wicked smile. Jonaviri turned her dragon head, beginning to contemplate her strategy. She wasn't prepared to charge in recklessly, instead she intended to wait until dark to launch a surprise attack while the goblins were resting. She had sensed that there were at least over 100 goblins inside, most of whom were at the black iron level with a few at the bronze level. However, there was also a goblin shaman who had reached the silver first ring and a goblin chief who had attained the silver fourth ring. Although dealing with all these goblins was not difficult for her, she adhered to the principle of utmost caution. She did not possess the pride of the red or blue dragons. Even if she could defeat that group of goblins hidden, could she guarantee that she wouldn't get hurt? Could she ensure that she wouldn't alert the goblins and allow some of them to escape with her precious treasures? For some reason, Jonaviri found herself unable to look away when she saw those shiny treasures. Her instincts compelled her to claim everything as her own. Thinking of this, the young white dragon couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Gradually, darkness descended, the stars adorned the night sky, and the moon hung high in the night. The goblins who had been engaged in a day of procreation were too exhausted to move, sprawled haphazardly throughout the cave. 2 goblin guards stationed at the cave entrance looked on with envy at the resting goblins below. Suddenly, a feeling of crisis surged in their hearts. Before they could understand the source of this feeling, the blue-white line of breath had already claimed their lives. A young white dragon poked its head out of the cave entrance and without hesitation unleashed a powerful icy breath towards the resting goblin shaman in the distance. The line of breath shot forth from the dragon's maw, striking the goblin shaman in an instant. The terrifying frost power engulfed its entire body, swiftly taking its life. Having long sensed the spatial distribution of these goblins, Jonaviri, after swiftly dispatching the goblin shaman, spread her dragon wings and flew into the cave. The fan-shaped icy breath swept downward, startling the resting goblins awake. Just as they recognized the white figure flying in the air, they turned into ice statues. Gagagagaga. The goblins erupted into chaos like ants on a hot pan, scurrying in all directions, with some even colliding into the walls and fainting. Jonaviri paid no mind to the lives of those humanoid creatures, unleashing her breath to sweep the ground. She aimed to eliminate as many goblins as possible before the goblin chief emerged, reducing their overall combat power. Gow! A rough, sharp howl pierced the air as a goblin chief larger than the others rushed out from the deepest part of the cave, wielding a broadsword that was clearly stolen from an adventurer. But upon realizing what creature it faced, fear was evident in its yellow-brown eyes. Jonaviri redirected her dragon head, unleashing her fan-shaped icy breath towards the goblin king. The goblin chief hastily raised its arms to block the attack. Just as Jonaviri was about to continue, the goblin chief spoke in broken common language. Great. Powerful dragon, why are you attacking us? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the goblin chief regretted it. He had heard other goblins say that white dragons were intelligent and their attacks were often mere curiosities, so asking was futile. Jonaviri was taken aback, as she had not expected this goblin to possess basic intelligence. But soon she slightly parted her dragon maw, landing on the ground, and looked down disdainfully at the goblin chief. Raising her white dragon claw, she beckoned. Want to know? Come closer, and I'll tell you, you wretched thing. Hearing the white dragon speak in common language, the goblin chief's face displayed shock. Wasn't it said that white dragons had low intelligence? Wasn't it said that white dragons were mere fools? How could this white dragon communicate normally? From now on he would never listen to one-sided opinions again. The goblin chief hurriedly trotted to the white dragon, hoping to avoid a battle if possible. After all, their tribe had already produced a special goblin with intelligence higher than that of ordinary goblins, so it was best to minimize any consumption. As he reached the white dragon, the goblin chief hadn't even raised his head when he heard a triumphant voice. "Eat shit." The sound of air breaking came, and just as he lifted his head, he saw the white dragon's claw coming down. In a panic, the goblin chief raised his arms and managed to absorb the blow, but the ground beneath him shattered, and his lower half was slammed into the ground. "Wow, impressive. You didn't die from that." Jonaviri looked at the goblin chief, pressed down by her single claw, in surprise, not expecting it to withstand the blow. At this moment, the goblin chief felt extremely uncomfortable. The overwhelming power of the dragon made it feel as though its entire body was going to fall apart. It roared in agony. "Shameless. I will not let this go." With that, it erupted with all its strength, forcefully pushing Jonaviri's claw aside. But it was not over yet. Facing Jonaviri's slightly surprised gaze, the goblin chief's body radiated with red blood energy, its yellow-brown eyes turning crimson from bloodshot. "This is berserk." The crystalline blue dragon eyes flashed with astonishment as the broken common language sounded once more. "I just wanted to peacefully expand my tribe so that my people could have a place to live, and I gag. Gaga gaga." The remaining goblins cheered excitedly, rallying behind their chief. "So noisy. What are these filthy, lowly creatures chirping about?" A small fairy locked in a stone cage blinked awake, her eyes widening at the sight of the cheering goblins, the towering white dragon, and the goblin chief going berserk. A powerful icy breath shot forth its fierce attack, striking the goblin chief Hedon. The goblin chief hit directly, was sent flying, and crashed against the stone wall. The linear frost breath, imbued with terrifying power, froze the goblin chief into an ice sculpture, the biting cold having already solidified its internal flesh and cells. Looking at the slain chief, an eerie silence fell over the scene, while Jonaviri exhaled white cold air from her nostrils. 666. With such a long wind-up, did you think I wouldn't interrupt? Do you take me for an NPC, or have you read too many novels? Having finished her quip, Jonaviri continued to massacre the remaining goblins. With still 40% of her magical power left, she was more than capable of resolving this battle. The tiny fairy, witnessing the entire spectacle, gleamed with rapturous delight, her pale blue pupils fixed unblinkingly upon the mighty white dragonling. Jonaviri felt a searing gaze settle upon her. Following its source, she discovered an adorable little fairy confined within a stone cage. Innate memories surfaced, unbidden fairies, mere gnats to dragons, endlessly chattering pests who delight in teasing passersby, or humanoid beings. Yet fairies are pure spirits of nature, possessing extraordinary affinity for elemental forces. Those granted their aid receive varying degrees of empowerment across diverse domains, and the most potent among them may even bestow blessings upon other beings. Most align with chaotic neutrality. Jonaviri could not tell if it was mere illusion, but that gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to how fervent fans once stared at their beloved idols. Unmoved, she turned back to slaughter the remaining goblins. Soon every last one lay slain. Only a handful of captured humanoids survived, trembling in the cavern's dim recesses. Jonaviri extracted the goblins' mana cores and devoured them as light snacks before approaching the fairy's cage. Her sapphire-slit eyes narrowed slightly as she appraised the creature before her. Truth be told, though diminutive in stature, the fairy possessed undeniable ethereal beauty. Her skin shimmered like flawless glacial crystal. Her long pale blue hair drifted weightlessly as if stirred by a breath of wind. Her ears tapered sharply, faintly luminous with azure radiance. Delicate, exquisite. Gossamer thin dragonfly wings fluttered softly, glowing with a soft cerulean luminescence that lent the cavern's gloom an otherworldly, dreamlike quality. She stood barely 40 centimeters tall. Her pale blue eyes met Jonaviri's gaze, not with fear, but with palpable electric excitement. "Mighty Lady of the White Dragon, I thank you profoundly for rescuing poor Finny." The fairy, who named herself Finny, bowed deeply before Jonaviri. Jonaviri's crystalline vertical pupils lingered upon her, thoughtful and inscrutable, while Finny, under that unwavering regard, felt her scalp prickle with unease. It was unavoidable. A dragon's stare was inherently terrifying. Even without projecting draconic aura, it sent icy sweat coursing down Finny's spine. "Finny, if my sight does not deceive me, you are an ice elemental sprite." Finny nodded. "Indeed, mighty lady, the title is mine." Jonaviri raised a claw to stroke her chin, the rasp of scale on scale echoing faintly. "If memory serves, ice elementals dwell only upon the northern glaciers or the great ice wastes. Why then do you stand here?" At this, Finny began to explain. "Great Lady of the White Dragon, I was not born there. A band of adventurers discovered an Arctic frost lotus upon the northern glaciers and carried it to the continent of Ysup, intending to sell it in Wit Kingdom, which borders those frozen lands. But as you know, Wit Kingdom lies under the dominion of trolls and halforcs, lands inhospitable to humans and kindred races. Some halforcs coveted the lotus, so the adventurers were hunted down. They fled into the Slumberwood forest, only to be slaughtered by goblins. It was there amid that carnage that I first drew breath." As she spoke, sorrow welled unbidden in Finny's eyes, and her delicate wings drooped limply. Had those adventurers lived, she would have grown alongside her kin, carefree, unburdened. But now, oh. Jonaviri heard the tale, unmoved. Her heart, long tempered by the ancient, aloof nature of chromatic dragons, had grown impervious to such empathy. Yet lacking true compassion did not preclude perfunctory kindness. No matter, you live. And that at least is no small thing. Finny lifted her head, disbelief flooding her expression. Was she comforting her? A tender smile bloomed across her dainty features. Yes, thank you. You are truly a noble dragon. Jonaviri twitched her muzzle inwardly. So soon, she'd already been handed the kind-hearted card. Still, newborn fairies were easily beguiled, especially since fairies themselves appeared on dragons' menus, particularly green dragons who relished feasting upon sprites and elves alike. With a casual swipe of her claw, Jonaviri shattered the stone cage, setting Finny free. The liberated fairy flitted about her in spiraling arcs, trailing faint motes of frost crystal in her wake. Freedom at last. Ha ha. She alighted lightly upon Jonaviri's snout, gazing up with solemn, earnest eyes. Thank you. I truly do not know how to repay such grace. Sincerity shimmered in her pale blue irises. Jonaviri bared her teeth in a grin. Since you insist on repayment, how about a light snack? Before Finny could react, Jonaviri seized her in one claw and opened her maw wide. Finny stared paralyzed as the cavernous maw loomed closer, gleaming white fangs radiating bone-deep cold, until terror forced her eyes shut and a shrill scream tore from her throat. Eek! No, wait. Glistening tears spilled forth, freezing instantly into tiny, glittering ice crystals. TCH, how dull. You weep before even tasting fear. Jonaviri released her and turned away, scanning the scattered debris strewn across the cavern floor, torn garments, splintered wooden staves, and other mundane remnants. Some items unmistakably belonged to the slain adventuring party. Realizing the white dragon's cruelty had been mere theatrics, Finny exhaled shakily, then after a moment's hesitation fluttered close to Jonaviri's side. Jonaviri glanced sideways. Finny flinched backward instinctively. With a dismissive flick of her gaze, the dragon resumed rummaging through the clutter. Watching Jonaviri's restless search, Finny flushed faintly, ashamed of her own timidity. Mighty lady, what do you seek? Coins, gold, silver, copper, anything that gleams. A dragon's treasure. Her tone sharpened with impatience. Thus far not a single worthy artifact had emerged. Finny's gaze swept over the heap. Though newly awakened, she knew dragons revered hoards above all else. Just as fairies inherited lore, albeit less vast and venerable than draconic memory. A fairy's inheritance conveyed only foundational knowledge and innate magical aptitudes. True growth demanded time, mentorship from elders, and relentless pursuit of wisdom. Finny paused thoughtful, then darted toward the chieftain's den. Moments later she returned, cradling a single radiant gold coin in both hands. Mighty lady, is this what you sought? Jonaviri impatiently turned her dragon head, yet even this casual glance caused her pupils to instantly narrow into razor-thin slits. Whoosh. A flash of white blurred past. Her crystalline blue dragon eyes stared almost nose-to-nose at the gleaming gold coin, her maw curling upward in delight. To Finny, Jonaviri's movement, and the expression on her face, was utterly terrifying. Already struggling to hold the coin, Finny dropped it outright the moment Jonaviri lunged. The coin tumbled downward, but Jonaviri snatched it midair with lightning reflexes, then flicked out her dragon tongue to taste it. Just as it should be, the authentic tang of pure gold. Her crystalline blue eyes widened with unmistakable glee, radiating the smug satisfaction of a true hoarder. Huff, huff. Exhausted and breathless, Finny watched as Jonaviri carefully tucked the coin between her overlapping scales, feeling at last that her effort had not been in vain. Suddenly, Jonaviri's snow-white dragon head surged forward, looming inches from Finny's face, her eyes blazing with unmasked avarice. Finny, tell me, where did you find this? Finny pointed cheerfully toward the cavern's deeper recesses. Right inside there. Would your whiteness like more? Ignoring Finny's words entirely, Jonaviri retrieved a silver coin from beneath her throat scale, replaced it with the gold one, then bolted toward the narrow tunnel, barely wide enough for a single goblin. She raised a claw and began digging with furious speed. To those formidable talons, solid rock crumbled like soft tofu, effortlessly yielding to her excavation. After roughly a minute of frantic clawing, Jonaviri broke through into a spacious inner chamber, and her claws already shimmered faintly with residual heat. Yet her exhilaration eclipsed all discomfort as she swept her gaze across the small cave, its contents arranged far more neatly than those outside. Soon she spotted several silver coins and over a dozen copper ones resting quietly upon the stone floor. My little darlings, I'm coming. With a joyful cry, she rushed forward, scooped them up, and began counting with meticulous care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 silver coins total, including the one I carry. As for copper, 13. The moment Finny fluttered in, she found Jonaviri nuzzling her own claws and grinning like a simpleton. A sight so absurd that Finny nearly burst into laughter. Only the memory of chromatic dragons' mercurial temperaments kept her from doing so. Once Jonaviri regained her composure, Finny drifted gently before her. Your whiteness seems most pleased today. Jonaviri glanced at her, then somewhat unexpectedly found herself regarding the sprite with greater favor. After securing all the coins within her scales, she spoke coolly. You may address me simply as Jonaviri. Hearing Jonaviri name herself the pixie, Finny spiraled joyfully through the air before alighting lightly before the dragon. Then Lady Jonaviri, does this mean we are friends now? As you wish. Yippee, I've befriended a dragon. Overcome with glee, Finny executed a dazzling mid-air Thomas rotation. Clang. A heavy object struck the ground with a resonant crash. Instantly, Jonaviri whirled toward the sound, only to see a dazed goblin standing dumbfounded at the cavern mouth, a shattered stone tablet lying at its feet. Another survivor. Jonaviri made no move to strike. She had already confirmed the deaths of every goblin within this cavern. This sudden appearance defied expectation. Jonaviri strode toward the goblin, who collapsed instantly to its knees, bowing frantically in abject terror. Mercy, O great white dragon. Jonaviri froze mid-step, astonishment flickering in her eyes. This goblin spoke the common tongue, fluently, undeniable proof of nascent sentience. She studied it closely once more, then approached and loomed over it, her draconic presence pressing down like a physical weight. Where did you emerge from? Speaking in the common tongue, Jonaviri's voice alone sent shivers rippling through the goblin's trembling frame. I came up from the mine shaft. It gestured weakly toward a dark opening leading downward. Mining, yais. Jonaviri's brow furrowed. Its answer clashed with the dying words of the goblin chieftain, her tone sharpened instinctively, turning glacial. You possess intellect superior to your kin, yet I recall your chieftain in his final breath vowing to improve your lot. If so, why consign your kind to mines rather than cultivating nobler pursuits? Finny darted to Jonaviri's dragon head side, hands on hips, pointing accusingly at the goblin with fiery indignation. Exactly. You're deceiving us, fraudulent scum deserving death. At this the goblin trembled violently. I swear, I am innocent. Please my lord, judge me fairly. Finny bore no mercy for such filth. Not when but for her diminutive size, she might well have been seized to serve their vile reproductive rights. Jonaviri paid no heed to Finny's outburst. The little sprite was clearly still seething. Anyone would rage after narrowly escaping, becoming another's sacred vessel. Answer me, wretched crawler, or suffer the same fate. With that she lashed her tail toward the frozen sculptures lining the chamber walls. The goblin collapsed, utterly yellow urine pooling beneath its belly. Dragon's senses were exquisitely acute, and the acrid stench made Jonaviri's nostrils flare in disgust. To beg your lordship's pardon. Our chieftain feared our intelligence threatened his rule, so he dispatched all sentient goblins to the mines. Jonaviri detected no falsehood in its words, and given goblin nature such tyranny was chillingly plausible. Mining, yes. Beneath this cavern lies an iron vein, discovered only recently. We were assigned to extract it. Her crystalline blue eyes widened slowly. An iron vein, indeed a priceless boon. Iron tools forged empires demanded iron ore. Though she commanded no realm yet, her soul, shaped by millennia of Chinese historiography, burned with an ancestral yearning to conquer, to unify, to forge a singular sovereign dominion. Who does not dream of being the first sovereign sweeping away rival states? Who does not long to unite all under one banner? Who does not crave the adoration of countless subjects, an eternal renown as a monarch whose name echoes through ages? Within the mind of this young white dragon, a vision bloomed, herself enthroned in majesty, gazing upon legions of kneeling subjects, their reverence a living tide. Lost in reverie, Jonaviri unconsciously broke into a foolish grin. Hey. Finny watched puzzled, then fluttered before her dragon head and waved a tiny hand. Your whiteness, what's come over you? Fanny's question snapped Jonaviri back to awareness. Realizing she had just lost composure, she masked her embarrassment with a dry cough. Lowborn creature, take me there. If your claim proves true, I shall spare you. But should even a trace of deceit taint your words? Her crystalline blue dragon eyes narrowed with menace, and her tapered white tail slammed violently into the ground, causing the earth beneath it to collapse inward. The goblin shuddered violently. By the name of the five-colored dragon, I swear, I shall torture you to death in the most excruciating manner imaginable. Yes, most exalted white dragon, my liege. At Jonaviri's silent command, the goblin tremulously rose and led the white dragon and the elf deeper into the subterranean cavern. After roughly half an hour's descent, Jonaviri arrived at a vast mining cavern, so immense that veins of iron ore lay fully exposed to open air, requiring no divine sense to detect. Notably scattered shards of white crystal dotted the cavern walls, emitting a soft ambient glow, sufficient illumination even for goblins whose eyes lacked night vision. Most exalted white dragon, my liege, as you see before you, this is the iron ore vein. Well done, you have served admirably. Her ivory maw stretched wide in a predatory grin. Though iron ore was neither rare nor precious, it remained indispensable. Relief flooded the goblin's heart as Jonaviri's visible delight confirmed its survival, for now. Fanny, hovering nearby, held a different view, arms crossed tightly, cheeks puffed in silent indignation. A dozen goblins laboring with crude stone picks also sensed Jonaviri's arrival. Upon recognizing her true nature, they dropped instantly to their knees in abject terror. Crude stone picks, feeble laborers, at this pace extraction will take decades. Jonaviri closed her eyes, extending her divine sense as a perimeter ward before sinking her consciousness into her ancestral memory stream. Even having visited before, Jonaviri could not suppress a quiet marvel, truly awe-inspiring. Yet she did not forget her purpose here. Contract magic. With a mere thought, 100 shimmering currents surged from the oceanic depths of her knowledge coalescing before her. Obedience contract. Instantly, the 100 streams condensed into several dozen. Bronze tier obedience contract, unequal in binding authority. Again, the currents shrank, narrowing to a mere dozen. Jonaviri submerged her awareness into one of those streams. Corpse puppet contract. The bound becomes a mindless automaton. Consciousness forcibly erased, movement rigid and severely restricted. In exchange, absolute compliance with the contractor's commands becomes unavoidable. She shook her head inwardly and withdrew her consciousness. Total obedience held little value if mobility and agency were sacrificed. She probed another current. Blood pact, a covenant sealed in blood, enhancing binding potency. The bound retains self-awareness, yet cannot resist the contractor's will. Complete submission ensured. However, forceful resistance risks pact failure. Moreover, for noble dragons such as ourselves, even the mightiest of lesser beings may perish under the sheer volatility of draconic blood. Jonaviri withdrew once more. As a dragon, she knew full well the cataclysmic power contained within her own blood. Not even highborn races could reliably endure it, let alone lowborn goblins. She turned her focus to the third current. Slave pact. So long as the contractor's comprehensive strength, encompassing magical reserves, cultivation realm, physical fortitude, and other faculties, exceeds that of the bound, the latter becomes an irrevocable slave incapable of resisting the contractor's will or disobeying any command. Upon enslavement, the contractor gains absolute dominion over the slave's life and death. The bond cannot be broken unilaterally by the slave, only the contractor may dissolve it at will. Jonaviri's eyes gleamed. This was precisely the perfect instrument, the ultimate control mechanism. And these slaves would serve without wages, without complaint, without question. Without further hesitation, she began mastering the spell. Dragons possessed unparalleled magical aptitude. Within minutes, Jonaviri had fully internalized the slave pact. When she opened her eyes again, an ice-blue contract scroll, woven from pure magic, hovered before the trembling goblins. Dragons were born heirs to magic. Draconic incantations manifested swiftly, and mastery of mental node construction enabled true silent casting. Indeed, even conventional spells posed little challenge to dragons. Any gifted specimen could achieve silent casting with ease. The goblins stared at the glowing scroll and understood with chilling clarity what awaited them. Their faces paled to the hue of raw hematite. To be enslaved by a dragon, especially a 5-colored dragon, was tantamount to a death sentence. Chromatic dragons were legendary for their capricious tempers and mercurial whims. Given the choice, these goblins would sooner consume dung than submit to chromatic dominion. Then came the voice, cold, final, echoing like glacial thunder across the cavern. Sign and live. Refuse and die. The method is simple. Drip your blood upon the scroll. Hesitation gripped the goblins, until Jonaviri's gaze grew glacial and Fanny's smirk sharpened with cruel anticipation. At last the goblin who had guided her below broke, first biting deep into his own palm. Emerald green ichor welled forth as he pressed his palm onto the scroll. Instantly the blood fused with the script. Under the unseen witness of the contract deity, a subtle, unbreakable tether formed between him and the white dragon before him. Once the first had signed, the remaining dozen followed without delay. Jonaviri fixed her gaze upon the pioneer and spoke, voice edged with frost. A shrewd one. Tell the exalted Jonaviri your name. The goblin knelt, voice trembling. I am Starnock, most exalted white dragon. He had chosen the name himself. His progenitor, a dim-witted goblin barely capable of uttering common tongue, certainly lacked the wit to bestow one. Very well. Henceforth you shall be called Urpiazzi. Off. For a breathless instant Starnock froze. Had he not just declared his true name? Why? Do you dare disapprove of my naming? The lethal intent in Jonaviri's tone sent Starnock crashing to the floor in abject prostration. Never. I am honored, profoundly honored, by your grace's naming. From this day forward I bear only the name Urpiazzi. Lift your head. Look up. As the goblin raised its head, it saw a drop of blood suspended before Jonaviri, and its yellow-brown pupils widened in shock. It could sense the power within this drop of blood, a force beyond its reach. If it were to merge with it, its racial limits and talents would be greatly enhanced. Jonaviri noticed the greed in its eyes, and a grin spread across her draconic lips. This was precisely the effect she desired. This is my blood, but your frail bodies can hardly withstand this power. However, with a thought, Jonaviri drew out some of the bloodline power from the bright red dragon blood, dimming its color slightly. I can dilute the concentration of the bloodline. In that case, without further ado, Jonaviri split the drop of dragon blood into several smaller droplets. Then she injected them into the goblins present. In an instant, a chill spread throughout their bodies as if their spines and cells were frozen by frost. All the goblins began to convulse and fell to the ground. Gaga-gaga-gaga, gaga-gaga. They emitted anguished cries, and seeing this, Fanny felt a pang of pity. She could sense that the bloodline of these goblins was being tainted by the dragon blood. The dragon blood spread like a virus, rapidly infecting their native cells and breeding wildly. This process was unimaginably painful. In contrast to Fanny's compassion, Jonaviri felt immense comfort from the evil nature of the chromatic dragon as she heard the goblins' wails. Her crystalline blue dragon eyes gleamed with delight, and her draconic lips spread wide in a grin. Soon the transformation was nearing its end, with 6 goblins failing to endure the dragon blood's alteration, frozen into ice sculptures. As for the remaining ones who survived, Jonaviri looked at the goblins adorned with white scales, sporting short horns on their heads, cone-shaped dragon tails sprouting from behind, and their eyes turning a light blue, nodding inwardly at their dramatic transformation. Setting aside their newfound strength, their appearance was definitely superior to before. From now on, your racial name will be white-scaled goblins. Once the white-scaled goblins regained their senses, they excitedly knelt towards Jonaviri. They had grown stronger, evolving from the lowest tier of goblins to powerful dragon-blooded goblins, representing a significant elevation in their life status. How could they not be thrilled? Thank you, great white dragon, for granting us new life. We are willing to die for you. Jonaviri did not respond, but continued speaking. Now I will assign you your first task to reproduce and increase your numbers, and then mine these iron ores for me. Urki, from now on you are the new leader of the white-scaled goblin tribe. Yes, great white dragon. Jonaviri spoke again. All right, through the dragon blood, I have imparted the knowledge of iron smelting into your minds. Once your tribe grows to 50 members, you will be able to refine the iron ore you mine into iron picks, greatly accelerating your mining speed. Yes. After finishing this, Jonaviri turned to Fanny. Fanny, after I leave here, you will temporarily manage these white-scaled goblins for me. Aren't you bringing me along, Jonaviri? The white dragon head shook its head. It's not convenient right now, we can talk about it later. Hearing this, Fanny's mood visibly fell. Jonaviri noticed this and opened her draconic lips. Fanny, are we not friends? I didn't expect that as a friend you wouldn't even be willing to help with such a small matter. I'm truly heartbroken. With that, Jonaviri pretended to act heartbroken. The simple little fairy didn't understand these complexities. Seeing the white dragon she saved in distress, she anxiously stomped her feet in the air. No, I'm willing. Jonaviri, I'm willing. I will manage these white-scaled goblins well. Oh, really? Yes, you can rest assured. Thank you. Then I'll leave this to you. With that, Jonaviri walked into the descending cave, leaving under the watchful eyes of Fanny and Urki. The white dragon lips curled slightly. I didn't expect this fairy to be so easy to fool. After leaving the goblin cave, Jonaviri looked at the starry sky, realizing it was getting late, and spread her dragon wings to fly towards the dragon's nest. Upon returning to the dragon's nest, Jonaviri found Freelia still deep in slumber, which sparked a mischievous thought within her. She stealthily approached Freelia, unable to resist the urge to tease. This is for striking me earlier. The white dragon claw slowly extended. Just as it was about to reach Freelia's nostrils, a pair of crimson dragon eyes suddenly snapped open. The outstretched dragon claw froze midair as time seemed to stand still under their gaze. Caught in the act of her mischief, Jonaviri felt as though the sky had fallen. In the next moment, a terrifying roar erupted, and Freelia sprang up violently, pinning Jonaviri beneath her. Impudent white dragon! Do you wish to ambush the great Freelia? Seeing the situation was dire, Jonaviri hurriedly activated her cute attack, feigning innocence. However, it was all too late. A powerful red dragon claw came crashing down, striking Jonaviri's dragon head, eliciting a cry of pain from her. Rorio! Freelia continued, unrelenting, delivering a series of combo punches. At that moment, a crisp sound caught Freelia's attention. Ding! A coin caught between Jonaviri's scales fell to the ground, immediately drawing Freelia's focus. Upon seeing what it was, her crimson dragon eyes narrowed into a line. Oh no! Jonaviri scrambled to her feet, trying to protect her coin, but it was already too late. Freelia transformed into a red blur, instantly picking up the coin that had dropped to the ground. After confirming its value, she turned her dragon head, her crimson eyes filled with excitement and mischief. Jonaviri felt her scales erupt in panic as all the coins she had trapped within her dragon scales fell out. It's over. This time it was truly the end. Freelia seemed to have shattered the last fragment of her sanity, charging madly toward the treasure that had fallen to the ground. Jonaviri had no time to pick them up. Even if she did manage, Freelia's nature would surely lead her to forcibly snatch them away. After grabbing all the silver and copper coins, Freelia seized Jonaviri's tail, lifting her with one hand and shaking her vigorously, hoping to coax out more treasures. After several minutes of this, Jonaviri felt her head spinning, and only then did Freelia, with a face full of disappointment, throw her down onto the ground. The red dragon claw pressed down on Jonaviri's dragon head, its tone unfriendly. Tell me, where did you acquire these silver coins and copper coins? Jonaviri quickly regained her composure, feigning an innocent look. Awoo, seeing her silly demeanor, Friar fell silent. This white dragon couldn't even speak the dragon tongue, making conversation exceedingly difficult. But soon she realized something was amiss. If this white hatchling truly had low intelligence, how could it possibly engage in the act of hiding things? Combined with the faint metallic sheen of its white scales, Friar began to harbor deep doubts about its identity. The fiery red dragon had leaned closer to Jonaviri, attempting to discern something through her crystalline blue pupils. Jonaviri felt uncomfortable under her gaze and instinctively wanted to turn her dragon head away, but a strong claw restrained her movement. Don't move. If you do, don't blame me for being rude. Jonaviri could only lock eyes with her, and just as the pressure became overwhelming, the white dragon genes within her surged to life. Jonaviri instinctively opened her dragon mouth, her pink dragon tongue licking Friar lightly, adopting an expression of innocence. Friar was taken aback, doubting the sudden action. Could it be that she had misjudged? Was Joanna merely following the avaricious instincts of the 5-colored dragons, hiding treasures within her scales? After nearly half an hour of stalemate, Friar slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, releasing her hold on Jonaviri and moving to her own spot to lie down. Jonaviri's heart let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't succumb to the pressure, her eyes still revealing the clear, foolish gaze of the white dragon. Otherwise, this red dragon might have seen through something. The white hatchling turned over and returned to her sleeping place, glancing at Friar, mentally noting the score before slowly closing her eyes. The third day arrived quickly. Since Jonaviri hadn't eaten enough last time, her sleep was relatively short. Upon opening her eyes, she found Friar still deep in slumber. She moved her dragon claws and headed towards the cave exit, flying in the direction of the Buswell Plain. Shortly after she left, Friar slowly opened her dragon eyes. The red dragon body gradually stood up, a strange feeling lingering in her heart, and its source was Jonaviri. After placing all the silver and copper coins she had stolen from Jonaviri deep within the cave, Friar walked outside. Spreading her fiery red dragon wings, she quietly pursued. Damn it, that despicable red dragon dared to steal my treasures. Once I grow up, I will definitely pin you down and take your treasures one by one in front of you. Already flying over the Buswell Plain, Jonaviri clenched her dragon claws tightly, but the cramping pain in her stomach pulled her back to reality. Forget it, let's fill my belly first. Let me see what I can eat today. Her crystalline blue dragon eyes scanned the groups of animals below, along with some beasts warily watching the sky. Suddenly, Jonaviri's eyes lit up as she spotted a decent prey. I wonder how the taste of the wildebeest is. Saying this, she adjusted her flying posture, transforming into an arrow as she swooped down. For animals that had not evolved into magical beasts, Jonaviri didn't even disdain to use her dragon breath, as instinct dictated. The herd of wildebeest sensed a predator was on their tail. Looking around, they found no sign of the predator. A woo! A cute, hungry dragon roar resonated from the sky, and as they looked up, they saw the white hatchling dragon just inches away. By this time, it was too late to run. Jonaviri pounced on the sturdiest wildebeest, while the other wildebeest scattered in fright. There was no helping it. The oppressive aura Jonaviri carried was simply too strong, and the absolute bloodline pressure from a top-tier species made it an unrealistic hope for them to even think of resisting. Soon, this robust adult wildebeest gradually lost its vitality in Jonaviri's jaws. The white dragon mouth released its grip on the neck and began to devour. However, as she chewed, Jonaviri felt something was off. After swallowing the wildebeest meat, she sized up the food in front of her. Why does it taste off? No, it's not that it's bad, it just feels a bit less flavorful compared to the meat of magical beasts. Should I go hunt another one? Forget it, I'll make do with this for now. They'll go hunt magical beasts later. Grumbling, Jonaviri continued to eat. Not far away, a red hatchling dragon was intently watching Jonaviri's direction. Since the moment she began to hunt, Jonaviri had done nothing out of the ordinary. Following her instincts to pounce and kill, even if the meat of ordinary animals was not as tasty as that of magical beasts, she continued to eat. This was completely in line with the foolish intelligence of a white dragon. Strange. Friar also began to doubt whether she was overthinking. She glanced again at Jonaviri, silently counting in her heart, and hurriedly averted her gaze just as she was about to reach 3. Dragons are extremely sensitive to the feeling of being watched. Most true dragons would become aware after being stared at for 3 seconds. Some true dragons with even keener senses would detect it the moment they were looked at. The 2 subsequent hunts Jonaviri undertook after finishing her food also came to an end under Friar's secret observation. During this time, Friar did not notice anything unusual, gradually dispelling her suspicions. It seems I was overthinking. This foolish dragon must not have realized where she picked up the adventurer's relic and instinctively wedged the silver coins among her scales. Moreover, if she were truly clever, she wouldn't have chosen to bring the treasures back to the dragon nest, as the risk of being discovered by me would be too high. Instead, she would hide them away. Yes, that's right, I, Friar, am simply too clever. After convincing herself, Friar prepared to reward her belly. Time slowly passed, and 3 months flew by. During this time, Jonaviri would occasionally visit the goblin den to take care of little Finny's emotions. After all, the little girl had to spend every day in the same space with those white phosphorus goblins. Watching them reproduce was honestly a bit, well, too inhumane. The white-scaled goblins had multiplied from a few to now over 60. After all, goblins reproduce quickly, and with the enhancement of dragon blood there. Not to elaborate, in short, the work of mining iron ore had officially begun. As for where to store the mined iron ore, that was not something Jonaviri had to consider. Calculating the days, Jonaviri knew that in 7 months she would turn 1 year old. However, this was not the most important thing. The most crucial part was that at 1 year old, she would undergo a deep slumber, entering her juvenile stage. This slumber usually lasts over a year, and she would benefit from it, such as experiencing a significant growth in size. Her subconscious would awaken the most suitable dragon language magic for her, and there was also a chance to awaken powerful talents again. However, the time during the slumber is also the most dangerous, as accidents could easily occur. Although her relationship with Furiel had improved over the past 3 months, she believed that when the days of slumber arrived, Furiel would definitely try to expel her. Yet she was not worried about this. On the contrary, she looked forward to this slumber, for it was a crucial opportunity for her to seek revenge in the days to come. To ensure her size would no longer be at a disadvantage, she worked hard to increase her feeding frequency, hunting magical beasts, and devouring their magic cores. Moreover, she was confident that her overall magical energy reserves were certainly greater than Furiel's, thanks to one of her talents, Magic Tide. Hee hee, Furiel, I am now eagerly anticipating your struggles beneath my claws, showing your unwillingness, humiliation, and helplessness. Hee. With this thought, Jonaviri displayed a silly grin. The Stoneclaw crocodiles watched the white hatchling dragon stepping on their kin with a silly smile, thinking she was mocking them, and they roared in discontent in the Sam River. The cries of the Stoneclaw crocodiles pulled Jonaviri back to reality, and her crystalline blue-slit pupils coldly swept over them, disdainfully snorting. TCH, what's the hurry? One day all of you will end up in my belly, becoming a pile of dragon excrement. Saying this, Jonaviri lowered her head again to continue her meal, and the Stoneclaw crocodiles had no way to stop her. Just as Jonaviri was enjoying her meal, she suddenly felt a sense of being watched. This feeling was intense, making it hard for her to ignore. Impatiently lifting her dragon head and relying on her instinct, she discovered that at some point a black dragon with smooth scales and a pair of curved dragon horns was watching her warily. Upon seeing this black hatchling dragon, Jonaviri's first thought was, "Look how hungry this child is, they're practically skin and bones." Seeing the plump Jonaviri looking over, the black dragon immediately bristled, its back arching high, forming a bow shape, while its tail curled up and emitted low growls. Roar. Looking at such a reactive creature, Jonaviri felt speechless. "Well, you deserve it, being so rude. It's no wonder you're starving like this. Stupid white dragon. Hand over your food before the great Gris acts, or else." The black dragon's maw opened, acid breath ready to unleash an attack. Hearing such arrogant words, Jonaviri's crystalline blue dragon eyes narrowed. "Huh. Who gave you the courage to disrespect the great Jonaviri? What do you think you are?" Hearing the white dragon speak the dragon language, the black dragon, who called itself Gris, was taken aback. What was this situation? Didn't the inherited memories say that white dragons had almost no intelligence before maturity? They couldn't even speak the most basic dragon language, yet this white dragon. "Surrender, I'll give you one chance to kneel and beg for my forgiveness before I get angry." Hearing Jonaviri's words, Gris was stunned, and then a flame of anger ignited within him. How dare a lowly five-colored dragon talk to him, the second to last of his kind for 10,000 years? What if he had a bit of intelligence? A low-ranking dragon would always be a low-ranking dragon. Without further ado, Gris stopped speaking and sprayed out his acid breath. Stupid choice, just wait for your backside to bloom." The white dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a terrifying icy breath that easily tore through the incoming acid breath. Under Gris' horrified black eyes, the icy breath struck his body. The terrifying power knocked him to the ground, leaving a large area of ice crystals where he was hit the biting cold, causing him to feel stiff. Before he could rise, Jonaviri placed her foot on his chest, looking smug. "Oh, aren't you so tough?" Slap. With every word, Jonaviri gave Gris a big slap. "Why aren't you tough anymore?" Slap. "When you're out here, you need to talk about strength and background." Slap. "You have neither strength nor background, so why act so tough?" Slap. After speaking, another slap landed on Gris' dragon head. Gris, who was repeatedly slapped, felt immense humiliation, but inside, he was also somewhat saddened. How could a low-ranking dragon suppress him like this? Seeing Gris' unwilling expression paired with his almost crying face, Jonaviri was stunned. Wasn't this exactly the expression she wanted to see from Furiel? Unexpectedly, now it was. This made her unconsciously widen her dragon maw into a grin. "I've always wanted to see this expression, this unwillingness, the expression of wanting to take me down, but being utterly helpless." Jonaviri's pride and mockery were completely unmasked, which made Gris feel deeply humiliated. Soon, with a loud cry, the black hatchling Gris burst into tears. This left Jonaviri dumbfounded. Wait, isn't he a black dragon hatchling? Why did he cry so suddenly? Gris' sudden tears left Jonaviri at a loss, and she instinctively moved away from him. Free from restraint, Gris immediately performed a crocodile-like death roll. Wah wah. Hey. Gris, right. Stop crying, you want to eat, right? Jonaviri quickly moved to the unfinished Stoneclaw crocodile and dragged it in front of Gris. Here, eat up, it's all yours. Hurry and eat, chew it up, big bites. Gris didn't stop crying, but his body honestly started to feast. Watching the black hatchling dragon cry while eating, Jonaviri felt intrigued. Wow, what a big world, there are all kinds of dragons. I remember black dragons weren't this whiny, were they? The white hatchling dragon lay down beside him, observing the black dragon while slowly waiting. Although Gris was devouring the Stoneclaw crocodile like a hungry tiger, he remained vigilant against Jonaviri, ready to guard against any sudden attacks. Although the dragon mother Tiamat had set the rule that dragons of any color cannot kill each other before maturity, it did not mean she would not teach him a harsh lesson. Starved for who knows how long, Gris swallowed not only the Stoneclaw crocodile, but also its bones. Soon, apart from the bloodstains left on the ground, nothing remained of the magical beast. Gris was naturally small in stature, measuring just over 2 meters in height. In contrast, after 3 months of binge eating, Jonaviri had already broken the 4-meter mark. With a third of the Stoneclawed crocodile left, Gris was already feeling somewhat immobile, yet he showed no signs of relaxation, revealing no weaknesses. Put aside your useless suspicions, after all they hold no value for me. Upon hearing Jonaviri's words, Gris bared his teeth. Jonaviri couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, you dare to bare your teeth at me after consuming my food. That's quite the audacity for a colorful dragon. Jonaviri slowly rose to her feet, and Gris, startled by her movement, took 2 steps back, his forelegs crawling closer to the ground, almost pressing against it. Remember my esteemed name, White Dragon Jonaviri. Completing her self-introduction, Jonaviri locked eyes with Gris' pitch-black dragon gaze. Tell me who gave you the audacity to trespass in my territory. Otherwise, her crystalline blue pupils narrowed slightly, and her white dragon claws pressed fiercely against the ground, embedding deeply startling Gris. Quickly swiveling her dragon head, she glanced at the depressed ground, and then at the unfriendly expression of Jonaviri. I am the true dragon, Gris. Walking anywhere is my right, my freedom. Gris' gaze darted away, unable to meet Jonaviri's eyes. My. Jonaviri detected traces of deceit in his dragon gaze, and immediately snorted. A great true dragon never stoops to lying. Even if you are a black dragon, that is no excuse for deceit. If you dare to deceive me again, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson like these magical beasts. Glancing at Jonaviri's well-developed dragon form, Gris couldn't help but swallow hard, yet he still stubbornly retorted, daring to threaten me. Then, he'll just leave. With the harshest tone, Gris turned, but an icy breath shot forth, sweeping in front of him, immediately conjuring a line of ice pillars that barred his path. Gris turned to face Jonaviri, only to see her white dragon maw slightly open. I never said you could leave. Daring to underestimate me, are you prepared to bear the wrath of a true dragon? Roar. Just as she bared her teeth, Jonaviri transformed into a fleeting shadow, and before Gris could react, she knocked him to the ground with a rough shove. Damn it. You dare to attack the great Gris. Aren't you afraid of Lady Tiamat's divine retribution? Oh ho ho. Please wait a moment, I think we might have a little misunderstanding. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Please stop, I can't take it anymore. Seeing Gris willingly yield, Jonaviri ceased her actions and patted her claws. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Why pretend with me? Was it worth enduring so much suffering? Looking at the bruised and battered Gris, Jonaviri moved away from him. Finally free, Gris let out a heavy sigh, the buzzing sound resonating. Yes, you're right. In that case, tell me if I'm not mistaken, you should be living in the Barosal Marsh, right? Why did you come to the upper reaches of the Sam River? Jonaviri did not believe that Gris, being merely a hatchling dragon, would have been driven away by his mother. No five-colored dragon would do such a thing. After all, the evil dragon mother Tiamat had issued a death order stating that hatchlings must not be expelled from the dragon nest before they could fend for themselves. As for why she left the dragon nest early and mingled with the green dragon born in the same cave, she herself had no idea. In any case, she had no recollection of her dragon mother. Gris' mood visibly darkened, his expression somber. Because something happened there. The kingdom of monsters wanted to invade the Barosal Marsh, but my mother, being a legendary black dragon, could not allow an alien race to invade her territory and launched an attack against them. News of this reached the kingdom of monsters, and in a fit of rage the Demon King personally led the monsters to annihilate my mother, and even my siblings met with misfortune. Gris calmly recounted everything, but his dragon claws tightened, gripping a large clump of soil. The Demon King's power reached the legendary third ring, and my mother could barely defend herself against him. Coupled with the numerous monsters, my mother found it difficult to resist, and was ultimately beheaded by the Demon King. I was merely playing outside the marsh, and managed to escape by sheer luck. Perhaps it was true that five-colored dragons were indifferent. Even when their own mother and siblings were killed, they showed little emotional fluctuation. While Jonaviri was thinking, a glistening tear fell from Gris' eye sockets, causing her to pause. She saw Gris' claws deeply embedded in the soil. I swear that once I can grow strong, I will feast on his flesh, strip his skin, and torment his soul in the cruelest way. Oh dear, this little black dragon seems a bit different. As a five-colored dragon, shouldn't he have a naturally cold bond with family? Even her soul as a transmigrator felt no longing or closeness to that unknown mother and father. Jonaviri's eyes began to turn as she calculated. This black hatchling in front of her was somewhat special. After all, the emotions among five-colored dragons were too detached, so detached, that once a hatchling left the dragon nest, their next encounter with their dragon mother could very well be as foes. However, this black hatchling who called himself Gris was a bit out of the ordinary and was rather stubborn. If she could bring him into her ranks, she might gain another decent fighter. Who would complain about having too many fighters? With these thoughts, Jonaviri couldn't help but reveal a silly smile, while Gris finally saw the behavior of a white dragon in Jonaviri and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness her true nature was still evident. She was indeed a white dragon. However, this also made Gris fall into memories. He recalled that his black dragon mother had once told them that their father was a powerful white dragon. Yet he had little emotional attachment to that unknown father. Just as he was lost in thought, the white dragon in front of him gently placed a paw on his shoulder and suddenly spoke. Oh Gris, your situation is truly tragic. I feel sympathy and pity for your background. Saying this, Jonaviri channeled her magical energy to moisten her dragon eyes, making her crystalline blue gaze appear even more sorrowful. Gris was taken aback. He hadn't expected this white dragon, though domineering, would actually feel sympathy for his plight, which touched his heart just a little. But immediately the pride of the true dragon made him push away the paw that Jonaviri had placed on him. A great true dragon does not need pity. Jonaviri was not angered or upset by this. Instead, her gaze became even more sincere, even more sympathetic. It's all right, brother, I understand. You merely don't want others to uncover your scars and reveal a vulnerable side. Who says we are brothers? What scars are you talking about? Gris felt utterly confused. Jonaviri patted his shoulder with a serious expression. It's alright, I will protect you from now on. As long as you stick with me, you won't have to worry about food and clothing. Gris' expression turned wary as he realized the true intent of the dragon before him. A true dragon will never submit to anyone. Jonaviri narrowed her crystal blue eyes slightly, clenching her claws as the bones of her wings crackled. I know you are very sad right now and I sympathize with you, but that is not a reason to defy me. What strange things are you saying? I am. Bang. Before he could finish, Jonaviri landed a powerful punch on Gris' head, the immense force causing stars to dance in his vision. Say that again. The great true dragon will never submit to. Bang. Say it again. The great. Bang. Say it again. I think you are a wonderful dragon for taking in this homeless little dragon. I am truly touched. Woo. Gris spoke earnestly, and Jonaviri retracted her claws with satisfaction, nodding her head. Not bad, the right choice. A true dragon would never submit to another, but the one before him was also a true dragon, and a powerful one at that. Thus he did not feel he was betraying his principles. Yes, that's right. How can true dragons submit to one another? That is called cooperation. Gris quickly convinced himself. Jonaviri was unaware of his thoughts, and if she did, she would surely give him another bang. Come with me, but let me remind you, when you meet the other guy later, you must express your intent to submit. Remember, do not expose my special traits. Just treat me like a normal white dragon. You can try to expose them, but be prepared for the consequences of being relentlessly hunted by me as an adult. With that, Jonaviri approached a hunting stoneclaw crocodile, grabbing it with one claw and leaping into the air. Gris was startled by her words. He certainly did not think this was a joke. After all, with the vengeful nature of the five-colored dragon, it was entirely possible to be hunted for a minor offense. However, he was also amazed by Jonaviri's terrifying strength. It is known that among the five-colored dragons, the red dragon ranks first due to its unmatched strength and wisdom, but also due to its pride, looking down on other giant dragons. The blue dragon ranks second because its strength comes just after the red dragon, but it is also quite arrogant. Yet the strength exhibited by this white hatchling might rival the top position of the red dragon, possibly not differing much from a normal red dragon. Under Jonaviri's lead, Gris flew with her to the dragon's nest halfway up the mountain. As soon as they entered, he caught sight of a fiery red figure in deep slumber. This made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. It was actually a red hatchling. Known for its violent temper, even the five-colored dragons disliked dealing with this tyrant. Moreover, judging by her size, she was definitely not a normal red dragon. A typical red dragon would only reach 5 meters during the hatchling phase, but this one was 6 meters long, looking very close to 7. This red dragon clearly exhibited awakened physical talents, and her overall potential was evidently high. He never expected that the white dragon would introduce him to a red dragon. Had he known in advance, he would never have come. However, it was strange, a white dragon's favored ice and snow, while red dragons liked flames. How did these two come together? While pondering this, he sensed a foreign aura entering the cave, and Fulier slowly opened her eyes. Roar. Just waking up, she wanted to stretch her voice. Huh, what's up with this little black dragon? Why does it look so tense? Fulier's roar startled Gris, making every cell in his body tremble, and every muscle tense up. It was purely instinct. In contrast, Jonaviri bounced over, dragging the stoneclaw crocodile in front of Fulier. Oh whoa, oh whoa. Looking at the silly little dragon that came before her, Fulier raised her paw to block the white dragon's head that was nudging against her. Fulier paid no mind to the extra black hatchling, prioritizing her own hunger. After finishing off the entire stoneclaw crocodile, she felt about 60% full before finally turning her attention to Gris. Gris felt uneasy under Fulier's fiery vertical pupils, his heart racing even faster. Fulier approached Gris, looking down at him without any guard. From the very beginning, she never regarded him as a threat. In contrast, Gris was on high alert, yet he dared not show any signs of aggression. Explain yourself, you know what I mean. Gris swallowed hard, explaining the previous events, but omitting the part about Jonaviri speaking the dragon language. After hearing Gris' narration, Fulier glanced at Jonaviri, who was quietly squatting beside them, with her large expressive eyes blinking. Do you want to take him in? Jonaviri nodded at the round little dragon. Seeing this, Fulier said no more. As you wish. Thus Fulier raised her head high and left the cave. Once she had completely walked away, Gris finally sighed, realizing that his whole body had gone limp. There was no helping it, the pressure from that red dragon was too intense. Even without anger, and despite only having spoken a few words, it still made him feel tense. TCH, look how scared you are, you really embarrassed the five-colored dragons. Jonaviri chuckled behind her hand. You? Gris wanted to explode with anger, but he swallowed his words. There was no way he could fight back, so he just endured it. I'm going to sleep now, do as you like. With that, Jonaviri walked to her sleeping spot and lay down. Thanks to Jonaviri's reminder, Gris realized he was already feeling drowsy. Finding a spot farther from Jonaviri, he fell into a deep sleep. Crack, crack, crack. The black dragon's head shrank back, curling into her arms. Crack, crack, crack. However, the noise did not cease with her movements. It continued unabated. Gris impatiently raised his head and saw the white hatchling gnawing on the stone wall. It's strange, isn't it? A deep voice sounded, and Gris' pupils constricted as he looked towards the voice, discovering it was Fulier, who had awakened he knew not when. Startled, he immediately stood up, his scales bristling. Fulier was unfazed. After all, this was the typical reaction of a normal five-colored dragon upon seeing her. Remain calm. You are hardly worthy of my intervention. Though Fleur's words were profoundly arrogant, unsettling, even a true dragon Gree still breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Glancing at the white wyrmling still unconsciously gnawing at the stone wall, he couldn't help voicing his confusion. What is she doing? Fleur did not turn her head, her gaze fixed silently upon Jonaviri's figure. Whether it was illusion or not, Gree thought he saw the faintest upward curve of her draconic maw. Sleepwalking. Such an endearing behavior, isn't it? Gree widened his draconic eyes slightly. By Tiamat above. Was this truly something a chromatic dragon would say? Could a red dragon ever utter such words? And that subtle, almost tender inflection, what was that about? It was utterly unnatural. Was this even a red dragon anymore? Yet Gree forced himself to nod in agreement. Indeed. Endearing. Strange, profoundly strange. This uncanny sensation, that the white dragon didn't seem quite white, nor the red dragon quite red, lingered like a phantom ache. Don't you find her noisy? Gree asked again. Fleur turned her draconic head, her crimson vertical pupils locking onto him. A chill prickled Grie's spine, and he hastily rephrased his question. I mean, her behavior disturbs your rest. Surely you must feel some irritation. I've grown accustomed to it. That justification sounded rather flimsy. Hesitating, Gree ventured cautiously, don't you think Jonaviri is, well, somewhat unusual? Her scarlet draconic eyes narrowed slightly, and a voice edged with displeasure resonated. You have no right to speculate about her. Should you repeat such presumption, you will not live to learn the consequences. Even though those blazing crimson eyes seemed capable of igniting flame, Gree perceived unmistakable coldness within them. Gree retreated several paces, and only when he confirmed Fleur bore no intent to attack did he exhale in relief and slowly lower his body to the ground. Fine, don't tell me then. How petty. Muttering under his breath, he closed his eyes and sank into deep slumber. How long had passed he could not tell, until Jonaviri stirred awake from her trance. That familiar crimson silhouette had long vanished, no guesswork was needed. She had gone hunting. The black wyrmling, seemingly sensing her awakening, lifted his head. His crystalline blue pupils contracted faintly. Why did he feel farther away from her than before? Never mind, probably just an illusion. For now hunger demanded priority. Jonaviri rose to her feet and looked toward Gree. Coal black care for a feast. At that epithet, Gree scowled. Mind your phrasing, though I... Jonaviri's expression darkened. Gree choked off his retort mid-sentence, swallowed hard, and obediently sealed his mouth. Come along. I've had my eye on a certain prey for some time. As your newly arrived, consider this my hospitality. As she spoke, a sly, knowing smile flickered across her muzzle, then vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Gree's own stomach growled in protest. Free feasts were never to be refused. The two dragons departed their lair and soared deep into the Buswa Plains. After roughly an hour of flight, Jonaviri guided Gree to the plains mid-reach, a region teeming with significantly more monsters, many of higher cultivation tiers than those near the periphery. Jonaviri, are we there yet? Gree's stomach rumbled audibly. Along the way they'd encountered numerous delectable monsters, but Jonaviri showed no interest in hunting any, leaving him both frustrated and ravenous. Patience. We're nearly there. Without glancing back, Jonaviri's muzzle curled faintly upward. Before Gree could speak again, she cut in first. We've arrived. Gree blinked, scanning the surroundings. Where? Her white claw pointed downward, to a massive ancient tree beneath which rested a three-headed lion. Seeing the so-called prey, Gree froze, then exhaled in disbelief. Are you mad, or merely foolish? His incredulity was warranted. Jonaviri had selected an upper-tier monster as her quarry. Golden nine-headed lion, upper-tier monster. In its extreme old age, it grows a ninth head and ascends to legendary rank. Typically attuned to lightning, fire, light, or earth elements. Rare individuals awaken dual or even multiple affinities. It hunts alone. Its standard attacks include biting, charging, leaping, and lashing with its tail. Power escalates with each additional head, and its intellect rivals that of a mature human adult. Innate abilities: nine-headed chant, active heads, determine potency, protective aura, and dramatically enhanced resistance to its attuned elemental affinities. Gree shook his draconic head, recalling the ancestral knowledge embedded in his bloodline. It's already grown its third head, minimum silver tier strength. Are you absolutely certain you wish to provoke it? Disdain flashed unmistakably in Jonaviri's draconic eyes. What is mere silver tier strength to fear? Gree stared, momentarily stunned. Truly, was this the hallmark of a white dragon? This intellect. Gree stood at bronze tier 5th ring, Jonaviri at bronze tier 9th ring, still one full major tier below. Even granting dragons innate superiority, the golden nine-headed lion remained a formidable upper tier monster. Were they evenly matched, Gree would confidently assert he could thrash the beast soundly. But now, he doubted he could even withstand its assault without being shattered. Dragons possess the capacity to fight beyond their tier, but not Gree the black dragon. As for Jonaviri the white dragon, let's wait until her intellect stabilizes consistently before drawing conclusions. Jonaviri beckoned with a claw. Suspicious, Gree flew closer. What is it? She bared her teeth in a grin. I have a plan. Listen closely. Yes. Though bewildered, Gree leaned in, his draconic head hovering attentively beside hers. You see, thud. Her white hind leg struck Gree squarely in the rump, propelling him into a sudden, uncontrolled descent. Though baffled by Jonaviri's intent, Gree fought desperately to stabilize his body. Just as he neared equilibrium, a whip-thin stream of glacial breath lanced into him, shattering his balance entirely. The three-headed golden lion, sensing disturbance, slowly opened its eyes, only to find a colossal black posterior hurtling straight toward its face. Crunch! Gree slammed head first, rump first, into the lion's central head, dazing it instantly. Then came a surge of pure, incandescent fury. What in the nine hells was this? It had been sleeping peacefully, only to be ambushed by an airborne posterior. The 6-meter-long, three-headed golden lion recovered its senses and finally registered its assailant, a black dragon hatchling. Its 6 eyes instantly cleared, instinctively darting left and right, searching for escape, yet finding no adult dragon looming nearby. Are you? Gree was jolted painfully by the impact, yet as a dragonkin, even a fall from great height posed little true danger. A scaled claw pressed against his backside as Gree slowly rose to his feet, muttering curses under his breath. Fuck damned. Before the curse could fully leave his lips, a chilling sensation froze him in place. Stiffly turning his head, he found himself staring directly into the 3 golden muzzles of a tri-headed golden lion. Gree's expression locked, then twisted into an awkward black-scaled grin. Hi, how are you? The lion's mouth curled upward, sending an involuntary shiver racing down Gree's spine. I'm fine, thank you. And you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice soft as a demon's whisper slithered into his ears. Where is your mother? Gree's draconic mind word. Then with sudden inspiration, he jabbed a claw skyward toward the very spot where he and Jonaviri had just been. Up there. At that, the tri-headed golden lion flinched violently and instinctively craned its neck upward. Clear blue skies stretched endlessly. Not a cloud marred the sun-drenched expanse, just brilliant, unbroken daylight. But, left, right, no dragon loomed above. When the lion turned back to Gree, it found only empty air. The small black dragon had already vanished into the distance. Only then did it realize it had been deceived. Roar! A thunderous roar split the air as the lion surged forward, its speed dwarfing Gree's by several folds. Gree sprinted with desperate fury, yet the monstrous beast closed the gap with terrifying swiftness. Damn it all. Accursed Jonaviri. His wings shattered upon impact with the ground. His draconic regeneration would require at least a full minute before they could bear flight again. Roar! 6 meters long, the tri-headed golden lion towered over Gree's mere tundabit meters. Escape in such disparity was little more than a fool's fantasy. Though not the sharpest scale in the clutch, Gree knew this chase would end in capture, if he didn't act now. He whirled abruptly and unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid breath straight at the lion. A shield of amber-hued crystal shimmered into existence before him, effortlessly absorbing the assault. The highly acidic breath began dissolving the barrier, but agonizingly slowly. In effect, it was useless. Gree's heart sank at the sight of that amber shield, the lion's innate ability, protective luminescence. Its hue coupled with the beast's golden fur betrayed an affinity for earth elemental energy. The tri-headed golden lion lunged, massive, unstoppable, yet Gree twisted aside at the last instant, narrowly evading the strike. Its thick amber tail lashed out like a whip. Gree failed to dodge. Black scales splintered under the blow and crimson dragon blood welled from fresh gashes as he was hurled sideways, crashing hard onto the earth. Gree cursed inwardly, but injury sharpened his caution. He knew with grim certainty that the next attack would find him. The lion pivoted slowly, watching Gree with amused disdain, not rushing the kill, but advancing with deliberate, unhurried steps. Gree forced himself upright and bared his fangs in a low guttural growl. Rrrr, like a kitten hissing helplessly. To the tri-headed golden lion, this young black dragon was already a feast laid bare. His pulse quickened with predatory exhilaration. Dragons were treasures incarnate, their blood refined lineage. Among humanoid races bathing in dragon blood could birth dragonblood warriors or dragonvein mages. Their bones forged legendary blades, dragonbone swords, their scales enchanted armor, dragon scale armor, and other arcane artifacts. For beasts like himself, dragonblood offered profound ancestral strengthening, perhaps even elevation to a higher tier of existence should fortune smile. Thus dragons remained the ultimate catalyst for ascension, yet also the rarest, for their power stood peerless. And now, this unimaginable chance lay before him. How could his heart not race? Lost in reverie, he failed to notice the white dragonet crouching low on the ground, her maw slowly parting. In the next heartbeat, a searing lance of cerulean white frost erupted from her jaws, instinct alone driving the lion to evade. The beam meant to obliterate his skull struck his right shoulder instead, ripping open a grotesque wound that instantly frosted over with glacial ice. The sheer destructive force sent waves of primal dread through him, swiftly swallowed by a tide of blinding fury. He whirled toward the source, only to lock eyes with the white dragonet, jaws still agape. Jonaviri roared, voice sharp as shattered glass. Kill him now. Before the lion could react, the wounded Gree moved, faster than thought. His coiled body launched like a drawn bowstring, jaws snapping shut upon the lion's muzzle. R'aoaf. Excruciating pain wrenched a shriek from the lion's throats. Seizing the opening, Jonaviri opened her maw once more, and fired another piercing linear blast of frost. It struck his forepaw, another searing agony that ignited his rage beyond reason. Before his roar could even form, Jonaviri closed the distance, her powerful claw slamming down onto the frost rind wound in his shoulder, toppling him backward. then followed with a second blast of breath, while Gree darted clear. Instinctively, the lion flared his protective luminescence, a shimmering amber barrier intercepting the dragon's icy breath. Before he could catch his breath, both dragonets were upon him, fangs sinking deep into his hide. Jonaviri struck with ruthless precision, targeting only his existing wounds. Yet the lion's cultivation level held firm. Even such ferocious onslaught could not overwhelm him outright. Instead, he seized an opening, jaws clamping down hard upon Jonaviri's flank. Her seemingly impregnable scales crumpled like parchment beneath his colossal fangs, breaching instantly. But Jonaviri's barbed tail struck like a spear, blunt force slamming into the lion's skull, forcing his jaw open in reflex. She used the moment to retreat, putting space between them. Seeing Jonaviri disengage, Gree wasted no time. He fled as well. Left panting and enraged, the tri-headed golden lion glared at the two dragons and spat. Cowardly. They paid him no heed. Jonaviri, having heard far fouler epithets across lifetimes, felt no sting in his words. And for Gree, a black dragon, being called cowardly was practically a compliment. Gree, do you trust me? At Jonaviri's words, Gree instinctively bristled. She'd betrayed him more times than a green dragon scheming in shadows. Truly, she was a most vexatious creature. What for? Jonaviri ignored the wariness in his tone. To bring him down, we need flawless coordination. He's weakened, desperate. He'll lash out with everything he has in one final frenzied surge. Gree tilted his dragon head, a look of confusion on his face. The end of a strong bow. What does that mean? He understood the concept of a dying struggle, but the phrase "the end of a strong bow" was beyond him, as it wasn't recorded in the inherited memories. Jonaviri rolled her eyes at the dragon's naivety. Don't worry about that, just do as I say. All right. To take down this lion, Gree reluctantly agreed. Fine, then we charge together. You attract its attention, and it'll take the main attack. Gree frowned. Why should it be you taking the main attack, and not me? A little self-awareness would go a long way, right? You taking the main attack. With your level of power, TSK. He grumbled inwardly, but still nodded at Jonaviri. All right, if you think you're that impressive, go ahead and attack. You. Hearing the disdain in Jonaviri's tone, Gree wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. Humph. The mighty Gree doesn't stoop to your level. Just keep up with my attack rhythm. All right. Jonaviri replied nonchalantly, and then the two young dragons rushed towards the three-headed golden lion, one left and one right. The three-headed golden lion was ready for battle, having adjusted its stance. Just 10 meters away, Jonaviri suddenly shouted. Gree. Gree instinctively turned back, but this motion caused him to slow down, allowing Jonaviri to rush forward and grab his tail. Before Gree could react, Jonaviri spun around with his tail, using the momentum to hurl him towards the three-headed golden lion. Fire. She unleashed a powerful linear breath attack aimed directly at Gree's backside. Come on, let's see what you've got. At such a close range, and with such speed, if you didn't deflect Gree, you were ready to be knocked senseless. Gree had only been a bit constipated lately, but the high magical resistance from his dragon scales wouldn't let him suffer significant injuries. If you did manage to deflect him, that would be even better. The penetrating powerful breath would surely leave you reeling, especially since you didn't possess the same high magical resistance as a true dragon. Facing the shameless tactics of the old trickster, the three-headed golden lion had no time to think before it collided with Gree, leaving it dazed. Gree's black backside was hit by the linear breath attack, the immense force causing him to howl in agony. Yav. At that moment, Gree, experiencing the brutal attack, seemed to see the dragon mother Tiamat smiling and waving at him from the divine realm, her gaze seemingly saying, "Come, my child, the evil dragon kingdom welcomes you." The three-headed golden lion was knocked back, and a white dragon shadow lunged at its front, immediately opening its jaws to bite into the neck of its main head, staining its brown mane with blood. Steel-like dragon claws pierced into the necks of the other two lion heads. The fear of death drove the three-headed golden lion to struggle desperately, but it was futile. Jonaviri was glued to it, unshakable, no matter how it thrashed. A minute later, with a loud crash, the golden lion collapsed helplessly to the ground, its yellow slit pupils filled with resentment. It died so easily, killed by a juvenile dragon below its own level. Seeing that the golden lion had finally lost its life, Jonaviri slowly released her grip on its neck. With blood splattered on her white dragon head, she looked at the dead three-headed golden lion and grinned cruelly, her dragon visage adding to the menacing sight. What a troublesome opponent, but before the great Jonaviri, any struggle is merely a dying lament. Saying this, she extended her dragon tongue to lick the bite wound. After all this time, the injury had already healed. She didn't rush to devour the three-headed golden lion. After all, as a high-tier magical beast, its meat was rich in magical energy, meaning it would be very filling. She looked over at the small black dragon lying like a dead dog and kicked him with her paw. Hey, stop playing dead and get up to eat. With no response, Gree could only muster the strength to turn his dragon eyes. There was nothing he could do. The aftereffects of the brutal attack left him still recovering. Seeing his state, Jonaviri awkwardly turned her dragon head away. Maybe I was a bit too forceful. But soon she extended her front claws, slicing off a large piece of meat and placing it into Gree's mouth. With her white claws holding his dragon jaw open and closed, she helped him chew manually. That large piece of meat was quickly swallowed by Gree, and with the intake of energy, his injuries visibly began to heal. In just a few minutes, he was almost back to normal, only the rear still stinging painfully. As soon as he recovered, Gree prepared to settle the score. Damn, Jonaviri. I'm going to kill you. As soon as he said it, he regretted it, for Jonaviri's powerful white paw was already pressing down on his face, a menacing glint in her eyes. What did you say? Jonav. Duong. Jonaviri clenched her paw into a fist and smashed it down on Gris' head. If the hunt fails, I won't hold it against you if you insult me, but now that we've successfully hunted a high-tier magical beast, what should you call me? The dark dragon eyes shifted, calculating. Although she had used him, and he had gotten hurt, the meat of this high-tier magical beast was delicious, and consuming it would bring additional benefits. Having come to this realization, Gris wore a fawning smile. Hee, big sister, you're my real sister, hee. Oh, look at you, little black dragon, not so dumb after all. Jonaviri laughed and released her paw, and Gris quickly stood up, grinning broadly. Hey, big sis, can we talk about? He didn't finish his sentence, shooting a meaningful glance at the carcass of the three-headed golden lion. Jonaviri nodded her dragon head, indicating they could start. Gris immediately pounced beside the magical beast's corpse, starting to devour it hungrily. Jonaviri gracefully approached and sat beside him elegantly, beginning her meal. From now on, stick with me, and I'll treat you to delicious food every day. MHM. You have to listen, do whatever I say. MMHM, Duong. Hey, big sis, why did you hit me? You glutton, all you think about is eating. I'm taking this leg for myself. No. This magical core is mine. If you dare to steal it, I'll beat you to death. On what grounds? Duong. The two young dragons gradually moved away, immersed in their feast. Jonaviri flew back to the dragon nest with a golden lion's head and hind leg, discovering that Friel had already returned. Ignoring Gris, who had landed behind her, she bounced up to Friel with the lion's head and leg, raising her claw to wake her. Sensing a dragon approaching, Friel lifted her head and immediately saw the chubby dragon claw right before her. Without needing to think, she knew who its owner was and looked up to see Jonaviri's excited face. Oh woo! Jonaviri presented the spoils to Fu Li, who gazed at the object on the white dragon claw, her dragon eyes narrowing. Looking at Jonaviri and Gris, who approached, she glanced at the item on the claw and asked, "Did you hunt this?" Jonaviri danced with excitement, while Gris's voice trembled. Yes. Fu Li's dragon eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Then she stepped back, meeting Jonaviri's puzzled gaze, and said calmly, "I won't eat it." As a joke, a high-ranking magical beast, and judging by the size of its lion head, it must have reached its juvenile stage, at least at the silver level. It's easy to imagine how much power they had to expend to defeat this beast. Moreover, as a red dragon, she could hunt for herself if she wanted to eat, and besides, she was already full and could not eat more. Seeing that Fu Li had no intention of taking it, Jonaviri felt aggrieved, but was secretly delighted. Whether you eat or not, I will eat it myself. Gris, on the other hand, looked greedy, which meant he could enjoy such delicious food for his next meal. Jonaviri and Gris returned to their respective sleeping places. To prevent the meat of the three-headed golden lion from spoiling, and to avoid the smell of blood attracting other powerful predators, Jonaviri used her icy breath to freeze it. At that moment, Jonaviri felt a resentful gaze directed at her. Following the gaze, she found it was Gris looking at her with eyes that seemed to say, "Aren't you going to leave me a bite?" Jonaviri glanced at the food in her claw, then at Gris, and froze it all again. "If you want to eat, go catch it yourself." All of this was observed by Fu Li, who silently lowered her dragon head, without speaking, merely curling her dragon lips slightly. Time flew by and 5 months hurriedly passed. Now nearly 5 meters long, Jonaviri arrived at the cave of the white-scaled goblins, and her eyes fell upon a small icy house. Sensing a familiar aura approaching, the door of the frosty house was kicked open, and Feni joyfully flew out, circling around Jonaviri. Ice crystal powder scattered in her flight path. Jonaviri, you finally came. Jonaviri opened her dragon lips, raised one claw, and Feni skillfully landed on it, smiling as she spoke. Thank you. Feni, how has the production been lately? Hearing that Jonaviri had come to talk about this, Feni's mood dipped slightly, but she still replied. Jonaviri, during these 5 months, that group of goblins has been mining iron ore. Under my supervision, they haven't slacked off even for a moment. There was one thing Feni didn't mention. She had intentionally increased the work hours for the white phosphorus goblins, leaving them little time for reproduction, resulting in just over 100 of them now. Feni puffed out her little chest, waiting for Jonaviri's praise. Little Feni is really great. When can you take me out to play, Jonaviri? Feni looked expectant, as she felt like she was going to burst from being cooped up here all the time. Her activity range had only ever been nearby. Jonaviri continued to give her vague responses. Very soon. I'll take you out after I sleep again. When will your next sleep be? How long will it take? Jonaviri ignored the question. Let's go, I need to consume some more. After saying this, Jonaviri turned and walked toward the mine. Seeing that Jonaviri ignored her, Feni's mood fell, but she still flapped her wings and followed beside her. Arriving at the massive mine, her eyes were met with goblins diligently mining iron ore, and Jonaviri nodded in satisfaction. Very good, full of energy and enthusiasm. Erpio. Hearing Jonaviri's call, the leader of the white phosphorus goblins hurriedly finished his work, forcing himself to perk up, and ran to kneel before Jonaviri. Great Master, may I ask what you need? Work hard, and also improve the breeding efficiency. Understood, Great Master. After dismissing Erpio, Jonaviri walked to the place where the iron ore was stored, picked one up, and placed it in her mouth. From time to time, Jonaviri would come to consume iron ore to increase the hardness and defense of her dragon scales. After eating until she was half full, Jonaviri bid farewell to Finny and left the cave, preparing to stroll around the sleeping forest. With her dragon wings flapping, Jonaviri flew towards the east. Dogtooth Tribe. A group of humanoid magical creatures covered in fine red scales, thin and bony, dashed through the eastern region of the sleeping forest. Armed with simple wooden tools, they arrived at a trap pit. Looking at the already triggered trap, this group of humanoid magical creatures let out excited cries. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, chief, we succeeded. A small dog-headed creature quickly ran up to an elderly dog-headed creature, excitedly waving its hands and barking with joy. Hearing this news, the murky crimson eyes seemed to brighten significantly, and its back seemed less hunched. The shriveled claws grabbed the weak dog-headed creature's hand, excitedly saying, "Hurry, take me to see Woof." Supported by two dog-headed creatures, the old dog-headed creature walked to the trap, and its eyes fell upon a wild boar pierced by the ground spikes. This made it even more excited, unable to stop itself from barking. Woof! Other dog-headed creatures mimicked it. Woof! Woof, woof. Great. This harsh winter will be a bit easier. Although the wild boar was only 5 meters long, their dog-headed creatures did not have a large appetite, so saving some should last until next year. Just as the dog-headed creatures were cheering, a shadow swept through the air but did not attract their attention. Hurry, quickly pull this wild boar up to avoid any unexpected changes. Woof, woof. A group of dog-headed creatures clearly divided their tasks and began to orderly move the wild boar from the trap. After great effort, they finally got it to the ground. Just as they were celebrating being able to get through this harsh winter, a loud bang echoed. The dog-headed creatures were startled and looked toward the direction of the dog-headed tribe leader. The trembling leader, with thick, white hind legs, a plump, white dragon body, and a fierce, crooked, white dragon head. A dragon. A true dragon. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Jonaviri scanned the stunned dog-headed creatures, a slight smile curling her lips. Dog-headed creatures about 1 meter tall, with relatively thick hind legs and thinner forelimbs, possessing claws. Extremely sensitive to light, they emit a faint phosphorescence in the dark. The top of their heads is covered with fine scales, and some individuals may have small bony protrusions at the temples, the number and hardness of which symbolize their status within the tribe. Generally, their bodies are covered with fine scales that can display different colors, such as red, black, blue, white, and green. They also have a slender tail resembling that of a lizardman, but due to their barking sounds resembling those of dogs, they are called dog-headed people, belonging to the subhuman category. Note they possess a bloodline of dragons, albeit a diluted one that is almost negligible. They hold a profound reverence and loyalty towards true dragons, exhibiting a fervent sense of subservience, and act as dedicated servants to the great dragons. Ignoring the gazes of the dog-headed people, Jonaviri stepped forward with her claws and began to feast on the wild boar that had just been placed on the ground. Only after witnessing the wild boar they had painstakingly captured being devoured did the dog-headed people regain their senses. Plop. They are vassals of dragons with thin dragon blood flowing within them. The ingrained nature of serving the true dragon etched in their bloodline compelled them all to kneel. We pay homage to the great true dragon. The dog-headed people displayed excitement on their faces, for in their eyes, being enslaved by a great dragon and serving the true dragon was their utmost honor, a deed that would bring glory to their ancestors. Jonaviri cast a casual glance at them while continuing to eat. Soon the ordinary wild boar was swallowed whole, leaving only a pile of hair and bones behind. Having filled her belly, Jonaviri lay down and looked at the group of sycophants lazily. Who is the tribe chief? An old dog-headed man trembled as he stood up, unable to hide his excitement. I humbly report to the great true dragon, I am the chief of the Dog-Tooth tribe. His crystal blue pupils scrutinized him, and the dog-headed tribe leader shivered under her gaze, but still held his head high. This is a perfect interview. He must perform well. Jonaviri's dragon face showed undisguised disdain as this old man appeared too frail. Nevertheless, she opened her dragon maw. Submit, or die. For the dog-headed people, this was never a matter of choice. The old dog-headed man knelt again, as if accepting a glorious accolade like an old knight, his face filled with excitement. Great true dragon, the Dog-Tooth tribe is willing to submit under your majestic wings and serve you for generations to come. Jonaviri nodded, inwardly scoffing. What a bunch of sycophants, but this works too. Then under the witness of the god of contracts, let us sign the master-servant contract. The loyalty of the dog-headed people was evident, and there was no need for a stronger slave contract. A frosty ice-blue contract scroll appeared before the dog-headed tribe leader, filled with dense dragon language. Without hesitation, he bit his palm, letting his blood flow onto it. A flash of ice-blue light passed, and the master-servant contract was established. From now on you shall be called Dogleg. Jonaviri said casually, but just as the dog-headed tribe leader was about to excitedly agree, she suddenly backtracked. No, that name feels a bit insulting him. Hearing Jonaviri's reversal, the dog-headed tribe leader froze, but soon her next words brought him joy. You shall be called Little Shunzi from now on. Yes, great master. Fearing that Jonaviri might change her mind, the dog-headed tribe leader excitedly prostrated on the ground. Jonaviri scanned the surroundings and noticed that all the dog-headed people were emaciated, lacking any sense of strength, and her disdain was unabashed. Immediately an idea formed in Jonaviri's mind, prompting the old dog-headed man to take her to their tribe, which Little Shunzi naturally did not refuse. Before long, under Little Shunzi's lead, Jonaviri arrived at the dog-headed tribe built within a cave. Most of the inhabitants were elderly, weak, ill, and many were newborn little dog-headed people. As keenly perceptive as she was the moment Kinawili arrived, she was assaulted by a foul odor that nearly drove her away. Hey, can someone tell me how long it's been since these dog-headed people bathed? Caves are generally quite enclosed spaces, and combined with the dog-headed people's lack of hygiene, the stench was far from pleasant. The arrival of Kinawili first stunned the dog-headed people, followed by ecstatic cheers, with barking echoing everywhere. Woof woof woof. Did I just see correctly? Was that great true dragon just now? Woof woof. Amazing. We are saved. Woof woof. Little Shunzi's face flashed with embarrassment, realizing that the first meeting of the great true dragon with their dog-tooth tribe had left a bad impression. He shouted loudly, "Silence. You must not act recklessly in front of the great true dragon." Little Shunzi's roar gradually calmed the excited dog-headed people, but the spark in their eyes grew brighter. Little Shunzi eagerly approached Kinawili. "Great master, I apologize deeply." Before Little Shunzi could finish, Kinawili interrupted. "Call forth the relatively strong and resolute dog-headed people among your tribe." Although unsure of Kinawili's intentions, Little Shunzi obediently complied. Soon more than 30 dog-headed people were called forth. "Great master, I have followed your..." Little Shunzi's words abruptly halted, his red pupils widening in shock, and he wasn't the only one. All the dog-headed people present were equally astonished. Following their gaze, they saw over 30 drops of bright red dragon blood floating silently beside Kinawili. What this is, I believe, requires no further explanation. You have the right to choose for yourselves whether to become more powerful dragon-blooded dog-headed people or to retreat your decision. However, let me clarify beforehand, this dragon blood is undiluted, and the power within it will be difficult for you to handle. A moment of carelessness could lead to instant death. Since the dog-headed people are descendants of dragons possessing thin dragon blood within them, the probability of a successful transformation is much higher than that of other races, but the risk of death remains significant. Not only the dog-headed people, but any race with dragon blood has a higher probability of successful transformation. This is thanks to the keen eyes of the great dragons that can discover beauty. There are numerous dragon-descendant races that possess thin dragon blood. Little Shunzi swallowed hard, looking at his own aging body, knowing this was an opportunity. If successful, it would be a transformative rebirth. Even if he failed, he didn't have many years left to live, so he might as well take a gamble. With a determined heart, he reached out to merge with the dragon blood hovering in front of Kinawili. Once the first succeeded, more and more dog-headed people followed suit to take a chance. As the frenzied dragon blood fused into their bodies, it spread like enhanced cancer cells, destroying the original cells. The bone-chilling cold forced these dog-headed people to curl up in pain, whimpering like dogs. However, it was visibly apparent that the scales on the dog-headed beings began to shed, giving way to new white dragon scales. On their foreheads, robust white dragon horns sprouted, and pure white dragon wings emerged from their backs. Yet 3 of the dog-headed beings could not withstand the onslaught of dragon blood and perished. Additionally, 2 other dog-headed beings lost their consciousness during the bloodline transformation, turning into mindless dragon-blooded monsters. Instinctively, they avoided Kinawili, directing their fangs toward their former kin. With a roar, one charged at the surrounding dog-headed beings. Amidst all this, Kinawili remained oblivious, just as one of the dog-headed beings was on the verge of death. A flash of white shadow appeared, and a fist imbued with terrifying power struck one of the dragon-blooded monsters on the head, driving it into the ground. The other dragon-blooded monster, witnessing this, rushed toward the suddenly appeared figure. Little Shunzi simply opened his white dragon maw, releasing a breath of icy blue and white mist. The dragon-blooded monster struggled a few times within his breath before losing its life. Having resolved 2 troubles, Little Shunzi felt the surging power within him, and his white pupils sparkled with excitement. He excitedly approached Kinawili and knelt down before her. "Thank you for the gift of rebirth, master. From now on, Little Shunzi's life belongs to you." Looking at the transformed Little Shunzi, Kinawili nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his appearance had improved significantly. Little Shunzi was now covered in white dragon scales with a pair of robust white dragon horns on his head. His once red pupils had transformed into white dragon eyes. More importantly, he had rejuvenated, changing from an elderly state to a robust middle-aged form, now standing 2 meters tall. This transformation was entirely due to his change from a short-lived species to a medium to long-lived one, greatly extending his lifespan. Gradually, more dog-headed beings transformed into dragon-blooded dog-headed beings, pledging their loyalty to Kinawili. From now on, your race will be officially renamed Frost Dog-Headed Beings. Remember, your sole loyalty is to Kinawili. See you later, Emoti. We vow to follow our master to the death without hesitation. Dragons typically do not disclose their true names, as a dragon's true name is exceedingly unique, representing absolute individuality. Revealing it might attract those who could use it to cast tracking spells or curses. However, if it is a matter of absolute loyalty to one's vassals akin to fanatical followers, there is no harm in revealing it. Kinawili led this group of dog-headed beings to the lair of the white phosphor goblins, allowing them to mine alongside the foolish ones, expanding their race while fully entrusting it to Finny. As time swiftly passed, 2 months had gone by in the blink of an eye, and the time for Kinawili's slumber had arrived. Feeling the growing heaviness of sleep, Kinawili knew she was about to enter a phase of deep slumber, the duration of which was unknown. She found Finny and the vassals, commanding them to gradually expand their influence toward the sleeping forest and to begin establishing city-states, which also indirectly allowed Finny some freedom to explore the vicinity. Then Kyanavillali consumed iron or to optimize her condition before finally returning to the dragon's nest. Gree and Fueler were also on the verge of slumber. Kyanavillali initially thought Fueler would drive them out of the nest, but surprisingly she did not. Instead, she confessed to having accepted some gnolls as vassals and had undergone a dragonblood conversion for them, stationing them around the nest as guardians. Kyanavillali was somewhat surprised by Fueler's words, as red dragons are proud and look down upon any race. She did not expect Fueler to actively subdue vassals. Thus, the three dragons fell into slumber. In the first year of slumber, Finny led some frost, dog-headed beings and white-scaled goblins out of the cave to begin establishing a tribe. This also drew the attention of the dragon-blooded gnolls guarding the nest, but upon sensing the aura of the great dragon emanating from them, they merely remained vigilant without conflict. In the second year of slumber, empowered by newfound strength, Little Shunzi absorbed three surrounding races: the Minotaur tribe, the Forest Troll tribe, and the Half-Snake People tribe. Furthermore, the tribe expanded further, evolving into a small village, constructing roads to enhance connections with these three tribes. In the third year of slumber, a wandering merchant caravan came to the sleeping forest. Finny learned that they hailed from the eastern wolf supercontinent, having traversed the Sea of Silence to reach the Yasupu continent as traders. Finny successfully established diplomatic ties with them and forged a long-term trade relationship. However, unbeknownst to them, the true purpose of this wandering caravan was to capture Orc and Halforc slaves, but that is a tale for another time. In the fourth year of slumber, under Finny's management, a small city-state was successfully established and continued to expand, with many surrounding races choosing to pledge allegiance. After the fifth year, Finny gazed at the thriving city-state, filled with countless thoughts. Once she was just an inexperienced little fairy saved by a white dragon under unexpected circumstances, and here she was muddling through for 5 years. After all these years, Finny was no longer as naive as before. In the beginning, she had thought of leaving more than once, but she ultimately abandoned that idea. Not to mention the possibility of being hunted down by that white dragon, she had already formed some emotional ties to this place. Watching the increasingly prosperous city-state, she felt immense satisfaction. It was all her achievement, and sometimes she even forgot that a great dragon was still sleeping here. However, every time she saw the dragon-blooded vassals and the red dragon vassals from the Dragon Roar Mountains, she was reminded of it. Standing atop the Lord's Tower, observing the passing monsters below, Finny subtly smiled. Kyanavillali, you truly are a naughty one. I wonder if you still. Before she could finish, a frost dog-headed being over 2 meters tall flew before her, none other than Little Shunzi. Little Shunzi, what is it? Little Shunzi looked at the petite fairy and spoke. I can feel my bloodline becoming more excited, the pulse of the dragon heart growing stronger. So, Master is about to awaken. Just as the words fell, an exhilarating dragon roar erupted, and all the monsters turned their gazes to see a 7-meter-long black dragon bursting forth from the dragon's nest halfway up the mountain. Ahaha! The great Gree has finally awakened. This surging power, this formidable dragon body. Who dares to challenge me? As Kyanavilla's consciousness gradually revived, she gazed at the spiritual sea before her, where an ice-blue clock hovered quietly, and her white dragon maw slightly opened. This is the embodiment of the ability she awakened during this slumber. Oh, what's this? Is this the golden finger of Wada Shiwa? She gazed at the ice-blue clock in front of her, excitement almost impossible to conceal. She had already explored this ability. She understood the dragon language, magic, and new talents awakened from this slumber, with the ice-blue clock being her greatest gain from this journey. The first and foremost were the 3 basic time abilities: time stasis, time acceleration, and time reversal. This name is too cliché. From now on, I've decided to officially rename time acceleration to weekend, and this time stasis to eternity. Lastly, I'll call you looking back. Jiang Nawei nodded in satisfaction, pleased with her new names before she began to examine them closely. Weekend can accelerate one's own time flow. The higher the flow rate, the faster the magical energy consumption. Maybe enhanced. Eternity can cast time stasis within a certain range centered on oneself. However, if there is a significant power gap, there is a risk of being forcibly broken free, and the greater the gap, the weaker the effect of stasis. Maybe enhanced. Looking back can rewind time within a certain range, but the stronger and higher the target's rank, the weaker the effect, and in some cases it may not be possible to rewind at all. Moreover, you can choose whether to retain the memories of the one being rewound based on your will. Maybe enhanced. Dragon Might, the absolute authority derived from the dragon bloodline, manifesting through mental intimidation, aura suppression, and extraordinary pressure. The lower the target's race power, the stronger the suppression. Of dragons of the same level can cancel each other out, while higher level Dragon Might can crush across species. A special Dragon Might from the combination of white dragons and silver dragons within the range of Dragon Might 1 will feel bone-chilling cold, causing freezing and slowing, reducing agility by 10, as well as purifying curses and corruptive effects. Maybe enhanced. Child of the Sky, as a dragon, the sky is your homeland. You can soar freely in the sky, reducing your flying consumption and increasing your flying speed, making it much easier for you. Elemental transformation, virtual elemental transformation. You can choose to transform your body into ice crystal elements, becoming a conglomerate of elemental particles immune to all physical attacks. Physical elemental transformation. You can also choose to transform your body into solid ice, greatly enhancing your defensive power and increasing physical resistance. Note elemental transformation can significantly enhance the power of ice elemental abilities, but will cause exponentially increased damage from opposing elements like fire. Maybe enhanced. Dragon language magic mystic frost armor can condense ice crystal armor around oneself, greatly improving defensive power, but is restrained by fire elements. Dragon language magic frost burst. A massive explosion occurs in the area that is attacked. Dragon language magic transformation can shapeshift into the appearance of other races. Among these 3 dragon language spells, only the transformation was actively learned by Jiang Naowei. After reviewing the enhancements from this slumber, Jiang Naowei felt like jumping up and shouting, "Who else is there?" After all, it's just short of riding invincibility on the surface. The power of time is so captivating a force even the gods of this world have not mastered. Moreover, her previous talents had also been enhanced to varying degrees during this slumber. Forget it, let's go have a look and see what changes have occurred outside in the past 5 years. With the power of time, Jiang Naowei became particularly sensitive to the flow of time, explaining why she had been able to know how much time had passed without cause. In the dark cave, a pair of crystal blue dragon eyes slowly opened, and the sight that greeted Jiang Naowei left her stunned. This height. Turning her dragon head, Jiang Naowei realized that her perspective had increased significantly, indicating that she had grown taller. Looking at her dragon body, she was covered in pure white dragon scales shimmering with a silver metallic luster. Moreover, after this slumber, Jiang Naowei had transformed from her original chubby figure into a graceful, streamlined shape measuring at least 16 meters in length, and her height, while lying down, reached 3 meters. Sensing her own changes, Jiang Naowei discovered that her dragon horns had become thicker and longer, smooth and white, covered with fine spirals, and had grown from 1 pair to 2 pairs. White spike-like protrusions resembling ice grew around her dragon head, making her appear even more ferocious and majestic. Feeling her transformation, Jiang Naowei grinned. According to dragon aesthetics, I must be considered a beautiful dragon. After all, the beauty of a silver dragon is top-notch. However, the cave was too small, and Jiang Naowei was squeezed tightly inside, making it difficult to move her body. With a thought, she immediately cast transformation. A blue and white light flashed, enveloping her entire dragon form in white light. As the light gradually faded, a small girl about 1.4 meters tall appeared. She looked around 7 to 8 years old, with a small face that was fair and tender, revealing a pale pink like ice and snow. Her eyes were crystal blue, resembling a lake filled with shards of ice, with long and thick eyelashes of pure white. Her long silver white hair cascaded down her back, standing naked on the ground. Jiang Naowei looked at her transformation, her eyes wide with surprise, feeling a warmth in her nose. Wow, is this really me? Hiss, I'm truly stunning. As stepping out like this, wouldn't I captivate countless young boys and girls? Indeed, growing up has its perks. Hee. Unconsciously, a silly smile characteristic of the white dragon appeared on her beautiful youthful face, and warm liquid began to flow out, bringing Jiang Naowei back to her senses. Jiang Naowei hastily wiped away the nosebleed, coughing twice. Ahem, it's only human nature. With a thought, the bright red blood transformed into ice crystals, shattering with a slight effort. Looking at her bare body, Jiang Naowei still retained some humanity. She should at least wear some clothes in front of others. Then she used her magical power to conjure an ice crystal gown, which, while not very extravagant, complemented her elegance and purity even more. But why do I feel a bit uncomfortable, as if my entire dragon self is being crammed into this tiny shell? Forget it, let's go out and have a good meal. I'm starving. After 5 years of slumber, the first thing that greeted her upon awakening was an overwhelming sense of hunger. Jiang Naowei slowly ascended, floating barefoot towards the cave exit. Feeling the warmth of the sun, Jiang Naowei, who had not seen the light of day for a long time, squinted her eyes, but the powerful adaptability of a dragon allowed her to recover quickly. What a lovely day. Scanning her surroundings, the changes on the right side of the Sam River caught Jiang Naowei's attention. She noticed that a medium-sized city had already been built, but that wasn't the most important part. The most important thing was that there was a black dragon flying above that city. Sensing the gaze upon her, Glirus was taken aback, turned his head toward the direction of the dragon's nest, and instantly locked onto the newly emerged Jiang Naowei. Who dares to spy on the great Glirus? With a gust, broad black wings beat fiercely as Gu Lisi surged above Qiao Naowei. With a thunderous impact, he smashed down before her and roared. Roar! Seeing Qiao Naowei clearly, Gu Lisi froze for a moment, bewildered that a human should be here. A tiny human vermin. Qiao Naowei tilted her chin slightly and met those jet black dragon eyes. In the next instant, with a crisp sound, Qiao Naowei sprang above Gu Lisi, her pink fist striking his soot-dark snout. Gu Lisi's head was driven into the earth on the spot. Open your eyes, you blind mutt, and tell me who I am. Saying that, Qiao Naowei exuded an aura, sensing something familiar, and the force of it, Gu Lisi hurriedly pulled his head free from the ground, his gaze clearing considerably. Sis, how did you turn into this bird-like form? Qiao Naowei did not answer. She instead glanced upward behind her, where a hulking red dragon lay on the mountainside watching her. Long time no see, Foulier. The crimson eyes narrowed when Qiao Naowei spoke, though there was little true surprise. The metallic sheen of her scales marked her as a mixed-blood dragon, her intelligence not to be measured by ordinary white dragons. It has been some time, foolish white dragon. Qiao Naowei's lips twitched. Heh, Though I am quite hungry now, there is something I must do before I fill my belly. With that, Xiao Na Weili manifested her true form, a colossal, white dragon 16 meters long, her muzzle slightly upturned, as she faced the red dragon of comparable size. Where Xiao Na Weili's body flowed with near-perfect lines and sculpted muscle, Fu Lier's form was more massive, her musculature swollen, as if straining to burst free from skin and scale. Return all my treasures. At once, the red dragon's lips curled into a cruel smile. Ooh, she looked every inch a savage beast. I do not know what talent you awakened that gives you the courage to face me, but you shall pay for deceiving me. They snarled and roared. The two titans crashed together. Their impact made the Longshao Mountains itself seem to tremble. Their terrible draconic might rippled outward. Even the monsters in the city-states along the Samu River could feel the oppressive pressure. Shockwaves kicked up dust and shattered stone as the scene spiraled beyond control. Amid the battle, the smaller Guli Si seemed like a fragile boy cowering beneath two writhing muscular Lolas. Fu Lier's great dark red claws slashed toward Xiao Na Weili, the talons cutting the air like blades. Xiao Na Weili rolled aside with nimbleness and unleashed a bitingly cold breath. A conical spray of frost struck Fu Lier's plate-like breast, scales the ice spreading across her form. Fu Lier was not fully subdued. She shook herself and the temperature around her skyrocketed. The scent of sulfur rolled through the mountain air as the ice on her body shattered. She then expelled a torrent of searing flame like molten lava toward Xiao Na Weili. Xiao Na Weili beat her wings and rose swiftly, evading the attack. Using the upward momentum, she dived from the heights and lashed Fu Lier's flank with her powerful tail. Fu Lier staggered from the blow, but righted herself and tangled with Xiao Na Weili again. For a time, their struggle was evenly matched, and the skies above the Longshao Mountains were thick with the stench of combat. Seeing they were serious, Guli Si hurriedly fled to avoid being caught in the fallout. Holy, what the hell, sis, and that tyrant dragon have gone mad. Run, run. Guli Si did not fancy his chances against them. He had reached 7 meters in his youth, already a respectable size among black dragons. Across the 5-colored dragons, many awakened to a juvenile length of 5 to 10 meters. Red dragons, famed for their physical, might usually reach 9 to 12 meters at that stage. Judging by that tyrannical physique and swollen muscles, Fu Lier was a walking stat monster. Yet it was Xiao Na Weili who surpassed the norm, utterly her size rivaling even a red dragon. The denizens and thralls of the monster city were stunned by the spectacle. Two mountain-sized beasts crashed from sky to earth and from earth to slope. The sight was staggering and terrifying to witness. What is going on? Weren't they friends? Why are they fighting? Should we flee? The monsters were bewildered. Xiao Na Weili and Fu Lier's followers were even more so. Once the fog of confusion cleared, the two factions across the Samu River bristled with hostility. The Red Dragon and Wolfkin were fewer in number, but their presence was imposing. When they clashed again, both sides felt shock and dread. Xiao Na Weili was stunned that Fu Lier's body was so extraordinarily robust. Clearly she had awakened a physique talent. Fu Lier, for her part, was equally astonished. Although Xiao Na Weili was a silver-white hybrid who inherited the previous generation's gifts and could be expected to be strong, this was absurd. The silver dragon, second among the metal dragon line, relied less on physique than on arcane mastery. The white dragon sits at the tail of the 5-colored dragons. While its body is strong, how could it surpass the blue dragon and match a red dragon that had awakened physical strengthening? It felt like outright cheating, more like a genetic mutation than mere hybrid vigor. Yet by sheer bodily might, Xiao Na Weili still held a slight disadvantage. After forcing Xiao Na Weili back some distance, Fu Lier threw her head back and laughed wantonly. Is that all? Is that all you have? Is that the arrogance you boast of? How foolish you are. Xiao Na Weili twisted her neck with a composed indifference at the taunt. When I throw insults, you don't laugh. Neither giant would yield. After testing bodies comes the clash of techniques. Both dragons opened their maws simultaneously and unleashed their most potent columnar breaths. Terrible shockwaves spread through the air as flame and frost collided. Billowing white steam rose where their breaths met. Fired pupils narrowed. Now it's my turn. Fu Lier poured additional power into her breath. The undying flame burned along the column, momentarily suppressing the frost. The thick column of ice was visibly driven back. Just as Fu Lier gloated, changes began to appear on Xiao Na Weili. Entity elementalization. In an instant, Xiao Na Weili's form shifted into crystalline ice. Within seconds, her entire body had become an ice crystal, like a dragon carved from frost. This metamorphosis greatly amplified her ice element attacks, and in the blink of an eye the advantage swung in her favor. Seeing the narrowing column of frost, the red eyes slitted into a vertical line. Flame Prison Dragon Plate. Fu Lier invoked a defensive draconic rune. A vast crimson magic sigil engulfed her form. Blazing flames roared up around her like a volcanic eruption, wrapping her body and transmuting into armor of molten rock and fire. No sooner had the dragon plate formed than the heavy icicle breath shattered through defenses and struck Fu Lier. Icy blue ripples spread, and her fiery hide was encrusted with frost. The flame prison dragon plate exhaled waves of heat that melted and dispelled the ice, countering Xiao Na Weili's columnar breath. The silver-white muzzle lifted, and a roar tore from her. Ice crystal burst. Fu Lier's eyes narrowed to a single line. Before she could fully react, the lingering crystals on her body began to glow and detonated. Boom, booms. A tremendous white flash enveloped the red dragon, filling the air with ice and mist. Xiao Na felt her mana reserve drop to about 60%, but seeing the dispersing cloud, she could not help but curl her lips in a grin. Heh, Fulier, it seems you. Xiao Na halted mid-breath as a sudden dread seized her from behind. A red claw clamped onto her snout. Now it's my turn. Fulier's powerful grip seized Xiao Na head and slammed them toward the Longshao Mountains as the silver-white dragon writhed. Ha. Feel what it is to kiss rock, you white fool. A savage excitement lit Fulier's face. She would take the battle with brutal force. Though scales and plate had fractured, the sight only made her more fearsome. Xiao Na could not fathom how Fulier had suddenly appeared behind her. She knew that if they slammed into the mountain, she would not be grievously harmed, but she would be dazed, and victory would slip away like a dream. When rock and snout were separated by mere breath, Xiao Na activated her ability, Eternity. At that instant, an ice-blue colossal dial unfurled from her as its center. Everything within a 10-meter radius was frozen as if a pause key had been pressed. Using Eternity, Xiao Na tore free from Fulier's clamp. She dared not linger, her mana was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Xiao Na moved swiftly to Fulier's rear. Her mana had fallen to only 30%. A little over a second of stasis had already consumed a third of her total power. Dragons possess vast reserves, and Xiao Na had also awakened the tide of mana talent. Her stores were immense. This underscored how costly manipulating time could be to one's mana. When Xiao Na released Eternity, Fulier sneered and slammed a claw into the rock, shattering the boulder into fragments. But Fulier froze. Where had the dragon gone? In the next breath, a terrible columnar blast struck her from behind. Damn it! When did she? This speed, a speed talent? No, she appeared behind me in an instant. Space. No, that is impossible. Turbulence surged in Fulier's mind. She could not comprehend how Xiao Na had materialized behind her. But the outcome was decided. The devastating icicle breath stripped Fulier of the ability to resist. After forcing her to endure for several seconds, she plummeted from the Longshao Mountains in bitter unwillingness. With a thunderous crash, the mountain-sized body struck the ground, leather wings flapping. Xiao Na landed atop Fulier, one claw planted on her chest, looking down in triumph. She lifted her muzzle and issued a victor's hymn. Her roar pierced the heart and lingered long. Xiao Na followers erupted in cheers. She lowered her head to the enraged Fulier and curled her lips. The white muzzle edged closer. Fulier instinctively turned her head aside, but was held fast by Xiao Na claws. A wicked smile crossed Xiao Na face. How does it feel to be beneath me, my dear Fulier? To tell the truth, I have long wanted to do this to you, ha. Sparks flew from the crimson eyes as Fulier shouted. Xiao Na, do not grow overconfident. The next victory will belong to the great Fulier. Yes, that's the look, ha. Xiao Na watched Fulier's reluctant glare with delight, her playful impulse growing. Compelled by a mischievous whim, she parted her lips and brushed Fulier's dragon cheek with her pink tongue. A sharp whiff of sulfur met them. Both dragons froze in stunned silence. When they recovered, Fulier erupted in furious roars and began to struggle mightily. Damn you, I will kill you. Xiao Na gave a sheepish laugh at her involuntary gesture. Calm down, Fulier. You are like an embarrassed, angry kitten, and there are so many monsters watching. Xiao Na lifted her muzzle. Following her gaze, Fulier saw the creatures of the sleeping forest watching the duel, including the black wyrmling Gully C, who wore the expression of a mere onlooker. Fulier's crimson eyes hardened. So what if they see? Kill them all, and no one will know. Xiao Na shook her head. Oh, Fulier, don't be so bloodthirsty. The silver-white dragon tail swept by, lifting up Furiel's dragon head as their gazes met the silver-white dragon mouth, curving slightly. Such a golden metal enforcer. Jonaviri did not finish her sentence, but quietly watched Furiel. Furiel frowned slightly. To be honest, she did not dislike Jonaviri, otherwise she would have expelled this white dragon 5 years ago. What do you mean? I believe we can cooperate. Uniting our strengths to dominate the entire subcontinent is not a mere fantasy. Furiel was amused by Jonaviri's arrogant words. One must say, is it not typical of a white dragon to have such unrealistic fantasies? After all, whether it is the northern Halfrix or the southern demon kingdom, their strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, even if they could defeat them, what about the others? Would the supercontinent in the east crossing the Sea of Silence or the western Ikia continent crossing the Sea of the Setting Sun remain indifferent? Jonaviri did not refute, but leaned closer to her dragon head and whispered, I know you have awakened a special talent. Just by your sudden appearance behind me, it is evident. So, what exactly do you want to say? Time, who I can control the power of time. Upon reflection, you have a high probability of awakening space. Her crimson vertical pupils widened to the maximum. She couldn't believe that Jonaviri so openly revealed the power she had awakened, and she was even less willing to believe that she could awaken such a powerful force that even the gods had not mastered. Though space is also very powerful, and unique, such abilities are relatively rare. Moreover, there are quite a few magical artifacts of the space type, such as space rings, teleportation scrolls, and spatial gateways. However, time is different. Only the legendary dragon species, the time dragon, possesses it innately, along with some extremely special races. But she did not expect that this silver-white hybrid could awaken such a powerful force of time. Compared to Furiel's shock, Jonaviri appeared much calmer. She was not afraid that Furiel would spread the word, as such an outrageous matter would not be believed by anyone. Even if Furiel later turned against Jonaviri, she was not afraid, showing absolute confidence in her own strength. The reason for exposing this powerful talent was on one hand to express her sincerity, and on the other to intimidate Furiel into not having any excessive thoughts. After all, records about time are scarce, and such a bizarre ability would surely make Furiel hesitant. Soon Furiel calmed down. As a dragon, she had a certain capacity for acceptance. As you suspected, I have awakened the power of space. As for the rest, I cannot disclose that at the moment. Jonaviri's dragon mouth curved wider. Success. She released her hold on Furiel, stepping away from her. As soon as Furiel was free from her restraints, she quickly stood up, wanting to leave, but was called back by Jonaviri. Please wait a moment, my dear Furiel. It seems you have forgotten the most important thing. Furiel looked at her impatiently, signaling her to speak quickly and not to stall. There are a total of 6 silver coins and 13 copper coins. As soon as the words fell, Furiel's crimson dragon eyes narrowed, and she immediately wanted to flee. However, it seemed Jonaviri had anticipated her actions. She struck first and subdued her. As a powerful red dragon, you wouldn't want to play tricks, would you? Furiel still insisted. What? I just wanted to help you get it. What about you? Why such a big reaction? Jonaviri grinned, extending her senses to investigate. Neither more nor less. The quantity matched perfectly. Knowing the nature of red dragons, Jonaviri understood that making her obedient was not going to be easy, so. Weakened. Jonaviri drained the remaining magic power within her using time acceleration. Taking advantage of Furiel's moment of confusion, Jonaviri quickly retrieved her treasures from within Furiel's scales. In the instant the magic power was drained, Jonaviri had already taken out the last copper coin. Feeling the item caught between her scales disappear, Furiel was about to explode in anger when Jonaviri doused her with cold water. What? Do you want to back out? The crimson dragon eyes narrowed into slits. After a moment, Furiel snorted coldly. We'll see. After giving Jonaviri a fierce glare, she left the place. She needed to hunt. Since her awakening, she had yet to fill her stomach, and it was just the opportunity to vent the anger within her chest. Jonaviri did not stop her. Watching Furiel's departing figure, she turned and flew towards the city-state established in the sleeping forest. With a wingspan of 40 meters, her flight could only be described as majestic. The silver-white patterns on her wing membranes added a touch of elegance and nobility. Jonaviri landed outside the city, where numerous monster followers knelt before her. Greetings, great master. We are here to celebrate your awakening. Looking at the several times increased number of white-scaled goblins and frost gnolls, Jonaviri nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, little Fanny joyfully flew before Jonaviri. Jonaviri, you finally woke up. I thought you would sleep for a lifetime. Jonaviri smirked. Fanny, you did very well. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard. Jonaviri turned to look and found it was the little boy Gree. Noticing Jonaviri looking at him, Gree scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sister, how did you become so powerful? Just like you said before. What was it called again? Gree had seen Furiel remain motionless, but he did not suspect anything, thinking that it was merely Jonaviri awakening a special talent related to binding, a talent he also possessed. Jonaviri looked him up and down. Other than having grown a bit and his scales shining more, there were no other changes. More importantly, it seemed that after this slumber, Gree had become even more foolish. Originally, after a few months of interaction, he had been influenced by his own so-called middle school words, but now. Oh, right. I walk on clouds and tread the path to the heavens. My name is Chongba, remember it. Although Gree did not understand what this meant, he thought it sounded quite imposing. Alright, stop being foolish, or aren't you hungry? He indeed, quite hungry. Jonaviri's figure flickered and transformed into the form of a small dragon girl. Little Shunzi, I need food, lots of food. Yes, master. Little Shunzi quickly retreated, leading a multitude of frost gnolls to prepare food. Afterward, Jonaviri walked into the city-state with monsters and followers following behind her. Gree prepared to step forward, but Jonaviri turned and gave him a look. Your body is too large. You must learn to use transformation magic to enter. Gree paused, hesitated, and then obediently lay down, closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into the sea of spirit. There was no way he could not afford to offend this white dragon with extraordinary abilities. Jonaviri had not walked for long when little Shunzi brought a group of frost gnolls to Jonaviri, and they brought with them roasted food. Jonaviri looked at them in slight surprise. She did not expect these fellows could roast meat. Logically, gnolls are rather light-sensitive and fearful of flames, which made Jonaviri feel a slight surprise. Jonaviri used ice elemental magic to conjure a chair, then made a long table from ice, commanding the gnolls to place the food on it. After tasting a piece of roasted meat, Jonaviri's eyes widened, as if uncertain after taking a bite. Indeed, it was this flavor, the taste of salt. She looked at Fanny in surprise. What is this flavor? Have you discovered a salt mine? Fanny crossed her fingers in front of her. Jonaviri is mistaken. This is from our trade with the merchant caravan. Jonaviri showed confusion, but she was too hungry now, and the salted roasted meat further ignited her taste buds, forcing her to suppress her doubts and focus on eating. Watching Jonaviri enjoy her meal, Fanny smiled slightly and did not disturb her. After a while, as her hunger subsided a bit, Willy began to inquire about the developments of the past few years. Little Fanny sat on her shoulder patiently answering her. Fanny, tell me how you developed to this scale over the years. Of course I can. After all, we are friends, hee. At first, I just led these kobolds and goblins to slowly build the tribe, and when it was about ready, I took them to explore the sleeping forest. As you can see, we have tamed some races. Fanny pointed to the monsters following behind, including minotaurs, forest trolls, and serpent folk. Willy glanced at them, nodding to encourage her to continue. After taming these races, I discovered they were cultivating some fruits and raising livestock. Additionally, when we were exploring the sleeping forest, I met my companion, another fairy named Anna. Saying this, Fanny waved to the monsters following behind, and soon a natural elemental spirit dressed in leaves flew out, looking quite nervous. Willy looked at her, and Anna shyly greeted. Anna has met Lord White Dragon. Fanny patted her shoulder. Why are you so nervous? Lord Willy won't eat you. Anna secretly glanced at Willy. Although this human girl looked quite cute beneath that adorable exterior was a terrifying giant dragon. The recent battle was still fresh in her mind, and fairies were also on the dragon's menu. Thinking of this made her even more fearful, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Willy noticed her nervousness, but said nothing, gesturing for Fanny to continue. Seeing her friend so timid, Fanny shrugged. All right, even if I give you a chance, you are still useless. Hearing Fanny's words, Willy almost laughed, wondering whether to call her naive or truly foolish. Fanny continued, it was Anna's help that hastened the fruit production, allowing us to plant quickly. But that's not the most important part. The most crucial thing is that the merchant caravans from the eastern human kingdoms came to our city-state and traded with us. We provided them with meat and fruits in exchange for wheat and other crops, as well as salt and other seasonings. Upon hearing this, Willy was quite satisfied. Look, this is simply genius. She has such a talent for management. And then those human merchants thought the fruits were fresh but couldn't last long before rotting, so they would incur losses. They lowered the original prices, and I thought they had a point, so I agreed. But those humans said they could exchange goods for the scales of those frost kobolds and white-scaled goblins. I thought it was fine and agreed. Upon hearing this, Willy paused, and the temperature around them suddenly dropped several degrees. What's wrong? Why is it suddenly so cold? Fanny rubbed her shoulders and shivered. Willy tilted her head, her pupils transforming from ice blue to crystalline blue, slits her tone, taking on a hint of restraint. What did you say? Fanny, still unaware of the issue, repeated it again. Humans exchanged goods with us for the scales of those frost kobolds and white-scaled goblins. As soon as this was said, the temperature around dropped again. Willy twitched the corner of her eye, white dragon horns sprouting from her head, a dragon tail growing behind her, and white dragon wings extending from her back. Fanny also sensed something was off. Is there something wrong? Willy looked at her, her gaze cold. Do you know the greedy nature of humans? Do you realize the true purpose of those so-called human merchants coming to the Yasupu continent? Fanny looked bewildered. Isn't it for business? Willy stared at her, thinking how foolish this fairy seemed. Given the nature of humans, they must have already set their sights on these special monsters. Rustle. A sudden sound broke the tense atmosphere. Willy and the monsters looked over to see a small boy with black hair, only about 1 meter tall. At this moment, the little one stood on the long table, grabbing roasted meat and stuffing it into his mouth, displaying an expression of great satisfaction. Amazing. I've never eaten such delicious food. Facing the gaze of the monsters, Gliss paused, swallowed the roasted meat in his mouth, and spoke innocently. What's up? Why are you all staring at me? I thought you weren't eating. Can I eat if you don't? I must say this meat is really fragrant. Seeing the monsters staring at him in silence, he scratched his oily little hand, and then picked up a big roasted leg, grinning as he said, How about you eat first, big sister? Looking at this silly little thing, Willy sometimes truly wondered if he was a white dragon in disguise, for how could a black dragon known for being cunning and sly be so foolish? But thankfully the heavy atmosphere was broken by Gliss, and Willy let out a deep sigh. Her appetite also diminished significantly. The Yasupu continent is home to beasts, half-beasts, subhumans, and monsters. Generally speaking, humans rarely come to do business here. After all, conventional currency doesn't circulate much, and most come under the pretext of capturing slaves. Little Shunzi and Air Lungzi scales are excellent materials for making armor. Not to mention, whether the price is unfavorable given human nature, they must have already set their sights on you. Moreover, with your identity as a little fairy, it will only deepen their greed. I believe that before long, those so-called merchant caravans will hire adventurers and mercenaries to capture you. Hearing Willy's words, Fanny finally realized the magnitude of her mistake. I'm sorry. What should we do now? Should we run? Although Fanny usually seemed carefree, hearing how serious Willy was made her think about escaping. How long ago did those human merchant caravans come? How often do they come? Faced with Willy's sudden question, Fanny pondered. About 2 years ago, that group of merchants came for the first time 2 years ago, and the following year, even more caravans came. Roughly every August they arrive at our city-state. Willy lightly tapped her head. It seems that this group is quite patient, but I expect they will act this year. It is already May and August is just around the corner. What should we do? Hearing Fanny's words, Willy curled her lips, revealing a benevolent smile. It's simple, let's ensure they don't return. With the greed and selfishness of humans, that merchant caravan will definitely not spread the news from here too far, so there shouldn't be too many coming. Fanny, tell me, how many magical creatures do we currently have? It seems that there should be about 10,000. Hearing Fanny's uncertain tone, Kainawali curled her lips and immediately spread out her perception. She discovered that the number of frost goblins in the city had reached over 400, while the number of white phosphor goblins had exceeded 1,000, and with other various subservient races the total number had astonishingly surpassed 10,000. Over 12,000. That's quite a number. With a rough idea in her mind, Kainawali had already made her decision. Little Shunzi, here, go to the villages we have subjugated and gather all the determined and strong magical creatures. They must arrive here before sunset tomorrow. Kainawali paused and looked at Fanny. What is this city called? I'm just managing it for now, so I haven't named it yet, hee. Fanny awkwardly fiddled with her fingers. Then let's call it the City of White Crystals from now on. Kainawali said casually. Have them arrive at the City of White Crystals before sunset tomorrow. Yes, great master. After saying this, little Shunzi spread his dragon wings and let a group of frost goblins flying out of the city. Urpiazzi, here. You go select some magical creatures with the same characteristics from within the city, organize them, and then hand them over to little Shunzi. Yes. Urpiazzi also led some white phosphor goblins away. After completing these tasks, Kainawali looked at Gliss and curled her lips. Eat up, the more you eat, the better you'll be able to work, hee. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Gliss paused in his eating, looked at Kainawali, tilted his head, feeling that her gaze was somewhat unkind. With his mouth full of a chicken leg, he buzzed an inquiry. Sis, what's wrong? Kainawali gently shook her head. It's nothing, just eat. As for you all, you can disperse now. Yes. 3 hours later, Kainawali finally finished eating. Although she wanted to take a good nap, she still had important matters to attend to. Glancing at Gliss, who was sleeping in a pile of food scraps, Kainawali flew outside the city. She arrived by the Sam River, and a few scattered stoneclaw crocodiles saw Kainawali landing on the distant riverbank, and for some reason felt an urge to flee. They instinctively chose to escape. Splashing sounds echoed as Kainawali shook her head helplessly. It seems I've left quite an impression on them. However, Kainawali did not come to trouble them this time. Instead, she had serious business to attend to, as she was still not very familiar with her time abilities, only having a basic understanding. She walked to a small blade of grass and squatted down. Let's experiment on you. Her fair palm extended out. Kainawali's magical power had already recovered to 50%, and since she was applying it to such a small blade of grass, her magical consumption was greatly reduced. Visibly, the blade of grass began to grow rapidly. As Kainawali controlled it, the growth speed varied, and eventually the leaves began to age. Kainawali stopped her actions. This had consumed 20% of her magical power. Tisk, this consumption is quite large, but compared to the other costs of using time, such as amnesia, sharp decline in lifespan, physical aging, and other drawbacks, merely consuming magical power seems trivial. Muttering to herself, Kainawali began to experiment with another ability. Rewind. Visibly, the blade of grass began to regress to its original form, the speed varying until it finally transformed into a newly sprouted blade. This gave Kainawali a new understanding of her power. Urpiazzi also found Kainawali. Master, the tasks you assigned have been completed. Without turning her head, Kainawali replied, I know. This is your reward. She took out a silver-white dragon scale and casually tossed it to Urpiazzi. This scale holds my power. To become stronger, just attach it to your forehead. Hearing this, Urpiazzi excitedly knelt on the ground. Thank you, master. He had dreamt of gaining greater power. Although he had already reached the silver tier, he had long envied little Shunzi and the others who had undergone the undiluted dragon blood transformation. Now this scale contained immense power. Merging it was no different from merging a drop of dragon blood, perhaps even stronger. Facing the extremely excited Urpiazzi, Kainawali transformed into her true form and flew away. She needed a good sleep. Arriving at the dragon's nest, Kainawali began to expand the cave, and soon it was spacious enough. Phew, it's the most beautiful sleeping time. 1 day, 2 days. 10 days. 10 days passed, and Kainawali opened her eyes. She howled, feeling that this sleep was truly comfortable. 10 days, huh? Kainawali smacked her lips. It seems I've missed something. Who cares? In the bossa, what can they say? Kainawali stood up and found that Furiel was also in the dragon's nest. Oh my, you slept soundly. Kainawali's playful spirit ignited as she approached Furiel. She leaned her dragon head close, starting to observe closely. To be honest, according to the aesthetic of dragons, Furiel is indeed a beautiful dragon. A silver-white dragon tail like a whip extended towards Furiel's nostril. Just as it was about to poke in, a pair of crimson dragon eyes suddenly opened wide. Facing Furiel's gaze that seemed ready to kill, Kainawali paused her movement. Oh, you dare glare at me. Fine, I'll return the favor. Kainawali glared back, and seeing her childish demeanor, Furiel felt utterly speechless. Suddenly taking advantage of Furiel's inattention, Kainawali poked her tail into Furiel's nostril and scratched it lightly. Achoo! Furiel instantly sneezed, sparks flying. Ha ha ha! Kainawali laughed, clutching her stomach, while Furiel was instantly enraged. You foolish white dragon, how dare you! Before Furiel could get angry, Kainawali raised her paw to stroke Furiel's face. If you get angry, your scales will fade, you know. Hearing this, Furiel paused her movements. How would I not know? Dragons are indeed very particular about their image, especially the 5-colored dragons who all have varying degrees of vanity. Who wouldn't want to look a bit more attractive? Jonaviri chuckled softly. Think about the other red dragons and the inherited memories, aren't most of their scales dull? That is all due to their daily anger. Look at you, your colors are so vibrant. You wouldn't want such beautiful scales to turn out like that, would you? Fuller wore a skeptical expression. People like that bathe in magma every day, and as they age their scales become thicker, which leads to that. You're trying to fool the white dragon here. Jonaviri exposed showed no embarrassment, but rather a heartbroken expression. As a friend, how could I possibly lie to you? This made Fuller hesitate. Really? Jonaviri displayed a sincere look. As a friend, Fuller, how could you doubt me? I'm truly heartbroken, woohoo. Jonaviri pretended to cry, leaving Fuller at a loss. Just kidding. Jonaviri suddenly brightened up, making Fuller want to slap her. This little, seemingly feeling it wasn't stimulating enough, Jonaviri extended a dragon claw towards the reverse scale, which is one of the most important parts of a dragon, generally insulated from perception since the heart lies beneath it. As Fuller wondered what trick Jonaviri was up to now, her dragon eyes suddenly narrowed into a vertical line. She saw a shiny little golden cute creature peeking out. It's a gold coin. Seeing Fuller's expression, Jonaviri grinned widely, and then she tucked the gold coin back in. Just looking is enough, she wouldn't dare take it out. If she did, this red dragon would definitely come to snatch it away, as gold coins are like round temptations for dragons, very hard to resist. Putting it back after the reverse scale is relatively safe, since the reverse scale is the most crucial area for all dragon clans. No other dragon is allowed to touch it. Touching it without permission means a fight to the death. Jonaviri didn't believe Fuller would choose to fight her over this gold coin. Do you want it? Hearing this absurd question, Fuller really wanted to pry open Jonaviri's head to see if it was filled with dragon dung. Of course, who wouldn't want a round temptation? Don't keep me in suspense. Alright, straightforward enough. I need your dragon blood to transform more dragon-blooded followers. Upon hearing this, Fuller frowned. For proud dragons, bestowing their power upon such weaker races is inherently unpleasant. If it weren't for the fear of unforeseen circumstances during slumber, Fuller wouldn't have chosen to transform some wolfmen. However, after much contemplation, Fuller still nodded. Alright, after the transformation, give me the cute little thing. Jonaviri shook her dragon finger, and Fuller's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Looking at Fuller on the verge of exploding, Jonaviri teased. Don't be so angry. I didn't say I wouldn't give you one, just not this one. In a few months, a human trading group will come to our territory, and they are likely to attack my followers. When the time comes, we will kill them and snatch their cute little thing. What do you think? Upon hearing Jonaviri's words, Fuller felt somewhat suspicious. How do you know? That's none of your concern. What does that have to do with my dragon blood? Jonaviri thought to herself that this one was indeed hard to fool. Because I've decided not to intervene for now, allowing our followers to experience a battle to accelerate their growth. The cute little things we snatch will be credited to their merit. Only when they cannot handle it will we step in. Just think about it. If humans are in a desperate situation and a powerful figure suddenly appears on their side, that is their hope. Then we strike to crush their hope and bestow despair upon them. Isn't that thrilling? Hearing Jonaviri's words, Fuller grinned. For 5-colored dragons, this kind of scenario is the most delightful. Alright, I agree, let's go now. Seeing Fuller agree, Jonaviri knew she had successfully deceived her. Thus, she led Fuller out of the cave, flying towards the nearby White Crystal City. Before they landed, they saw Glaze sprawled out in the plaza like a big lord waiting for his followers to feed him. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. The changes in the sky caught the attention of the monsters, and upon seeing the two enormous dragons, the monsters all dropped to their knees in fear. Glaze, with his eyes closed and lying on a recliner, opened his mouth wide, and after several seconds without any monsters feeding him, he dissatisfiedly said, "What's going on? Are you all thinking of rebelling?" Without a response, Glaze opened his eyes in annoyance. "Oh, today you'll teach my sister a lesson." Before he could finish, Glaze suddenly stopped, his expression clearing up, replaced with a flattering smile. Sis, you're here." Thud. Jonaviri, standing in front of Glaze, expressionlessly punched him on the head, the tremendous force shattering the entire recliner and sending Glaze crashing to the ground. "Sis, what are you doing?" "Corruption and embezzlement, that's you." Glaze stood up from the ground, scratching his head. "Corruption and embezzlement. What the heck is that?" Jonaviri felt a sense of futility, as if she had punched cotton, and at that moment a little girl with fiery red hair descended from the sky, landing next to Jonaviri. Fuller wore an expression of discontent, impatience, and annoyance, as if she were saying, "World, please, Indu, I'm so tired." For dragons, transforming into such weak, inferior beings is inherently displeasing, except for the tedious metal dragons. Metal dragons can transform into humans, blend into their society, observe their behavior, and live with them. But there is no choice, the city-state is too small. If Fuller doesn't transform into a human, she simply cannot move. The surrounding monsters that had knelt down were all stunned, especially the 3 tribal leaders who had been summoned. The Minotaur leader Daru still remembers how he was happily playing with 2 beautiful cows when this group of dragonkin suddenly charged into their tribe. Before he could react, a strong frost knoll grabbed him by the neck and asked fiercely, "Will you submit willingly or be forced to submit?" He was scared stiff on the spot, leaving him with lingering doubts even now. Fuller scanned the surroundings and proudly declared, "I want these fellows." Derek raised his head, only to find a tiny finger pointed directly at him, causing him to instantly bow his head in fright. Jonaviri, of course, knew the red dragon's aesthetic. Among these 3 races, Minotaurs were undoubtedly the most physically imposing. "As you wish." Fleur then gazed down upon the Minotaur with regal disdain and spoke coldly, From this day forth, even as a chosen vassal of the great Fleur, should I command you to die, you shall obey without hesitation. I understand. Gather all the minotaurs at once. Yes, my lady. There was no need for formal summons. The moment Jonaviri and her companions appeared, their presence was so ostentatious that Xiao Shunzi and Air Bizi had already led the monsters to the plaza. Then I shall claim these serpent folk. Jonaviri observed the creatures, humanoid from the waist up, serpentine below. Though classified as mid-tier monsters, they possessed an exceptionally high probability of awakening the petrifying gaze, a trait that once manifested elevated them unequivocally to the upper tier. Moreover, they were undeniably beautiful, their luscious, radiant features, those shimmering, wide-set Cazellan eyes, vivid and luminous. Good heavens, I felt my spirits lift just gazing upon them. Gris, scratching his head, finally stepped forward. Sister, what exactly are you planning? Jonaviri kicked him lightly on the rump as he approached. These forest ogres are now yours. Henceforth they are your vassals, their lives and death subject entirely to your will. Oh yes. Once the gathering was nearly complete, the 3 dragons transformed all assembled monsters into dragon-vein vassals. Naturally, many perished in the process. Over 100 fell. Xiao Shunzi, henceforth these frost serpent folk shall be under your command. Yes, my sovereign. Jonaviri strode before the serpent folk chieftain, lifted the woman's chin with delicate fingers and compelled her gaze to meet her own. The chieftain dared not stir. Her bones remembered the ancient terror of dragons, and now having been transformed into a dragon-vein vassal, she had ascended to the rank of silver 8th ring. Yet defiance never crossed her mind. Jonaviri swept her eyes across the chieftain's alluring visage, murmuring appreciatively. My, what a lovely face you had to begin with, now infused with dragon blood. It is truly exquisite. The chieftain's original appearance featured violet hair, a serpentine tail patterned with alternating purple and black bands, reminiscent of the colossal serpent Manda from legend, and emerald green irises. Now her scales gleamed like pristine snow, her hair flowed like spun silk, and her eyes shimmered with a pale azure hue. Though lacking Jonaviri's ethereal grace and noble aura, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. From this day forward you shall serve as my personal chief maid, attending to my daily needs and cleansing my scales while I slumber. Do you understand? Yais, my sovereign. Henceforth you shall be known as Medusa. Thank you, my sovereign, for bestowing this honored name. Medusa was overjoyed. This appointment placed her on equal footing with Xiao Shunzi, and more importantly granted her a secure, unshakable position. Her survival at last seemed assured. You may select other meticulous patient monsters to form my personal maidservant corps, but I have one strict requirement: they must possess exceptional beauty. Yes, my sovereign. Seeing the transformations nearing completion, Jonaviri raised her voice. Henceforth all Dragon Vein-born shall constitute the military force of White Crystal City, named the White Crystal Knights. Your sacred duty is to conquer ever more tribes in my name, and amass ever greater hoards of gold. We shall charge into fire and water, without flinching or retreat. Fleur stood transfixed, gazing at Jonaviri's retreating silhouette. She despised that dragon, truly despised her, and yet inexplicably she found herself drawn to her again and again. It felt like what humans called love. Fleur recoiled inwardly, startled by her own absurd musings. Romantic love between chromatic dragons was exceedingly rare. By nature too, such dragons rarely met without bloodshed. A peaceful encounter was already extraordinary, a love unthinkable. Even in moments of unbearable loneliness, they merely sought fleeting release, with kin or creatures of other races. Besides, Fleur gazed entranced at that exquisitely refined countenance. Besides, she was but a young female dragon. Between 2 females. Impossible. Perhaps sensing the intensity of that burning gaze, Jonaviri turned, and saw Fleur utterly motionless. She strode forward, and despite the proximity of such a massive figure, Fleur remained unresponsive. A slender porcelain hand waved gently before Fleur's crimson, vertically slitted pupils. Hey, spellbound by my beauty. At Jonaviri's words, Fleur snapped back to awareness. I admit I'm captivating, but surely not this overwhelming. Fleur shot Jonaviri a sharp, scathing glare. Spare me your vanity. I'd never fall for a dragon as shameless as you. Dream on. Jonaviri shrugged nonchalantly and summoned the frost kobold. Xiao Shunzi, present. You shall now assume full command of training the White Crystal Knights. As for methodology, Jonaviri plucked a single scale from her body and bestowed it upon Xiao Shunzi. Merge with it. Within lies knowledge, both potent martial techniques and the art of forging elite soldiers. Why would such knowledge exist within a dragon scale? That question belonged to the metallic dragons, those reclusive idle beings who lingered incognito among humankind. Jonaviri required a powerful, trustworthy subordinate. To handle every matter herself would be exhausting, especially for a dragon burdened by chronic procrastination and frankly profound laziness. Barring absolute necessity, she preferred a life of serene indulgence, waking to admire beauty, dining leisurely, then drifting back into slumber. Though biologically a young female dragon, after merging with her host's soul, Jonaviri suspected, perhaps likely almost certainly, that her romantic inclinations remained oriented toward women. Xiao Shunzi well understood the significance of this scale. His comrade Air Bizi 10 days prior had received a similar gift, and not only surged in strength, but flaunted the dragon scale mark upon his brow, wherever he went, earning genuine awe. But now ahem. Yes, my sovereign. I swear to fulfill this duty without failure. With reverence, Xiao Shunzi accepted the scale, cradling it above his head as though it were a sacred relic. Furthermore, select 100 of the strongest and most loyal among the White Crystal Knights to serve as our personal guard, especially during our slumber. Yes, my sovereign. May I ask the name of this new legion? Xiao Shunzi asked cautiously. Jonaviri paused, then replied. The Royal Guard. At those words, Xiao Shunzi's eyes lit with sudden brilliance. Yes, my sovereign. Jonaviri adhered strictly to the principle of caution above all else. Though dragons deemed it shameful to require protection from other beings, she believed that before the sanctity of life, such notions of pride and dignity were rendered utterly insignificant. After you conquer other tribes, select among them those monsters whose will is unyielding and whose strength is formidable, and recommend them to me. I shall transform them into additional White Crystal Knights. Both the White Crystal Knights and the Royal Guard must continually absorb fresh blood and expand without cease. And yes, my lord, once all arrangements had been made, Jonaviri could recall no further matters requiring attention, so she dismissed the White Crystal Knights and the monsters. Medusa, I require a substantial supply of food. See to it immediately. As commanded, most exalted master. And Medusa coiled her serpentine form and departed with swift grace. And Jonaviri conjured an elongated ice table and seating upon the plaza, gesturing for Gree and Fleur to take their places. Is there anything else? And Fleur furrowed her brow. Gree sat beside her in rigid, thunderous posture. And Jonaviri offered a warm, affable smile and casually wove a privacy ward around them. Over these 10 days, though Jonaviri had slept, she had still visited the Legacy Realm repeatedly to absorb knowledge and master new magics. Friends, would you wish to hasten your passage into adulthood? And, of course we would. Why wouldn't we? Gree replied offhandedly. Only upon reaching adulthood could he transcend into legend, and only then would he possess the power to exact vengeance. Yet the process was agonizingly slow, even under optimal conditions. A century-long slumber, the dormancy of maturation, was unavoidable. If all you intend to offer is empty rhetoric, I regret I cannot oblige. In with that, Fleur rose to her feet, preparing to depart. After all, her stomach growled with hunger. Yet suddenly Jonaviri's next words arrested her midstep. I possess a means to accelerate our maturation. At this declaration, Fleur's expression hardened instantly, her gaze locked onto Jonaviri's eyes, piercing, searching, as if attempting to strip away illusion and discern whether this was mere cruel whimsy. Not only Fleur, but even Gree, rarely given to solemnity, assumed an expression of grave intensity, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Jonaviri. Yet within her eyes lay no trace of deception, only the quiet certainty of one stating irrefutable truth. Jonaviri raised her left hand, splaying her fingers wide. Her right index finger reshaped itself, scales of gleaming white erupting across its length, before delicately slicing away the nail from her left middle finger. Fleur and Gree exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its meaning. Was it a threat? Or? A faint, cool smile curved Fleur's lips as she spoke, voice measured and low. Weekend. Intemporal energy shimmered into being, and the severed nail regenerated with astonishing speed. And this is time. What a... Gree leapt upright from his seat, roaring in stunned disbelief, his form already shifting into draconic hybrid eyes riveted upon the regenerating nail. He sensed it unmistakably. This was no ordinary draconic regeneration. In witnessing it, Fleur's understanding crystallized, and astonishment bloomed across her features. Could it be that you mean to? And before Fleur could finish, Jonaviri nodded. Precisely as you surmise, I can employ weekend to compress our biological time, hastening our maturation beyond natural limits. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin, immediately. Gree clenched his fists, practically vibrating with impatience. Jonaviri shot him a sharp sidelong glance. Sit properly. What's the rush, and what is the cost? Fleur did not doubt Jonaviri's capacity to manipulate time to accelerate their growth, but she refused to believe this colossal nuisance would offer such aid without motive. See, I told you. Her smirks already stretching to her ears. Why doesn't she just laugh herself to death? Jonaviri's grin was harder to trigger than an AK-47's trigger, because she'd been waiting precisely for this question. She cleared her throat, lightly feigning mild shock. But we're friends. How could you speak so? That's hardly proper. Surely you don't mean to distance yourself. Still, since you've asked, I suppose I must honor your request. That insufferable wretch. Fleur gritted her teeth. How could anyone possess such impenetrable audacity? My sole condition is that all magic cores you acquire henceforth belong to me. Of course I won't exploit you indefinitely, just for the next century. Agreed. Understood. I accept. In hearing such a modest demand, Fleur exhaled in quiet relief. Anything short of indentured servitude was acceptable. Though magic cores held great value for other intelligent races, serving as power sources for golems, catalysts for enchantment, and forging spell components, trade currency, and ritual materials. And though certain rare species could even consume them to augment their magical reserves, dragons possessed innate reservoirs of mana so vast they dwarfed all others, abundant, inexhaustible, and effortlessly sufficient. Moreover, for dragons, magic cores were little more than savory snacks, pleasant but entirely dispensable. Agreed, I accept. So do I. In hearing their immediate assent, Jonaviri's grin widened triumphantly. Among dragons, verbal oaths sufficed. No formal contract was required. To draft one would imply distrust, a profound insult tantamount to provocation. Dragons were proud beings who scorned deceit. I pledge my honor as guarantee, yet you refuse to trust me. Tell me, do you seek confrontation? Naturally, this principle did not extend to green or black dragons, whose reputations for cunning and duplicity were frankly well-earned. Jonaviri flicked her fingertip, and a contract woven from pure mana materialized before Gree. At the sight, Gree narrowed his draconic eyes, his expression darkening. Gree, it's not that I distrust you, dear brother. I simply acknowledge the delicate reputation of black dragons. Surely you won't object. Of course not. Nee's smile tightened, his jaw clenched. I dare not object, nor would objection avail me. Damn it all. Within his mind, Gree raged, yet he signed the contract without hesitation. Watching Gree, every fiber of his being rebelling yet submitting without choice, Jonaviri nearly burst with silent, delighted mirth. All settled then. Jonaviri dissolved the contract and cast Weekend upon both Fleur and Gree. Through meticulous calibration, she tuned Weekend to amplify their growth rate while maintaining a perfect equilibrium between magical expenditure and natural recovery. Their collective maturation velocity thus increased by 5%, rising steadily as Jonaviri's own magical reserves expanded and her regeneration accelerated. All right then, let's enjoy the most delightful mealtime together. As Chubby spoke, Jonaviri dispelled the shielding magic and Medusa brought in a platter of delicious roasted meat along with a group of magical creatures. Gree snorted coldly, seemingly sulking as he took large bites of the roasted meat, occasionally glaring at Jonaviri as if she were the one feasting on his flesh. Enjoying the gaze of Gree, who seemed eager to devour a dragon, Jonaviri felt as if the food before her had gained an additional layer of allure, making it even more fragrant. However, she moved gracefully, conjuring a pair of crystal chopsticks ready to pick up her food. Suddenly, she sensed a shift in the gaze fixed upon her. Jonaviri turned to see Fleur and Gree both looking at her with expressions of confusion. What's wrong? Is there something strange? As she spoke, Jonaviri picked up a piece of roasted meat with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth, chewing it with delight. Sighing in pleasure, it's perfectly fine and quite delicious. Fleur and Gree exchanged glances, both recognizing the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Gree could no longer contain his curiosity and raised a small hand to point. What is that thing you're holding? Jonaviri was taken aback for a moment, looking at the crystal chopsticks in her hand, and then realized that this was not her original world. She had traversed into a different realm, and in this magical medieval world, chopsticks were not a common utensil. Swallowing the roasted meat in her mouth, Jonaviri casually replied, "Oh, this is called chopsticks, a type of utensil humans use for dining." Fleur frowned, her confusion deepening as there was no such thing in her inherited memories. Gree inquired again, "This human utensil isn't in my inherited memories either." Jonaviri smirked disdainfully. You really haven't seen much of the world, have you? I encountered this in a remote village before meeting you, and it's quite convenient to use. Though the inherited memories are vast, times are ever-changing, and it's normal for you to not know about suddenly appearing new things. Gree nodded, still skeptical. Is that so? As the great white dragon, would I dare to deceive you? Moreover, this utensil has many uses. When facing small ingredients, it's more flexible and convenient than knives and forks. Don't believe me? Try it out. With that, Jonaviri conjured another pair of chopsticks and handed them to Gree. He took them, staring at the two slender ice sticks in his hand, utterly clueless on how to use them. How do you use this? TSK. So foolish. Jonaviri demonstrated a few times for Gree. Dragons inherently have strong learning abilities, and after watching Jonaviri demonstrate several times, Gree felt as if his brain had grasped the technique. He attempted to mimic Jonaviri's grip on the chopsticks, and then, crack, Gree applied too much force and snapped the chopsticks in half. His small hand paused in the air for a few seconds before he tossed the broken pieces away. TCH, this thing is worse than using my hands. Just look at Fleur, isn't her claw much more convenient? Fleur had already started tearing into a leg of meat, and Gree also picked up a beef leg, devouring it heartily. Watching these two gluttons, Jonaviri shook her head. How rude. However, the limitations of chopsticks were evident. They could only grasp a small amount of food at a time, and it was simply insufficient. Thus, the three dragons began their proper feast. As the delightful days passed by, Jonaviri had settled into a routine of eating and sleeping, occasionally reminiscing about the beautiful life back in her homeland. Under such a leisurely and comfortable lifestyle, a month swiftly passed. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, radiating its scorching heat to the world. Feeling the dry, scorching air, Jonaviri's delicate face was filled with impatience. Originally, she had planned to return and simply rest after eating, but suddenly Xiao Shunzi rushed over to inform her that he had conquered a rather special tribe and wished to invite her to take a look. Since she had nothing to do anyway, Jonaviri agreed. However, she did not expect the sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to be so scorching. Even though Medusa was constantly conjuring tiny ice crystals to cool her down, the hot air still made this white dragon feel irritable. Meanwhile, Medusa appeared anxious as her adorable master had been wearing a stern expression. She could only do her utmost to conjure ice crystals, fearing that if Jonaviri became unhappy, she would meet a dire fate. Fortunately, at a height of nearly 1.9 meters, it was quite convenient for her to sprinkle ice crystals for Jonaviri, who was merely about 1.4 meters tall, it wasn't overly tiring. Soon Xiao Shunzi, who was leading the way ahead, respectfully said, "Great master, we have arrived." Jonaviri nodded as she looked at the wooden structures in the distance. "Let's go see what makes it so special." Xiao Shunzi followed closely beside Jonaviri, and soon the three arrived on the outskirts of the village. They were already surrounded by a group of white crystal knights, while the villagers of the tribe had gathered together trembling in fear as they were enclosed by the white crystal knights. Upon seeing the appearance of these villagers, Jonaviri's eyes brightened, and she unconsciously quickened her pace. Beastfolk. A group of adorable beastfolk with human-like forms having animal ears and tails numbering well over 100. Seeing Jonaviri approach, these followers hurriedly bowed. "We greet our great master." Their words caught the attention of the beastfolk, and upon recognizing who had come, they were momentarily stunned. A little girl, a small girl who looked like she had stepped out of a fairy tale, resembling a noble princess. The beastfolk were naturally drawn to beautiful things, yet for some reason deep within their bloodline, they felt an overwhelming fear towards this little girl before them. While they were sizing up Jonaviri, she was also observing them. To be honest, as someone who had seen various fantastical creatures in countless works in her past life, it was thrilling to see them appear before her. Seeing the slight upward curve of Jonaviri's lips, Xiao Shunzi knew he had made the right bet. His master simply adored these beautiful and cute humanoid beings. However, the gazes of these beastfolk were too rude. They were staring openly at his great master, which made Xiao Shunzi furious. "How dare you, upon meeting my most noble and great master, to dare?" Before Xiao Shunzi could finish, he was locked by a cold glare, causing him to hastily shut his mouth. Following his instincts, he looked over and found it was Jonaviri who had slightly turned her gaze towards him. "What are you doing making such a loud noise? Haven't you seen that you frightened my little cuties? Truly uncultured." Jonaviri withdrew her gaze, wearing a friendly expression as she approached the group of demihumans. Seeing Jonaviri come closer, the demihumans couldn't help but huddle even tighter, with a cute little fox-eared demihuman tightly hugging her mother's thigh. "Do not be afraid, I am the mayor of Beijing City, and I will not do anything excessive to you." Upon hearing these kind words, the demihumans exchanged glances. Taking advantage of their momentary inaction, Jonaviri quietly reached out to stroke the ear of the adorable fox-eared demihuman. So soft and comfortable, it feels like my heart is melting." However, on the surface, Jonaviri maintained a calm demeanor. The little demihuman, having been touched, shook its snowy white ears and shrank back behind the female demihuman. Jonaviri's heart blossomed with affection, but she continued speaking. "Come to Beijing City, where you can live happily, peacefully, and comfortably among more friends." As she spoke, Jonaviri smiled and extended her hand. Seeing this, the demihumans lowered their guard a little. "Oh, at least this person appeared very friendly." At that moment, an elderly demihuman hunched over and stepped forward. Jonaviri glanced at him a few times and immediately lost interest. "Sir, we have lived here for generations and have developed feelings for this place. We do not wish to take root in a strange land." So the words of rejection remained unspoken, yet everyone understood the implication. The temperature around gradually dropped, but Jonaviri's expression remained unchanged as she patiently spoke. "Please reconsider. Although it may seem abrupt, I genuinely wish to invite you to join Beijing City." The elderly demihuman shook his head. "Alas, I am old and cannot withstand any more upheaval. I ask that you please leave." Jonaviri's expression hardened, her gaze turning cold. "What do you think, this old man has been given too much face?" Jonaviri's voice turned icy. "Is it because you are reluctant to part with these houses? That's all right. After moving to Beijing City, appropriate accommodations will be provided. If you truly do not wish to leave, I believe I cannot stop the thoughts of others." Jonaviri looked at the little demihuman she had just touched and asked, "Little one, would you like to go and live with your sister?" "There is." Before Jonaviri could finish, the little demihuman shook its head. "No, Leo wants to be with mommy." Jonaviri twitched her lips, looking at the other demihumans, only to find that none of them were willing to follow her. Seeing this, the elderly demihuman's expression revealed an unhidden delight. "Good, very good, you are indeed united. So your excellency means..." The elderly demihuman thought Jonaviri would give up, but the next moment left him feeling as though he had fallen into an ice pit. "If I were still the old me, I would simply let it go. After all, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. But unfortunately, the current me must obtain whatever I desire. No one can defy my will." As Jonaviri spoke, changes began to manifest in her form, revealing the characteristics of a giant dragon. By the time the last word fell, she had transformed into a white dragon measuring 16 meters long, 7 meters tall, with a wingspan of about 40 meters. The white dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a fan-shaped breath that obliterated the small village in an instant, leaving only frost and a chilling atmosphere behind. With her icy blue pupils coldly gazing down at the demihumans below, her tone was merciless. "Now tell me your choice." In contrast, the demihumans below had already been rendered dumbfounded at the moment Jonaviri revealed her true form. After a moment, one demihuman was the first to react. "Dragon. It's a giant dragon." This shout triggered a chain reaction, causing the other demihumans to become weak-kneed and collapse to the ground. Some demihumans attempted to flee, but were stopped by the Beijing Knights, while the younger demihumans were scared into loud cries. Joyful, immensely joyful, feeling their fear, the earlier gloom vanished completely. The dragon's maw widened in a grin. "Shout, weren't you quite vocal just now? Wasn't your attitude very assertive? Why have you stopped now? 3 seconds. Within 3 seconds, give me your answer, submit or die." Without hesitation, the elderly demi-human knelt to the ground with a thud, bowing his head towards Jonaviri. Great true dragon, it was our ignorance not to recognize your majesty. We have offended you, please forgive us. My choice is submission. Upon finishing, more demi-humans knelt on the ground, all expressing their submission. Jonaviri scoffed and transformed back into human form. Hee, I still prefer that look of yours where everything is under your control. The elderly demi-human trembled in fear and quickly spoke up. I dare not, I dare not. Joking, could he provoke a giant dragon? Though he was old and nearing death, he had not lived enough yet. If he could live a little longer, who would complain about living a bit longer? Jonaviri slightly bowed, extending her small hand to slap his face, which resembled dry tree bark. In life, do not act too pretentious, especially in front of me, do you understand? Yes, your excellency is right. The elderly demi-human felt as though his courage was about to be shattered, his speech quaking. Seeing that the elderly demi-human had quieted down, Jonaviri directly ignored him and walked towards the trembling white fox-eared demi-human. Looking at the little fluff ball shaking like a little electric motor, Jonaviri's playful spirit was ignited. She reached out and grabbed the fluffy white bushy tail, the comfortable sensation making her squint her eyes in delight. The little one jumped in surprise and couldn't help but scream. Oh, the medicine, please don't eat me. The little demi-human was about to cry from fear, but dared not break free, fearing that Jonaviri might eat her as a treat if she became displeased. Jonaviri found it amusing and prepared to tease the little one. Leah, right? Are you willing to come with me now? If not, Jonaviri displayed a wicked smirk, saying menacingly, I'll eat you. Oh no. Leah was scared to tears. I am willing to go with you. Please don't eat me. Jonaviri nodded in satisfaction, then took Leah by the hand, preparing to take her back to Beijing City. Just then another fox-eared demi-human hurriedly stood up, drawing everyone's attention. Jonaviri turned to look, seeing the fox demi-human displaying a noble sacrifice demeanor, her face filled with determination. Great true dragon, I implore you to spare my sister. I am willing to go with you. Jonaviri looked at her with disdain. What are you? How dare you propose conditions to me? As she spoke, Jonaviri's pupils transformed into crystalline blue dragon eyes. Although small, they exuded an overwhelming aura. Grelina couldn't help but swallow hard, her heart racing. It was no wonder she felt terrified. The pressure emanating from Jonaviri was simply too great. Coupled with the fear rooted deep in her bloodline, it was already a testament to Grelina's strong will that she hadn't cowered. Jonaviri scrutinized Grelina for a moment, noticing that this girl was quite attractive. Though she paled in comparison to Medusa, she was still a rare beauty. Since you've said that, I can't refuse. Let's go together. With that, Jonaviri took Grelina away, while the remaining subhumans were led back to the White Crystal City by Xiao Shunzi. Upon returning to the White Crystal City, Xiao Shunzi handed these subhumans over to Finny for processing. Jonaviri then led Leah and Grelina to her room in the city. This room was specially built for them by Finny after Jonaviri awoke, but it was merely a temporary arrangement, as Jonaviri's true palace was still under construction. Once inside the room, Fulel ordered Medusa to take Grelina downstairs. Seeing the nervous little fox girl, Jonaviri couldn't help but chuckle. Am I really that intimidating? I feel quite cute right now. Yet with a motion resembling lifting a chick, Jonaviri picked up Leah and brought her to the edge of the bed. You just need to sit here, understand? Yes. Leah dared not move, fearing that the great dragon might devour her at any moment. Since childhood, she had heard her mother tell stories about how dragons devoured children. Thus she obediently sat by the pillow, her fluffy fox tail still bristling. Jonaviri had never worn shoes. She floated effortlessly onto the bed. She extended her small hand, placing Leah's frizzy white tail at the head of the bed to use as a pillow, and lay down directly. Jonaviri's actions startled Leah, who trembled incessantly, yet she remained seated, too afraid to move. However, in the corner where Jonaviri couldn't see, Leah's face had already turned bright red. Don't move your tail. Yais. Leah's compliance pleased Jonaviri, who gradually closed her eyes as her breathing became slower. Unaware of Jonaviri's instant slumber, Leah wholeheartedly played the role of a pillow. Half an hour later, Leah began to adapt slowly. The redness on her face faded gradually, with fear and dread being replaced by the curiosity rising within her. After all, she was still just a child. A liveliness and curiosity were part of her nature. She couldn't help but fidget with her fingers, scratch her white ears, and even attempted to doze off. Unfortunately, with the dragon resting on her tail, she found it impossible to stay still. She couldn't resist a quiet glance, and upon seeing Jonaviri's peaceful sleeping face, she quickly turned away, as if afraid of being discovered. After a while, noticing that Jonaviri was still motionless, Leah turned her head again, looking at her. To be honest, the sight of Jonaviri sleeping quietly was quite alluring, especially for Leah's race, which naturally had an affinity for beautiful things. Gazing at the comfortable Jonaviri sleeping on her tail, Leah's eyes were inadvertently drawn to the slight curve of Jonaviri's lips. The way Jonaviri spoke made Leah murmur softly, "Tail. Using the tail as a pillow. Is it really that comfortable? I usually use it as a hugging pillow." After murmuring, Leah tried to move her tail a bit, but as soon as she made a move, she was gently grasped by soft little hands, causing her to tremble all over and sit up straight. White dragon lady, I didn't mean to. I was just too tired. Leah nervously closed her eyes, her small face tense, fearing Jonaviri's reproach. However, the anticipated pressure and blame did not come, prompting her to sneak a look back. Discovering that Jonaviri was still fast asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet as she gazed at Jonaviri's serene, sleeping form, a hint of reproach emerged in Lia's eyes, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Clearly Mother said that our tales can only be touched by those we are destined to be with for life, but before she could finish, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jonaviri, unbeknownst to Wen, had turned her head and opened her mouth, yet her eyes remained closed. White Dragon Lady, what happened to you? Jonaviri bit down on Lia's tail, causing Lia to fearfully shut her eyes, almost jumping up, but she forcibly suppressed that urge. However, Jonaviri was in an unconscious state, merely nibbling, and Lia felt a vague sensation of pain. Before long, even that slight pain dissipated. The little fox girl nervously opened one eye, realizing Jonaviri was still asleep, which boosted her courage a bit. The other crystalline eye slowly opened as well. Looking at Jonaviri with her mouth slightly ajar and breathing steadily, she found that this great dragon didn't seem so terrifying after all. The following day arrived swiftly, and Lia had sat at the bedside for a whole day and night. Soon a faint sound of the door opening reached her ears, stirring Lia from her half-asleep state. Upon opening her eyes, she saw another fox-eared girl who looked more mature. It was none other than her sister Grelina. Lia's drowsiness instantly faded, her face lighting up with joy as she instinctively wanted to rush over and hug her sister. However, Grelina suddenly made a gesture for her to stay still, then placed her finger over her lips to signal silence. Holding breakfast, she tiptoed to Lia's side and spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. Sister, have something to eat first to fill your stomach. Lia nodded vigorously. Having not eaten for over 10 hours, she was now ravenously hungry. She took out a piece of bread and began to devour it. The moment it entered her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Grelina. Throughout her life, she had only eaten berries and wild fruits, occasionally managing to snag a bite of roasted meat when the adults in her tribe caught prey. Eating bread for the first time made her feel as if she had discovered a new world, with her taste buds bursting with delight. However, she forced herself to suppress the desire to continue eating, ignoring the protests from her stomach. She offered the bread to Grelina with a gentle smile. Sister, this is so delicious, you should have some too. Grelina was taken aback for a moment at the bread offered by Lia, then smiled helplessly, realizing her sister remained as gentle as ever. Grelina reached out and gently patted Lia's head, smiling softly. Lia, eat up. I've already had enough, and Lady Medusa is very... Before she could finish, Grelina's expression stiffened as she saw a little girl sitting up behind Lia. The little girl's brows were deeply furrowed, clearly displeased at being disturbed. Lia seemed to realize something and turned her head stiffly, only to see Jonaviri sitting up, her face full of displeasure, which made Lia freeze on the spot. Wah! What? Jonaviri was troubled. The dragons have very keen senses. Although these two had tried hard to lower their voices, it sounded to her as if they were shouting in her ear. Seeing one girl stutter in fear and the other frozen in place, Jonaviri felt her anger dissipate a little. But she still viciously snatched the bread from Lia's hand, biting into it, as if to vent her frustrations. Jonaviri's actions snapped the two fox-eared girls back to reality, and Grelina quickly pulled Lia down to kneel on the ground, trembling as she spoke. Forgive us, Lady White Dragon. It was not our intention. I merely wanted to bring breakfast to Lia and sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest. If punishment is necessary, please punish me alone. Lia initially did not react, her mind filled with thoughts of she. She took the delicious bread and even ate from where I had bitten. Does that count as an indirect kiss? It must count, right? Oh. Only when she heard Grelina say punish her alone did Lia come back to her senses and hurriedly spoke up. No, that's not it. Sister, she. Before Lia could finish, Jonaviri narrowed her crystal blue eyes and spoke with a blank expression. Enough. Do I look like the kind of fool who gets angry easily? At that moment, somewhere by the riverside, a red dragon sneezed in frustration after being teased by a fish. Achoo! Who was talking behind the back of the great fully air. Just as she sensed Jonaviri awakening, Medusa was already hurrying towards this direction. As soon as she entered, she saw the two kneeling on the ground, and Jonaviri cast her gaze over at that moment. Medusa quickly bowed. Medusa, I greet my master. Jonaviri floated to Medusa's front and said lightly, since I can't sleep anyway, let's go explore the places we didn't finish last time. Yes, great master. Jonaviri flew out towards the door, while Medusa turned back to glance at the two, her tone indifferent. Keep up. With that, she turned and followed behind Jonaviri. Yes. Grelina sighed in relief, standing up to see Lia picking up the remaining bread that had fallen on the ground. Sister, this is so delicious. All right, take your time eating it, don't choke. I want to bring some back for Mama to try. Hearing Lia's words, Grelina's heart trembled. She wasn't sure what had happened to those subhumans, but hopefully they were not in any life-threatening danger. Okay. The two quickly followed Medusa and Jonaviri. Jonaviri's room was built in the center of the city, and after finding a direction, they headed that way. The architectural style here was extremely similar to that of human city-states, thanks to Fanny's negotiations with those humans. Soon Jonaviri was captivated by a uniquely styled building. Battle Axe Restaurant. Filled with curiosity, Jonaviri stepped inside. The decor of this restaurant was simple, with only a few monster guests scattered about. Looking around, Jonaviri walked up to the counter and coldly addressed the busy Minotaur. Boss, what dishes do you have here? The Minotaur was taken aback, feeling as if he was being stared at by a dragon. He instinctively turned around, only to find a human little girl. Her copper bell-like eyes widened. Goodness, this was not an illusion, now a dragon was indeed fixating on him. The Minotaur bowed to Jonaviri. Crew greets the great Lady White Dragon. In response to the Great Lady White Dragon, our dishes include roasted beef legs, steamed beef hooves, and steaks, among others. Hearing this, Jonaviri scrutinized the Minotaur a few times, a strange glint flickering in her eyes. The restaurant run by the Minotaur only sold beef dishes. Isn't that a bit strange? He'll take 2 steaks, please. Yes, Lady White Dragon. Crew turned around to prepare the steaks, and Jonaviri called out to him again. Aren't you going to ask how well done? Hearing Jonaviri's inquiry, Crew was dumbfounded. Wah, what done? Looking at the simple-minded Minotaur, Jonaviri seemed to understand something. Never mind, just go about your work. As you wish, my lady. Jonaviri sat down at a table, slowly closing her eyes and entering the memory inheritance, watching those interesting events in her memories as if watching short videos. One could say that this dragon vein inheritance is advanced, capable of directly projecting images imported from dragons with even dragon clips inside. As for how Jonaviri knew this, that must have been an accidental click. The projections before her were categorized in complex ways. The previous one might show the casting process of a certain spell, while the next could depict a passionate battle between dragons and their kin. Meanwhile, Medusa and her 2 maids stood quietly beside Jonaviri, with only Leah, whose mind was somewhat immature, curiously looking around and even waving to other monsters in the store. However, upon seeing the sleeping Jonaviri, those monsters all avoided her, not daring to respond. Before long, Crew came over with 2 large plates of beef. Seeing the resting Jonaviri with her eyes closed, he didn't know what to do. He turned his gaze to the more approachable Leah, hoping she could help, but Jonaviri had already opened her eyes. Initially filled with anticipation to taste this old bull's cooking, her expression fell upon seeing the 2 plates of charcoal before her. What is this? Crew scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. In response to the Great Lady White Dragon, this is my exclusive secret recipe for roasted steak. My skills are a bit lacking, I hope you can forgive me. Jonaviri twitched her mouth. Is this what you call a bit lacking? You've clearly served me 2 pieces of charcoal, dude. Don't judge based on appearance. Oh, every customer who has tried it said it was good. Adopting the inherited attitude of since you're here, just try it, Jonaviri still decided to give it a taste. She extended her small hand, and seeing Jonaviri's action, Crew scratched his head, confused. What? Cutlery? Seeing Crust's bewildered expression, Jonaviri revealed a look of understanding. Alright, you really are unbeatable. Looking at the Minotaur who opened a restaurant without any preparations, Jonaviri felt that his survival was nothing short of a miracle. Summoning ice element cutlery with her magic, Jonaviri elegantly cut a small piece of steak and brought it to her mouth. Chewing, swallowing, pausing, turning her head, and staring intently. Crew felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze, but still cautiously probed with a question. What's wrong? Jonaviri scoffed internally. What else could it be? No wonder no one has complained, you must have sent them all away, right? On the surface, Jonaviri stood up and spoke coldly. Open your mouth. Crew dared not disobey and complied obediently. With copper bell-like eyes widened, Jonaviri directly shoved a chunk of beef into his mouth. Come, taste for yourself what you've roasted. I see you want to poison me, huh? Jonaviri's powerful strength forced the large piece of steak into his mouth, making Crust's cheeks puff out. Seeing this comical scene, Leah couldn't help but laugh. Though her laughter was not loud, it still caught Jonaviri's attention. Medusa and Glina also turned their heads. Leah, frightened by Jonaviri, leaned closer to Glina. Great White Dragon. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Jonaviri's lips slightly curled up. To be honest, this little one looked even more delightful when laughing. It's fine, laugh as much as you want, just keep laughing at him. Meanwhile, Crew had already swallowed that large piece of steak. The charred flavor made him involuntarily stick out his tongue, which he kept prodding. The pale pink tongue was stained black by the steak, and after regaining his composure, Crew fell into self-doubt. Wait, no one has ever said it tasted bad. Jonaviri twitched her mouth and strode over to a nearby table of customers. Seeing Jonaviri float over, the monsters hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Great White Dragon. Jonaviri ignored them, and upon seeing the contents of their plates, her mouth twitched. Inside lay bloody beef, although little remained, it was all raw without exception. She reached out to grab a piece of the raw meat and flew back in front of Crew, slapping it onto his horns. The raw steak hung there, and the powerful force knocked Crust's head askew. You can't tell the quality of raw meat. You better practice more. Go find those dog-headed people, they excel at roasting meat. With that, Jonaviri spat on the ground. What bad luck. After cursing, she left, leaving Crew in a state of disarray in the shop. So it really is that inedible. After a moment of silence, Crew clenched his fists, looking towards the direction Jonaviri and the others had left, making a resolution. I must create a superb dish that earns praise from the Great White Dragon. Jonaviri kept stuffing ice cubes into her mouth, trying to numb her tongue to forget that horrific taste. Lady Jonaviri, are you alright? Medusa expressed concern, continuously summoning small ice cubes in front of Jonaviri. Slowly recovering, Jonaviri waved her hand. In the future, prohibit those with subpar culinary skills from opening restaurants. As for what qualifies as up to standard, it should be at least food that even those dog-headed creatures would not shake their heads at. I understand, Master. I will notify Lady Finny afterward. After wandering around a bit longer, they had almost seen all of the city-state. This trip left Jonaviri feeling that it was too monotonous, far from what a city-state should be. Officially, it was called a city-state, but in reality, it was just a large tribe. There was no entertainment, no impressive specialties, and nothing to trade with the outside world except for some fruits and hunted meat. It seems we still need to develop properly. The road ahead is long. Jonaviri stretched lazily, beginning to ponder and recall some knowledge from her past life. Let's start with drinks, and later we can try making popsicles. However, that will have to wait until Fueler can cast long-distance spatial teleportation, otherwise the supply might not keep up. But before that, let's get some entertainment. Oh, otherwise it's just too boring. Medusa, go get me 55 wooden boards. Yes, great master. Medusa swayed her snake-like waist and retreated to the side. A few days later, Gliss awakened in the dragon's lair and immediately saw two massive figures. The envy in his pitch-black dragon eyes was completely unmasked. He was a black dragon known as the skeleton of dragons. This bloodline meant that unless he awakened a physical enhancement talent, his body would never surpass that of other massive dragon species. After a moment of contemplation, Gliss sighed. Garlic birds, it's not easy for anyone. Anyway, the talent I awakened isn't bad. Given time, I should be able to surpass some conventional dragons. Sighing, Gliss prepared to go outside for some food and fun. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, he saw the monsters and followers working around the dragon's lair. Ignoring their fearful gazes, Gliss spread his dragon wings and flew toward the white crystal city. Whoosh! As soon as he landed, Gliss transformed into a human boy and walked barefoot into the city. Although he was a bit small, the white crystal knights he passed along the way all bowed to him, including his dragon-blooded followers. Gliss strode purposefully into the city, ready to treat his hungry stomach. It seemed that sensing Gliss awakening his followers, the forest giant Kilo were already on their way. As soon as he stepped into the city, several robust black-scaled forest giants knelt on one knee, bowing to Gliss. Greetings, great Lord Gliss. Seeing his followers so respectful, Gliss couldn't help but smile. Yes, this is how it should be. This is the daily life of a dragon, not being stuck under one. Kilo, I'm a bit hungry. Go prepare something for me. Yes, great master. Kato led a group of forest giants away in a hurry, while Gliss walked into the city with a swagger. Not long after, his keen senses picked up a phrase he had never heard before. Joyful dual nobility. What is that? Gliss stopped a few passing frost dog-headed creatures and inquired. The dog-headed creatures, seeing it was Gliss, hurriedly bowed and answered. In response to the great Lord Gliss, this is something invented by Lady Jonaviri. According to her, it is a type of entertainment game to relax during leisure time. Oh, my sister's handiwork. Take me to see. Glaze was quite intrigued by the white dragon, who occasionally came up with new and curious things. Yes, Lord Glaze. A few dog-headed creatures led Glaze to a temporary game room, where various subjugated monsters were gathered, cheers and shouts filling the air. Blow it up. What are you waiting for? No, can't you play properly? You really suck. Seeing the lively scene inside, Glaze walked towards the table where most of the monsters were gathered. After pushing aside a minotaur, the creature let out an unhappy reprimand. Who is pushing and shoving here? Be careful, or I. Before finishing his words, the minotaur quickly stopped when he recognized who it was. With a thud, the three-turtle minotaur knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, I have seen Lord Glaze. The commotion attracted the attention of the monsters, and upon realizing who had arrived, they all knelt. I have seen Lord Glaze. Glaze stepped over a group of monsters and reached the round table where some wooden plaques lay scattered, each displaying various numbers. With a questioning look, he sat on a stool and inquired of a nearby white-scaled goblin, what is this? In response to Lord Glaze, this is a type of entertainment project invented by the master named Joyful Duel of Nobles. Seeing that the white-scaled goblin was about to start a lengthy explanation, Glaze raised his hand to stop him. Stop, just tell me how to play. Yes, great Lord Glaze. The white-scaled goblin adjusted himself and continued. The rules are quite simple. There are a total of 55 cards, but typically only 54 are used, and different gameplay will require different numbers of cards. The most powerful card is the king, representing our mightiest master, followed by the queen, symbolizing the powerful Lady Friel, and the third card is the joker, which can change into any card below the king's. After explaining the rules, the white-scaled goblin noticed that Glaze initially didn't understand, but after a few more explanations, he finally grasped it. Sounds about right, let's give it a try. 2 months later, two massive trading ships docked at the eastern coastline of the Yasup continent. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard looked at the continent before him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air by the sea is always mixed with moisture and a salty scent, but this merchant, who had been trading for many years now, felt that the air here was remarkably refreshing. Oh, what a delightful scent, it truly brings me joy. Having just expressed his admiration, he couldn't help but sigh again and turned to look at the seasick adventurers and mercenaries, feeling his heart bleed. These were all good helpers he had hired to capture that city gang, costing him quite a bit of gold coins. What he found most unbearable was that hiring a golden tier elite mage cost as much as 10 gold coins, not including maintenance fees. This made him feel envious. If he had magical talent, he could be a high-ranking mage, undoubtedly with a status much higher than his current one. So I hope to make a big profit this time, otherwise he'll truly be at a loss. Merchants are like this, once they catch a whiff of business opportunities, they will not easily give up. 2 years ago, when Yater first brought those special scales back from the Wolf supercontinent, they were adored by various adventurers and mages, selling out quickly. By the gods of wealth, Yater had never sold anything so popular. Even the captured orc and halforc slaves weren't this well received. Last year, when he returned to the Yasup continent and observed that the strongest in that city-state were merely silver deer, he finally revealed his fangs. The saying goes, the greater the storm, the pricier the fish. He exchanged many white scales, and after making a profit he used 80% of his wealth to hire these mercenaries and adventurers, totaling over 3,000. What bothered him the most was this elite mage. Hiring him was purely a precaution to avoid any accidents. Moreover, after completing this deal, he didn't plan to leave. He intended to go to the Wit Kingdom to capture more halforcs and subhumans. After all, the Wit Kingdom, while called a kingdom, was actually composed of countless tribes, which provided him with an opportunity. However, Yater didn't plan to go directly to that city full of gold. Instead, he prepared to let these mercenaries and adventurers rest, well, first, as their current state was simply terrible. 3 days later, Medusa led Galena and 2 other charming serpent girls to the entrance of the dragon's nest, where Jonaviri and the others lay sleeping. They did not enter, but knelt outside the cave. Great master, that group of merchants has arrived. As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent, and after a moment a pair of crystal blue dragon eyes suddenly opened within the cave, followed by fiery red slit pupils. A disdainful chuckle was heard. At least you were punctual. Have you followed the arrangements I laid out? Medusa respectfully replied. In response to the master, the entire white crystal city has been arranged according to your instructions. Very well, then let us wait and see. Remember, do not attack first until they have shown their fangs. Yes, great master. After the report, Medusa and the others left, and before departing, Leah couldn't help but glance back into the cave once more. Her gaze naturally attracted Jonaviri's attention, and when their crystal blue dragon eyes met, Leah was frightened and fled. All of this was witnessed by Friel, who felt inexplicably irritable, and a somewhat indifferent voice came through. Why not attack directly? Faced with Friel's suddenly cold tone, Jonaviri was somewhat baffled, but patiently explained. After all, everything is just my speculation about human nature without any actual basis. What if they simply want to trade with us? If we wrongly kill them, we would sever this only trade relationship, and then the economy of the White Crystal City would stagnate, making it difficult to develop further. The fiery red dragon eyes narrowed as if trying to see through Jonaviri. Jonaviri felt a chill run down her spine. After all, as the elder brother of the 5-colored dragons, the red dragon's gaze was still too oppressive. Jonaviri shrank her neck. Why are you staring at me? After a moment, Friel slowly replied. You don't resemble a 5-colored dragon at all, especially not a white dragon. Jonaviri's heart tightened, and Friel continued. In conversing with you, I find your strategy, foresight, and even your way of thinking resemble that of a human. Jonaviri raised her dragon head proudly, narrowing her eyes. Fliriel, how dare you compare me to those weaklings? Humph, you are truly rude. Fliriel was not angry. On the contrary, this was the behavior worthy of a dragon. At this moment, Yate led a merchant caravan of over 3,000 people to the city of White Crystal. The one welcoming them was the ostensible City Lord, Finney. City Lord Finney, it is a pleasure to meet you again. I hope this transaction will satisfy us both. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Yate presented a friendly demeanor upon his arrival. This behavior was generally well received by beings like the fairies, but the problem was that with Jonaviri's suspicions, Finney was not particularly fond of these humans and did not exude the warmth typically associated with fairies. Fairies are like this. They generally express their emotions plainly because they are pure spirits of nature, leading to their hearts being exceptionally pure and rarely engaging in scheming. Facing the indifferent fairy, Yate, a merchant who had spent most of his life as a wandering trader, believed he could handle the situation well. I wonder why you appear this way, Lady Finney. Finney glanced at the caravan, which had clearly increased in number several times. Her brows slightly furrowed, her tone cold. Why are there so many merchants this time? Lady Finney, you may not know, but to deepen our trading relationship and make our cooperation more solid, I specially brought more goods for trade to help improve your newly established city-state. This is my sincere intent. Looking at the still smiling Yate, Finney only felt hypocrisy and disgust. Had it not been for Jonaviri's reminder, she might have felt as happy as before and warmly welcomed these merchants, but now. I hope you won't cause trouble, otherwise the wrath of those 3 great ones is not something mere humans like you can withstand. Finney sneered inwardly but feigned disinterest as she spoke. Let's enter the city. With that, she took Anna and flew into the city-state, leaving Yate's gaze cold as he watched the 2 little fairies depart. Just a fairy, what's there to flaunt? Yet soon after, Yate slowly donned a greedy smile. I wonder how many gold coins those 2 fairies can fetch. Everyone enter the city. The grand caravan entered the city-state with Yate leading the way. However, upon seeing the scene inside, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, wealth god, look what I see. Beastmen and snakewomen beauties. These are races that can fetch quite a price. Beastmen and snake people generally possess high attractiveness, making them excellent tools for those noble lords to vent their desires or serve as maids. In the supercontinent of Wolf, many noble estates are filled with such beastwomen, and some even have high elves as well. However, these cannot be made public, as the enslavement of other races for personal amusement would undoubtedly incite war. But when it comes to the best riding tools, the dragon race is unmatched. The advantages of the dragon race are simply too numerous. If a family has a dragon as their protector, their status and influence will rise to an unimaginable height. Moreover, dragon blood can be used to transform dragon blood warriors and dragon blood sorcerers, significantly enhancing overall strength. But most importantly, if a female dragon is tamed, one can be a dragon knight by day and a dragon knight by night. This is well understood among the nobility. Dragons are also the most precious family heirlooms, especially hatchlings and young dragons, which are the easiest to tame. If one could capture a dragon alive, the wealth gained would be enough to last 3 lifetimes. Yate couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, revealing a greedy expression. After the caravan entered the city-state, they began selling the goods they had brought. After all, on the surface, they still had a trading relationship. However, Yate keenly noticed that the number of magical creatures here had significantly increased compared to last year. Most were of silver rank, but this did not intimidate him. He even felt fortunate to have brought elite gold-ranked mages. One must know in each realm, there are formidable races capable of fighting across levels, such as dragons, wyverns, hydras, unicorns, and other top-tier races. Of course, they have even grander titles, mythical beings. Thus this implies, I will definitely make a fortune this time. Yate did not rush to take action, but began observing the movements of these magical creatures. However, he found it strange that their interest seemed less enthusiastic than in previous years. Only some young cubs displayed strong curiosity. But as the saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is confused. Yate merely thought that some unfortunate events had occurred recently and did not think much of it. He was now blinded by gold coins. However, the adventurers and mercenaries were instead captivated by the currently popular game in the city of White Crystal. Joyful duel of nobles quickly becoming engrossed. As the weather gradually darkened, night quickly fell. After nearly a day's observation, the highest level of magical creatures in the city was only silver rank, while the lowest was black iron. This made Yate unable to restrain himself any longer, preparing to act tonight. The magical creatures in the city of White Crystal also noticed that the scale of this merchant caravan was several times larger than last time, which made them trust Jonaviri's words even more. They lay on their beds, slowly closing their eyes, but their senses quietly spread out. Transformed into human forms, Jonaviri and Flerial stood outside the dragon nest, watching the gradually dimming city of White Crystal and the shadows flitting about, unable to help but smile. Haha, people say we dragons are greedy, but I see that humans are equally insatiable. However, compared to us dragons, human emotions are more complex. Within a fist-sized heart lies kindness, justice, joy, greed, evil, anger, jealousy, cunning, and so on. How astonishing. Regarding Jonaviri's musings, Flerial remained noncommittal. Shadows stealthily infiltrated the rooms of the frost dogmen and white-scaled goblins who had been prioritized for elimination. Other shadows infiltrated the rooms of ordinary magical creatures ready to strike at any moment. After noticing that these mercenaries and adventurers were nearly prepared, Yate respectfully addressed the human mage beside him. Mr. Please signal them to attack. Even though Yate's attitude was sincere, the young elite magician beside him remained unmoved, gazing at the stars above, lost in thought. Mr. At the sound of Yate's call, the young magician, named snapped back to reality. Yet I have a bad feeling about this. I suggest we cancel the operation. Hearing this, Yate was taken aback. Isn't this supposed to be a buddy moment? Are you messing with me? I've spent nearly all my fortune hiring so many adventurers and mercenaries, and you're telling me to cancel the operation. The arrow is already on the bowstring. You have to do it whether you like it or not. Suppressing the rising anger within him, Yate spoke respectfully. Please, Mr. Don't joke around. The arrow is already on the bowstring. How can we suddenly cancel it? Staring at Yate, was still prepared to negotiate. I have a premonition that something bad may happen. You know, my teacher is an astrologer, and my sensitivity to these matters is why my teacher took me as an apprentice. Mr. You just said it's a premonition. Moreover, you are still just an elite magician. If you truly had talent, you'd have probably broken through to platinum by now. ISS gaze darkened. Are you questioning me? I wouldn't dare. You are a noble magician. How could I doubt you? Is snorted coldly. I want to take action again. If something unexpected happens, it will be at another price. The reason for this lies in your hypocritical little heart. Seeing this, Yate also put away his smile. In his eyes, he was already certain of his success. His who charged him 10 gold coins was quite a thorn in his side. If possible, Yate hoped he would be accidentally killed. His gently raised his staff, closed his eyes, and conveyed the signal to attack to the mercenaries through his spiritual power. The mercenaries who had already crept to the bedside immediately acted, but just as they were within 5 centimeters of the sleeping monsters, the creatures suddenly opened their eyes. Daryl suddenly opened his eyes. This time his bovine eyes transformed into red slits, and his body quickly donned red scales. Moo. With a loud shout, his strong, muscular arm grabbed the neck of the mercenary who was about to launch a sneak attack. How? How is this possible? The mercenary's face turned red, and the magical rope in his hand fell to the ground. Cunning human. Die. Daryl tightened his grip and directly broke the mercenary's neck. After dealing with him, Daryl burst through the window, spread his dragon wings, and soared above the city of White Crystal, where numerous White Crystal knights were already in the sky. What is happening? Seeing the sudden appearance of so many dragonborn, Yate was stunned while he furrowed his brows. Having already suspected that this city might harbor a giant dragon upon seeing some frosthound goblins and white-scaled goblins, he had doubts. However, he had only seen descriptions of dragonborn in books, and he was uncertain at the time. But now, sensing their aura, he confirmed that they were all dragonborn, and there was more than one giant dragon. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and immediately pulled out a low-level teleportation scroll. He was not foolish. Although the value of a giant dragon was tremendous, he did not believe he could defeat a giant dragon of unknown strength with many followers. Just as he was about to infuse the scroll with magical power, he suddenly froze, feeling someone hugging his waist. He turned angrily only to see Yate with a pleading expression. Master Mage, don't leave me behind. Get lost. This low-level teleportation scroll could only transport one person and had a limited distance. Every second wasted increased the danger. He immediately kicked Yate away, and at that moment a childish voice entered his ears, startling him. On the peak of the dragon, I am the Black King, and with me there is heaven. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a human child approaching him. However, he dared not underestimate him and stood on high alert. Gree looked up, a smile on his face, holding a wooden block in his hand, and said, Sir, would you like to engage in a delightful duel of nobles? The stakes are your life. Whoosh! Is immediately infused the scroll with magical power, and his body glimmered with starlight before disappearing from the spot. Gree was taken aback, looking at Yate, who had just gotten up from the ground, and asked in confusion, Where did he go? After sensing the spatial fluctuations, Furiel spoke softly. A bug has escaped. Jonaviri did not comment, as she had witnessed everything unfold and realized that Gree had truly outsmarted her. Can you sense where he ran off to? Furiel closed her eyes and sensed for a moment before saying lightly, east, beyond the sleeping forest. Chase him. We cannot let him reveal our information. The two powerful giant dragons manifested their true forms and sped eastward. Is teleported to a tree at the edge of the sleeping forest. Without a point of support, he slipped down the tree and fell to the ground. The expensive mage robe was torn by the branches, leaving a huge gash, which pained him greatly. Heaven knows he had spent half a year's savings to purchase this beloved robe. But now he couldn't care less. Only by leaving this continent could he be safe. Damn it, I should have learned flying magic back then. Is clenched his fists, glanced around to confirm the direction, and then ran towards the coast where the ships they had arrived on were anchored. After spending 5 hours, the sun rose in the east, and Is was already panting, but fortunately, he spotted 2 ships anchored at the shore. This gave his already numb legs a burst of energy, and he quickened his pace again. Just then his pupils widened as a creature entered his perception. Before Is could turn around, a fierce wind swept and causing his mage robe to rustle loudly. Is squinted his eyes to avoid unnecessary harm. Boom! The sound of a massive object crashing to the ground echoed, followed by cheerful chatter. Look, who is this? Isn't this the self-proclaimed superior human mage? Why are you so disheveled now? Jonaviri maliciously grinned, for in human society, mages were always exalted and revered. Even if a magical apprentice randomly killed a civilian in the street, the punishment was merely compensation for the cost of the cheapest slave, and more powerful mages faced no repercussions at all. Jonaviri was undoubtedly mocking Is, and Is was well aware of it. As the fierce wind gradually diminished, Is slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing what lay before him, he was utterly stunned. 2 giant dragons, each over 10 meters long and several stories tall, stood before him. Judging by their size, they should be in the juvenile dragon stage, and they were among the larger ones. However, feeling the fluctuation of the realm emanating from Kainawe Li and her companions left EC puzzled. Why have these 2 dragons remained silver even in their juvenile stage? Shouldn't they be at the golden tier? Could it be? A guess forming in his mind, EC smirked, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. It seems they belong to the batch with inferior talent. EC's movements and expressions were captured by the powerful dynamic vision of the dragons, and Kainawe Li frowned. Could it be that these 2 have been scared stiff? From our perspective, we should clearly be among the top in strength and talent. In contrast, upon hearing EC disparage her, Furiel's crimson eyes sparked with anger. You insignificant insect, how dare you slander the great Furiel? You have chosen the path to your demise. A furious dragon roar erupted, and a terrifying dragon pressure radiated from Furiel, shaking EC's heart. The searing aura made Kainawe Li feel a tinge of discomfort. Upon careful reflection, she realized that Furiel's dragon pressure had a special effect. It seems to have a special effect that increases stamina consumption. While she contemplated, Furiel, unable to restrain her temper, made her move. Kainawe Li opened her dragon maw, not intending to intervene. Instead, she took a step back, focusing intently on recording the scene through her own eyes. I wonder if this battle will prompt the other dragons to offer some rewards. Faced with Furiel's ferocious attack, EC's heart tightened, and he hurriedly dodged. He realized that he had probably underestimated the strength of these 2 dragons, but it was too late. He could only be forced to fight. Great water element. EC began to chant a spell, but Furiel was not foolish enough to wait for his casting. After all, this was no mindless story where one would stand by and wait to be attacked. The red dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a powerful cone of fiery breath. EC had no way to evade this strike, especially since his stamina was already nearly depleted. Just as Kainawe Li thought this battle would end in such a dull manner, EC's spatial ring flickered. In the next moment, a golden tier magic automaton suddenly appeared, and a protective shield surged up in front of it. The terrifying breath crashed against the energy shield, creating ripples. Seeing her attack blocked, Furiel's fury ignited, and she increased the output of her breath. The red cone of breath suddenly surged several times in strength, enhanced by the indomitable fire, amplifying its power even further. Clearly, the sudden increase in attack power exceeded the alchemical automaton's ability to cope. The red cone of breath shattered the shield, penetrating through the right shoulder of the alchemical automaton, and the overwhelming force caused the automaton to collapse. How is this possible? This is a golden tier defensive alchemical automaton. How could it be? Before she could finish, Furiel had already raised her claw to stomp at EC. Gritting his teeth, EC seemed to make a significant decision. He'll fight you to the end. The spatial ring emitted a glow and 5 alchemical automatons suddenly appeared to block Furiel's attack. However, the sheer force of her attack still caused the surroundings to collapse. Sensing their golden tier aura, Kainawe Li used a telepathy spell. Hey, dear Furiel, do you need my help? Get lost. Do not touch my prey. Alright, you love to show off, then let me help you fly. Hearing this, Furiel angrily turned her head to glare at Kainawe Li, who helplessly shrugged her claws, indicating that she was just joking. At that moment of Furiel being distracted, the 5 alchemical automatons forcefully pushed away her dragon claw, their steel arms transforming into sharp blades. They also sprouted thrusters from behind the blade, gleaming coldly. Boom. The thrusters erupted with flames, and the core hub on their chests radiated a red light, as the formidable alchemical automaton charged at Furiel. With boosters sprouting from their mechanical arms, the indestructible steel blades struck Furiel's dragon scales, sending sparks flying. The dragon scales, known for their defensive power, were actually breached by this strike. This scene left Furiel wide-eyed, but soon it was replaced by boundless anger. You despicable insects. Flame Tide. A fiery magic circle expanded around Furiel with magical rings slowly rotating above it, and terrifying flames surged forth, like a tidal wave, towards the 5 alchemical automatons. The golden tier alchemical automatons reacted quickly, adjusting their thrusters to swiftly retreat. Meanwhile, EC, who had been keeping a low profile below, also raised the corners of his mouth. He raised his staff high, and at its tip a water-blue magic circle unfurled. Water Spike. A thick surge of water erupted, stabbing like a spear into Furiel's abdomen. However, the dragon's magical resistance was extremely high. Even when the golden tier spell struck her abdomen, it only left a faint indentation. Furiel's fiery vertical pupils locked onto EC, filled with an intense rage that seemed capable of incinerating him entirely. Watching the chaotic battle, Kainawe Li couldn't help but click her tongue. Is it any surprise that she is a red dragon? Facing a veritable 6 golden tiers, yet Furiel was evenly matched with them. But what caught Kainawe Li's attention were the alchemical automatons. She carefully observed the core hub on their chests, which was protected by a magical barrier. Tisk, truly remarkable. Just the displayed features include speed runes and strength runes. Oh, what exquisite creations. Just a single golden tier alchemical automaton embodies the craftsmanship of dwarven forging, alchemy, magic, and the power of runes. It's truly astonishing, and I wish to study it closely. Time slowly passed, and half an hour later the sun had completely risen. Furiel was covered in wounds of varying sizes, yet 3 alchemical automatons had already been violently dismantled by her losing their ability to act. In contrast, EC had thought about fleeing more than once, but was always stopped by Furiel beside him, filling him with a deep sense of helplessness. How could he have suddenly acted so foolishly as to provoke 2 dragons? But it was no use regretting it now. After all, the moment they decided to attack the city of pure crystal, their fate of annihilation was already sealed. Spatial flicker. Furiel unleashed her ability again, instantly flashing behind the alchemical automaton, preparing to repeat her previous tactics. But EC was already on guard, casting a water element defensive shield just in time to block this powerful blow. Another alchemical automaton, having lost its left arm, charged out in an instant, slashing at Furiel's dragon head. Roar. Furiel roared, her robust, powerful red dragon tail sweeping through, striking the alchemical automaton and halting its movements. At that moment, the alchemical golem that Furiel was about to attack turned around, its glimmering blade slicing towards her. Seeing this scene, is stared with a smug smile. In a dire situation, Furiel raised her claws to catch the blade, empty-handed. However, the alchemical golem was immensely powerful, pressing down hard, while the golem behind it, blocked by her dragon tail, reacted and thrust its blade towards Furiel's back. Furiel gritted her teeth. This blow could be enough to send her to the afterlife. Just at that critical moment, Jonaviri slightly parted her lips. Eternity. With her as the center, a cyan blue dial rapidly expanded, pausing everything nearby. Feeling the rapidly depleting magical power within her, Jonaviri did not hesitate and quickly rushed to Furiel's side, her claws grasping the alchemical puppet's head. With a flick of her dragon claw, she threw it towards is in the distance. With a thought, the time-stopping effect ended, and IS's face still bore a smile, but the 2 alchemical golems rushing toward him appeared to magnify infinitely in his eyes. What's going on? Just as this thought arose, Is had already lost consciousness. Seeing herself suddenly free, Furiel glared angrily at Jonaviri. What are you doing? This is my prey. Faced with Furiel's sudden hostility, Jonaviri showed no surprise. Wake up, Furiel. Without me, you'd be dead already. As she spoke, Jonaviri tilted her head and stuck out her large pink tongue, pretending to be dead. Jonaviri spoke the truth. Given the attacking power of the alchemical golems, Furiel's dragon scales would not withstand it. You. Though angry, Furiel understood that Jonaviri was speaking the truth. Even if I am killed, that is my fate. Don't be so angry, Jonaviri said, snapping her fingers. A cyan blue magic circle appeared beneath the 2 standing golems, freezing them in place. But this was only temporary. Given their strength, it wouldn't be long before they broke free. Seeing this, Furiel's dragon eyes narrowed. That Jonaviri has gotten stronger again. Although surprised, she snorted coldly and flicked her dragon tail toward the direction of the White Crystal City. Watching the sulking figure leave, Jonaviri shook her head. Looks like it'll be troublesome for a while. Then she turned to the already cracked ice crystal, shook her dragon wings, and landed in front of them. A white dragon claw extended, piercing into the core of an alchemical golem. A magical barrier resisted Jonaviri's dragon fingers, emitting a glow of white light. Seeing this scene, Jonaviri grinned. Interesting, but not much. With her arm muscles bulging, Jonaviri exerted force, her sharp claws piercing deeply, causing the magic circuit on the alchemical golem to burst forth, with white light shattering the ice layer. Her azure pupils widened suddenly. This is... A massive dragon wing shielded Jonaviri, and the next second, boom. The alchemical golem exploded violently, and as the dust settled, a huge black pit was left behind. The once pure white dragon wing turned black, and smooth dragon scales showed cracks. Jonaviri's gaze sharpened. I didn't expect it to have a self-destruct mechanism, I was too careless. But this thing really can't withstand dismantling. But then Jonaviri opened her claws, revealing a fainted human, and the alchemical golem obscured by her dragon wing. Jonaviri did not rush to kill, as she still had some questions to ask. As for the alchemical golem, Jonaviri extended her claws and began to destroy the magical circuits inscribed on it. After a moment, the alchemical golem lost its ability to move. Having completed this, Jonaviri organized the remaining more intact fragments of the alchemical golem, packed them up, and flew towards the White Crystal City. After 5 hours of flight, Jonaviri returned to the vast city-state where the subordinates were cleaning up the devastation caused by the battle. Seeing Jonaviri return, little wyrmling and Medusa rushed out of the city to greet her. We bow to our great master. Jonaviri placed the stack of alchemical golems on the ground, transforming into human form while sitting in the palm of one. Little Shunzi, tell me, how was the battle this time? Following your command, our counterattack plan was a great success. Before the humans acted, we had already followed your orders to make all the White Crystal Knights revert to their original forms and feign sleep in the city. The low-ranking residents within the city were arranged to leave in advance, so there were not many casualties among the magical creatures. In contrast, most humans chose to surrender. Hearing little Shunzi's report, Jonaviri nodded her dragon head. Not bad, bring all those surrendering humans here. As you command, great master. Little Shunzi stood up and flew into the city. At that moment, Jonaviri noticed the intensely staring Piaozi. Feeling puzzled, she followed Piaozi's gaze and found him staring intently at the alchemical golems. Piaozi. Without a reply, Jonaviri frowned slightly and raised her voice. Piaozi. Before he could respond, Medusa quickly swished her tail and slapped the white-scaled goblin on the back. Piaozi stumbled forward from the hit, finally coming to his senses. Yes, my master, please forgive me. Jonaviri was not angry as she originally just wanted to ask if he had seen Furier, but now she had a bigger question. Are you interested in this? Upon hearing Jonaviri's words, Piaozi was taken aback, for a moment hesitating before nodding. In response to my master, I don't know why, but I have a vague sense of familiarity with these things. But I can't say exactly where the familiarity comes from. It's like what? Like being blocked by some kind of power, unable to articulate or depict it, just a faint feeling. Jonaviri looked at him, then at the alchemical creation beneath her feet. Do you know what this is, eh? I do not know, my master. Jonaviri showed a thoughtful expression. This thing is called alchemical golem. Upon hearing this, Piaozi's pupils contracted sharply, turning into a tiny, trembling incessantly. Suddenly he extended his hands and clutched his head, feeling something trying to resurface in his mind, but perpetually sealed by a mysterious power. This led to his head splitting with pain, as if his brain were being stirred. Seeing this, Jonaviri had a rough guess that was related to the records of a race in the memories of inheritance, but she was not certain. Looking at the rolling wyrmling on the ground, Jonaviri turned to Medusa and the other attending maids. Go prepare some food for me. As you wish, great master. Not long after Medusa left, little Shunzi and a group of White Crystal Knights escorted a group of surrendering people out of the city, coming before Jonaviri. Jonaviri released her perception and scanned the area, discovering that there were over 1,000 people. Xiao Fanny flew onto Jonaviri's shoulder, puffing up in anger as she glared at the humans. Jonaviri, these humans are truly detestable. Hurry and kill them. Jonaviri slightly lifted her head. There is no rush, I need to clarify a few matters first. Killing can wait. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fanny appeared somewhat reluctant. All right. Fine, but you must kill them. Creatures that deceive little fairies deserve to die. Jonaviri glanced at Fanny. Generally speaking, while fairies enjoy teasing passing travelers, they do not take lives. On the contrary, if given sweet treats like small cakes, they would be quite friendly. Fairies like Fanny, who are quick to resort to killing, are exceedingly rare. However, Jonaviri soon came to understand some of the reasons why. Fairies are pure spirits of nature, inherently innocent, their hearts easily tainted by experiences. Fanny was captured by a group of humans before she was even born. As soon as she was born, these humans were fleeing, and casualties were inevitable during their escape. Later, human adventurers were also captured by goblins, who undoubtedly slaughtered these adventurers in front of Fanny. Furthermore, Fanny was nearly used as a holy grail by the goblins, witnessing their reproduction daily, which surely affected her disposition. Lastly, encountering herself, she mercilessly annihilated that group of goblins. Coupled with 5 years of experiences filled with expansion and slaughter, Fanny was no longer innocent. Although it was Kyanavali's speculation, she felt she was not far from the truth. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Fanny's plight. The little one had been through too much, but it was just a tinge. Kyanavali looked down at it, who was kneeling before her, trembling all over her tone. I see. Sinner, why did you attack the White Crystal City? I was completely stunned by fear, repeatedly banging his head and stammering. In response to the esteemed one, I just momentarily lost my mind. I deserve to die. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. As he spoke, it raised his hand and began to slap his own face. Well said. You indeed deserve to die. I have a hobby of fulfilling others' dreams, and since you wish to die so much, I shall grant you this request. No need to thank me. Upon hearing this, I was bewildered. He didn't truly want to die. He was merely putting on an act. Was this person out of their mind? I wanted to plead for mercy, but it was too late. Kyanavali raised her hand and grasped his head, the immense strength rendering it unable to move an inch. With a muffled bang, the watermelon juice exploded, splattering red liquid everywhere. The originally pure white dress was stained by this watermelon juice. Seeing this, Kyanavali showed a look of disgust. Even in death you have to disgust me. You truly deserve to die. However, deep in her eyes a hint of complexity flashed, quickly concealed from view. Well done. Those cunning guys deserve to be killed. Fanny cheered from Kyanavali's shoulder, clapping and laughing, causing the humans to feel like they were pricked by needles. Seeing their leader killed so brutally, the other humans were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees. Yet they dared not cry out or make louder sounds, fearing they would be the next to die. Ignoring Fanny's words, Kyanavali looked at the group of humans, speaking coldly. Who is the second in command of this caravan? Her voice was not loud, but everyone present heard her clearly. A few seconds later, a hand was raised from the caravan, and a young man trembled as he stood up from the crowd. And master, it is I. Kyanavali glanced at Xiao Shunzi, who understood and kicked through the crowd, bringing the young man before Kyanavali. Kyanavali watched his trembling form, feeling inexplicably pleased. Very well, tell me why you initiated the attack. In response to the esteemed one, Kyanavali frowned. She did not like his stuttering. She raised her small hand, and the young man thought he was about to meet his end, hurriedly kneeling and banging his head. Please spare me. My lord. Kyanavali cast a calming spell. If you say one more word, that person will be your fate. Yes, my lord. Seeing that his head was still attached, the young man sighed in relief. In response to the esteemed one, boss at wanted to capture the special magical creatures of White Crystal City, to enslave them and harvest their scales for sale at any time. Moreover, he looked at the little fairy sitting on Kyanavali's shoulder and continued. An ordinary fairy is worth over 200 gold coins. Moreover, this ice element fairy can fetch at least over 1,000 gold coins. So you chose the most brutal method. Yes. Truly foolish. Fanny was already stunned by this revelation, unable to regain her composure. My lord, please spare us. We had no choice. Kyanavali did not respond, sweeping her gaze over the humans as she began to ponder. Killing these humans would certainly be easy, but it would also sever the economy of White Crystal City. To kill them, I would have to wait for the next caravan to come here for trade, but the likelihood of that is exceedingly low. Moreover, most of them are mercenaries and adventurers. If they all come to harm, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. As she thought, a sudden idea emerged in Kyanavali's mind. There are too many of them. If the number is reduced, it would create a greater deterrent while lowering suspicion. With this thought, Kyanavali grinned. Xiao Shunzi, convey the order to leave only 200 people, eliminate the rest. Yes, my lord. Kyanavali's words plunged everyone into a freezing abyss. They all knelt and begged for mercy, but it was too late. Xiao Shunzi turned around, his gaze turning cold. Kill. Instantly, the White Crystal Knights charged into the crowd, launching indiscriminate attacks. At the same time, Gliss flew out, drawn to the slaughter fest, immediately joining in the massacre. Within minutes, the area outside White Crystal City was awash with blood, the white, red, and black knights, all stained crimson. The remaining 200 people were psychologically shattered by this horrifying scene. Some cried, some remained calm, and some appeared slightly insane. During the massacre, is also slowly awakened, but upon seeing this scene, she fainted again from fright. I shall permit the rest of you to depart, but I have one modest demand. Nat Jonaviri's words, a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the survivors. A subtle knowing curve lifted the corners of Jonaviri's mouth. First, each year in the 8th month, you shall bring vast quantities of goods to trade with White Crystal City. Should you breach this covenant, I shall take great pleasure in dealing with disobedient insects. At this, the survivors, who had narrowly escaped death, shuddered violently. Jonaviri continued, her voice calm and unyielding. Second, should anyone ask why so few of you returned, tell them that while capturing orc slaves you aroused their suspicion and were hunted down here in pursuit. Third, under no circumstances may you reveal that White Crystal City is ruled by a dragon sovereign, nor speak of its legion of demonic vassals. If questioned, say only that a new city-state has emerged on the continent of Yasup, a realm where demons dwell peacefully, cherish harmony, and delight in commerce with humankind. Have you grasped all this? And yes, we understand. And they collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Jonaviri nodded, satisfied. Then let us seal the pact. Under the solemn witness of the god of contracts, only then may I rest assured. She spoke, and a shimmering contract scroll coalesced before her. Should this covenant be broken, there remains but one fate: every soul connected to you, kin, friends, mentors, shall perish under a cruel curse, As for you, your death shall be excruciating beyond measure. If you raise no objection, then drip your blood upon it. In ye eyes, none by one they swore fealty. Upon completion, Jonaviri bared her draconic maw in a wide chilling grin. Leave behind your spatial artifacts, and your weapons. Then, begone, yes. In what had once been treasured possessions now flew from their hands like scalding embers discarded in frantic haste as they fled. Once the last fugitives had vanished into the distance, Xiao Shunzi approached Jonaviri and bowed deeply. Master might releasing them pose unforeseen peril. Jonaviri shook her head, her expression serene, utterly assured. The human species clings fiercely to life, and bound by the god of contracts they will remain silent unless cornered beyond all escape. Besides, do you truly believe they will survive? Fanny's eyes gleamed with sudden insight. Jonaviri, do you mean to say? Jonaviri's gaze turned glacial. Hey, once replacement caravans emerge, these 200 souls shall lose even their sole remaining purpose. No sooner had she spoken than Medusa arrived with a retinue of serpent folk bearing platters of delicacies. Mighty sovereign, please partake of these offerings. Jonaviri manifested her true draconic form and lowered her head to feast. Medusa and her kin instinctively gathered beside her, tenderly cleansing the bloodstains from her scales. Gris slunk forward with obsequious charm, grinning ear to ear. Big sis, could I get a little something later? I handle my share, you know. And her cerulean eyes slid sideways, cool and dismissive. I shall distribute them in due course. At this, Gris's face blossomed into pure, unadulterated delight. Thank you, big sis. You're the best. Love you, moi. With a single claw strike, Jonaviri sent him sprawling onto the earth. How revolting you are. Unfazed, Gris shifted into his true form and joined her at the meal. Yet after a modest repast, Jonaviri lost her appetite, curling quietly aside in thoughtful stillness. When the feast ended, she gazed upon the hoard, over 1,000 spatial artifacts, and bared her fangs in quiet triumph. Though most were low tier, holding meager storage capacity, even the smallest ant yields meat. She picked up a spatial ring, extended her spiritual sense, and found within only mundane garments and personal effects. Tch, how impoverished, and she tossed it carelessly. It struck Gris squarely on his distended belly as he lay sprawled lazily on the ground. Gris cracked open one lazy eye. Oof, big sis, what was that for? Jonaviri ignored him, already probing the next ring. Noticing the ring resting atop his belly, Gris lifted it with a claw and examined it closely. A spatial ring. Big sis, you surprise me with your generosity, and he plunged his spiritual sense inside. Jonaviri's brow furrowed. After inspecting over a dozen, she observed a pattern: mercenaries and adventurers stored only weapons, clothing, or trivial trinkets, never coin. She paused, then slowly exhaled, her understanding deepening. These professions hung life by a thread. Wealth, if earned, was spent recklessly. Tomorrow held no guarantees. Only merchants bore true abundance. Jonaviri reveled in looting, her mood lifting as she sorted out the merchant's spatial artifacts, humming softly in satisfaction. HM. In hey big sis, don't I look dashing? In big sis. In him. What is it? Gris reached up and tugged at her, prompting Jonaviri to turn, only to freeze, utterly petrified. By Tiamat. Could this be legendary mental contamination? Gris had skewed a silk undergarment diagonally across his draconic head, obscuring one eye. Seeing her stare, he flashed a toothy grin, struck a flamboyant pose, and bellowed, I am Black King Gris, the dragon who shall claim the title of Pirate Lord. He snatched up a woman's thigh-high boot, brandishing it like a cutlass, pointing it defiantly ahead. Jonaviri's eyes widened, her jaw slackened in stunned disbelief. She had already recorded his antics, intending to upload them later to the Dragonblood Legacy Archive. Well, big sis, am I not magnificent? Have I not utterly dazzled you? Oh, so magnificent. Jonaviri laughed until tears streaked her cheeks, clutching her belly as she convulsed with mirth. Gris frowned, perplexed. If I'm magnificent, why do you laugh? Shouldn't you be starstruck with awe? Jonaviri stilled her laughter, donned an air of solemn gravity, and fixed him with a piercing, earnest gaze. Remember this, you are at this very moment breathtakingly magnificent. Maintain it. I hold high expectations for you. And truly, and indeed, the kind who could effortlessly enchant legions of young she-dragons. Gris's pupils dilated in wonder. Thank you, big sis. I'll strive even harder, and keep striving. The white claw patted Gris's shoulder as Jonaviri turned around, suppressing her laughter while beginning to sift through the spatial rings. Sister, do you need my help seeing as you praised my handsomeness? Jonaviri waved her claw. Go play somewhere else, leave this dirty and tiring work to me. Upon hearing this, Gris felt a bit touched. Sister. Jonaviri turned her head, unsure of what this foolish creature was up to again. What is it? You're so nice, Gris smiled, and with that blindfold look, Jonaviri felt her spirit once again struck. Get lost, disgusting. Go away. The white dragon tail swung over, covering the black dragon's head and pushing Gris's face away. Gris pushed away, chuckled, and Jonaviri momentarily found it hard to distinguish who was the white dragon. Fine, I'll give you a little. Saying this, Jonaviri took a merchant's spatial item and handed it to Gris, giving him over 100 spatial items for mercenaries and adventurers. Grice emitted his perception, and upon seeing the silver and copper coins along with a small amount of gold coins, the entire dragon jumped 3 meters high and hugged Jonaviri. Sister, you are just too good to me. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Get lost, get lost. After driving Grice away, Jonaviri felt that the world finally quieted down and began to seriously sort through the spatial items. As evening gradually approached, Jonaviri had finished distributing all the spatial items. She handed the spatial items from the mercenaries and adventurers to Fanny to arrange their uses properly. Then she flew back to the dragon's nest with the still unconscious Is and the remaining 600 merchant spatial items, placing 10 merchant spatial rings in the spot where Fueler usually slept. Is 10 too many? That's already 2 digits. Saying this, Jonaviri took one back. I've already taken them anyway. Then she took another. Too many, too many. In the end, only 3 spatial rings lay quietly in Fueler's sleeping place. Jonaviri looked at the 3 rings with pain, instinctively wanting to extend her dragon claw. These were gold coins filled with shiny little treasures, just like that given to Fueler. However, after a deep sleep, Jonaviri realized that her desire for gold coins was not as intense as during her hatchling phase. At least, she could hold back a bit now. Forcing herself to look away, Jonaviri walked to IS's side, extending a dragon finger to jab into his arm, forcibly waking him up. Oh! Is suddenly jolted awake, and Jonaviri's dragon smile slightly curled. Seeing Jonaviri like this is revealed profound fear. Relax a bit, don't be so tense. I don't eat people. Oh right, you don't eat people, but you kill them. IS's heart was in his throat, and deep fear showed in his eyes. What do you want? Did you create those alchemical golems? Is keenly sensed a chance for survival. Though he didn't know why this giant dragon was interested in alchemical creations, he still replied, yes, what's it to you? Jonaviri's gaze turned cold. The dragon's intuition was extremely sharp. She had clearly seen a cunning glint in IS's eyes. And her intuition told her, liar. Jonaviri crushed IS's legs with a single palm, the immense force directly turning his legs into mush. Oh, Is let out a painful scream. I will give you one last chance. Dare to deceive me, and I will kill you. Is gritted his teeth, deep fear sprouting in his heart, enduring the pain as he honestly answered. This was purchased from a friend of my teacher, the legendary alchemist, Lord Reynolds. Jonaviri continued to ask. Who is your teacher? At the Corn Magic Academy of the Chubby Empire, the legendary astrologer, Teacher Ailman. The Chubby Empire. Is nodded vigorously, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yes, I'm a student at Corn Magic Academy. If you let me go, I can. Before he could finish, the white dragon claw rapidly enlarged in front of his. Looking at the one he had turned into mush, Jonaviri curled her lip. What are you babbling about? Jonaviri removed the spatial ring from IS's hand and probed her spiritual sense, but was stopped by a magic array. Oh, Jonaviri examined the light blue spatial ring and quickly figured out what was going on. A mid-grade spatial item. Does it automatically recognize probing mental energy? The dragon's smile slightly widened. Interesting. Jonaviri closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the dragon vein inheritance. A moment later, her crystal blue dragon eyes slowly opened. Jonaviri injected her spiritual energy into the spatial ring using the methods recorded in her inherited memories to begin cracking this magic array. In no time, she breached this simple firewall. Spellbooks, flames, scrolls, waterball scrolls, little treasures, magic cores, magic crystal, or recording stones. Looking at the clearly enlarged space of the ring and the various items inside, Jonaviri curiously took out a recording stone. Recording stone, usually crystal blue, black, white, warm, yellow, purplered, can be activated by magic power to record the current scene. It can also use spiritual energy to control the deletion of recorded scenes or stop recording to watch previous recordings. Jonaviri examined the blue-black recording stone in front of her, trying to inject magic power to activate it. With a thought, her spiritual energy viewed the previous recorded scene. A lord is just a bit harder. Slap. Jonaviri's face went dark, cutting off the magic supply. The scene abruptly stopped, and the recording stone dimmed. Jonaviri twitched her dragon kiss, glancing at the creature she had turned into a puddle of blood. As if not satisfied, she stepped on it again. Damn it, you fool, blinded my dragon eyes. Don't you know watching this kind of thing will lead to eyes? What if a child saw it? Truly deserved it. Jonaviri disdainfully put the recording stone back into the spatial ring, and then took out the magic crystal, looking at the crystal, that emitted a faint purple glow. The slight magical fluctuations have an inexplicable allure for me. Jonaviri opened her dragon kiss in accordance with her heart, and placed it in her mouth. Crunch, crunch. The taste is quite good, and I can sense that my magic power storage has increased a little bit. Feeling the enhancement to herself, Jonaviri took out all the magic crystal, and devoured them all. Afterward, Jonaviri took out a spell book. Let's see, this is my first time encountering a physical book in another world. Jonaviri transformed into her human form, sat on a stone in the cave, and began flipping through the spell book. Time passed second by second, and soon the sky was filled with stars. Jonaviri closed the magic book, letting out a long sigh of relief. Dragons possess an exceptionally strong magical aptitude, as they are inherently magical beings. However, most dragons prefer the power of their physical forms over draconic magic. Additionally, due to their drowsy nature, few dragons take the time to inherit and study draconic magic within their realm. They rely on their bodies to autonomously learn draconic magic during their slumber. Jonaviri only needed to glance at the contents of the magic book to grasp its essence. It seems that the magic used by humans differs significantly from the draconic magic. Though the magical patterns are similar, the way humans cast spells primarily involves chanting, praying, invoking, and beseeching the corresponding elements or other entities for their responses. In contrast, dragons command and dominate the elements with tyrannical authority, making their draconic magic immensely powerful. However, if a human possesses a high affinity for elements and has contracted with the elemental spirits of nature, the power of their magic should not be underestimated. Magic is wondrous. The process of casting spells for humans consists of 4 parts: chanting incantations, constructing magical nodes, connecting magical circuits, and finally releasing the spell. Nodes are divided into 3 types: the magical node, constructed from the caster's own elemental energy; the elemental node, which is formed by the caster's communication with surrounding free elements. The third is the mental node, which is quite challenging to build and requires a high level of mental fortitude from the caster. Fortunately, the benefit of the mental node is that it significantly speeds up spellcasting and serves as the foundation for non-chanting magic. The magical circuit functions similarly to an electrical circuit, linking various nodes to form a magic array, which is then used to cast spells. Finally, the magic is released using the caster's own magical energy. Magic can also be categorized into magical energy spells, elemental amplification spells, and mental power-driven non-chanting spells. Magical energy spells rely solely on the caster's personal magical energy, while elemental amplification spells absorb surrounding free elements to enhance the spell's power and reduce magical energy consumption. Lastly, non-chanting spells are extremely difficult to learn and require individuals with exceptional talent in that area to cast them. Moreover, our draconic magic includes an additional magical ring, which can strengthen the magic array's power and enhance its stability, making it less susceptible to being shattered. Jonaviri couldn't help but exclaim as she analyzed this. Tisk, one must admit they truly are a top-tier race. It's quite extraordinary, but perhaps due to their excessively high talents, they are limited by the tier of their existence, otherwise they would have unified the world long ago. Unfortunately, the growth cycle of dragons is immensely lengthy, and they possess a characteristic that the stronger they become, the lower their reproduction rate. Moreover, it takes over a decade for a dragon egg to develop within a dragon. However, a question lingered in Jonaviri's mind which was not recorded in the inheritance memories. Why is it that with a dragon's unparalleled talents and strength, they only attain lower-tier divine powers after ascending to divinity? This question is quite strange and perplexes Jonaviri, especially considering that humans so weak often ascend to become mid-tier or even high-tier deities. While there are lower-tier divine powers as well, that at least makes sense. However, Jonaviri is currently limited in strength and experience, making it impossible for her to unravel this mystery. Oh well, how can I pry into matters concerning deities? I'll think about it when I grow stronger. After all, I'm just a little silver-tier weakling right now. With a shake of her head, Jonaviri walked outside, needing to clear her mind, especially after the events of today. Reaching the summit of Dragon Roar Mountain, Jonaviri lay down under the starry sky, her thoughts gradually drifting away. Have I finally taken this step? Though I expected it, I didn't think it would come so quickly. After Jonaviri realized she had reincarnated as a dragon, especially a 5-colored dragon, she began to mentally prepare herself. That is to say, she is a dragon, and sooner or later she will find herself at odds with humans. Bloodshed is inevitable. The fundamental difference in the essence of life dictates that Jonaviri cannot act at will until she possesses absolute strength, which includes fostering harmonious coexistence between humans and magical beings. After all, there is a saying, those not of my kind must have different hearts. But when that day arrives, ordering the slaughter of so many at once was not as difficult to accept as she had imagined, yet it could not be ignored. Jonaviri does not know whether her actions are right or wrong, but for her current self, this is the optimal solution. The very existence of humans is fraught with too many variables, and their hearts are difficult to gauge. Their existence is inherently unpredictable. Just a few years of experience can change a person's thoughts and habits. Even a single event can be enough to alter a person's character and mindset. Jonaviri, who was human in her past life, understands this all too well. But one thing she knows is that these people must die. The more people there are, the more variables arise, and she must kill some to set an example. Moreover, as the ruler of White Crystal City in front of so many subordinates, if she does not deal with the invading enemies with an iron fist, what will these vassals think? Although she, as a powerful dragon, does not care about others' opinions, mishandling the situation could significantly diminish the cohesion among her magical subjects, and potentially sow hidden dangers, as no one wishes to follow a leader who is indecisive. Jonaviri's goal is not just to rule this small territory. Though she is a bit lazy, she still aspires to achieve unity and catch a glimpse of the divine throne above. Moreover, as a silverdeer, she cannot sign so many contracts at once. Even if she does, can it guarantee that a person will never betray her? What if someone harbors a mindset of mutual destruction and leaks Jonaviri's information to the outside world? That would be troublesome. She does not wish to be hunted by a brave party claiming love and justice, nor does she want to face those treacherous humans every day. She only wants to sleep, eat, appreciate beautiful things, and develop her powers, preparing sufficient foundation for future conquests. Time gradually flowed on. With the supplies from the merchant convoy, the development of White Crystal City accelerated further. Under the training of Xiao Shunzi and Air Pianzi, the strength of the White Crystal Knights improved day by day. Everything is progressing in a better direction. Xiao Navalai has not been idle during this time. She immerses herself daily in the dragon's nest, studying those alchemical automatons, seeking solutions from the dragon vein inheritance whenever she encounters difficulties. Notably, Chow Navali has already uploaded the combat of Friel and the damage to Gliss into the inheritance memory. Several dragons even left comments below. How beautiful is the red dragon lady? Watching her battle is so exhilarating for the dragons. Please do not send everything into the inheritance space. Look at how this black dragon made me vomit my dinner from last night. However, Chow Navali merely smiled faintly. It was just a bit of mischief to alleviate her boredom. Has it already been 6 days? Let me go out and take a look. Chow Navali stood up from a pile of alchemical automatons she had been studying repeatedly, drifting towards the cave entrance. Although she possesses exceptionally strong dynamic vision and eyesight when revealing her true form, allowing her to see the magic circuits and runes on these creations, they are rather small for her massive dragon body. Moreover, her human form is more convenient for finer tasks. After stepping outside the cave, Chow Navali spread her pure white dragon wings and flew towards the city of White Crystal. In just a few days, the city of White Crystal had returned to its former state, showing no signs of having just experienced a fierce battle. Sensing Chow Navali's arrival, Medusa, who was teaching her few maids etiquette, was taken aback and hurriedly led the few maids towards Chow Navali. And she commanded the other subordinates to prepare food. Soon Medusa, along with her maids Leah and Glina, joined Chow Navali. Medusa greets the great master. Chow Navali said lightly as she walked. Where is Fanny? In response to the master, Lady Fanny has been handling various affairs these past few days. Would you like me to inform her? No need, let her be busy. Understood. Chow Navali was quite pleased with little Fanny. Although she was not her subordinate and had not signed a contract, Chow Navali felt at ease with her. After all, fairies have simple minds, and ice element creatures are naturally close to her. Medusa, I am somewhat hungry. Go prepare some food for me. In response to the master, I had already instructed my subordinates to prepare food when you just arrived. I believe you will soon enjoy delicious cuisine. Upon hearing Medusa's words, Chow Navali paused for a moment, sizing up Medusa several times. Medusa, under her scrutiny, became even more respectful, and seeing this, Chow Navali nodded in satisfaction. You have awareness, you have a talent for being a maid. Keep up the good work. Hearing Chow Navali's words, Medusa felt inexplicably joyful. Her already beautiful face, coupled with a genuine smile, appeared even more radiant. Thank you for the praise, master. Medusa will work even harder. Chow Navali's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, and she casually plucked a white dragon scale, bestowing it to Medusa. This scale can elevate your strength to a new level. While doing your job, do not forget to improve your own power. Medusa was astonished. Despite being immensely delighted internally, she still forcibly suppressed her excitement and presented her hands respectfully. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Medusa will surely live up to your expectations. After receiving the dragon scale, Medusa pressed it to her forehead. There was no deep, agonizing pain like during her first transformation. Medusa felt as if this scale had naturally grown on her forehead. A cool power seeped into her brow, flooding into her body. When she opened her eyes again, she found that her strength and life level had undergone further improvement. The more direct manifestation was that some white scales grew on her face and her skin became even smoother. Thank you again, master. Chow Navali lightly nodded, and at that moment some dragon-veined serpent people and frost gnolls brought forth steaming delicacies before Chow Navali. Notably, this time there were more cups. With her keen senses, Chow Navali sniffed the air, and the rich aroma entered her nostrils, causing her beautiful eyes to flutter slightly. What is this? Medusa explained from the side. Master, I am not sure what this liquid is called, but it was indeed found in human spatial tools. We have already used it beforehand. It is non-toxic and has a rich taste reminiscent of wheat that has been roasted and fermented. The flavor is I apologize, my master, my vocabulary is limited and I struggle to describe it. In any case, it is very delicious. However, this liquid has a side effect. If consumed in excess, it may lead to headaches, dizziness, confusion, unsteady steps, and diminished rationality. Chow Navali was not surprised. After all, it is normal for one to feel tipsy after drinking too much. It is perfectly normal to get drunk. As a master of wine, Chow Navali can proudly say that she has tasted all sorts of wines, both expensive and cheap, and can distinguish them with a mere sip. Moreover, let us not forget how she ended up here. It was due to drinking. Is this the wine of another world? I wonder how it compares to the original world. For someone who had previously drunk authentic wines, it was fine as long as she did not smell it, but once she did, it piqued her taste buds. She wondered how long it had been since she had tasted such a tantalizing beverage. Hearing Chow Navali's baffling words, all her subordinates were filled with questions, but it seemed their master recognized this liquid. Chow Navali's desire for the wine even overshadowed her hunger from not eating for 6 days. She extended her hand, taking a cup and slightly flaring her nostrils. Lacking in flavor, I hope it will not disappoint me. Chow Navali downed the drink in one go, the liquid flowing through her mouth and sliding down her throat. After finishing, Chow Navali displayed a strange expression, smacking her lips, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. Seemingly not having enough fun, she did not comment further, instead draining all the drinks presented at once. A wheat brew, but not distilled, the purity is quite low. Both the flavor and texture do not compare to the wheat beer I had in my past life, though it could also be that these adventurers lacked the funds to purchase better wines. Chow Navali grumbled internally, but then slowly her eyes widened slightly, as she seemed to catch a glimpse of opportunity. Wait. What if all the wines in this world are of this caliber? This thought made sense. After all, this is a world of swords and magic, where people focus their attention on cultivation and enhancing their strength, hence, not specializing in beverages. After such a long passage of time, one still finds oneself in the medieval era, where the most advanced technology is still the steam-powered creations of the dwarves. Thus, they absolutely do not possess the method of distillation. Jonaviri exclaimed excitedly, crushing the cup in her hand, scattering shards all over the floor. Faced with Jonaviri's sudden excitement, Medusa was filled with confusion, yet she felt a sense of joy. I didn't expect my master to enjoy this liquid called wine so much. With a calm demeanor, Medusa took out a white handkerchief from her spatial bracelet, intending to wipe Jonaviri clean. However, she soon realized that Jonaviri was unharmed, with even the spilled liquid having turned into ice crystals. Seeing this, she stepped back, standing quietly. Jonaviri looked at her, made a broad smile spreading across her face. Medusa, you might not believe it, but I am actually a genius. Medusa slightly bowed. The wisdom and beauty of my master are unparalleled. Medusa's flattery pleased Jonaviri, who did not say much in response, but quickly devoured the food, satisfying her hunger. She dared not neglect her precious dragon's appetite, for she had a talent that required food to enhance her physical strength. Medusa, take me to the plantation area. Medusa was taken aback, respectfully nodding. Yes, great master. The group arrived at the Bizu Plain, located near the Sam River and not far from the city of White Crystal. Although wild animals and magical beasts frequently roamed the area, it was not a significant problem. Moreover, this place was the most suitable for cultivation in the vicinity. Jonaviri landed by the Sam River, gazing at the fledgling wheat fields and orchards before her, unable to help but nod in approval. After scanning the area with her perception, she quickly understood the types of fruits being cultivated. Grapes, apples, peaches, and there are crops like wheat. Quite good, these 4 crops all meet the brewing conditions. Just as Jonaviri pondered, the area's supervisor, a nature elemental fairy named Anna, had already flown in front of Jonaviri. Forcing down her fear, Anna bowed to Jonaviri. Anna greets the great white dragon. May I ask what brings you here, my lord? Jonaviri glanced at her, a fleeting chill flashing in her eyes. But this startled Anna, causing her heart to tighten, unsure of how she had offended the white dragon. Jonaviri was also troubled, as her reaction had been purely instinctive. Perhaps the nature of the 5-colored dragon made her feel that Anna's words were overstepping. After all, for a noble true dragon, where to go and what to do were matters that these inferior beings had no right to question. Although Jonaviri could detect the fear and respect in Anna's tone, she still struggled to contain herself. It is nothing, I merely came to inspect these crops. Hearing these words from the white dragon, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the white dragon's mood seemed relatively stable. Just as Anna thought this, Jonaviri casually asked, is the output speed of this orchard and wheat once a year? Anna returned to her senses and patiently replied, in response to my lord, normally it would be so, but as a pure nature spirit, I can directly use my abilities to accelerate growth. As for the wheat, it might be a bit troublesome. After being accelerated, it needs to be replanted. However, I can cultivate wheat seedlings directly from the soil, but the efficiency is much lower and it consumes significantly more of my magical energy. Jonaviri's eyes lit up. This little fairy was indeed remarkable. No wonder the prices could rise so high on the human side. Very well, but your magical energy reserves shouldn't be too abundant, right? How many times can you accelerate the growth of crops of this scale before exhausting all your magical energy? Anna scratched her head, glancing around at the planted crops, and after making a rough estimate, she answered Jonaviri's question. I can barely manage 3 times, so according to my recovery speed, I can return to full strength in at most 2 days. If I'm in a forest or another area dense with natural elements, it would only take half a day. Jonaviri's mouth curled into a pleased smile. Not bad. Since that's the case, I can boldly try it out now. Medusa, prepare a large house for me outside the city. It needs a cellar, some glass containers, and either gauze or cloth in. Lastly, I need a large quantity of grapes, apples, peaches, and wheat. You will handle all of this, and once prepared, come find me in the dragon nest. Upon hearing Jonaviri's command, Medusa wore a serious expression. Yes, please rest assured, my master, I will complete your arrangements at the fastest speed. Jonaviri nodded. Do not keep me waiting too long. With this parting remark, Jonaviri transformed into her true form and soared towards the dragon nest. Below the dragon nest, in the area known as Dragon Roar Mountain, a few guards quietly stood watch, all arranged under Jonaviri's instructions. A few days later, at the dragon nest. Master, I have prepared everything as you instructed. Master. Master. While sleeping, Jonaviri vaguely heard someone calling her. She shrank her neck, ignoring it. Not long after, the annoying calling came again, making it impossible for Jonaviri to sleep peacefully. Master, wake up. Master. Master. The repeated disturbances made Jonaviri extremely displeased, even bringing forth anger. Damn it, who the hell is so blind? While inwardly roaring, Jonaviri suddenly opened her eyes, her dragon claws fiercely striking the ground. The immense force caused the ground to cave and deeply, rocks flying and spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over the cave floor. Medusa, who had come to wake Jonaviri, was caught off guard and was directly flung away by the tremors of the ground, the terrifying shockwave making her lose her balance and roll over on the ground. Jonaviri raised her dragon head and let out an enraged roar. Roar! Her crystal blue dragon eyes quickly locked onto the slowly rising Medusa. The massive dragon claw lifted again, and Jonaviri pressed down on her. Medusa was terrified by this scene, and in a moment of panic she could only tightly shut her eyes and tremble instinctively. She didn't understand why, as she only came to fulfill her duty of waking Jonaviri, it would provoke her master's rage. Had she done something wrong? Upon seeing Medusa, Jonaviri finally recalled the earlier events, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The fierce expression brought on by anger gradually softened. Though it was my intent, being disturbed during sleep truly displeases a dragon. Jonaviri released her claw, cleared her throat, and moved past the incident. Ahem, next time there is a similar command like wake me up, you can ask Glish to do it. Jonaviri adhered strictly to the principle of caution above all else. Though dragons deemed it shameful to require protection from other beings, she believed that before the sanctity of life, such notions of pride and dignity were rendered utterly insignificant. After you conquer other tribes, select among them those monsters whose will is unyielding and whose strength is formidable, and recommend them to me. I shall transform them into additional white crystal knights. Both the white crystal knights and the royal guard must continually absorb fresh blood and expand without cease. And yes, my lord, once all arrangements had been made, Jonaviri could recall no further matters requiring attention, so she dismissed the white crystal knights and the monsters. Medusa, I require a substantial supply of food. See to it immediately, as commanded, most exalted master. And Medusa coiled her serpentine form and departed with swift grace. And Jonaviri conjured an elongated ice table, and seating upon the plaza, gesturing for Gree and Fleur to take their places. Is there anything else? And Fleur furrowed her brow. Gree sat beside her in rigid, thunderous posture. And Jonaviri offered a warm, affable smile, and casually wove a privacy ward around them. Over these 10 days, though Jonaviri had slept, she had still visited the legacy realm repeatedly, to absorb knowledge and master new magics. Friends, would you wish to hasten your passage into adulthood? And, of course we would. Why wouldn't we? And Gree replied offhandedly. Only upon reaching adulthood could he transcend into legend, and only then would he possess the power to exact vengeance. Yet the process was agonizingly slow, even under optimal conditions. A century-long slumber, the dormancy of maturation, was unavoidable. If all you intend to offer is empty rhetoric, I regret I cannot oblige. In with that, Fleur rose to her feet, preparing to depart. After all, her stomach growled with hunger. Yet suddenly Jonaviri's next words arrested her midstep. I possess a means to accelerate our maturation. At this declaration, Fleur's expression hardened instantly, her gaze locked onto Jonaviri's eyes, piercing, searching, as if attempting to strip away illusion and discern whether this was mere cruel whimsy. Not only Fleur, but even Gree, rarely given to solemnity, assumed an expression of grave intensity, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Jonaviri. Yet within her eyes lay no trace of deception, only the quiet certainty of one stating irrefutable truth. Jonaviri raised her left hand, splaying her fingers wide. Her right index finger reshaped itself, scales of gleaming white erupting across its length, before delicately slicing away the nail from her left middle finger. Fleur and Gree exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its meaning. Was it a threat? Or? A faint cool smile curved Fleur's lips, as she spoke, voice measured and low. Weekend. Intemporal energy shimmered into being, and the severed nail regenerated with astonishing speed. And this is time. What a... Gree leapt upright from his seat, roaring in stunned disbelief, his form already shifting into draconic hybrid eyes riveted upon the regenerating nail. He sensed it unmistakably. This was no ordinary draconic regeneration. In witnessing it, Fleur's understanding crystallized, and astonishment bloomed across her features. Could it be that you mean to? And before Fleur could finish, Jonaviri nodded. Precisely as you surmise, I can employ weekend to compress our biological time, hastening our maturation beyond natural limits. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin, immediately. Gree clenched his fists, practically vibrating with impatience. Jonaviri shot him a sharp sidelong glance. Sit properly. What's the rush, and what is the cost? Fleur did not doubt Jonaviri's capacity to manipulate time to accelerate their growth, but she refused to believe this colossal nuisance would offer such aid without motive. See, I told you. Her smirks already stretching to her ears. Why doesn't she just laugh herself to death? Jonaviri's grin was harder to trigger than an AK-47's trigger, because she'd been waiting precisely for this question. She cleared her throat lightly, feigning mild shock. But we're friends. How could you speak so? That's hardly proper. Surely you don't mean to distance yourself. Still, since you've asked, I suppose I must honor your request. That insufferable wretch. Fleur gritted her teeth. How could anyone possess such impenetrable audacity? My sole condition is that all magic cores you acquire henceforth belong to me. Of course I won't exploit you indefinitely, just for the next century. Agreed. Understood. I accept. In hearing such a modest demand, Fleur exhaled in quiet relief. Anything short of indentured servitude was acceptable. Though magic cores held great value for other intelligent races, serving as power sources for golems, catalysts for enchantment, and forging spell components, trade currency, and ritual materials. And though certain rare species could even consume them to augment their magical reserves, dragons possessed innate reservoirs of mana so vast they dwarfed all others, abundant, inexhaustible, and effortlessly sufficient. Moreover, for dragons, magic cores were little more than savory snacks, pleasant but entirely dispensable. In agreed, I accept. So do I. In hearing their immediate assent, Jonaviri's grin widened triumphantly. Among dragons, verbal oaths sufficed. No formal contract was required. To draft one would imply distrust, a profound insult tantamount to provocation. Dragons were proud beings who scorned deceit. I pledge my honor as guarantee, yet you refuse to trust me. Tell me, do you seek confrontation? Naturally, this principle did not extend to green or black dragons, whose reputations for cunning and duplicity were frankly well-earned. Jonaviri flicked her fingertip, and a contract woven from pure mana materialized before Gree. At the sight, Gree narrowed his draconic eyes, his expression darkening. Gree, it's not that I distrust you, dear brother. I simply acknowledge the delicate reputation of black dragons. Surely you won't object. Of course not. Nee's smile tightened, his jaw clenched. I dare not object, nor would objection avail me. Damn it all. Within his mind, Gree raged, yet he signed the contract without hesitation. Watching Gree, every fiber of his being rebelling yet submitting without choice, Jonaviri nearly burst with silent, delighted mirth. All settled then. Jonaviri dissolved the contract and cast Weekend upon both Fleur and Gree. Through meticulous calibration, she tuned Weekend to amplify their growth rate while maintaining a perfect equilibrium between magical expenditure and natural recovery. Their collective maturation velocity thus increased by 5%, rising steadily as Jonaviri's own magical reserves expanded and her regeneration accelerated. Gree was forced to roll his eyes as he was being force-fed the rough handling, causing him to choke and spit out a considerable amount of liquor. Sister, Jonaviri. Damn, don't, stop it. The dragon, being a magical creature, could survive without breathing, but Gree felt that if Jonaviri continued like this, he might truly drown, becoming the first dragon in history to perish from drowning. Hearing Gree's words, Jonaviri ceased her actions. After all, she was not here to slay dragons. Seeing Jonaviri finally stop her devilish antics, Gree let out a heavy sigh of relief. How do you feel? Gree stared blankly at the ceiling, offering no response. Jonaviri displayed her impatience. Tisk, another failure. What exactly went wrong? Jonaviri casually placed half a jar of unfinished liquor on the table, her hands pressing on the long table, as she gazed at the various bottles and tools before her, a surge of unnamed anger rising within her. A thought of destroying all of this emerged in Jonaviri's mind. But suddenly a smacking sound caught her attention, causing her brows to furrow as she turned to look down. Her gaze landed on Gree, who was sticking out his tongue to lick around his mouth. Gree's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a strange expression before slowly relaxing as he smacked his lips in aftertaste. Noticing this small change, Jonaviri's eyes widened slightly. Could it be? And at that moment, Gree's voice reached her ears. Sister, is my sense of taste malfunctioning? Hearing this, Jonaviri's earlier anticipation plummeted to the lowest point, her expression turning icy. I don't know, just cut it off. Gree was indifferent to Jonaviri's tone and words, speaking to himself. Why does this thing smell a bit fragrant? The taste is quite good, at least more delicious than anything I've had in the past month. Gree's words made Jonaviri's eyes widen, her breathing becoming heavy and nearly uncontrollable. Are you serious? Gree paused several times, slowly shaking his head. Not too sure. You poured it down my throat so hard it either spilled or went straight to my stomach, so how about giving me another sip to try? Jonaviri's gaze shifted to the half jar of liquor on the table. Gulping, Jonaviri boldly took a taste, and as the liquor slid over her tongue, her crystalline blue eyes widened slightly as she downed it in one go. Oh, that's it. That's the flavor. Ahahaha, I did it. I really succeeded. I'm freaking a genius. Who else? At this moment, Jonaviri was acting as if she had gone mad, resembling a crazed scientist who had finally completed her research after enduring countless hardships, going crazy on the spot. In contrast, Gree, witnessing Jonaviri's state, was overcome with joy to the point of tears. Finally gotten through these bitter days, boo-hoo-hoo. After Jonaviri successfully brewed the liquor, she passed this skill onto the serpent folk and other subhumans. Moreover, she commanded the royal guards to trample the raw materials used for brewing fruit wine. The benefit of doing so was that it allowed for exercise while producing. Jonaviri also requested her followers to brew more of these 4 types of liquor. According to Jonaviri's expectations, once this purified fine wine hit the market, it would surely become a sensation. The original liquor market would face a massive impact, and those who relied on selling liquor would certainly go mad because of it. By then, a stream of adorable little ones would flock into her embrace, and the resources and economy of the White Crystal City would also have a way to develop. However, Jonaviri was not in a hurry to sell this liquor immediately. After all, it is said that a common man may be innocent, but possessing a precious gem can lead to trouble. It was easy to imagine that once Jonaviri released this liquor, many would come looking for her. In this world, anything done will definitely leave traces behind. Although Jonaviri was confident that the 3 dragons working together could fight against beings of 2 major realms and the Platinum Realm, it was still not enough, far from enough. Sigh strength time. Jonaviri couldn't help but sigh. The only way for her to quickly increase her strength now was to devour more magical cores and magic crystals, thereby rapidly expanding her magical energy reserves and accelerating her recovery speed. Great master, are you troubled? A soft voice came from beside her. Jonaviri did not turn her head, simply responding lightly. The little creature beside her tilted its head upon hearing this. Is there anything I can help with? Jonaviri scoffed disdainfully, raising her paw to ruffle the little one's head. Let's talk when your fur grows out fully. If I had to say anything, it would be to tell me where Gree is. Standing by the dining table, Laya was taken aback and then awkwardly lowered her head. Seeing this, Jonaviri said nothing more and left her bed. Master, bad news. The White Crystal Knights we sent to expand our territory have come under an unknown attack. An urgent report echoed in her mind, causing Jonaviri to pause her movements. This report naturally came from Xiao Shun through their bloodline connection. Do not report such trivial matters to me. Lead more White Crystal Knights to investigate thoroughly. Yes, great master. Meanwhile, in the green forest within the shadows, some dragonkin followers were on guard all around, while some dragons who had been attacked by them quickly began to retreat under their cover. A hint of seriousness surfaced in the emerald vertical pupils. Strange, why are there dragonvein followers here? One of the hidden individuals remained unconcerned. Vienna, could it be that foolish one from before is still alive? The green dragon known as Vienna nodded its head slightly. It's a possibility. After all, white dragons appearing in the sleeping forest are quite rare, and besides, Vienna extended its senses again, making a confirmation. The aura on them carries a faint sense of familiarity. It's probably them, without a doubt. Mentioning that white dragon from before, the two green dragons felt a bit regretful. After all, the physical strength of white dragons is quite high, and plus that white dragon seemed to have awakened some kind of physical talent. Using it as a meat shield would be an excellent choice, which was their reason for keeping that white dragon around. However, they had not anticipated that this fellow would be so foolish as to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a rock-hardened wild boar. Given that the magical beast's realm was significantly stronger than theirs, they dared not approach recklessly, opting instead to observe the situation from the sidelines. However, it seems she has developed her own power now. Dale D, are you interested in taking a look? Hearing Vienna's words, Dale D, also a green dragon, understood instantly and displayed a mischievous smile. Of course, I have no reason to refuse. After the two dragons made their plans, they concealed their auras, blending into the forest with their skin color, making it hard to be detected. Daring to extend their claws into our territory, they should pay a hefty price. The two green young dragons acted decisively, tailing the slowly retreating White Crystal Knights. Little Shun's steps paused as he gazed into the depths of the dense forest. A nearby White Crystal Knight stared blankly at this scene. My lord, what is it? Little Shun ignored him, furrowing his brow after a few seconds of staring. An illusion, However, slowly he shook his head. No, it can't be. Since receiving the master's blessing, my perception has improved dramatically. This feeling of being watched by a giant dragon is far too familiar. But what puzzled Little Shun was that after he released his perception, he sensed nothing at all. This situation either meant there was nothing or that the opponent was far stronger than him, making it impossible to detect if they were deliberately hiding. My lord, the dragon vein goblin beside him spoke again, prompting Little Shun to collect his thoughts. Forget it, let's retreat quickly. Yes. The entourage quickened their pace in retreat, yet Little Shun felt an uneasy sensation. After they had distanced themselves, a slight sigh of relief was heard. Who would have thought this entourage's perception would be so strong? Dale D withdrew his gaze. Vienna, this. Dale D frowned. Being a green dragon, he understood what this implied. However, the female green dragon beside him slowly shook her head. Don't worry, we can just wait for them to let their guard down, and then capture one to interrogate. Alright. The two dragons revealed impatience after following for about 2 hours, as during this time these creatures remained orderly and vigilant, leaving no opportunity to capture one. This gave the two dragons an illusion of facing a well-trained human knight order. What on earth is going on? By that white dragon's intelligence, how could the entourage's intelligence be so high? Could it be a mistake? But soon Vienna shook her head again. No, it can't be. This aura is definitely from that fool. Even if mistaken, there's no doubt they're the white dragon's entourage. No matter which white dragon's entourage it is, they shouldn't have such high intelligence. Looking at the doubtful Vienna, Dale D interjected, why not just let it go? Vienna stared at the dragon vein entourage, still retreating ahead, pondering for a few seconds before shaking her head. Don't rush. After all, it's still a white dragon. What does it matter if their intelligence is a bit higher? Can they compare to us green dragons? Besides, among the 5-colored dragons, we are the third. Why should we fear a Thailander? You're right. And there are 2 of us, with that in mind. Dale D suddenly enlightened, and upon this thought the 2 dragons could hardly contain their excitement. Once they followed the entourage to a minotaur tribe, the 2 dragons decided to cease their observation and strike immediately. Roar. The furious dragon's roar resonated, instilling a terrifying dragon pressure in every creature's heart. Little Shun, preparing to rest at the Minotaur tribe, was taken aback and immediately thought it was bad news. For both the roar and the dragon pressure felt extremely unfamiliar to him. Sure enough, the next second, 2 gigantic green dragons soared into the sky, displaying their not-so-mighty emerald green bodies. Quick, prepare for battle. All White Crystal Knights who had arrived at the Minotaur tribe, as well as those stationed there, readied themselves to face the threat. Just as Vienna and Dale D were preparing to unleash a wave of slaughter before inquiring about the whereabouts of that white dragon, Vienna caught a glimpse that made her dive halt. What happened? Noticing Vienna's movement, Dale D slammed the brakes. Without explanation, Vienna flapped her dragon wings with all her strength, turned around, and fled at maximum speed. Although unclear about the situation, Dale D decided to follow Vienna for the moment. Next to Little Shun was another team of White Crystal Knights stationed here, Furiel's dragon vein entourage. Watching the two green dragons flee rapidly, Little Shun let out a heavy sigh of relief. He was sure that with such few people, they could not possibly contend with those two giant dragons, even though their size was far less than Jonaviri, only comparable to Gliss. After exhaling, confusion set in. Why were they fleeing? Given their strength, it should be easy to take us down. Little Shun, using his canine brain, decided to stop pondering since he couldn't figure it out. He simply needed to report to Jonaviri. Great Master, I apologize for disturbing you, but there is something I need to report. Speak. Just now, two green dragons similar in size to Lord Gliss were preparing to attack us, but they might also be planning to assault the Minotaur tribe. However, for some reason, just as they were about to launch their attack, they hurriedly fled. Silence ensued for several seconds. Just as Little Shun thought Jonaviri had cut off contact, a faint response came. I understand. Little Shun couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he detected a chill in his master's voice. Meanwhile, Jonaviri, who was drinking with Furiel and Gliss, set down a large jug of apple cider and looked into the distance. Vienna Dale di haha, it's been a long time. Hey sis, what are you doing? If you don't like drinking, just let me have it. Jonaviri snapped back to reality just in time to meet Gliss' puzzled gaze, while Furiel beside them appeared indifferent, yet her occasional glances revealed her curiosity. Jonaviri slightly curled her dragon lips and shook her head. Just two rats in the gutter, nothing to worry about. Midusaliya, go fetch some more meat. Yes, great master. X2 Jonaviri looked into the distance again, muttering to herself. We will meet again eventually, and when that time comes. Jonaviri picked up the jug and took a sip, a cold expression crossing her face. It'll make you pay a little for the price you once inflicted on us. Meanwhile, Vienna's speed did not waver, continuing to fly for over an hour. Dale D, who had been closely following her, finally couldn't hold back and called out to Vienna. Hey, how much longer are you going to run? This isn't like you. Hearing Dale Dis shout, Vienna finally came to her senses. Now that she had calmed down, Vienna realized just how embarrassing her recent behavior had been. Her expression shifted through various phases from relief to seriousness, then confusion followed by an understanding that it should have been this way, and finally resentment. Dale observed Vienna's expression closely. What exactly happened? Vienna glanced at him, not intending to hide anything. I just saw the kin of the red dragon. What? Dale, regaining his composure, felt a lingering dread. Although they were in their juvenile phase and couldn't be killed, it certainly didn't mean they wanted to provoke a red dragon. After all, the red dragon was notorious for being a tyrant, quick to anger and impulsive, acting on a whim, without regard for consequences or reasons, embodying a philosophy of unrestrained freedom. Such creatures might act without reason, especially since he or she had the excuse of two green dragons intruding on its territory. Thus, Dale firmly believed that if the red dragon detected their presence, they would undoubtedly receive a severe beating. But there's no need to worry. Look at that fool's kin staying together with the red dragon's kin. One can easily deduce that the fool is being enslaved by the red dragon. Otherwise, why would the white dragon's kin be out exploring while the red dragon's kin remained at the base? You're right, so what do you plan to do next? Facing Dale's question, Vienna turned to glance in the direction they had fled. Sigh. Red dragons don't adhere to the concept of live and let live. We should leave the sleeping forest while it still hasn't reacted. Upon hearing this, Dale frowned. Is it really necessary? Vienna did not argue with him. Don't forget, our relationship is merely one of cooperation. Once we reach adulthood, we will part ways. So whether you stay or leave, I won't stop you. After saying that, Vienna flew toward the legless forest of the Wit Kingdom. Even though she had some very important things in her lair within the sleeping forest at this point, she couldn't afford to be so picky. Vienna's tone left Dale quite displeased, but there was nothing he could do. As a young dragon, he was still too weak to survive alone in the perilous wilderness. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he followed in the direction Vienna had left, abandoning the mineral cave within their jurisdiction, even though it contained many valuable minerals. Among the green dragons, there were no fools. Only by banding together could they survive better. As days passed, Fanny maintained the development of White Crystal City, while the simpleton continued mining iron ore, and Little Shun gradually expanded their territory into the sleeping forest, looking for mineral caves, especially magical crystal mines, while the snake people and subhumans brewed beer. The remaining kin were all engaged in palace construction. Aside from eating, sleeping, and enjoying good shows, Jonaviri took up studying alchemy, trying to develop various novel gadgets, occasionally getting enthusiastic and inventing games like chess, flying chess, and the Great Merchant. GRYSS became engrossed in the various entertainments promoted by Jonaviri, spending every day indulged in them. Fuel occasionally chatted with Jonaviri or went out foraging, while the rest of the time was spent in deep slumber. A year later. Kik. Haha, I am indeed a genius, truly a genius. Jonaviri shouted excitedly within the palace. After a year, the lair, originally on Dragon Roar Mountain, had been leveled, and the palace began construction from halfway up the mountain. By now it was essentially completed, with a long staircase connecting to the palace entrance, guarded by the royal guard on either side. Although this palace did not possess the breathtaking opulence of gold and jade, the grandiosity it displayed was enough to astonish anyone. From a distance, the entire palace resembled a towering mountain, solemn and majestic. Within the palace, Jonaviri, having taken on a human form, held a 30-centimeter-long alchemical creation. Surrounding the little girl were various discarded parts. Looking at the dragon-shaped alchemical creation in her hands, Jonaviri was overjoyed. God knows how long it took her to complete this masterpiece. Gradually her excitement subsided, but a proud smile lingered on her lips. Alright, I can't celebrate too early, and I still need to test whether it can operate stably. With that thought, Jonaviri took out an alchemical plate and infused it with spiritual energy. Subsequently, the dragon's eyes of the alchemical little dragon, made of glass, lit up with a white glow, and the core at its chest began to activate and operate. Okay, starting. With a thought, the main control magic pattern on the magic crystal at the core began to flicker. Flight rune. The magic crystal infused magic into the flight rune, which began to emit a faint glow. Then the alchemical little dragon slowly flapped its mechanical wings, rising slowly under Jonaviri's eager gaze, eventually hovering in front of her. Yes, that's it. Jonaviri locked eyes with this little gadget, her excitement and enthusiasm evident in her eyes. Okay, next rotation rune. The alchemical little dragon, receiving the command, awkwardly rotated its body like a helicopter. Although it looked somewhat strange, Jonaviri was not bothered by this minor flaw. Yes, take it slow, take it slow. Stop. The alchemical little dragon halted in front of her, and Jonaviri lightly tapped her head. It looks good now for the forward rune. The alchemical little dragon slowly flew forward. Speed rune. Visibly, the flying speed of the alchemical little dragon increased, but the sequence of actions still appeared stiff. Shared vision. In the next moment, the rune inscribed onto the alchemical little dragon's eyes emitted a faint glow, and the view seen by the alchemical little dragon appeared in Jonaviri's mind. Very well, my maximum control distance is within 70 meters. Jonaviri tested it again, summarizing several issues. There are quite a few problems. The magic circuit is too chaotic and should be streamlined. I also need to inscribe a magic array for automatic magic power gathering, otherwise I would have to manually inject or directly replace the magic crystal, which is too cumbersome. Stiffness is also an issue. I should practice inscribing magic patterns properly, as the runes are still somewhat lacking. Once I become a master, I can try to infuse the dragon's might seal into it. That way, not only will it enhance this gadget's combat power, but it will also allow for easier operation, and the power of the magic patterns or runes will be strengthened. Overall, the benefits are numerous. Also, I'm running low on mithril. Tisk tisk tisk, when I think about it carefully, hey. Why is it all problems? It seems the road ahead is still long and arduous. Just as Jonaviri was about to recall the alchemical little dragon, a sudden thought struck her, and she slightly parted her dragon lips, turning to look towards a room within the palace. Eehee! Bang! 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 An inexplicable pounding echoed, stirring a wave of irritation within her. Who's there? Fleur raged inwardly, refusing to awaken. Yet the pounding persisted. Instinctively, she lashed out with her fiery crimson dragon tail, striking toward the source. Boom! Immense force shattered the palace's marble floor tiles, sending dust billowing into the air. Silence descended. Just as Fleur exhaled in relief and prepared to drift back to sleep, the maddening pounding resumed. This time her patience snapped. Her scarlet vertical pupils flared open, and before her loomed an alchemical construct hurtling straight toward her. Roar! She roared instantly. Her colossal dragon claw descended like a thunderbolt, when at that very moment of peril a familiar voice pierced the air. Eternity! In the next breath, a vast ice-blue celestial dial unfurled with breathtaking speed. Time itself froze where they stood. When awareness returned, her massive dragon claw slammed into the ground, fracturing the floor tiles layer upon layer, sending shards flying in all directions. Seeing the strike miss entirely, Fleur glared furiously at Jonaviri, standing calmly nearby, so incensed that sparks literally flickered in her eyes. A tightly clenched, teeth-grinding silence hung heavy. Jonaviri, I demand an explanation. Otherwise, crack, crack. Her claw slammed into the stone floor and clenched with crushing force. The sound of dragon bone grinding against granite echoed sharply. Jonaviri paid no heed to Fleur's barely contained fury. Instead, she sprang lightly forward, leaping up to meet the towering dragon eye-to-eye. Fleur, behold the fruit of my year's labor. With that, Jonaviri proudly brandished her alchemical dragonling, waving it before Fleur's gaze. Not merely to share her joy, but unmistakably to flaunt it, her smug grin betraying her delight. Fleur gazed down at the petite girl swaying her tiny dragonling before her, and gradually her frustration and rage ebbed, replaced by a quiet, wry resignation. I truly can't even muster anger toward her. Ugly as sin, just like you. Jonaviri's face fell instantly, then puffed up indignantly. What did you say? It's stunning. How could it possibly resemble me? Wait. No. I'm the one who's magnificent, so clearly it bears no resemblance to me at all. No, not like me, wrong. I mean, it's not ugly at all, and I'm undeniably beautiful. You know that, right? Watching Jonaviri nearly twist herself into linguistic knots, Fleur couldn't help but smile. This miniature version of her seemed unexpectedly endearing. Enough. I have no interest in your ramblings. Speak plainly. Why did you wake me? I hardly believe you're that idle. Jonaviri paused mid-sentence, then grinned. You guessed correctly. Fleur's expression said of course I did. She waited expectant for what came next. I am that idle. Fleur's face froze, then slackened into utter disbelief. How utterly tedious. She lowered her massive frame once more, preparing to sink back into blissful slumber. Wait, wait, Fleur. That's not right. Is sleeping truly all your millennia-long dragon life amounts to? Fleur simply stared, with the unmistakable look of, well, shouldn't it be? What else? Should I go play Dragon Slayer instead? I've nothing to retort. Fine, go amuse yourself elsewhere. Don't disturb me. Just as Fleur began lowering her great draconic head, little Jonaviri darted beneath her chin and braced a single hand against it. Fleur's golden eyes drifted downward, then sighed resigned. What now? Jonaviri flashed a mischievous, knowing grin. Hee, since we're both idle anyway, shall we go out and stir up some mischief? Uninterested. Move aside. Her tone edged with warning, but Jonaviri ignored it entirely. What if it's mischief against Gree? At that Fleur stilled. Her dragon eyes flickered thoughtfully. How dull, though come to think of it. I am rather hungry. Jonaviri wore the expression of one who just uncovered a delicious secret. Sure, green dragons are notorious pranksters, but even a red dragon like you might indulge once or twice, for variety's sake. What do you say? Though red dragons generally deemed pranks a frivolous pastime fit only for the weak, such absolutes were never absolute. Exceptions, after all, always existed. Fleur would never admit to indulging in such trivialities. Yet her racing pulse betrayed her eagerness, leaving her with the unmistakable flustered air of a dragon desperately clinging to pride. I'm not interested, merely peckish. All right, whatever you say. I am genuinely hungry. You. Fine. I won't hold it against you. Inside the lively gaming hall, a dragon-blooded gnoll sat nervously across from a young boy and cautiously prompted. Lord Gree, it's your turn. Across from him, Gree scowled. Impatience etched deeply across his brow. Hurry. Are you trying to kill me? His sharp retort made the gnoll flinch violently. Not without reason. He'd waited over 10 minutes while Gree remained utterly motionless. Gree, meanwhile, was quietly reciting chess mnemonics under his breath. The horse moves in L shape. The elephant moves diagonally across squares. He scratched his head. Bah, forget it. Snatching up the horse piece, he moved it haphazardly. The onlookers blinked in stunned silence. The gnoll opposite him stared dumbfounded. Well, aren't you going to move? Gree urged impatiently. After a hesitant pause, the gnoll offered a gentle correction. Lord Gree, that's not quite correct. Gree frowned aggrieved. Where's the mistake? I did move it in L shape. There's a cannon piece adjacent. Your foot slipped. Gree slammed his fist onto the board. Chess pieces leapt skyward, then clattered back down. Slipped? Nonsense. I say it moves this way, so it does. My elder sister invented this game. I can revise its rules whenever I please. From now on, the horse moves however I wish. I declare. Little bro, what did you just say? Before Gree could finish, Jonaviri's voice sliced through the air, startling him so badly, he lurched sideways, tumbled off his stool, and landed hard on the floor. His mind reeled. She heard me. Since when? Trembling, he scrambled upright, ignoring every pair of eyes fixed upon him, and frantically scanned the room. Finding no trace of her familiar figure, he slowly exhaled. Phew, thank the heavens. Just nerves. Then, belatedly realizing how mortifying his fall had been, he brushed dust from his clothes and coughed several times to recover his composure. Ahem. He affected nonchalance, as if nothing had occurred. Let's continue. I merely lost my balance for a moment. Upon hearing Grie's words, the wolfman across nodded and made a gesture. Gree set down the stool, and just as he was about to sit, the stool was suddenly pushed aside, misaligning its position. The stool perfectly avoided Grie's large backside, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Yahoo! This incident infuriated Gree, and he angrily scrambled back up. Who the hell? In the next moment, he froze, staring eye to eye, with two gigantic dragon heads, one red and one white. Oh my goodness! Suddenly faced with such a terrifying sight, Gree jumped back in shock, but once he regained his composure, his anger flared even more. I say, are you guys just looking for trouble? The two dragon heads exchanged glances, transforming into human faces. Jonaviri tilted her head. They'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Flerial was beside her, cracking her fingers, producing a popping sound. Gree swallowed hard, feeling that these two were bullying him too much. He shouldn't just swallow his anger, so he straightened his neck and continued. I say, you two. Whoosh. The alchemical dragon darted past, swiftly tripping Gree, and in the next moment the two dragons landed upon him. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief yet delightful exchange, Jonaviri clapped her claws. All right, I forgive you. With that parting remark, Jonaviri left with Flerial, leaving Gree sprawled on the ground. Not even pretending anymore, just looking for a fight. On the way, Flerial casually asked, Jonaviri, what is the fastest speed we can accelerate our growth now? Jonaviri thought for a moment before estimating, probably around a 10 increase from the original rate. Our next hibernation should be after about 7 years. After listening to Jonaviri's explanation, Flerial nodded thoughtfully. What's wrong? Jonaviri was puzzled by Flerial's sudden question, and Flerial shook her head. It's nothing, just asking. But despite the words, the fierce glint in her crimson dragon eyes seemed to carry deeper meaning. However, this subtle change was too fleeting for Jonaviri to notice. As time passed slowly, 4 months later, Jonaviri was still buried in her room within the palace, the floor covered with various gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, drinking vessels, and even her favorite diamonds. What was noteworthy was that Jonaviri was not obsessively counting her treasures in a pathological manner. Instead, she had transformed into her human form and was surrounded by a pile of components. Dissatisfied complaints became the main theme, reverberating in this room. Tisk, it's really frustrating. Why are high-level alchemical creations so complicated? Is this gear too small? No way do I have to make a new one. But the materials are all ready. Sigh, let it be destroyed, I'm tired. Just as Kainawili's complaints echoed, a knock on the door sounded. Without turning her head, she already sensed who was there. "What is it?" came Medusa's slightly cold voice. "Great Master Little Shun and the others have discovered a suspicious cave, and there seem to be quite a few monsters guarding it. When did even this little matter need to be reported to me, eh?" Kainawili frowned, placing the gear she was holding on the ground. Medusa's demeanor was respectful. In response to the Master, Little Shun also mentioned that he sensed strong magical fluctuations, as well as intense energies of thunder, fire, and ice. There is something peculiar within the cave. Upon hearing Medusa's words, Kainawili became intrigued. Could it be a rule exposure area? It should be noted that to break through to legend, one must comprehend the rules. Successfully comprehending the rules and breaking through to legend will elevate the essence and level of life, extending the lifespan of any species. To better comprehend the rules, one must seek a rule exposure area, which greatly increases the probability of understanding the rules. However, this situation does not apply much to dragons, or rather it varies among the top tier of mythical creatures. Once a dragon matures, it directly ascends to legend, and as time passes, its strength will naturally improve. This is all a matter of course. But strength does not increase endlessly, and the watershed occurs in the extremely old age stage. If they cannot endure, then it's goodbye. The evil dragon divine kingdom welcomes you. But if they endure, then good child, you're extraordinary. Both strength status and life level will rise by a large magnitude. According to the records of the dragon lineage, there are very few dragons that successfully break through to the ancient dragon stage, and among them there is only one, an absolute authority, an absolute powerhouse, an absolutely evil existence. He did it. He successfully became that unique, most powerful ancient dragon. All evil dragons would sing praises of his name. Even Tiamat pales in comparison. His titles include the World Destroyer, the Apocalypse Dragon, the World Trees Devourer, and the Poison Abyss Dragon Emperor, Nidhogg. He is the being that makes the world tremble, and even the gods fear him. Although his last recorded appearance was at the demigod level, everyone knows he has long mastered authority and is the rightful god without a crown. Yet no one knows why such a terrifying being has yet to ignite the divine fire and embark on the path of divinity to become a deity in the high heavens. This is a question that no one can answer, and even the wisest sages in the world cannot discuss it together. After a long silence, Medusa hesitantly inquired, "Master." Her words pulled Kainawili back from thoughts that had drifted far away. "Cough, cough, I understand now. Where's the location?" Upon hearing Kainawili's words, Medusa was surprised that her master would actually show interest. In response to the master's words, "I will take you there right away." Just as Kainawili stepped out of the room, she bumped into Flerial, who was preparing to go out. Kainawili nodded amicably, signaling a greeting. Flerial responded similarly, then prepared to leave. Kainawili's eyes turned, almost forgetting Flerial's other identity, her golden-armored enforcer. Kainawili quickly called out to Flerial, grabbing her large tail. "Wait a moment." Flerial's body shuddered, and her raised claw suddenly froze. Feeling the force coming from her tail, Flerial angrily turned her head, glaring fiercely at Kainawili, wondering what this girl was up to now. Realizing her rudeness, Kainawili hurriedly released her grip and offered an awkward smile, then put on a friendly expression. "My dear Flerial, would you be interested in exploring a marvelous cave with me?" Flerial rolled her eyes at Kainawili, wearing an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "I don't believe you, you're definitely up to no good." She rejected the proposal. "Not interested." "Oh, is that so? If I say..." Kainawili slightly bared her dragon fangs. "There are gold coins inside." The little author warmly reminds all readers that the world map is in the book's Circle QWQ. In an instant, the fiery red dragon's eyes narrowed into a vertical slit, fixated on Jonaviri, filled with possessiveness and greed. The white dragon's maw slightly parted, and seeing Friel's reaction, Jonaviri knew that half of the plan had already succeeded. As for the other half, let's not get into how you know. Even if there were gold coins, do you think you would give them to me? Friel was not foolish. On the contrary, as the leader of the 5-colored dragons, she possessed the highest intelligence. However, her formidable strength often led the red dragon to prefer straightforward solutions rather than more complicated approaches. Having spent 7 years with Jonaviri, Friel's impression of her was that she was utterly contemptible, not resembling the offspring of a white dragon and a silver dragon, but more like a green dragon disguised in white dragon skin, a hybrid with a human schemer. Yet sometimes she was quite likable, even charming, and could be tolerated, but never fully trusted. Jonaviri chuckled. "Oh, come on, do I look like that kind of dragon?" Friel remained silent, but Jonaviri understood from her expression and gazed that the implication was, "Aren't you that kind of dragon?" All right, if you don't want to, then I'll leave." Jonaviri shrugged her claws, feigning indifference. Seeing Jonaviri's intent to leave Friel's side, "Forget it, I might as well accompany you for a bit. Let's consider it a change of pace." Upon hearing this, Jonaviri's face lit up. "Really? That's fantastic. About the gold coins. How about we forget about that?" Friel pursed her lips. "I trust you wouldn't be shameless enough to that extent, right?" Under the guidance of Medusa, the two dragons saw the little subordinate returning to report. After several years of development, all the White Crystal Knights had donned iron armor, and the city of White Crystal had long entered the Iron Age. "Greetings, Master, my lord." "Little subordinate, why didn't you report to me directly through our bloodline connection?" A look of panic flashed across the little subordinate's face. "In response to my master, I was afraid of disturbing you." "What kind of bizarre logic is that? Did you think Medusa reporting wouldn't disturb me? The little subordinate's expression froze. I. Forget it, lead the way, don't waste time here. Yes. They flew towards the northwest of the sleeping forest. For hours of trekking passed quickly, and under the little subordinate's guidance they descended into the dense forest where white crystal knights were stationed. Upon seeing Jonaviri and the others arrive, the subordinates all knelt. Greetings, great master, my lord. Jonaviri ignored their actions, and instead looked towards a cave in the distance. Her crystal blue dragon's eyes narrowed slightly as she could clearly sense a strong elemental fluctuation within the concentration of magic power unusually high. It seems this is not a rule manifestation area. Although rule manifestation areas are quite mysterious, such occurrences of 3 types of elements gathering have never been recorded. Moreover, feeling the power of rules given the current situation, there is no corresponding rule manifestation here, so Jonaviri directly ruled out this option. What on earth? Jonaviri's words naturally reached Friel's ears, and Jonaviri waved her claw. It's nothing. Noticing that Jonaviri was silent, Friel herself had little curiosity and instead asked, is it just ahead? Jonaviri nodded. That's right, what do you plan to do? Hearing Jonaviri's words, Friel slightly parted her dragon, maw showing disdain. Just some inferior breeds, they'll just push through them. As for you, if you're afraid, just watch how I tear them apart. After saying this, Friel no longer hesitated, spreading her fiery red dragon wings and charging towards the distant cave. I say, why don't we just disperse? The master probably won't be back. A lizard man sitting on the ground with a wooden spear chatted with another lizard man. The other lizard man, hearing this, struck him on the head and then carefully looked around, and upon seeing no creatures paying attention to them, he let out a huge sigh of relief. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to die? About the master's business. Before he could finish, a loud and terrifying dragon roar erupted. Oh, the roar was passionate, even somewhat deep. All the lizard men heard this roar. Some displayed pain on their faces while others relaxed, but when they all looked up, their expressions instantly changed to terror and fear. Enemy attack. In that instant, a lizard man covered in green scales had just opened its mouth to shout, but was stunned in place by the fan-like spread of flame breath, the overwhelming fear, causing his legs to go numb, unable to take a step to escape. The flame breath surged like a torrential flood sweeping towards him. In the blink of an eye, the entire field of vision was filled with this intensely hot flame, as if everything within sight was to be burned to ashes. That poor lizard man had no time to react, not even able to let out a scream, and was thus engulfed in this terrifying sea of fire. This was a one-sided massacre, as these green dragon subordinates covered in emerald green scales struggled and cried out in the fire, but ultimately it was in vain. Friel narrowed her dragon eyes in delight, immersed in the flames, savoring the lamentations of these creatures at the moment of their demise. But soon her dragon eyes sharpened as she looked towards the cave. More and more green dragon subordinates burst out from within. Among them were Knollheads, Eagle Men, and Howling Moon Silver Wolves. Some of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves that emerged even reached the strength of silver 5 rings and above, while the Eagle Men were even more absurd, all being silver with the strongest at silver 8 rings. However, without exception, all these monsters had been transformed into green dragon subordinates. Upon seeing Friel's figure, these subordinates were all dumbfounded. Who could tell them why their master had yet to return, but instead a dragon of such a massive size had arrived? Friel did not show any signs of retreat. Upon seeing this multitude of monster subordinates, she surprisingly felt exhilarated. This trip was worth it. A silver 8-ringed eagle man swallowed hard and bravely shouted in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "This is the territory of Green Dragon Vienna and DLD. Intruders will surely pay the price for your actions." Hearing this, Friel casually pointed, and Fire Blast was instantly activated, with a red magic circle forming in an instant and 10 fireballs shooting out. Boom. When they hit this group of monsters, a violent explosion occurred, and before they could react, more than 10 monsters died on the spot, while dozens were injured and fainted. As for the shouting eagle man, to Friel he was already a familiar face, in which she still bothered to care. Vienna DLD, a green dragon, huh? Very well, I, Friel, will remember your names and await your retaliation at any time. Meanwhile, in the Ligris Great Forest, recently Vienna had just secured this land with the green dragon wisdom. 2 green dragons lay on the trees preparing for a perfect ambush. Achoo. Vienna couldn't help but sneeze while Dale frowned slightly. Vienna, be careful. Achoo. Dale hadn't finished his words when he too succumbed to a sneeze. Who is cursing us? I feel like someone is watching us. Have we been exposed? Oh, impossible, it must be an illusion. Friel annihilated the last lizard man's head with a swift claw. Countless monsters were swiftly eradicated by this young red dragon with thunderous force. The excitement on Friel's dragon head had not faded. She squeezed her claws, seemingly feeling unsatisfied. None of the green dragon followers survived, and Jonaviri showed little reaction to the events unfolding. As for why she didn't accept them as followers, the reason was simple. First, if Vienna and the others truly sought revenge, they could easily locate her through these followers. Second, Jonaviri was not a garbage dump willing to accept anything. Third, she found these guys unpleasant, as they were the followers of those 2 annoying individuals. Whoosh, boom. Jonaviri descended beside Friel, her expression hidden under her gaze. Do you want to? No. It was easy to guess what Friel was about to say, as she simply wanted companionship to practice with her. However, she was not interested right now. With so many green dragon followers, and having overheard what that eagle person said, it indicated that this was definitely the lair of those two individuals. Are we going to say goodbye so soon? Jonaviri felt a bit of itchiness in her claws. Meeting Fleel's puzzled gaze, she quickly walked into the cave. To her surprise, there were no familiar figures in sight, but that was to be expected. If there were, they would have shown up long ago. Could they be lurking in the shadows? Jonaviri spread her senses, but detected no sign of the giant dragons. Yet she remained on guard. After all, any intelligent creature knew the nature of green dragons. This was a dragon's nest, but that wasn't the most important part. The crucial detail was that this nest deep within was constructed in midair. Below the nest was the source of elemental fluctuations. Jonaviri descended into the dragon's nest and discovered a considerable accumulation of magic crystal, which brought a smile to her face. Magic crystals have various uses. They can absorb and restore depleted magical power, be used in alchemy and enchant equipment, and serve as a common currency across all continents. Jonaviri picked up a piece of thunder elemental magic crystal, where purple arcs of electricity occasionally flickered. Generally, these arcs would flow into the holder's body, creating a tingling sensation. However, as a dragon, Jonaviri's scales were the best insulator. She remained vigilant of her surroundings, which left her even more puzzled. Dragons absolutely do not allow others to approach their treasures, let alone Jonaviri, who directly handled them. Such behavior was more serious than deliberate provocation. Generally, both sides would engage in a fierce confrontation, with the mildest outcome being severe injury. Have they already left? Jonaviri found it hard to understand why they would depart. Although green dragons were more cunning than black dragons, it did not mean they were weak. On the contrary, as colored dragons, none of them are weak. Just then the sound of leathery wings flapping through the air reached her ears as a fiery red dragon appeared beside her. Fleel observed Jonaviri's reaction closely, which led her to a bold speculation. What are you testing? Did you know the giants that used to be here? Jonaviri snapped back to reality, dispelling her chaotic thoughts and bringing the thunder elemental magic crystal to her dragon maw. Forget about everything else, as she needed to enhance herself first. Any schemes or calculations were nothing but trivialities in the face of true strength. I suppose I knew them, but I wouldn't say they were fond memories. Fleel nodded, thoughtfully, knowing full well that as a white dragon, Jonaviri's experiences with the two cunning green dragons would lead to interesting situations. Fleel picked up a piece of fire elemental magic crystal, examined it, and handed it to Jonaviri. Jonaviri was taken aback, looking at Fleel with confusion. Fleel remained composed, speaking seriously. This will enhance your magical capacity and increase your speed. Jonaviri's eyes lit up as she accepted the crystal and swallowed it whole. A warm sensation filled her mouth as the hard stone was easily crushed by her sharp dragon teeth, cracking loudly. Fleel, I think you should have some too. After all, this might enhance your abilities like the concentration of fire. Though the probability is low, it could still increase your magical capacity or the hardness of your scales. Generally, dragons could enhance their scale hardness and defense by consuming ores, although the effect varied. Typically, colored dragons could benefit from eating ores, though the effect wasn't very pronounced. However, it would cause elemental attachment to their corresponding scales. In contrast, metal dragons would see a more significant effect from consuming corresponding elemental ores. They naturally carried a metallic essence, and after eating, their scales would purify in texture, becoming harder and more defensively robust, far exceeding the benefits colored dragons received. Thus, generally speaking, within the same realm, colored dragons could not defeat metal dragons. Though reluctant to admit it, this was an undeniable fact and a harsh reality. Even the red dragon, which leads the colored dragons, was subdued by the golden dragon, the apex of metal dragons. However, the golden dragon's strength stemmed from its exceptional attributes. Fleel was about to refuse Jonaviri's suggestion, but seemed to recall something, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. There's no need to rush, but it's better to improve steadily. Thinking this, Fleel nodded. All right, then it'll only take 90 of the fire elemental magic crystal, or... Hearing this, Jonaviri's expression stiffened, followed by shock. What is this? Are you getting arrogant? Here I am offering you some, and you're not even being polite, taking it all for yourself. I think I need 40, since fire elemental magic crystal, is also a rare resource. Fleel rarely showed such thriftiness, but nodded in agreement. All right. Then Jonaviri pointed downwards with her dragon finger. There are good things down there, shall we go take a look? Fleel looked down. This was a flat dragon's nest, but she knew it was constructed in midair with a bottomless pit beneath. As for why it was bottomless, because her senses couldn't reach it. Fleel nodded her dragon head and spread her wings. Let's go. The two giant dragons flew towards the edge of the dragon's nest, and in just a few seconds they spotted the bottomless pit below. Adjusting their forms, one red and one white, they dove downward. Little Shunzi Medusa lead the White Crystal Knights to transport these magic crystal ores back to the White Crystal City. Yes, great master. The two dragons moved swiftly, disappearing into the darkness. After who knows how long, Jonaviri and Fleel exchanged glances, seeing surprise reflected in each other's dragon eyes. It was not the duration of their flight that surprised them, but the chaotic magical currents and the violent elements below. Joy blossomed on Jonaviri's face, as she had already guessed the presence of a magical crystal vein upon seeing the magical crystal mine within the dragon's lair. After all, how else could they explain the pile of magical crystals they had if there wasn't a vein? A few pieces would suffice, but they had a whole heap, far exceeding what those humans had gathered. However, this was not enough to astonish Chow Nawili. She already had a hunch in her heart. What truly surprised her was that this was actually a large magical crystal vein. Generally speaking, small magical crystal veins are accompanied by ordinary iron mines, while medium-sized magical crystal veins yield secret silver mines. Such a large magical crystal vein would definitely produce secret silver mines, and it was highly likely to yield high-grade secret silver mines, also known as star silver mines. These ores are exceedingly precious. Many small human nations, no even medium-sized kingdoms, often find themselves in a state of being priceless and unavailable. Star silver ore is also one of the pinnacle magical metals capable of inscribing runes or magical patterns that can withstand the forces at the level of rules and magical circuits. In other words, with star silver ore, it constitutes part of the material foundation for forging legendary level or even demigod level alchemical puppets. Additionally, secret silver ore leads to moon silver ore, which is the birthstone of silver dragons, and beyond that is star silver ore. Typically, only powerful silver dragons, at least in their mature stage, can possess star silver ore, and most of it is acquired within human territories. As a white dragon, Chow Nawili had awakened the talent of physical talent enhancement, which meant she possessed the physique of a metal dragon, perhaps even stronger. If she were to consume star silver ore, she could hardly imagine the extent of the enhancement she would receive. Thinking of this, Chow Nawili couldn't help but break into a silly grin, her large tongue hanging out, crystalline dragon saliva dripping. Frillier naturally noticed Chow Nawili's excited and strange state, though she also hoped that this large magical crystal vein would yield blazing crystals. She did not let her guard down. After all, there was no way such a large vein could be without danger. Even the weakest magical beast, after living in this environment, filled with abundant magical energy and elements for some time, could become formidable. Frillier flicked her red dragon tail, gently patting Chow Nawili on the head while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Don't get distracted. After Frillier's reminder, Chow Nawili snapped back to reality, her heart still racing. She had just entered a very dangerous state, which was one of her weaknesses. If she were to be ambushed in this moment, she would be completely defenseless and the consequences would be dire. Okay, let's not split up. Without waiting for Frillier to finish, Chow Nawili shook her head. The safety here is still uncertain. I think it's better if we stick together to avoid being taken down one by one. Frillier frowned slightly, wanting to refuse, but considering that they were only at the silver tier, despite her reluctance to admit it, they were too weak. If they separated, they were likely to encounter danger. Frillier reluctantly nodded. Then the two dragons continued to fly downward. Soon they saw a bright light. After a few more seconds of flight, the area below was shrouded in purple, red, and blue luminescence, completely filled with magical crystals. Chow Nawili found it difficult to move. She had not expected there to be so many magical crystals inside, almost stretching as far as the eye could see. At this rate, it was approaching the scale of a super large mine. The elemental fluctuations around them were extremely intense, and the magical energy was dense. Moreover, here, there were not only elemental magical crystals, but also a considerable number of basic magical crystals. The magical energy contained within these magical crystals is extraordinarily rich and has a wide range of uses, making it the most expensive type among low-tier magical crystals. This place was an underground cavity surrounded by complex passages. Whether on the stone walls, the floor of the cavity, or within the passages, they were all filled with magical crystals. Chow Nawili also discovered several secret silver mines, but she did not rush to mine them. Instead, she prepared to thoroughly explore the surroundings first. Although it was difficult to completely explore such a vast underground vein, there was one advantage: the number of magical creatures or beasts present would not be too many. After all, food is a significant challenge, only slow metabolizing or magical creatures can survive here. Thus, the two dragons explored the underground cavity, with Chow Nawili occasionally breaking off some ores to snack on. 10 days passed. The entire underground cave had been explored for the most part, and during this time, Chow Nawili sent a message to Little Shun to summon her subordinates. This cave is truly vast. It looks like it can be mined for several hundred years. Chow Nawili couldn't help but exclaim, her initial excitement having faded, while Frillier nodded noncommittally. She was very pleased now, because during her exploration, she had discovered second-tier fire element magical crystals, known as blazing crystals. Although she couldn't absorb them as fully as a metal dragon, there is a saying: quantity leads to quality. Frillier thought that if she consumed enough ores, perhaps she too would benefit greatly from it. Chow Nawili also encountered second-tier ice element magical crystals, known as frost-patterned ice crystals, which corresponded to the usual magical crystals for white dragons. If Chow Nawili were to consume them, it would also be beneficial. Not only that, but Chow Nawili also came across moon silver ore. Within this cave, there were also second-tier lightning element magical crystals called thunderous magical crystals, but Gliss was not fortunate enough to benefit from them. As for why there were no second-tier basic magical crystals, it was because this most fundamental type of magical crystal was only first-tier, with each piece containing varying concentrations of magical energy. Just as Frillier and Chow Nawili were chatting casually, Chow Nawili suddenly paused, turning her head towards a cave on the left. Frillier also stopped, taking a vigilant stance. What's wrong? Chow Nawili had more magical energy and stronger mental power, so her perception range was greater than Frillier's. From her actions, Frillier was certain that she must have discovered something. Chow Nawili did not respond, but took a step forward with her dragon claw, walking into the cave. Frillier noticed that Jonaviri's breathing had grown heavy as if she was deliberately suppressing something. Moreover, her steps were also heavy, as if she were struggling to contain herself. After walking for a while, Frillier's dragon eyes widened, filled with shock. After walking for a few minutes, the view opened up, but what caught more attention was that the surroundings were dotted with frost-patterned magical crystals, the stones having long since turned into deep cold rock due to the infiltration of cold air. But this was not important. What mattered was that a vein was embedded in the deep cold rock, with the ore shimmering with starlight, making it extraordinarily striking. Upon seeing this, Frillier's breathing also steadied as she exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually star silver, or..." It was no wonder she was astonished. After all, this was exceedingly rare. According to the inherited memories, the only known areas where star silver mines could be found were the World Tree and the exceedingly rare super-large magic crystal caves, which had a high probability of producing such resources. However, now this large magic crystal vein had unexpectedly yielded the extremely rare star silver mine. Judging by the situation, it wasn't just a few scattered pieces, but a vein of star silver. Greed flashed in Frier's eyes, a primal instinct akin to a dragon wanting to hoard its treasures. Beside her, Jonaviri felt the same, even showing a wary expression upon sensing Frier's emotions. Frier shook her dragon head, casting aside the thoughts in her mind and forcefully suppressing her instinctual desire. "Rest assured, the star silver mine is indeed important, but I am not particularly interested in it." Upon hearing this, Jonaviri let out a slight sigh of relief. Even though Frier seemed aloof, Jonaviri felt a subtle stir in her heart. This fellow is capable. Although she had no fear of battling Frier, if it truly came to blows, their relationship could suffer a rift never to be like it was now. To be honest, she didn't want to become enemies with Frier over this matter, as trust among the five-colored dragons was hard to establish. Seeing that Frier had actively averted the potential conflict, Jonaviri sighed in relief, and then remarked, "This thing is very important to me." Frier nodded, indicating her understanding. After all, as Jonaviri grew older, she had already developed some characteristics of a silver dragon, making the supreme star silver mine immensely attractive to her. It was known that even the oldest silver dragons were interested in such things. "Frier, I would like to ask you for a favor." "What?" Frier tilted her head. "I want you to leave a spatial coordinate or a mark here, so we won't lose track of it later." All right, I can do that with a flick of my finger." A crisp sound echoed in the silent cave before she could finish her sentence. The sound was not loud, but in the expansive, quiet cave it was particularly jarring. Almost instantly, both dragons turned their heads toward the depths. In the next moment, both dragons froze in place, a potent sense of crisis flooding their minds. They saw a massive vertical pupil staring intently at them, as if observing its prey, glowing with fiery colors. The inherited memories in their minds automatically surfaced with an explanation. High-level magical beast, fire-type subdragon species. Molten fire, crystal armored dragon, lizard, chaotic neutral alignment. A subdragon species found in volcanoes or deep underground, combining the agility of a lizard with the defense of crystal armor. It is a high-level magical beast that embodies the coexistence of fire and crystal, often serving as a guardian of fire elemental mineral veins, known for its volatile temperament. It possesses high fire resistance and excellent heat resistance, with a crystalline texture in its scales, granting it substantial resistance to physical attacks. However, it is afraid of extreme cold attacks and sound wave penetration attacks. Innate abilities: molten breath, crystal skin, fire, crystal ground spike, with a high probability of producing other abilities. It primarily feeds on fire elemental ores, and its excrement can serve as secondary ores with lower concentration. The scales on its body can be used as the main material for crystal fire armor. Typically, it seeks out opposite gender individuals of the same species for reproduction every 50 years. Gulp. Jonaviri swallowed hard. The size of this creature before her looked rather daunting. Moreover, if it hadn't revealed itself, neither she nor Frier would have sensed it, indicating either its stealth abilities were impressive or its power far superior to theirs. However, based on the inherited memories, the molten fire crystal armor dragon lizard was not adept at concealment, which suggested a troubling situation. "This is going to be difficult." Roar. The furious roar reverberated through the cave, sending terrifying shockwaves that caused Jonaviri to shut her eyelids. In contrast, Frier, initially stunned, finally snapped back to reality after this roar, her dragon head now adorned with excitement and a fighting spirit. Roar. Frier let out a roar, opening her dragon mouth as fire elements rapidly coalesced. In the next moment, the most powerful linear fire breath shot out, catching the molten fire crystal armored dragon lizard off guard, striking it in the eye. In a rush, it closed its eyelids. Its high fire resistance meant that Frier's attack did not inflict the anticipated damage. However, Frier did not feel discouraged. Instead, she let out a loud cry and charged forward. Meanwhile, Jonaviri was left stunned, still trying to process what was happening. "Isn't this reckless? You're diving right in." The molten fire crystal armored dragon lizard was enraged by Frier's actions and became furious when it realized she was advancing instead of retreating. Immediately, its broad water crystal covered mouth opened wide, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura filled the entire pit. Jonaviri sensed something was wrong and quickly conjured an ice blue magic circle in front of her. Cold crystal barrier. A barrier resembling ice crystal unfolded, standing in front of her and beside the star silver mine. But that was not all. The surrounding ice elements actively responded to Jonaviri's spell, significantly enhancing the defense of the cold crystal barrier, making it thicker and sturdier. In the next moment, the entire cave was filled with red light as fire elements surged violently, and the innate skill of the molten fire crystal armored dragon lizard molten breath shot forth. Friar, who had charged forward, was engulfed by this terrifying attack. For a moment, Jonaviri found herself unable to sense her presence. Friar, Jonaviri cried out, but the next moment she herself was caught in the crossfire. The horrifying attack slammed against the cold crystal barrier, and in an instant cracks appeared on its surface. Crack, crack, crack. The barrier began to shatter under the overwhelming pressure. Jonaviri gritted her teeth, fully aware that without the assistance of the second-tier frost crystal magic stones providing ice elements, her defensive magic would be torn apart in an instant. And with her dragon-scale defense, such a terrifying attack could only hold for a maximum of 6 seconds. Considering the mutual restraint effect between fire and ice elements, this estimate had to be halved. As for what would happen afterward, Jonaviri didn't even need to think about it. But most importantly, she was more worried about Friar's safety, for she had directly endured that blow. At this moment, the spiderweb-like cracks on the cold crystal barrier were multiplying and thickening. Damn, what the hell is so fierce? Jonaviri couldn't help but curse. Just as she was ready to channel more magic power, the molten breath abruptly ceased. And the cold crystal barrier also succumbed to its burden and perished. Jonaviri looked into the depths and saw the crimson dragon shadow still standing tall. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Friar's laughter echoed throughout the cave. Ha ha ha, your attack is indeed powerful, but we red dragons, we are fire resistant. Hearing Fueller's words, Jonaviri slapped her forehead, realizing in a moment of panic that she had forgotten about this matter. The 5-colored dragon has immunity to fire elements, the blue dragon to lightning elements, the green dragon to poison elements, the black dragon to acid elements, and the white dragon to ice elements. However, immunity does not mean complete invincibility. There is a certain limit. Once that threshold is crossed, immunity becomes meaningless. For example, if the green dragon, which is immune to poison, were to face the poison attacks of the poison dragon Nidhogg, would that be possible? Isn't that absurd? Fueller has already extended her dragon claws and rushed outside. The roaring sound of the dragon, mixed with the clashing of sharp objects, could be heard. Jonaviri cast an ice element defense magic before hurrying over. She had just sensed in the previous attack that this sub-dragon possessed the peak realm of Platinum 9 rings, and with its high fire resistance, it was enough to give Fueller a run for her money. Most importantly, the molten crystal armored dragon lizard, being a sub-dragon species, retains the bloodline of true dragons, and is also a high-level magical beast capable of fighting beyond its rank. Ultimately, Fueller only has silver 7 rings, and if she faces it alone, Jonaviri couldn't think of any outcome other than being beaten badly. As she walked to the cave entrance, she found an extremely spacious underground space filled with fire element magic crystal mines. What caught her, I made her unable to help but twitch her mouth, was the molten crystal armored dragon lizard too weak, or was Fueller too outstanding? She saw Fueller engaged in battle with a molten crystal armored dragon lizard that appeared to be 5 times her size. Just then, Jonaviri saw Fueller slap a claw onto the face of the molten crystal armored dragon lizard, causing cracks to form in its fired crystalline armor. However, due to the significant difference in strength and size, it was evident that Fueller was having trouble coping. Forget it, let these two fight for a while, otherwise if I intervene, now Fueller will end up biting the wrong person again. With that, Jonaviri turned around and walked over to the star silver mine, dispelling her ice element defense magic. Seeing such a rare thing right in front of her, Jonaviri couldn't help but smile foolishly. Hee, star silver mine, I wonder what it tastes like. Saying this, Jonaviri opened her dragon mouth and bit down on a piece of exposed, or her sharp dragon teeth sank in, but did not shatter it like ordinary stones. With her ice blue dragon eyes narrowing, her dragon mouth slightly curled. Interesting. After saying this, Jonaviri suddenly increased her biting force, yet the hard star silver mine remained unmoved. No matter how much strength Jonaviri exerted, she could not deal with the stubborn, or which made her realize the seriousness of the situation. Releasing her white dragon mouth, Jonaviri stared intensely at the star's silver mine covered in dragon saliva, clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction. Damn it, you're tough, huh? I hope you're just as tough later. With that, Jonaviri plunged her consciousness into the dragon lineage inheritance. The method of collecting star silver ore has extremely high hardness and is usually extracted using enchanted fine gold pickaxes and enchanted chisels. However, as a giant dragon, why would she bother using external tools? Upon seeing this, Jonaviri grinned. Generally, fire element explosive magic can be used to blow it up, or high penetration fire element secret arts can be used for extraction. Upon reading this, Jonaviri's expression fell. How could she, as a white dragon, possibly use fire magic? It doesn't matter if you can't use fire element magic. If your bite is strong enough, you can shatter it directly. If that doesn't work, just use your claws to scrape. Seeing this, Jonaviri's expression had already fallen. The idea of seeking Fueller's help began to emerge in her mind. Just as she was about to exit the dragon lineage inheritance, she inadvertently spotted a line of small text. Friendly reminder, generally wherever star silver ore appears, there will be guardian magical creatures, such as starest ice spirits, crystalline worm star, or statues, shadow mine spirits, and star core earth dragons. Upon seeing this, Jonaviri's expression stiffened. These 5 types of monsters were all high-level magical beasts or magical creatures with a growth limit of legendary status. No matter which one she encountered, it was an existence Jonaviri did not want to face. Galugulu. Jonawiri swallowed hard, slowly opening her eyes, but as she did she froze. She saw at some point a humanoid magical creature covered in ice crystals appearing before her, staring at her motionlessly. Jonawiri's pupils constricted, a warning rising in her heart. Star Core Earth Dragon already transformed, lawful neutral alignment, calm personality. A rare subdragon species found underground, its body covered in highly durable crystalline scales, generally possessing high resistance to ice element magic and star magic due to long-term tempering by star silver ore. Its torso is robust like a battering ram, with its limbs covered in star silver crystalline scales that gradient from silver to blue, with fine star patterns flowing on the surface, emitting a soft cold light in the darkness. Lacking dragon wings, it has 3 rows of sharp star silver crystal spikes growing from its back, which can extend and retract freely, serving as both defensive weapons and antennas for absorbing ley line magical energy. Its mouth is toothless, replaced by a ring of star silver crystalline teeth that can crush fine gold ore when biting, and its throat stores high-density star silver magical rays. There is a soft membrane along its abdomen beneath which lies its core mineral sac, storing the absorbed star silver essence commonly used for breakthrough and fighting beyond its rank. This is also its only fatal weakness. Normally covered by thick scales, it is only exposed during shedding. It feeds on the magical energy seeping from the star silver or veins and does not need to consume flesh. It fears holy light magic, void magic, and fire element magic. It does not actively attack non-miners and prefers to ignore them, occasionally emitting flickering blue light as a warning. However, if it detects any intent to mine, or if mining has commenced, it will severely punish the miner, possibly even launching a full-scale attack. Innate abilities: Star Silver Breath, Mining Cage, Star Core Shield. May randomly generate other abilities. The next moment, a cold voice in dragon language slowly came through. Tell me, foolish giant dragon, is the dragon saliva on this star silver mine yours? Galugulu, Galugulu, Galugulu. Jonawiri, feeling nervous, kept swallowing, and just as the Star Core Earth Dragon's narrowed eyes grew more dangerous, Jonawiri spoke expressionlessly. It's not mine, it's from that red dragon inside the cave. The Star Core Earth Dragon glanced at the cave, then back at the dragon saliva on the star silver, or wearing a look that seemed to say, do you think I'm an idiot? Jonawiri's expression remained unchanged, which inevitably moved the Star Core Earth Dragon. Could it be that I really misunderstood her? Thinking this, she flew hesitantly to the star silver or vein, poking her head out to sniff. Cool and minty, definitely not from the red dragon. Oh, I was tricked. Yes, I've been deceived for nearly 100 years. Suppressing her anger, the Star Core Earth Dragon turned around only to find that the giant dragon, over 17 meters in size, had long since vanished. The Star Core Earth Dragon was enraged, immediately shooting out towards the direction where Jonaviri was fleeing. At this moment, her brain was racing and she had come up with an idea. Soon she rushed into the enormous underground space within the cave. The Star Core Earth Dragon, closely pursuing her, was less than 10 meters away. Almost in the blink of an eye. Weakened, Jonaviri activated her ability, causing everything around her to slow down in her eyes. In an instant, she captured the scene of Fully Air battling the molten crystal armor lizard, and her figure flashed, appearing 50 meters away from them. With a thought, time accelerated to a stop, and the Star River Earth Dragon's gaze froze. It was 2 realms higher than Jonaviri, yet it failed to notice how she had escaped. But none of this mattered anymore. The Star Core Earth Dragon revealed its true form and unleashed a powerful star silver breath towards Jonaviri. A blue breath resembling starlight 10 meters wide shot out, and the piercing sound of it cutting through the air caused Jonaviri's eardrums to ache. Weakened, Jonaviri activated her ability again, instantly leaving that place. Time around her returned to normal, and the powerful star silver breath collided directly with the molten crystal armor lizard. The 2 combatants in battle froze for a moment, glancing over this way, but it was too late. They couldn't evade at such a distance. Spatial flicker. Fully Air activated her ability, swiftly disappearing and reappearing beside Jonaviri. Boom. The explosion's roar even shattered some fire element magic crystals, and the terrifying shockwave swept over, causing the 2 dragons in midair to wobble. Fully Air, bruised and battered, felt a surge of joy when she saw Jonaviri coming to her aid, not knowing what condition she was in. But on her face, she feigned anger and said, "Why did you interfere in my battle?" Jonaviri glanced at her and couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. One of Fully Air's dragon horns had been broken, and there were cracks all over some of her scales from the heavy blows, and more importantly, her right eye socket was swollen. Seeing Jonaviri giggle, Fully Air momentarily lost her focus. She looks so cute when she smiles. But soon she snapped back, roaring in anger. "What are you laughing at?" Jonaviri suppressed her laughter and cast a healing spell on Fully Air. Cough, cough, sorry, I thought of something funny. Before she could finish, a furious roar echoed throughout the cave. Roar. MOFA, now what are you doing? This roar drew the attention of the 2 dragons, while the Star Core Earth Dragon, referred to as MOFA, showed a hint of panic, but this emotion was quickly suppressed. She expressionlessly pointed towards Jonaviri and the others, saying lightly, "Calm down, Chow, this is their doing." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a terrifying molten breath shot out from the smoke, targeting MOFA. MOFA glared fiercely at the 2 dragons in the distance, while simultaneously using her innate ability to withstand the attack, Star Core Shield. In an instant, a shimmering ice element shield appeared in front of her, and the molten breath struck it, causing a violent explosion. However, the molten crystal armor lizard named Xiao suddenly charged forward, and seeing this, Mofa Na realized that this battle was unavoidable and immediately met the attack. Roar! Bang! The loud sounds of the collision between the two beasts shook the cave, causing several stalactites from the ceiling to fall with red sparks flying from the friction between crystal armor and star scales. Mofa Na was knocked back several steps, nearly toppled over, and the molten crystal armor lizard also staggered back a few steps, shaking its dizzy head. The red crystal armor on its head cracked with fine lines, but immediately burst forth with fire element particles, restoring it to its former state. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiao slapped its thick forelimb against Mofa Na's back, sharp crystal claws embedding into the star pattern scales as violent fire elements seeped through the gaps in the claws, producing a sizzling burn sound. Mofa Na refused to back down, thrusting her head forward, her dragon horn piercing into the gap of the lizard's crystal armor, unleashing a burst of ghostly blue star energy that exploded into countless starry light spots on her opponent's chest. The two massive beasts rolled and struggled together, shattering countless fire element magic crystals with the released magic power and fire elements soaring towards the cave ceiling. Under the amplification of the surrounding fire elements, Xiao felt invigorated flames surging around it, attempting to scorch Mofa Na. Meanwhile, Mofa Na violently swung her long tail, summoning several ice element star blades that slashed across Xiao's back, while unleashing a condensed star silver breath, striking right at Xiao's lava core. The lizard let out a thunderous roar. Mofa Na, I curse your mother. Crystallized skin. Flame crystal. Activate. The crystal armor fully unfolded, transforming into a burning realm of crystal armor, with the fire element concentration around Xiao suddenly soaring several times, even causing the surrounding space to slightly distort from the heat. Seeing her old neighbor seriously enraged, Mofa Na's eyes turned red in an unusual manner. You frog-skin bastard, try cursing again. Star pattern enchantment. Star crystal wings. Mofa Na activated her star patterns all over her body, and where the silver radiance enveloped the rocks in this cavity, even some fire element magic crystals condensed into star pattern rocks. From Mofa Na's body, numerous star-like stones converged into gigantic dragon wings. They once again stood up to face each other, with Xiao's fiery red crystal armor covered in scorch marks from star energy attacks, while Mofa Na's star pattern scale armor glimmered with cold lava. In the next second, both unleashed their power, with Xiao's molten crystal dragon horn colliding against Mofa Na's star silver dragon horn, instantly erupting into scarlet golden flames, and ghostly blue star energy forming an ever-expanding energy sphere that illuminated the entire core space in alternating light and darkness. Watching the two quasi-dragons truly go at it, fully air and Xiao naively exchanged glances, clicking their tongues. It should be noted that these two high-tier quasi-dragon magical beasts could stand toe-to-toe with relatively weaker true dragons. One could say they were just a pair of wings away from becoming true dragons. Moreover, humans regarded these powerful earth dragons as true dragon species, though true dragons generally preferred not to acknowledge this. Firstly, these powerful quasi-dragon species lacked dragon vein inheritance, and secondly, their bloodlines were not pure true dragon bloodlines, at most considered strong dragon descendants containing true dragon bloodlines. However, there are ways to become a true dragon, such as devouring true dragons to evolve one's bloodline, or acquiring true dragon essence to purify bloodlines and life forces. But now fully air felt a wave of fear rising in her heart. Seeing how serious they were, she realized that the molten crystal armor lizard known as Xiao was merely playing around with her. Thinking of this, her mood inevitably dipped, and looking down at her shattered scale claws, she murmured, in the end, am I still too weak? As friends, Zhang Naoei naturally knew why she was feeling down, but there was nothing to be done about it. Her bloodline was strong, her strength greater, and her time spent accumulating power far surpassed that of the two dragons. However, when it came to dragons capable of battling across vast ranks, Zhang Naoei couldn't help but think of the legendary dragon species recorded in her heritage, along with the formidable abomination dragon. Time rainbow power, unparalleled strength, not only feared, but also made dragons obsessively yearn for it. However, Zhang Naoei thought of herself unable to help but smile broadly. Although I am not a time dragon, I have mastered such top-tier power. It really is something I don't know how to articulate. On the surface, Zhang Naoei regained her composure, flicked her tail, gently rubbed a few times against Furiel's dragon head, and said softly, It's okay, Furiel. You have already tried very hard and are very strong. Hearing Zhang Naoei's voice and feeling her actions, a warm current surged within Furiel, but she immediately turned her head away in a haughty manner. Who needs you to say that? The fiery red tail swatted Zhang Naoei's tail away, and then she froze, puffing up her cheeks and looking at Zhang Naoei. You are not allowed to touch my head. Seeing Furiel display such a reaction, Zhang Naoei couldn't help but chuckle. In the eyes of their dragon race, this scene resembled a cute little girl pouting adorably. However, from the perspective of other races, Furiel's fierce appearance seemed as if she was about to devour someone. While the two dragons were enjoying their moment, the situation on the other side was entirely different. Two colossal creatures, each nearly 100 meters in size, were wrestling together. The platinum-level attacks made the rocky walls and fire-element magic crystal mines utterly incapable of bearing the load. Jiang, you really are an unreasonable bastard. Mofana, I've been itching to deal with you for ages. You always act so cold and detached. Who are you trying to impress with that? You, vulgar. Mofana swatted Jiang aside and sent a terrifying breath attack at him. Jiang still didn't hold back in his retorts. What are you pretending for? The next 50 years are just around the corner. Let's see if you can keep up that facade during your mating season. Anyway, I'm the only male dragon here. If you can hold me back, then you are a real woman. As he said this, Jiang revealed a confident expression. Mofana, humiliated and enraged, began to attack wildly. But there was no way around it. Under normal circumstances, her strength would easily surpass Jiang's, but now the surrounding shattered fire-element magic crystals continuously supplied Jiang with energy. Now, whether it was a war of attrition or an explosive battle, she couldn't gain any advantages, and even her verbal jabs were falling flat. Mofana was filled with pent-up frustration, and her attack intensity was increasing. However, due to Jiang's words and Mofana's performance, Jiang Naoe had a sense of watching a young couple flirt and show affection, feeling bashful. Although this scene looked terrifying to outsiders, making them want to avoid it, to the dragons, including sub-dragon races like Earth Dragons, as per this book, it appeared just as it was. Tisk tisk tisk, this really is a case of hitting is affection and scolding is love. Jiang Naoe couldn't help but sigh, and Furiel unconsciously nodded in agreement. But what surprised her even more was the Starcore Earth Dragon Mofana. This Starcore Earth Dragon is incredibly strong. Even though her realm is only Platinum 8th ring, 1 ring lower than that of the Molten Crystal Armored Dragon Lizard, she can display such battle prowess. Furiel knew very well that if it weren't for the geographical advantage, the Molten Crystal Armored Dragon Lizard wouldn't be able to defeat the Starcore Earth Dragon. Jiang Naoe nodded in agreement. Indeed, the future is promising. This statement, if uttered by an adult dragon, or even a mature dragon, would carry a sense of approval from elder to junior, but hearing it from two young dragons under 10 years old sounded quite strange. While Mofana and Jiang were fighting fiercely, Jiang Naoe leaned her dragon head closer to Furiel, who instinctively shrank back. What's wrong? Jiang Naoe smiled broadly. Dear Furiel, I need your help. Without thinking, Furiel shook her head. No, I want to watch their battle. As if joking, she had never witnessed such a grand spectacle other than what was recorded in her heritage. Today, being able to watch it in reality was a joy, and she couldn't bear to leave. Jiang Naoe could certainly see Furiel's reluctance, and her white dragon mouth curled into a grin. She felt confident in how to handle a little young dragon. Jiang Naoe took out a shiny object from her scales and gently tapped it. Ding! Furiel, engrossed in watching the show, suddenly focused her pupils, which shrank to the size of a needle tip. The fiery red dragon had quickly turned to look at Jiang Naoe's paw. That glance was astonishing, as she couldn't take her eyes off it. This is shiny, little cutie. Furiel raised her paw ready to snatch it, but Jiang Naoe dodged her. Furiel shot a glare at Jiang Naoe. What does this dragon mean? Allowing me to see, but not touch. Allowing me to see, but not take. So annoying. Why is she so bothersome? Now Furiel found Jiang Naoe increasingly irritating, thinking how cumbersome it was to have Jiang Naoe blocking her way in front of a silver coin. Jiang Naoe observed Furiel's reaction and grinned widely. Yes. This was the effect she wanted. Jiang Naoe couldn't help but show a silly smile, her pink tongue sticking out, crystal droplets of dragon saliva falling. Furiel wrinkled her brow in disdain. What does this silly dragon mean? Is she trying to attract my attention with her foolishness? So boring. Jiang Naoe realized her impropriety and quickly composed herself, cursing the white dragon gene for being so troublesome and ruining her image. Ahem, little Furiel, do you want it? Furiel twitched at the corners of her eyes, and she truly wanted to pry open this white dragon's head to see if it was made of tofu. Of course she wanted it. If you're trying to amuse me to satisfy your boring whims, I think that's entirely unnecessary. Stop asking me these idiotic questions every day, okay? Jiang Naoe chuckled, resting a claw on Furiel's shoulder. Don't be so angry. Have you forgotten what I said? If you get angry too often, your scales will lose color. Furiel's forehead veins bulged. I don't believe you. Get to the point, spit it out. Jiang Naoe stopped teasing her and tossed the silver coin towards Furiel. Furiel's reflexes were sharp as she caught it, fearing Jiang Naoe would use time stop to snatch it away. Once she truly held it in her claws, Furiel still felt a sense of unreality. She looked up at Jiang Naoe, wondering what had gotten into her. 1 silver coin, and I'll ask you for a small favor. Will you help me? Hearing Qiao Novice words, Fueler felt the silver coin in her claw and nodded her dragon head. Lead the way. Gladly, follow me. Qiao Navi flapped her dragon wings and brought Fueler to the front of the star silver mine. Seeing this scene, Fueler immediately understood. You must already know what I want you to do, right? Qiao Navi raised her eyebrows, and Fueler said nothing. She bypassed Qiao Navi and opened her dragon maw. In the next moment, a piercingly powerful cone of fiery breath shot forth from her dragon maw. The breath, containing terrifying power, struck the deep blue rocks surrounding the star silver mine, igniting sparks. After a few moments of stalemate, crack, a crisp sound echoed, and a piece of star silver ore broke free from the rock layer, falling to the ground. Thud! Qiao Novice dragon eyes narrowed as she quickly lifted her claw to pick it up. Feeling the faint starlight energy and the super concentrated ice element power on it, Qiao Navi trembled with excitement. After all, this was a treasure that even elderly silver dragons would covet. Now it quietly lay in Qiao Navi's claw. How could she remain calm? Watching Chao Navi tremble with excitement, Fueler paused her actions, her fiery dragon eyes flashing with envy and greed. But it was quickly suppressed. Although she wanted to keep this star silver ore for herself, even if it was of no use to her as a friend, especially a proud red dragon, Fueler believed she absolutely could not go back on her word. Absolutely. Without hesitation, Chao Navi thought that no matter how precious the treasure was, if it couldn't enhance her strength, it was worthless, so she tossed it into her mouth. She didn't chew, as it was impossible to bite through, and simply swallowed it whole. Given the strength and hardness of the star silver stone, Chao Navi knew it would take her at least 3 years to fully digest it. Thus, weakened, Chao Navi invoked her weakened ability in her stomach to accelerate her digestion. Soon a chilling sensation spread through her abdomen, coursing throughout her body. This revealed the strength of the star silver ore. As an ice element immune white dragon, Chao Navi surprisingly found the cold sensation uncomfortable. However, it was precisely because of this that Chao Navi's expression became extremely excited. This, the power within me. Chao Navi quickly began to enhance the power of her weakened ability, while the magic energy within her was rapidly depleting, almost nearing exhaustion. But it didn't matter. Chao Navi clawed a frost-patterned magic crystal, or from another stone wall, and swallowed it whole. In this way a bizarre scene unfolded. Chao Navi in pain tightly clutched her abdomen with one claw, while the other continuously fed the surrounding frost-patterned magic crystals into her dragon maw to replenish her magical energy. Fueler, witnessing this scene, showed a strange expression. "Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Can your body handle this?" Chao Navi answered Fueler's question with action, biting down on the frost-patterned magic crystal, not bothering to chew, and swallowing it whole. Seeing this, Fueler expressed admiration. She didn't expect that Chao Navi would be so dedicated and relentless in improving her power. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Fana, who was entangled with Chao, paused, her heart racing. She could sense it clearly, feeling that the star silver mine she had protected for decades was being slightly damaged. This made her suddenly turn her head to look at the entrance they had come from. Shameless thief. Bang. Chao slapped her with a claw of the force, sending her staggering back several steps. Mo Fana, don't lose focus during a fight, ha ha ha. Mo Fana's mind was completely in disarray. All she wanted was to protect her mind. She had no thoughts of fighting left. Chao, if you dare to block me again, I will never let you go. Hearing Mo Fana's furious roar, Chao was momentarily startled, but then felt that she had lost face. Mo Fana, do you really think I was scared? If you want to fight, come on, I'll make you kneel and beg me today. A new round of battle began again. Mo Fana was so furious that her breathing became erratic, her eyes turning blood red. I swear to fight with you today. At the star silver mine, a faint transformation had already appeared on Chao Navi. First, her scales showed a faint star brilliance, ethereal and elusive, almost unnoticeable unless one looked closely. Yet it enhanced Chao Navi's overall aura, giving her an air of mystery and otherworldliness. Not only that, but star patterns had also begun to emerge on her body. Her originally pure white scales, paired with a shiny metallic texture, gave off an impression of purity and sanctity, while the addition of these mysterious star patterns added nobility and mystery. However, these star patterns were not like Mo Fana's specific designs, rather they glimmered like stars at the joints of her scales. More importantly, the hardness of Chao Navi's scales had significantly increased, and she felt confident in the enhancement brought by just this one piece of star silver ore. If she were to face the breath of a magma crystal dragon lizard again, she could withstand it for 5 seconds. Not only had her defensive power improved, but the star silver ore also contained a surge of magical energy and ice elements. Thus, Chao Navi felt that her affinity for ice elements had also slightly loosened, seemingly elevated a notch. This was an extraordinary discovery. After all, element affinity was generally fixed. What it was, and it wouldn't change. But now, this is truly a fantastic item. Chao Navi looked at the star silver mine, her eyes revealing unmasked greed and obsession. Fueler gazed enviously at the changes in Chao Navi, but quickly shook her head. After all, no matter how envious, it was useless. She still needed to work hard. Feeling the commotion outside growing quieter, Chao Navi and Fueler exchanged glances and headed toward the underground cavity. Chao Navi was not in a hurry to continue devouring the star silver, or she needed to take her time. After all, her body had not yet adapted to these changes and powers, and she didn't know if her body could handle it if she swallowed another piece. During this time, Chao Navi constantly dug out some frost-patterned magic crystals to replenish her rapidly depleting magical energy. Before they got close, they heard furious roars. Mo Fana, have you lost your mind? Are you really trying to kill me? Upon hearing this, both dragons became alert and quickened their pace. Upon arriving at the cavity, the scene before them left both dragons in a daze. The stalactites on the ceiling of the mine were completely shattered, with sharp remnants embedded with dark red fire element magic crystal fragments. Molten lava flowed down the rock walls, forming shallow lava channels on the ground. Fragments of the crystal armor of Chao were embedded in the cave walls, each radiating a scorching red light, while the surrounding rocks softened under the intense heat. The fire magic crystal mine was covered in claw marks and impact craters, most of which had already shattered. The overflowing fire element energy hissed in the air, raising the temperature in the cave to a terrifying level as waves of heat rolled in. On the other side was a different scene. The icicles formed by star power on the cave walls had yet to melt, contrasting sharply with the molten lava as thin frost flowers formed at the edges of the icicles, continuously dripping water droplets that turned into fine white steam upon hitting the ground. At the edge of the deep pit created by the dragon tail hammer, star silver crystals mixed with fire magic crystal fragments occasionally sparking as they collided. The main vein of the mine in the depths had been torn apart by the strength of two colossal beasts. On the exposed fire magic crystal vein, flame patterns and starlight cracks crisscrossed with magma gushing from the broken veins, the pungent smell of sulfur causing Jonaviri to sniff, while Friel felt a sense of comfort. The two instigators of all this were panting heavily, warily staring at each other. Xiao's dragon tail, covered in crimson crystal armor, had already separated with ice crystals all over the wound, emitting a chill. The proud crystal-like scale armor on him was shattered and cracked, all covered in frost and ice crystals. On the other side, Morfana's situation was even worse. Her entire right claw had vanished with frost accumulated at the wound, looking like a hurried method to stop the bleeding. One of Morfana's dragon horns had also been broken, and her dragon tail was severed at the base, leaving her in a wretched state resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Xiao, it's pointless to say more at this point. I have already given you a chance. The eyes of the molten crystal armor dragon lizard showed a hint of fear and terror, followed by immense anger. Damn, you really are a lunatic. After saying this, Xiao prepared to leave as he felt that losing his life for nothing was simply not worth it. But Morfana would not let him have his way, as she immediately opened her dragon maw, ready to unleash her frigid star silver breath. Xiao quickly turned around, gritting his teeth as he shouted, I advise you not to make this relationship too tense. If that breath comes, I will definitely crush your neck. Upon hearing this, Morfana hesitated for a moment, but then her determination returned. This guy had constantly harassed her, teasing her with his boring and mischievous remarks, and after this incident, she was utterly fed up. After all, women can be strong too. Enough is enough. Just as a new round of battle was about to begin, the sounds of leisurely conversation reached the ears of the two dragons. These two would make quite impressive mounts, don't you think, Friel? Sounds good, I want the red one. Xiao and Morfana instantly turned their dragon heads, glaring fiercely at the two dragons that were talking, only to find that they were evaluating them, and even considering making them mounts. Although they were not of the giant dragon species, they believed that based on their own identities they would never become someone else's mount, even if it meant death. Immediately the star silver breath contained in Morfana's mouth surged out, aimed at Jonaviri. This attack was her full strength. Just as it was about to hit the two dragons, Jonaviri slightly parted her dragon maw. Eternity. With a snap, the ice blue dial quickly opened, halting the impending breath midair as if locked by some powerful force. The two dragons witnessing this were wide-eyed. What kind of power is this? Space lockdown. Such a shocked expression was quite gratifying for Jonaviri as the menacing white dragon head lifted slightly. Beside her, Friel twitched her lips. Damn, I can't believe this guy managed to pull that off. But in the next moment, a crisp sound rang out, echoing in the empty underground chamber, particularly harsh. Jonaviri's expression stiffened, and before she could react, the time pause suddenly shattered, and a terrifying breath ray shot towards her. Friel was quick and immediately used spatial blink to escape with Jonaviri. Boom. The star silver breath hit the cave wall, creating a deafening explosion that obliterated half of the stone wall. Jonaviri looked fearfully at the crumbling stone wall. In an instant, her thoughts spiraled. Although this was her casually cast eternity, why was it so easily broken? Could it be that her attack strength had already exceeded the tolerance range of this level of eternity? No, wait, it was that elusive force of star power. If it were only the intensity of this frost breath, it could never break the shackles of time. Only that incredibly powerful star power could possibly do so. Realizing this, Jonaviri calmed down again. She had just been careless, but next time. She looked at the somewhat smug Morfana, and Xiao, a chilling aura radiating from her dragon face. I thought you had the strength to boast, but what happened? Tisk tisk tsk. Xiao's sharp tongue showed no mercy, and Friel was furious, ready to rush forward and fight him, but was stopped by Jonaviri. Since you are all so powerful, dare you make a bet with us? In the presence of the god of contracts. Morfana frowned, but was about to refuse when Xiao, not far away, spoke first with mild interest. Of course I'm interested in playing with you. What's the bet? It's simple. The two dragons and the two of you will fight. Whoever wins will have the other recognize them as the master. The rules are unrestricted. Do you dare? Upon hearing this, even Xiao hesitated. If he were at his peak, he was confident he could use these two dragons as punching bags, but now his and Morfana's conditions were simply too poor. Seeing Xiao hesitate, Jonaviri's expression and tone turned contemptuous. Tisk tisk tisk, as a dragon clan, you dare not play this. You should know I, and this lovely lady beside me, only have silver tier strength, while you two are living, breathing platinum tier. Even you, molten crystal armor dragon lizard, you have already vaguely touched the threshold of diamond. I didn't expect you to be so timid. Upon hearing this, Xiao felt somewhat humiliated and was about to respond when Morfana stopped him. There was no choice. Although these two giant dragons were weak, the abilities they displayed were too bizarre to ignore. Why should we agree to you? Though your provocation makes me quite displeased, to me, it is merely the weak challenging the strong. Jonawai's gaze turned cold, yet she feigned ease as she spoke. You call us weak, but if we truly are, why don't you dare to make a bet? Moreover, it's so lonely in this magic crystal mine, don't you want to have more companions? Jonawiri smirked, fully aware of the dragon clan's character. Having a giant dragon as a servant must sound impressive, right? Defeating a giant dragon with the body of an earth dragon is an extremely glorious feat. If word gets out, I wonder if you will attract admiration from the dragon clan. Thus, Jonawiri did not finish her sentence, but her intent was clear. Furiel, a purebred true dragon, felt uncomfortable despite knowing Jonawiri was subtly enticing them. As great dragons, they should fight honorably, not rely on such methods. Jonawiri's rationality snapped completely, revealing a wicked smile. All right, let me test your strength, don't cry later. Jonawiri slightly tilted her head, looking disdainfully at the two dragons below, especially at Joe, her gaze turning colder. She raised her right paw, extending her middle claw in a provocative manner. Come at me, you small fry. Upon finishing her words, Jonawiri used her magic power to conjure a contract scroll. After dripping her and Furiel's dragon blood on it, it floated before Joe and Mofana. Joe did not hesitate and dripped his blood while Mofana remained motionless. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up, don't let these two proud ones look down on us. Joe urged from a distance, but in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before all the dragons present. Mofana raised her dragon head, her expression indifferent. I refuse this bet. The scene fell silent for a full 10 seconds, and then a light chuckle broke the stillness, laced with a hint of helplessness. How clever. Since that's the case, the contract is void. Jonawiri suddenly grew fierce and dispersed the contract. In the next second, Furiel charged towards Joe. Before he could react, Furiel swung her tail, striking Josh's dragon head. The immense force caused his head to twist, leaving him dazed and unresponsive. In the next moment, a blinding silver flame breath shot out. Furiel's alarm bells rang in her mind, and she immediately activated spatial flicker to escape. The thick breath missed its target and struck the wall. At this point, Jonawiri's breath had fully charged, unleashing the most powerful linear ice breath. Boom. The ice blue breath grazed the tail end of the silver breath and struck Josh's head directly. The fierce frost instantly crystallized atop his dragon head, covering his fiery red scales. Mofana prepared to assist, fully aware that although these two young dragons were not very strong, they posed a significant threat in their current state. Just as she was about to act, the space in front of her warped, and in the next second, a crimson dragon shadow burst forth, accompanied by a fiery breath attack. All of this happened in an instant. Mofana could only widen her dragon eyes. Although she saw Furiel's movements clearly, she lacked the agility to evade. Boom. The flame breath delivered a point-blank strike. Mofana felt a daze wash over her, and before she could process it, something powerful seized her dragon horn. What's happening? This was her thought, but in the next second her heart jolted as she realized that Furiel, only a few meters long, had grabbed her horn and executed a shoulder throw. Boom, this power. Something's off. She knew that at nearly 100 meters long, her muscle density was extraordinarily high, coupled with her dragon scales. Her weight was terrifying. Jonawiri was also stunned by the commotion. Even though her strength was formidable, she believed it was difficult to catch Mofana's horn for a shoulder throw. Damn, this is insane. What was it called again? Oh right, like lifting a mountain and overwhelming the world. MHM indeed. A voice chimed in agreement. Jonawiri paused and turned to see a pair of enormous red slit pupils. Joe grinned as the little dragon looked over. Well, I didn't want to fight. Before she could finish, Jonawiri had already summoned an ice blue magic circle. Frost binding. Immediately, the ice blue magic circle split into 5, appearing around Josh's limbs and tail in an instant. The magic circle solidified into ice, pinning him in place. After more than half an hour, the battle finally concluded. Jonawiri hovered in the air, panting, gazing at the nearly exhausted Joe, and slightly opened her dragon mouth. It seems I've won this battle. Joe lay on the ground, looking unwilling. Damn, if it weren't for being worn out by Mofana and not knowing your abilities. Knowing he was dissatisfied, Jonawiri flapped her wings and landed before him. Even though Joe lay on the ground, he was still much taller than Jonawiri. She adjusted her height, so their gazes fell into an angle of superiority and inferiority. Small fry are still small fry, too ashamed to admit defeat. Joe chuckled softly. He was quite relaxed about losing to a giant dragon. It was normal and not embarrassing, and he could embellish it for a boast. Not at all. A loss is a loss. Do I submit to your mercy? Come on, ravage me. Saying this, Joe flipped over, lying on the ground, exposing his defenseless belly. Seeing this scene, Jonawiri twitched her mouth. This guy, why does it feel a bit off? But on the surface, Jonawiri would not let go of such a strong subordinate. She had already decided that if these two resisted fiercely, she would not force them, but rather treat them as food, devouring their crystal cores to boost her strength. After all, killing earth dragons and flying dragons would not attract the attention and marking of the two great dragon gods. Jonawiri looked to the other side and found that Furiel had also finished her battle, just looking over here. Their eyes met, and the two dragons exchanged smiles. After signing the master-servant contract, she led them back to the White Crystal City. The two dragons, who had rarely been out of the magic crystal mine, gazed around curiously, their eyes filled with wonder and exploration. As for their injuries, Jonawiri implemented a strategy of simultaneous healing and acceleration charging while playing on the phone, speeding up their recovery, and by now they had fully healed. Thus, the two earth dragons, who had hardly seen the world, finally confirmed that this peculiar white dragon possessed the power of time. Well, here lies the city-state that we rule over. What do you think? Quite prosperous, isn't it? Joanna Villi slightly raised her dragon head, looking for compliments. Beside her, Friel showed a hint of disdain, but chose not to undermine her. Xiao and Mofana had no concrete concept of prosperity, but they could sense that the magical beings living here seemed quite happy, peaceful, and stable. Understanding human sentiments, Xiao immediately praised, impressive. Xiao's flattery made Jonaviri very pleased, while Mofana noticed many gazes directed at them, scrutinizing, probing, curious, astonished, and fearful. This made the rarely exposed dragon feel quite uneasy, a bit restless. Though Xiao seldom ventured out, he found the outside world not too bad. This is how it should be. The weak admire the strong, and the strong are always the focus of attention. With this thought, Xiao's dragon mouth involuntarily curled. Can we go for a stroll? Of course, from now on this will be your home. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can wander freely. Jonaviri did not refuse, and letting these two wander around was fine to get familiar. Upon receiving permission, Xiao prepared to take Mofana for a tour, but she shrugged him off. Get lost. If you want to go by yourself. I'm not interested. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Let's go together. Mofana displayed a look of deep disgust. At this moment, Jonaviri reminded. You can stroll, but your sizes are too large. You need to shrink a bit to avoid causing unnecessary damage. Shrink. Xiao and Mofana both froze. As dragons, they believed that a robust physique, a strong body, a massive frame, and shimmering scales were essential criteria for judging a dragon's beauty. So asking them to reduce their size was indeed a bit demanding, but due to the existing contract, they found it hard to refuse. Jonaviri noticed the inner struggle of the two dragons and softly said, You have two choices: either shrink your bodies or use transformation magic to become other creatures. Transformation magic. The two dragons exchanged glances as Jonaviri demonstrated transforming into a small white-haired girl. Mofana thought for a moment, her body glowing blue, and in the blink of an eye she transformed into the state she was in when she first met Jonaviri. Looking at the humanoid ice crystal creature, Jonaviri twitched her lips. Can you transform into a human? Or an elf? A vampire would do as long as they have skin. Upon hearing this, Mofana showed a strange expression. Oh, why did this dragon have such peculiar tastes? However, she quickly understood that it was well known that dragons had a keen eye for beauty. Otherwise, how could there be so many dragon descendants and half-dragons across the continent, and even some species exhibiting ancestral features with slight dragon-like traits? One could say that even a stone golem would be able to discern beauty when viewed by different dragons. With these thoughts, Mofana did not resist, as she was not a dragon and did not possess such strong convictions. Moreover, the white dragon in human form looked truly adorable. Mofana did not use transformation magic, but directly transformed. That's right, she transformed. Once dragons reach a certain age, they master the art of transformation and can automatically change into corresponding races based on their appearance. However, few dragons choose to do so. A flash of blue light occurred, and a pair of jade legs first caught Jonaviri's eye. Jonaviri's crystal blue pupils widened immediately, exclaiming, Wow! The massive creature had vanished, replaced by an elegant elven lady. With long white pointed ears interspersed with slight ice crystals, her captivatingly cool face bore a hint of surprise. Her blue eyes scanned her curvaceous figure, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This appearance could be considered beautiful, right? She raised her head and looked at the three dragons present, especially Jonaviri, slightly tilting her head. Am I beautiful? There was no denying that Jonaviri's gaze was the most fervent and greedy in the room. But one couldn't blame her. Mofana naturally exuded an aura of purity, and combined with her pale blue ice attire and exaggerated body proportions, it was indeed hard for the dragons to look away. Though Jonaviri had anticipated it, she did not expect the transformed Mofana to be so alluring. Thinking of this, Jonaviri inexplicably flew in front of Mofana, completely ignoring her puzzled gaze, and fixed her eyes on those two peaks. What the heck? Jonaviri then unconsciously glanced at her own tablet, swallowed hard, and muttered, Why is mine so small? But then a chill rose in Jonaviri's mind, and she quickly shook her head. No, my soul is male. Why am I feeling envious now? Jonaviri was startled by her inexplicable thoughts, and a terrifying thought arose from the depths of her heart. Could it be that I'm going to become feminine? With this thought, Jonaviri imagined what it would be like to become feminine, instantly feeling a chill run down her spine. No way. I refuse to become that. Jonaviri's muttering and actions were noticed by the other dragons, making Mofana and Xiao feel somewhat bewildered. It seemed they couldn't keep up with her thoughts. Oh, what was this? What the heck? Could it really be that she had become outdated due to being too reclusive? With these thoughts, the two dragons looked at Friel and found that she had already transformed into a red-haired girl, her eyes fixed on Mofana's impressive features, as if she were ready to devour the dragon. So, Jonaviri likes this kind of thing. But why is she so large? What use is this? As a giant dragon, size was practically equivalent to decoration. Moreover, for some combative female dragons, if they transformed into humanoid form, this would be utterly unnecessary, without even considering its lack of utility. If it were too large, it would significantly hinder combat. After all, dragons are not mammals. Hatchlings do not need to consume size. However, Friel quickly shook her head. Why should she care about Jonaviri's trivial thoughts? Remembering Jonaviri's earlier behavior, Friel felt somewhat angry. After glaring fiercely at Mofana and the foolish-looking Jonaviri, she turned and left. Mofana felt baffled. Were these two dragons a bit too abnormal? She hadn't done anything at all. Seeing Jonaviri still looking foolish and mumbling something about not wanting to be in the north and never wanting to be controlled by female hormones, Mofana could only utter one sentence. Have I boarded a pirate ship? The review took me more than 3 hours. How infuriating. After a period of adjustment, Jonaviri summoned Medusa to take Mofana for a proper tour. As for Chow, he chose to stay outside the city for a good nap. Night soon descended. Inside the game room, a fierce battle was underway. Against Q. Big U. Should I? No pass. The little boy looked at the single card left in his hand and couldn't help but grin foolishly. Finally, after battling for several days, he was about to achieve victory. As he felt exhilarated, a silly grin similar to Jonaviri's appeared on his face. However, unlike Jonaviri's playful tongue out, the little boy Grease had his eyes wide open, mouth agape, letting out a low chuckle as if suppressing the joy of impending victory. Just as Grease was lost in his own world, the white-scaled goblin across from him hesitated for a moment, but still trembled as he placed a pair of cards gently on the table. Against 2. Hearing this, Grease's expression stiffened as he looked incredulously at the table where a pair of 2s lay quietly crushing his pair of kings. How is that possible? Grease slammed his hand onto the table, startling the surrounding monsters. Gee, Grease, sir, are you all right? The white-scaled goblin trembled to speak while Grease felt as if he had swallowed something foul, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and sat back down. There was nothing he could do. He dared not act out. Initially, when he was close to losing, he could threaten these subordinates, but somehow the news reached his older sister's ears. Immediately, Jonaviri gave him a sound beating and established a rule. One must have the spirit of fair play. I'll refuse to be a sore loser. Regardless of who the opponent is, one must abide by this, or I will personally intervene. Since then, other than winning a few games against beginners, Grease had scarcely won at all. Seeing Grease like this, the white-scaled goblin felt a bit sorry. After all, this third authority of the White Crystal City had been playing here for several days without winning once. Thinking this, he drew a card and placed it on the table. 5. This card was already quite small, especially since the next round would be Grease's turn. The card friend beside him understood and quickly played his smallest card. 7. Next was Grease. His little face was tense, brows furrowed tightly. The monsters around him dared not urge him, and after a moment, Grease slammed his card onto the table, turning his face away. No. The others exchanged glances. Why are you looking at me? You do your own thing. The 3 monsters each played their smallest card, but Grease refused to take any, leaving them at a loss. As the agonizing time slowly passed, Grease kept his eyes closed until the game ended. The dragon-vein werewolf beside him hesitated for a moment and still asked Grease, "Sir, what are you?" Grease snorted coldly, immediately stood up, and angrily turned to leave. The monsters, ranging from 1.7 to over 2 meters tall, made way for the little Grease. Once he had walked far away, the dragon-vein werewolf could no longer hold back and flipped over the card that Grease had pressed down. It quietly revealed a 3. Seeing this, the monsters couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Big brother, who plays a 3 last? Grease exited the game room, planning to get some fresh air and fill his stomach before returning to the fray. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught sight of a stranger. Grease turned to look and discovered a human with red hair scanning the surroundings. The moment he saw him, Grease felt an impending threat and instantly shifted into Dragon Man form. His instincts warned him that this human was not as simple as he appeared. He was strong. Chow did not conceal his presence, but he did not spread his perception either. After all, he had heard from those subordinates that in White Crystal City, everyone had their own privacy. If one carelessly spread their perception, it would be disrespectful, and there was a risk of being captured and interrogated by the White Crystal Knights for peeping at others' privacy. Chow believed it was better to follow the rules in someone else's territory. However, what he did not expect was that he was incredibly directionally challenged, and a severe one at that. Due to not spreading his perception, he couldn't find his way. Additionally, since White Crystal City had a no-flee rule at night, Chow did not use flying magic, but wandered about aimlessly. Nevertheless, he maintained a good attitude, constantly reassuring himself, "It's fine, just treat it as sightseeing. What if I become familiar with the place while wandering?" Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly froze, sensing that someone was warily watching him. Chow glanced around and soon spotted the half-dragon Grease, causing him to squint his eyes. Black Dragon. Could there be a powerhouse in White Crystal City? Having experienced combat with Jonaviri, he instinctively imagined Grease as a power of the same tier as Friel and the others. At that moment, a wary voice came with a warning. "Hey, who are you? Why does your presence feel so foreign? Let me introduce everyone. This is my new friend Chow." Grease laughed as he approached a game table, parting the crowd of monsters. The monsters were not annoyed, but curiously sized up this red-haired human standing at 1.8 meters. "Hello. Nice to meet you. Glad to meet you." Soon the monsters accepted Chow. After all, with Grease as the introducer, no one dared to disrespect him. Grease smiled and pulled the still curious Chow to the table, ensuring a spot was cleared by the nearby monsters before asking with a grin. "Chow, do you know how to play cards?" Chow asked, filled with confusion. "Cards? What is that? Why do we have to play with them?" Grease's smile widened at the series of 3 questions. He wanted this pure newbie to help him win. Then he feigned a friendly demeanor and patiently replied, "It's okay, I'll teach you." Grease stared blankly at Chow's empty hands and his own handful of cards, unable to refrain from twitching his lips. Then, unable to contain himself any longer, he looked seriously at Chow. "You really don't know how to play?" Chow appeared innocent, shrugging his shoulders. "What do you think? His demeanor was pure and his skills and techniques were obviously that of a novice, but precisely because of this Grease felt even more frustrated. His face turned beet red, and seeing this Xiao blinked. "Are you okay?" Grease held back for a long time. Just when Xiao thought he might suffocate, Grease finally stammered to him, "Fine you. You're amazing." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 4 years had passed. With the supplement of magic crystal mines, Xiao Novice magical energy reserves and recovery speed had greatly improved. Thus in just 4 years she had reached the point of periodic slumber. Moreover, Xiao and Mo Fana had almost adapted to the lifestyle of Beijing City. Xiao had successfully become a devoted enthusiast of various entertainment activities. Due to his exceptional talent and skills, he had nearly no defeats, earning him the title of gambling god among his fellow players. He believed that as long as he dealt the cards himself, he would certainly win, thus he self-proclaimed as the dealing god. In contrast to the harmonious bond he shared with his companions, Mo Fana appeared relatively aloof, exuding a cold demeanor. Coupled with her indifferent expression, she gave off an aura that said, "Stay away from me. I'm very aloof and hard to approach." As a result, the only ones she could converse with apart from the 3 dragons were the quiet Anna and the talkative Finny. However, she felt quite good about herself. Every year human caravans would arrive at Beijing City as agreed, and Xiao Navi had little interest in these trivial matters. Feeling the increasing drowsiness, Xiao Navi knew that her slumber days were not far off. Looking at the thriving city, she smiled and summoned Finny. Xiao Navi established 5 five-year plans and instructed Finny to implement them. Logically, she shouldn't be able to sleep for such a long time. However, Xiao Navi wanted to take the opportunity to have an undisturbed slumber journey. As for what would happen if she didn't wake up after 25 years, what could she do? There were a few tall figures watching over her after all. It was unlikely that she would wake up to find a group of heroes come to slay her. Time spun around, and 10 years passed in a flash. All the black-armored trolls felt a sense of foreboding, simultaneously looking towards one direction where a majestic palace stood. "Master." As soon as the words were spoken, a commanding roar echoed. All the magical creatures in Beijing City knelt, and the guards at the palace steps turned and knelt in unison. Everyone shouted congratulations to the great Lord Grease for awakening. As the words fell, the heavy doors slowly creaked open, and a handsome youth stepped out, his mid-length black hair dancing in the wind. "As expected of me, Grease, I should be invincible in the world." Saying this, he clenched his fist, feeling the power within him, and couldn't help but curl his lips. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, transforming into a giant dragon covered in black scales, its vast wings casting shadows in the sunlight. As they gazed at the dragon that was nearly 30 meters long, some felt a tremor, others were astonished, and some were filled with fear. Yet, without exception, all the companions cheered for Grease awakening. After spiraling a few times, showcasing his lean, yet powerful dragon form, Grease flew over Beijing City, transforming back into the appearance of the black-haired youth. He descended slowly, and before him stood a human with red hair. The moment their red and black pupils intertwined, both of them smiled simultaneously. Xiao took out a deck of cards, waved them at Grease, and teased, "How about a game?" Grease slightly raised his head, speaking proudly. "I'm not the same as before." 3 years after Grease awakened, Fu Li slowly came to her senses. Sensing the changes within her, the red dragon's kiss opened wide, revealing her sharp dragon teeth. A voice filled with pride emerged. "Hee Xiao Navi, when we meet again, the outcome of our encounter is uncertain." Fu Li stepped out of the palace, but after spending a few years outside, she felt something was missing. She returned to the palace, coming to the place where Xiao Navi lay in slumber. Looking at the dragon, which was on an entirely different level and size, Fu Li felt that perhaps staying with this fellow wasn't so bad after all. Unconsciously, Fu Li transformed into her dragon maiden form, extending her fiery red dragon tail, and couldn't help but poke at Xiao Navi's massive claw. However, Fu Li quickly froze at her inexplicable behavior, her actions becoming stiff. What am I doing?" A faint blush unexpectedly crept onto her fair cheeks, and Fu Li felt her heartbeat seemingly quicken. But upon regaining her composure, she turned her head to the side, crossing her arms. "Humph. It's all your fault. You must have done something to me before. They'll settle the score with you when you wake up." With a cold snort, Fu Li turned and left. Thus Fu Li returned to her slumbering place and voluntarily fell into a deep sleep. The merchants and adventurers who had survived by luck continued to fulfill their contracts, with many humans joining their trading teams. However, their repetitive actions every year had drawn the attention of many. In a bustling tavern, a woman hid under a hood, shaking the wine glass in her hand. The noisy tavern made her frown, but she didn't leave. Instead, she focused even more. The discussions at the nearby table were the reason she stayed. "Have you heard? Fry is going to the subcontinent again." A middle-aged man with a bushy beard deliberately lowered his voice, appearing mysterious. His drinking companions exchanged glances upon hearing this. "No way is he going again. How many years has it been? Why does he go every year? Could it be that there really is a treasure over there?" Another man with pale skin and a sharp chin spoke, greed gleaming in his eyes. A nearby adventurer slapped him. "Hey, what are you doing?" The sharp-chinned man in pain stood up to scold his companion. The bench behind him fell to the ground with a loud bang. However, due to the tavern's noise, the commotion did not attract anyone's attention, and they thought it was just drunken antics. Seeing that no one around had noticed them, the companion breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned to the angrily fuming sharp-chinned man. "Fry has lost his left arm. Do you really think he looks like someone who would find treasure? And you've seen Fry, doesn't he always have a frown when he goes there?" Don't be too greedy, be careful you don't lose your life. Hearing his words, the sharp-chinned man propped the bench back up and sat down slowly. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. At that moment, a slap caught the attention of the four. A delicate white hand landed on their table with a white tooth tied around the wrist. The four followed the arm to find a hooded figure standing beside them, her expression solemn. As her silver hair cascaded down, meeting a pair of silver pupils, the group felt a tightening in their hearts, with one member unable to suppress a gulp. Although the person before them had a pleasing appearance, she bore an icy demeanor, her aura overpowering theirs. The bearded man was the first to react, taking a few glances at her before quickly masking his disdain with a friendly smile. "May I ask, miss, what brings you to us?" The hooded girl glanced at him before responding, "Take me to find Fry." Upon hearing this, they exchanged surprised looks, comprehending the unspoken implications of seeking Fry at this time. The bearded uncle spoke up at this moment. "Little girl, let me advise you to stay safe and not venture out, your family will." Given her height of barely 165 centimeters along with her slender frame and hooded attire, she easily evoked the image of a rich girl sneaking out for adventure. As for why he assumed she was from a wealthy family, her aura and pristine attire made it evident. However, before he could finish his sentence, the silver-haired girl withdrew her hand, revealing a shiny silver coin pressed against the table. At the sight of the glimmering object, their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the hooded girl. Not a buddy, spending so extravagantly. This single coin equated to what they earned in half a month combined. A detached voice broke the tension, drawing their attention. "What now? Fry? Still here? A little one is looking for you." Outside a wooden house in a commoner district, they shouted towards the interior while the sturdy, bearded man approached the wooden door and began to knock heavily. Bang, bang, bang. The girl cloaked in the hood furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. "Hey." The group turned, their eyes filled with confusion. She continued, "Keep it down, be more polite, and don't be so rude. We're not here to make trouble." Upon hearing this, the group chuckled reluctantly, thinking how this girl had so many demands, but their noise did indeed lessen. At that moment, with a creak, the wooden door opened. A somewhat haggard head peeked out, clearly showing dissatisfaction and annoyance. "Get lost." After cursing, he prepared to close the door, but the bearded man was quick, sticking his foot in the doorway to block it. "Don't, old Fry, we're not here to amuse you. We have serious business." Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Fry shot him a fierce glare. "Speak quickly, get to the point." The bearded uncle stepped aside, revealing the hooded girl who was slowly stepping forward. He gestured with his chin towards the girl. "There, the main person has arrived." Fry appeared puzzled at first, but when she lifted her head, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he regarded the bearded man's group with confusion, wondering how such a beauty could be mingling with them. But then a melodious voice rang out. "Nice to meet you." A fair hand extended and Fry instinctively shook it. "You? Hello. May I come in to chat?" "I'm all right." Although a bit odd, Fry agreed. He opened the door, and the girl stepped inside, removing her hood to reveal her shimmering silver hair under the light. "This?" Fry took a step back. Despite being a seasoned adventurer, he knew from experience that naturally grown human hair was never like this. So, this girl's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. Before Fry could finish his thoughts, the bearded man moved to follow her inside, but the silver-haired girl turned her head at that moment. Meeting her striking silver gaze, the group felt a lump in their throats. Their steps froze instantly. The bearded man scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, I just remembered today is my wife's due date. I won't disturb you. I'll be leaving now." Saying this, they all quickly made up various excuses to leave. Once the door closed, the girl turned to Fry and introduced herself seriously. "Just call me Seiza." "Fry, as the host, will you not invite me to sit?" Seiza casually remarked while surveying her surroundings. The room was simple, lacking extravagant decorations, and appeared rather disorganized and somewhat shabby. Only then did Fry react, quickly inviting Seiza to sit in the living room. Seiza wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I've inquired about you. Over a decade ago, a team led by Yate under the guise of merchants went to the subcontinent, but anyone with a discerning eye could see they were there to capture slaves." Upon hearing Seiza's words, Fry couldn't help but darken his expression, fear evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Seiza, emphasizing capturing slaves, exuded a chilling aura. Fry noted every subtle action of Seiza, who continued. However, upon their return, many powerful mercenaries, adventurers, and merchants mysteriously vanished without a trace. Many sought out those who returned, and their accounts were almost identical, their expressions similarly haunted. All spoke with lingering fear. When they went to the Wit Kingdom to capture orcs, they alerted the orcs and were hunted down. Moreover, the remaining individuals would gather together before August every year to head back to the subcontinent. Don't you find that strange? At this point, Fry was drenched in cold sweat. Even he was unaware that his remaining hand had clenched his pants tightly, causing numerous wrinkles. Seiza smirked slightly and said softly, "I want to know what exactly happened to them." With this question, it was as if the final straw had broken the camel's back. Frey's hands clutched his head tightly as he fell to his knees with a thud. No. I don't know anything. Please don't ask me." Seeing Frey's incoherent and terrified expression, Seiza displayed a knowing look. Unwilling to speak, or perhaps afraid to speak, or her silver pupils narrowed slightly. Due to certain reasons, unable to speak, such as a contract. After saying this, she stood up, took out a small pouch, and placed it on the wooden table. "I presume you will soon embark again. I take me with you. I am not short on money." The white sail stood out starkly against the boundless, endless sea. Across this vast expanse of azure ocean, the only companions to these transoceanic voyagers were circling seabirds, and occasionally silver-finned flying fish leaping joyfully from the waves. Seiza, her face half hidden beneath the hood, leaned against the ship's railing, gazing with quiet amusement at a snowy seabird perched nearby, its round eyes locked onto hers. Are you traveling too? Unlike the seasoned sailors weighed down by solemnity, each year brought fresh faces aboard. Novices brimming with curiosity and thirst for discovery, with equal measures of greed and courage. Among them, camaraderie bloomed easily. As Seiza exchanged silent banter with the seabird, it suddenly flapped its wings and soared skyward. Her gentle expression vanished, replaced by an impassive stillness as she turned slowly, gaze fixed behind her. There a black-haired knight strode forward with calm assurance. Upon meeting Seiza's glance, his eyes fell upon her silver irises, glimmering beneath the shadow of her hood, and he froze mid-step. What breathtaking eyes! Exquisitely carved gems polished by celestial hands. Yet Seiza's gaze darkened, cooling like twilight over still water. She disliked being stared at, especially by strangers who knew nothing of her. Noticing the chill in her gaze, the knight instantly recognized his own impropriety. Straightening his posture and adjusting his attire, he approached Seiza and offered a flawless formal knight's bow, meeting her faintly puzzled look with quiet reverence. Greetings. I am Sprell. May I inquire your name, fair lady? After weeks of steady sailing, the caravan finally reached the continent of Yasup. Frequent voyages had worn a clear path from shore to the city of White Crystal. Ahead of the disembarking passengers, the black-haired knight stepped forward and bowed deeply before Seiza. After you, noble lady. Seiza did not grant him even a flicker of warmth. She descended the gangplank without glancing back. Throughout the journey, Sprell had chattered endlessly with cheerful persistence, but Seiza's replies remained consistently cool, distant, and unyielding. Yet Sprell took no offense. After all, everyone has their quirks, and for a lady of such rare beauty and noble-bearing, eccentricity was not just excusable, it was expected. Indeed, he had already cast her as a high-born noblewoman who'd slipped away secretly, and himself as her devoted personal knight sworn to protect her. And rightly so. Every gesture, the poised tilt of her head, the measured grace of her movements, spoke of aristocratic refinement, honed not through study, but through generations of immersion in courtly tradition. Though Seiza neither acknowledged nor objected to his assumptions, Sprell interpreted her silence as tacit consent. Once ashore, the caravan paused to rest. Novices afflicted by seasickness felt reborn, freed at last from that slow, torturous ordeal. Yet the thought of enduring it again on the return voyage filled them with sudden regret for their own reckless enthusiasm. Others, however, surged outward with wide-eyed wonder, eager to explore this strange new world and perhaps uncover treasures beyond expectation. Seiza found a small stone bench and settled upon it, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts in tranquil repose. Beside her stood Sprell, her self-appointed shadow, standing motionless, vigilant, and dutiful. Clad in heavy plate armor and bearing a one-handed sword, he soon glistened with sweat under the scorching sun. His breath grew ragged, involuntary, and deep. The oppressive heat coiled inside him like a serpent, unbearable, suffocating, urging him toward shade and stillness. Yet each time the impulse rose, his gaze would drift to the serene figure seated upon the stone, calm, composed, untouched by discomfort, and his resolve would harden anew. Preposterous. If she showed no sign of distress, how could he, her sworn protector, dare complain? Thus arose a comical tableau, Sprell drenched in sweat and rigid as a statue, standing at perfect attention beside her, a sight so absurd it drew stifled laughter from onlookers, only to earn a sharp warning glare from Sprell himself. Time blurred. His vision swam, sharpening then fading, yet his posture never wavered. Then, a soft sigh drifted through the air. Oh! At that melodious sound, Sprell snapped even straighter and turned his gaze to Seiza. My lady, how may I serve you? A fleeting complexity shimmered in Seiza's eyes. I am no noble lady, not as you imagine. I hold no exalted title, command no great power, belong to no mighty faction. There is no need for such devotion. He was expected to retreat chastened, but instead his eyes flared with renewed conviction. Is this a test? A trial of loyalty? Then I shall pass it flawlessly. Battling vertigo, he bowed once more, deep, reverent, unwavering. My lady, I do not guard you because of your station. I guard you because my heart chooses to. I swear it upon my honor as a knight. Seiza's surprise was genuine. His pale green eyes burned with unshakable sincerity, devoid of deceit. This human is unexpectedly intriguing. Unnoticed even by herself, the corners of her lips lifted, just slightly, and her gaze softened like moonlight melting frost. She raised her slender alabaster hand, pushed back her hood, and with a graceful wave summoned a cerulean magical array that enveloped Sprell entirely. The spell water's healing flooded his body, dispelling heatstroke in an instant. But it did not end there. A second icy blue array bloomed from his feet, surging upward through his limbs, cool clarity flooding his veins, banishing every trace of oppressive heat. Sprell's jaw dropped, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow a ripe apple. You are a mage, a true mage. And, by the heavens, you are a chantless mage. Realization struck like lightning. He collapsed to his knees. I beg your pardon, honored mage. I was blind, ignorant, insolent. Forgive me, forgive me. For mages held supreme status across all human realms, an accidental slight could cost one's life. unless one possessed formidable backing. With a whisper of magic, Seiza gently lifted Sprell to his feet, and in his wide-eyed terror spoke softly. It matters not. There is no need for such fear. I owe allegiance to no human realm. Meeting her gaze, something within him stilled. His frantic pulse calmed, his trembling ceased, as though an unseen hand had smoothed ripples from a restless lake. Yes, I understand. Hours later, fully rested, the caravan set forth along the road toward White Crystal City. Before entering the city of White Crystals, the veteran members of the caravan cautioned the newcomers with a summary of a few phrases. Look less, stroll less, work more, avoid trouble, don't overreact, and refrain from boasting. This was the advice from the older generation, which inevitably sparked contemplation among the newcomers. Why does it feel like something is off with these traveling merchants? Soon the caravans caught sight of the outline of the city of White Crystals from a distance. With their steps, they could already see the White Crystal Knights patrolling outside the city. Despite the reminders from the veterans, the sight of the knights, all of whom were magical beings, still aroused their curiosity, and they began to scrutinize them. However, the patrolling squads of White Crystal Knights completely ignored their gazes. So strong, so majestic. Looking at the knights clad in iron armor, tall and imposing, Supal couldn't help but exclaim. Mislook they seemed to. Supal excitedly turned to share with Saisha, but upon seeing her expression, he was completely stunned and couldn't help but step back. Missy. Saisha's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the group of loyal knights. Her most captivating silver eyes had transformed into silver vertical pupils, the irises reduced to the size of pinheads. While others might be inexperienced, she was well-versed and recognized that all these beings were of the dragon lineage. Moreover, their power was undoubtedly formidable. However, Saisha soon regained her composure. She needed to understand what this so-called city of White Crystals was really about. After all, her main purpose in sneaking out this time was to prove herself to no longer be underestimated. Although in reality no one had ever underestimated her, it was merely her own assumption. Miss, are you? Alright. Sup, less call, snapped Saisha back to her senses, and she returned to her original demeanor, gently shaking her head. I'm fine, let's go, we mustn't fall behind. Alright. Upon arriving before the city of White Crystals, the current owner of the merchant city and the second-in-command who initially intended to attack the city, Ron, approached the city gate. There, standing with arms crossed, was a white crystal being clad in iron armor. Ron respectfully walked up to him, nodding and bowing in a highly obsequious manner. Lord Xiashunzi, we have returned to the city of White Crystals as per our agreement, and I am very pleased to see you in good health again. Indeed, this being was none other than Xiashunzi, one of the high-ranking officials of the city of White Crystals. Xiashunzi ignored Ron's words, emanating a sense of perception and roughly scanning the area, discovering that the total number of visitors was greater than in previous years, approximately over 600. Xiashunzi shot Ron a glance, and an overwhelming fear surged through him, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. An emotionless voice echoed in Ron's ears. Why are there so many people this year? Ron's heart tightened, and just as he intended to explain, he was interrupted by Xiashunzi raising his hand. Forget it, as long as you don't cause any trouble it will be fine. Yes, we absolutely wouldn't dare. Ron hurriedly agreed, but Xiashunzi paid him no mind, and turned to enter the city, leaving the humans with only his back. Xiashunzi's arrogance was evident to all, and most of the newcomers couldn't swallow this humiliation. What kind of attitude is this? Exactly, aren't merchants supposed to be equal? Why act so high and mighty? If you ask me, magical beings are just magical beings born as they are, and without sophistication. Before he could finish, Ron glared fiercely at the blond man who spoke. Before he could say more, unfriendly glares were already directed at him from all around. The man felt a tightening in his chest, and the next moment a group of White Crystal Knights approached him. Seeing the situation turning bad, everyone quickly stepped back, fearing to be implicated. Ron rushed forward anxiously, saying, "My lord, he was just..." Bang! Ron was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string crashing onto the lawn 6 meters away, rolling his eyes and fainting. Everyone witnessed this scene dumbfounded. It was known that Ron was also a transcendent being, a silver-tier ranger, yet he was knocked out so easily. During the conversation, 6 White Crystal Knights had already reached the man who spoke. Their tall and mighty figures looked down upon him, exuding a strong sense of oppression. "What did you say?" My lord, I didn't say anything." The speaking man appeared flustered, wanting to defend himself, but the White Crystal Knights would not give him the chance. One of the frost dog-headed beings grabbed him by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. With sharp claws extended, he was about to slice off his tongue right then and there. Just as Saisha was about to intervene, the being suddenly halted his actions and discarded the man onto the ground like trash. "If there's a next time, I won't be so lenient." With that, he led the White Crystal Knights to continue their patrol. No one knew why they suddenly ceased their actions. The man, feeling he had escaped a calamity, hurriedly got up, gasping for breath. The caravan entered the city of White Crystals, arriving at the designated trading area for the year. Already many residents of the city of White Crystals were waiting there. What caught Saisha's attention, however, was that along the way she had seen many alchemical puppets. Although most were of lower tiers, they still piqued her interest. These alchemical puppets were mostly humanoid, but their manufacturing techniques differed from those of the human realms. The entire day passed peacefully, and soon night fell. Guided by some subhumans specifically catering to these merchants, the caravan arrived at the resting area. Fortunately, they were not restricted in their freedom, and people could move around freely. While feeling both awe and curiosity towards this city-state composed of magical beings, many chose to go out and explore. Among them were Saisha and Supple. Miss, do you really want to stroll around? I feel like it might be a bit too dangerous. Saisha casually waved her hand and replied nonchalantly. It's fine considering that these magical beings won't act recklessly, we just need to abide by the rules. Alright. Though still somewhat afraid, Supple believed that as Saisha's personal knight, he should protect her safety. Thus the two walked out of the so-called and beginning to wander along the wide streets. They encountered many nocturnal magical beings along the way, but there were no incidents. Although Saisha had already guessed that the true ruler behind the city of white crystals was a dragon, specifically a five-colored evil dragon, it must be said that its governance was quite effective. It was precisely because of this that she felt even more curious. After all, five-colored dragons typically acted on their desires, being greedy and bloodthirsty, hoarding wealth. Their subordinates, once transformed into dragon lineage beings, had similar dispositions. As she wandered, losing the initial curiosity, Seiza felt as if she was merely strolling through a human city-state. The city of white crystal, however, lacked the usual clamor and instead exuded a serene tranquility. At that moment, a large building nearby captured Seiza's attention, and she felt a surge of curiosity upon seeing the plaque at the entrance. A game room. What is that? Muttering to herself, Seiza led Sproul towards the game room. As soon as they stepped inside, a wave of heat swept over them. In stark contrast to the tranquil street outside, the game room was filled with noise and commotion. Laughter, cries, shouts, and boisterous exclamations mingled together, making Seiza feel somewhat uneasy. Gently resting her delicate hand on her forehead, Sproul noticed Seiza's discomfort and promptly asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Maybe we should leave bits too. The place was too reminiscent of a tavern, even more raucous than one. Seiza declined Sproul's suggestion. It's fine, let's just take a look first. With that, Seiza walked towards the area where the crowd was thickest, curious about what they were doing. Hurry up, Goris, what are you dawdling for? A voice urged with a sense of triumph. Although it was not loud, and was even drowned out by the shouts of the creatures, Seiza picked it up with keen awareness. Soon an impatient retort came back. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If you keep urging me, I'll tell my second sister to deal with you. TCH. You really can't handle it, can you? But considering how eager you are to win, could you say a few nice words to Mofana for me? No way, I don't know her well. Don't bother me. Oh, come on, don't be like that. By the way, there are quite a few humans this year. Aren't you going to go take a look? What's there to see? It's the same every year. I tell you, my sister is really foolish. If I were in charge, I would have killed these scheming fellows long ago, instead of letting them go free. Well, Seiza squeezed into the throng of creatures, her eyes widening involuntarily, because a creature was seated at the table with two humans. One of them, a black-haired youth, was leaning back with a serious expression, while the red-haired man across from him appeared relaxed. The white phosphorus goblin sitting at the table was automatically ignored by her. However, she soon lowered her gaze, for she had clearly heard the conversation just now. Xiao also noticed Seiza squeezing and abruptly halting his words. A jack. After much contemplation, Goris finally threw down a card. But Xiao did not respond, leaving Goris momentarily stunned as he tapped the wooden table impatiently. What's going on? Are you frozen? Hey, what's up with you? Before he could finish, a delicate hand landed on Goris' shoulder. Goris was taken aback, and a sense of annoyance began to rise within him. What the hell, who's? Goris turned his head to scold, but the words died in his mouth the moment he saw Seiza. As their eyes met, Goris' pupils gradually widened. With a soft thud, the card in his hand fell to the ground. What a beautiful face! It was fresh yet elegant, coupled with that cold demeanor. Goris recalled a saying from Jonaviri, Mom stepped on me. At that time he found it quite perplexing, but now, Sister, I'm in love. However, what puzzled Goris was why he felt an inexplicable dislike for the person before him on an instinctual level. The answer to such a question was beyond him, so he could only temporarily ignore it. Hello, excuse me, I have a question to ask you. Seeing Goris standing there in a daze, Seiza waved her hand to pull him back from his thoughts. Oh, cough, cough. Goris hurriedly stood up, adjusted his posture, put on a smile, and instinctively lifted his head high. Go ahead, as the omniscient strongest, I can answer everything you wish to know. Looking at the unassuming Goris, Seiza's expression stiffened. This feeling was truly irritating. Meanwhile, Xiao, sitting across from him, was also momentarily stunned by his words. Dude, can you not boast like that in the city of white crystal? What if someone hears you, and you end up regretting it? Xiao knew well that the most powerful white dragon enjoyed finding trouble with Goris, often engaging in some form of affectionate physical contact. I want to ask why these merchants must come to the city of white crystal every August. Upon hearing this, Goris surveyed Seiza from head to toe and casually replied. New here? Given your boldness, I'll reluctantly tell you. If they don't come, they will die, and it will be a gruesome death. Upon hearing this, Seiza's expression changed, her face darkening. Goris thought she was merely frightened, and unusually he reached out to pat her shoulder, trying to comfort her. It's fine, you won't die if you don't come next year, so don't be afraid. However, if possible, would you like to stay? After all, the city of white crystal is quite fun, especially with some things invented by my foolish sister. Goris continued to chatter away, completely oblivious to Seiza's increasingly darkening expression. That's enough. Seiza spoke up to stop Goris, who was momentarily taken aback, looking at her in confusion, not understanding why she was angry. With a furious look directed at Goris, Seiza sneered inwardly. Haha, indeed, you lot are still as annoying to dragons as ever. Seiza had confirmed that the black-haired youth before her was a dragon, though she did not yet know what type. However, judging by the creatures outside, there were only 3 kinds: black, red, and white. What do you take life for? Gulris, confused, finally understood that this beautiful-looking person was talking about him. I take life as life at. No, wait. What are you talking about? The great Gulris is only admired and respected. How could anyone dislike him? Upon hearing this, Seiza was taken aback for a moment and then coldly scoffed. If I didn't expect your intelligence to be so low, it seems you are undoubtedly a white dragon. You insulted me. I won't let this go. In the eyes of a dragon, calling someone a white dragon was akin to insulting them badly. Gulris was filled with rage, and in the next moment, he lunged forward, reaching for Seiza's neck. But in the blink of an eye, a silvery white magic suddenly appeared, binding Gulris in place, his movements frozen in midair. The surrounding creatures saw someone daring to disrespect Gulris and immediately prepared to retaliate. But at that moment, Gulris suddenly shouted, "Everyone stand down. I'll deal with her. If anyone moves, I'll kill them." Dear readers, could you kindly bestow a little 5-star review upon this humble author? As those words left her mouth, the surrounding followers indeed halted their actions, standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, Splendor, who had accompanied Seiza here, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Such slaughter is truly detestable to the dragon. But then Seiza realized something was amiss. Hadn't she cast a binding spell? Why could this guy still speak? Noticing that Seiza had come to her senses, Gulris slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Binding chains." Suddenly, 10 black magic circles materialized around them, and chains imbued with binding power surged forth, instantly locking Seiza in place. As Gulris willed it, Seiza's binding magic was effortlessly undone. This was all thanks to his awakened talent, Binding Master. He looked mockingly at the figure before him and teased, "Although I don't know why you hate me, nor why you suddenly attacked, I must say, what is the point of pretending with such meager strength?" Upon hearing this, Seiza's anger naturally flared. In the next moment, a long silver dragon tail sprouted from behind Seiza, and a pair of silver dragon horns extended backward from her head as broad dragon wings emerged from her back, shattering the chains that bound her. Seeing Seiza in this state, Gulris was momentarily taken aback, completely dumbfounded, as a tempest of thoughts swirled in his mind. After a second of shock, his brain successfully tapped into the hostile instincts embedded in his bloodline. At that moment, notions of love at first sight, right and wrong, all ceased to matter. The bloodline told Gulris that all he needed to do now was to fight regardless of the cost, to trample the silver dragon before him underfoot and loudly declare his victory, watching her retreat in despair. Even if he couldn't win, it didn't matter. Almost the instant Seiza revealed her silver dragon aura, a pair of crimson dragon eyes suddenly opened in the pitch-black palace. Roar. Just as the 2 dragons were about to engage in a fierce battle in the tavern, a pale hand landed on Seiza's shoulder. Gulris on the opposite side was also stunned into place, standing at attention obediently. Sister, how did you wake up?" Seiza felt a jolt in her heart, a chill running through her, regretting her impulsive actions. Seiza had an instinct that the hand casually resting on her back would bring dire consequences if she moved recklessly. Considering the sturdiness of her dragon bones, such a situation was rare, only achievable by exceptionally powerful mythical beings, with only gold dragons capable of this. Indeed, only a gold dragon could do this. Ordinary red dragons would not suffice, as she clearly knew that she had been devouring moon silver or since childhood, and her scales defense and dragon bone hardness had reached a terrifying level. This was precisely why she dared to take action against Gulris. Seiza stiffly turned her head, directly meeting a pair of cold crimson vertical pupils. She felt a thud in her heart, plummeting to the depths of despair. A fool is a fool. Ooh, I should have slaughtered all those humans back then. Look, now trouble has come. In Furiel's eyes, there was nothing that could not be solved by killing. Had she left no survivors back, then there would be none of the current troubles. She was well aware that even if she could defeat this silver dragon, so what? She could not kill her. After all, the platinum dragon god Bahamut was fiercely devoted to his followers, and if she were to kill one, it would likely draw his attention, and she would undoubtedly be marked, inciting the metallic dragons to hunt her down. Though there was also the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, above the chromatic dragons. Killing a metallic dragon would earn her a smidgen of favor, but everyone understood that creature's temperament. Seiza gradually calmed down. Oh, what was she afraid of? She wasn't going to kill herself. With this thought, her confidence naturally increased. Let go. Crack, crack, crack. How dare you do this? Seiza's cold tone made Furiel feel displeased, and she instinctively flexed her muscles, crushing Seiza's shoulder. Just a casual act. Furiel released her grip, and Seiza hurriedly cast a healing spell on herself. While angry, she felt more astonished. This girl was too strong, overwhelmingly so. The power of a red dragon was indeed formidable, but what did it mean to crush her dragon bone with bare hands? Are you kidding? No, that's not right, as she absolutely was not an ordinary red dragon. She merely looked like a red dragon. Looking at the furious, yet helpless Seiza, Furiel for a moment saw the visage of an old acquaintance. Ciao. But she quickly turned her head away. I think I must have been dreaming. How could I think of that annoying person? However, thinking back, it had been over a decade since she last communicated with her, which was indeed quite. The rest of the thought remained unspoken. It was a feeling she was reluctant to admit, though it was merely a small sprout of sentiment at this moment. She had already sensed something unusual. How can you be so rude? Seiza managed to squeeze out this sentence after a long pause, which left Furiel momentarily stunned. This silver dragon felt quite cultured. Furiel recalled that according to the inherited memories, most metallic dragons were quite well-mannered. Seeing that Furiel did not answer her question, Seiza frowned just as she was about to say something when Gliss intervened from the side. Gliss approached Furiel with a flattering demeanor, making Seiza feel a strong sense of familiarity akin to how Ron approached Shun earlier. Sister, weren't you asleep? How did you wake up so suddenly? Gliss's words brought Furiel back to her senses as she glanced at him indifferently, and Gliss felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly stood at attention. Don't disgrace the chromatic dragons. If I see you acting like this again, I'll fold you into 3 parts. Yes, yes. After saying this, Furiel turned to look at the frowning Seiza. It seems those humans are rather unruly. Have they already begun to seek external assistance? Hearing this, Seiza felt even more puzzled. Wasn't it you who coerced them? Seeing Seiza like this, Furiel chuckled, a young dragon sneaking out from Dragon Island. There's a certain naivete and recklessness to you. Seiza's mind was sharp. Upon hearing Furiel's words, she realized that her previous assumptions were somewhat misguided. Not long ago, her thoughts were simple. She wanted to capture Gliss and bring him back to Dragon Island to face justice, thereby asserting her righteousness and proving her own worth. However, what surprised Seiza more was how agreeable this red dragon was. Furiel herself was also astonished, not understanding why she was being so accommodating now. Unlike Gliss, Furiel's powerful will could effectively suppress certain desires and instincts which greatly differed from ordinary red dragons. As she reached out her hand, a sword of iron crossed in front of Seiza. The crimson pupils narrowed coldly following the sword's blade, discovering a black-haired knight trembling as he raised his sword to block. No, no. Don't hurt. The young lady. Tisk. Frillier clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. How bothersome, just kill him. With that thought, Frillier did not hesitate and directly took action. After all, Splur had no powerful backing. Killing him was no concern. However, even if he did, Frillier wouldn't care. As a dragon, Seiza was well aware of the nature of the 5-colored dragons and directly used an ice element barrier to block Frillier's hand. I believe we have some misunderstanding. The cold vertical pupils swept over indifferent as they spoke. Let's talk after I kill him. No, we can't harm the innocent. Hearing this, Frillier smashed the protective shield with a punch, her crimson dragon pupils glaring at Seiza. What do you think you are? Dare to challenge me? Seeing the current situation, Grice hurriedly tried to calm things down. Calm down, everyone, just calm down a bit. Oomph. Frillier huffed coldly. Xiao, keep an eye on her. Don't let her step out of Beijing City, even a step. Yes, master. Xiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, quickly stood up upon hearing Frillier's command. She certainly didn't want Seiza to leave and report the situation to the group on Dragon Island, which would only bring trouble. After completing these tasks, Frillier glanced at Seiza one last time before using spatial escape. Seiza was taken aback by Frillier's sudden disappearance. Spatial? Is it a Miss Silver Dragon? Follow me. Xiao's words pulled Seiza back to reality. She looked at the tall Xiao, said nothing more, and followed him as they left, with Splur quickly catching up to Seiza. Watching the few people leave one after another, Grice scratched his head. Is this all over? Under Frillier's orders, Seiza was placed under house arrest in Beijing City. Initially, she planned to execute all members of this merchant group, but considering Xiao Naoei, that decision was abandoned. The most noticeable was Grice, who could spend all his time in the chess room except for necessary eating and sleeping. However, since Seiza was confined to a room, his time in the chess room decreased significantly. 38 years after Xiao Naoei fell asleep, a giant dragon in the darkness observed the scene before it, emitting a puzzled sound. Where am I? The youthful voice was tinged with confusion as the white dragon's head turned to survey the surroundings. Xiao Naoei was certain she had never been to this place. I remember, wasn't I asleep? So this is my dream. The crystalline blue dragon eyes widened slightly, filled with curiosity. At that moment, countless stars appeared in the boundless darkness, and in the blink of an eye, a massive life planet emerged before Xiao Naoei, surrounded by dazzling starlight. This is the Star Realm. How did I end up here? No, wait, why am I having such a dream? Before Xiao Naoei could contemplate further, 2 small red, glowing points shot out from the world, racing towards her direction. Xiao Naoei tried to dodge, only to find her form firmly locked in place, unable to move, unable to break free. The red glowing points rapidly expanded, and only then did Xiao Naoei see what they were. They were 2 drops of dragon blood. The 2 drops of dragon blood rushed right in front of Xiao Naoei, piercing through her body. Xiao Naoei looked down, discovering her dragon form like an illusory bubble returning to normal after the dragon blood passed through. Instinctively, she turned around and surprisingly managed to do so. But that was all, as Xiao Naoei found herself locked in place again. Before she could think, a giant dragon egg suddenly caught her attention. What is this? Xiao Naoei was shocked, mainly because she had never seen such a dragon egg, neither in size nor appearance, and there were almost no records of it in the dragon lineage. The egg was covered in carbon gray dragon scales, dense and smooth. At every junction of the dragon scales flowed iridescent light, continuously swirling like a small stream. Moreover, the dragon egg bore 12 lines formed from black dragon scales. The 2 drops of dragon blood were heading straight for the location of the dragon egg, without pause, crashing into the egg and directly seeping in. As the dragon blood seeped in, the dragon egg began to tremble, as if rejecting it. Just then, a pair of stars radiating golden light suddenly appeared behind the dragon egg. Xiao Naoei stood frozen in place until a voice filled with authority and helplessness pulled her back to reality. Sigh, forgive me, child, this is also a helpless move. Although the white dragon is a bit foolish, at least others can't tell, can they? Remember, I will wait for you at the end of the flow of time. I exist in the past, and I exist in the future. I exist at any known point in time, and when the time is right, I will meet you. Hearing these words, Qiao Naoe shook her dragon head. What on earth is this about? Just as Qiao Naoe was mumbling, she noticed that the carbon-gray dragon egg had changed, transforming into pure white, the iridescent glow covered by silver patterns, and its size had shrunk several notches. While Qiao Naoe was still trying to comprehend, a massive white conical pillar slowly approached, and upon seeing this object, Qiao Naoe was left dumbfounded. For she recognized what it was: a giant dragon's claw. This meant that the so-called 2 stars were not stars at all, but the eyes of the giant dragon. This thought was absurd, but Qiao Naoe felt it to be the truth. While she stood dazed, the claw, resembling a scarier pillar, gently flicked, as if it were flicking a glass marble. The white dragon egg instantly penetrated Qiao Naoe's body, flying towards the world. Suddenly, Qiao Naoe felt a tightness in her heart, instinctively looking up just in time to meet those stars. She had the illusion that the creature on the opposite side was looking at her. A voice filled with mild interest rang out. "Oh, a dream. Are you still in the mood to sleep here? Get up." This roar shook Qiao Naoe's mind, causing her entire dragon form to fall back, her consciousness gradually fading. Before completely losing awareness, she couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but from those massive golden dragon eyes, she sensed reluctance and a hint of fondness. A pair of crystal blue pupils opened, and the sound of hurried breathing echoed throughout the room. Huh. After a moment, the breathing gradually eased. What was that just now? A giant dragon. What a joke! How could a dragon possibly be that huge? Qiao Naoe began to ponder, recalling the details of the dream. Before long, a sympathetic remark broke the silence. That egg really had a rough time. With such an impressive dragon father, wouldn't it be able to do whatever it wanted? Only to be tossed aside into an unknown world by this ungrateful offspring. After speaking, Qiao Naoe frowned, feeling something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. TSK. That guy really doesn't let me sleep. Frankly, why should my sleep concern him? I was suddenly jolted awake. Well, it doesn't matter, I'm awake now. Let's see what's changed outside. Sleeping for 38 years is enough. With that, Qiao Naoe lifted her dragon head and began to examine her body. Originally, the room was as large as a football field, but now Qiao Naoe felt it had become somewhat cramped. Her scales were now smoother, with each scale slightly raised from the front to the tail, becoming more solid and substantial, exuding a metallic quality. Glistening with silver light and the cool shimmer of ice blue and silver gradients, they draped her in a mysterious veil. Not only that, but ice blue elemental particles were constantly present on her scales. Seeing this, the silver-white dragon's lips curled into a slight smile, pride evident in her expression. This was all thanks to the vast amounts of iron, or moon silver, or frost pattern magic crystal, or an even star silver, or she had devoured before. During this slumber, she had made ample preparations, and the rewards were satisfying. Qiao Naoe's size had become even more immense, her streamlined beauty apparent, even appearing more graceful than a silver dragon. At the same time, Qiao Naoe's dragon horns had changed. The original 4 stout horns now looked extremely fierce and terrifying. However, the pair of horns at the back had transformed. They were no longer conical, but slightly flattened with a gentle curve and small diamond-shaped protrusions around them resembling a crown. Her tail had grown thicker and longer, the muscles hidden beneath her scales strong and powerful, unassuming yet formidable. Qiao Naoe nodded in satisfaction. Damn, I'm handsome. She praised herself, then delved into her consciousness to explore what abilities she had awakened. Time dilation slows down time for enemies, a specific area, or oneself. The range and degree of slowing depend on the amount of magical power released. Wheel of the Future allows temporary use of one's future powers. Currently, the maximum power available is from the next stage, with usage time related to magical energy. Eye of Foreseeing can see 10 seconds into the future, requiring activation can be enhanced, and can use this ability to observe the time river of the entire star realm. Currently, her strength is insufficient to peer into it. Looking at the 3 awakened abilities, Qiao Naoe opened her eyes in excitement. Goodness, she had awakened 3 time-related abilities. How could she not be thrilled? Thoughts of naming these abilities arose in her mind. Alright, the Master of Naming has returned for a limited time. From now on, time dilation will be renamed Stasis. As for the other 2, Qiao Naoe thought for a moment, finding them pleasant enough, so she decided not to change them. I initially wanted to rename Wheel of the Future to Aspiration, since it relates to longing for the future, but it seems like that's not necessary now. However, in her excitement, Qiao Naoe snapped back to reality. Unknowingly, I've reached the youthful stage. Indeed, although Qiao Naoe had only lived for 45 years since her birth, her constant use of Weekend as a permanent passive ability similar to the infinite passive of Teacher Wu Qiao in her body was actually over 70 years old. Her strength had leaped from the originally weak silver rank to now a diamond rank of 8 rings. All she had done was take a nap. This was the nature of dragons. While other beings had to diligently cultivate to attain power, for dragons, a simple nap sufficed. This was the most unfair, yet also the most brutal truth in the world. Some people toil to reach peaks that are merely starting points for certain existences. Qiao Naoe shook her head, preparing to go out for a stroll. A flash of blue and white light swept by, and in the blink of an eye the original massive form had vanished, revealing a cute little Lolita. Xiao Naweli stared at herself in the mirror, unable to help but swallow, momentarily stunned. Wow, this is me. This is so cute, like the taste of first love. A blush crept onto Xiao Naweli's cheeks like a ripe apple or the rosy hues of a sunset. She hurriedly shut her eyes, but soon realized something felt off. No way, there's something wrong. This is me, isn't it? Xiao Naweli suddenly opened her eyes, staring at her adorably cute reflection in the mirror, completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes skeptically and opened them again. Cute. Rub again, open again. Still the same. Xiao Naweli felt a bit teary. This was no illusion. Good news, she had become stronger. Bad news, she had permanently become a Lolita. No, this isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. My dragon body is so powerful, am I? Is this correct? Woo-woo, Xiao Naweli spoke with a quivering voice, looking somewhat on the verge of tears combined with her flushed cheeks from excessive shyness, giving off a feeling of having been heavily bullied. Yet Xiao Naweli still harbored a glimmer of hope. Her delicate little hand slowly lifted, hesitating for a few moments before seemingly making a decision. She firmly pinched her own face. Her expression was so determined, as if she was about to enter a trance. Soft, warm, and simultaneously a certain heart was firmly beating. Xiao Naweli was immediately petrified, her lips opening and closing. Let it be. I'm tired. After a while, the hunger pangs in her abdomen surged into her mind, bringing Xiao Naweli back to reality. Only a long, sorrowful sigh could be heard. Sigh, forget it, at least. Sigh. Xiao Naweli prepared to carefully observe her reflection in the mirror. After all, she had previously used a transformation technique, not her original appearance, and now she had truly transformed. A delicate and adorable little Lolita came into view. The first thing that caught Xiao Naweli's gaze was that exquisite and shy smile. Her face was like a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible appetite. Her petite and upturned nose combined with her tightly furrowed willow leaf brows enhanced her unusual beauty. The white eyelashes are long and dense, each blink resembling the fluttering wings of a butterfly, while the silvery long hair cascades like luxurious satin behind her. Simultaneously, every strand of hair shimmers with a faint silver light, and her blue and white dress reveals a pair of delicate jade-like feet. Xiao Naweli's gaze traveled complexly up and down, unable to resist the urge to comment. Wow, she's still an ultimate pure and innocent little loli. This appearance even made Xiao Naweli herself harbor thoughts of wanting to ravage the loli in the mirror, and the intensity of this thought was extraordinary. But just as Xiao Naweli's thoughts were racing, she suddenly noticed a rebellious strand of hair. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the top of her head in the mirror, where a conspicuous tuft of hair stood defiantly. Xiao Naweli raised her hand and pressed it down, but as if in defiance, the tuft immediately shot up again. After several minutes of this back-and-forth struggle, her smooth forehead had already developed veins. As if to protect the last shred of something in her heart, Xiao Naweli exploded in anger. Damn it, he'll show you. With a loud shout, her fair jade-like hand grasped the rebellious tuft of hair, and with a determined heart, she yanked it out. Looking at the tuft lying quietly in her hand, Xiao Naweli's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Before she could enjoy her victory for long, another tuft shot up from her head. Her crystal blue pupils blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting this twist. Huh, what the hell, loli with a tuft? Aim low. Xiao Naweli shouted in despair. There was no helping it, as she had been plucking for nearly half an hour, and the once clean floor was now littered with tufts of hair. Meanwhile, the most vibrant tuft atop her head remained, and it seemed even more erect than before. Xiao Naweli regretted it for the first time, feeling how troublesome the powerful recovery ability of dragons combined with her weekends could be. She had also tried turning off weekends, but it was useless. Hair would grow when it should, and plucking would yield more growth. At this moment, she was already feeling utterly defeated. The remnants of her desire to regain the male bravado had been thoroughly shattered by the annoying tuft of hair and its adorable appearance. As if mocking her incompetence, the little tuft of hair swayed atop her head. In this state, what dignity do I have? Sigh. Xiao Naweli sighed deeply. She had lost count of how many times she had sighed since waking up. It was just a lot. Xiao Naweli decided to go out for a stroll. After all, her capacity for acceptance was still quite strong. But there was no way to not accept it. Was she supposed to commit suicide? Xiao Naweli dispelled the ice crystal mirror and pushed open the door. Outside in the palace hall, a group of magical beings was already quietly kneeling. Her gaze swept across, spotting a few familiar faces: Xiao Shun, Air Lenglang, Finny Medusa, Mofana, Leah, Jelina, Anna, and others who were either directly or indirectly related to her. When a strange little loli about 1.50 m tall pushed the door open, everyone was momentarily stunned. However, Medusa, dressed in a maid outfit, quickly reacted and called out loudly, "We pay homage to the Supreme Master. Congratulations on ending your slumber." The other followers or magical beings hurriedly echoed her words. "We pay homage to the Supreme Master. Congratulations on ending your slumber." Xiao Naweli nodded. "Rise. Thank you, Great Master." After saying this, the followers all stood up, and little Finny fluttered her wings excitedly, sizing up Xiao Naweli. "Xiao Naweli, you've changed so much. You're so pretty." Xiao Naweli's expression stiffened. She would have preferred to hear, "You look so manly," than someone praising her beauty. Just as Xiao Naweli was about to say something, she caught sight of two bee-steered girls out of the corner of her eye. Noticing Xiao Na Weili's gaze, the followers obediently stepped aside, and Xiao Na Weili scrutinized Leah and Jelena. The two beast-eared girls were a bit flustered and hurriedly bowed. "We greet the master. What happened to you? Why do you even have wrinkles?" Before she could finish, Xiao Na Weili suddenly reacted and slapped her forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot you are short-lived beings. Most of your lives have already passed, and it won't be long before you die." Xiao Na Weili's words left Leah and Jelena at a loss, unsure how to respond. Although Xiao Na Weili was not wrong, the way it sounded was just so. Xiao Na Weili also realized she was being a bit blunt, quickly clearing her throat twice to ease the awkwardness. "Ahem of that." Before Xiao Na Weili could finish, Jelena respectfully spoke up. "The master is correct. Leah and I are indeed nearing death. However, to see the master again and serve her before we die is a great honor for us." Hearing this, Xiao Na Weili couldn't help but look at Jelena a few more times. Moreover, Jelena's breath was steady and her heartbeat normal. It was evident that she wasn't just flattering, but genuinely felt this way. Speaking of lifespan is a painful topic. As a long-lived being, Xiao Na Weili was destined to witness the deaths and departures of countless short-lived beings. However, when it came to facing it, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Na Weili waved her hand, and in the next moment, 2 drops of dragon blood appeared before Leah and Jelena. "You have both passed 50 years. The probability of sudden death will greatly increase. The choice is yours. I have no right to interfere." Xiao Na Weili still held some affection for the 2 adorable beast-eared maidens, especially for their fluffy tails and furry ears. "Master." The 2 demi-humans were deeply moved. They had not expected Xiao Na Weili to grant them dragon blood. This was no ordinary gift. If they successfully absorbed the dragon blood, they would at least become middle to long-lived beings with a lifespan similar to that of dwarves, around 300 to 500 years. Once they realized this, the 2 demi-human maids were overwhelmed with gratitude and hurriedly knelt down. "Thank you for your grace, master." Xiao Na Weili paid them no mind and addressed the other followers. "You may disperse. I wish to wander and understand the development of the city-state. As for any matters, we can discuss them later when I have time." Now Xiao Na Weili was able to suppress the hunger within her and some of her primal desires. "Yes, master." The followers all withdrew, and Leah and the others left with the dragon blood. Finny did not leave. She hadn't seen Xiao Na Weili for a long time and couldn't bear to part so easily. Seeing Finny cling on Xiao Na Weili didn't drive her away, but allowed her to follow. "Xiao Na Weili, I didn't expect you to sleep for so long." At that moment, Xiao Na Weili's lips curled up. "Xiao Na Weili, what are you smiling about? He can't wait anymore." Fural. At this time, a spatial rift appeared behind Xiao Na Weili. "QWQ." As her voice faded, a red-haired girl stepped through a rift in space, abruptly appearing in the palace. Xiao Navili turned around and met the indifferent gaze of Fulier, only to realize that Fulier was not looking at her, but rather at Finny behind her. Finny felt a chill from Fulier's stare and instinctively edged closer to Xiao Navili. I have seen Lady Fulier." Finny's voice was timid, growing softer as she spoke. Fulier observed this scene with growing anger, her heart roaring. Why does everyone like to crowd around her? Isn't she the colorful dragon? Xiao Navili spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Oh my, is that you, Fulier? It's been a long time. Did you miss me so much that you couldn't wait to see me after sensing my awakening? After speaking, Xiao Navili's silly hair on top of her head playfully swayed. A trace of panic flashed in Fulier's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Stop being so narcissistic. As she said this, Fulier stepped forward to stand before Xiao Navili, looking down at her with a frown. Why are you so small? Yet deep inside, Fulier was already melting at Xiao Navili's adorable appearance. So cute, I want to ruffle her hair, I want to bully her a bit. At this moment, Fulier had also reached her teenage stage, standing at 165 meters after transforming, while Xiao Navili had barely changed, still around 1.5 meters. Caught off guard by the painful remark, Xiao Navili's expression stiffened and her gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Fulier crossed her arms and said coldly. The literal meaning. She had already decided that after defeating Xiao Navili, she would definitely bully her thoroughly. You really are arrogant. Have you forgotten who pinned you down decades ago? It looks like you want to experience it again today. As she spoke, Xiao Navili subconsciously put her hands on her hips, her white silly hair swaying again. Seeing this extremely cute scene, Fulier felt her heart melting, but she could not suppress the slight upturn of her lips. At the same time, she raised her left hand, pausing in midair. Want to give it a try? Seeing Fulier like this, Xiao Navili's silly hair trembled in anger. She's smiling. She must think little of me. You little. Stop looking down on dragons. As she spoke, Xiao Navili raised her right hand, locking fingers with Fulier, a cold smile on her face. Are you ready? Arrogant one. Fulier's smile was something she could not suppress. She's smiling at me, and we're holding hands. Her hand is so small and soft. Clearing her throat, Fulier nodded. Come on. Just as she finished speaking, both dragons suddenly exerted their strength, a terrifying wave of energy sweeping forth, their originally fair arms bulging with robust muscles. Fulier was even more exaggerated, her explosive muscles tearing through her sleeves. What the hell? Is she a muscular girl? Gold Barbie. Are you kidding me? Clearly, this explosive display of muscles caught Xiao Navili off guard, and for a moment her palm was pushed down a bit. What? Is this all you've got? Silly fool. The provocative tone enraged Xiao Navili, causing her silly hair to stand up like an exclamation mark. In the next second, Jonaviri suddenly exerted her strength again, pushing back a little. Who do you think you're looking down on? Arrogant brat. Hey, interesting, let's see how this move works. Before she could finish her words, a terrifying dragon's might emanated from fully air the Diamond Seven Rings realm, exuding immense deterrence. Jonaviri noticed her stamina quickly depleting. This was the special effect inherent in fully air's dragon might, rapidly increasing stamina consumption. Such dragon might was extremely special and rare, with an absurdly low awakening probability. The awakening probability for aberrant dragons was slightly higher, much like how subhuman races had a higher chance of awakening magic eyes compared to other races. Jonaviri scoffed. Don't think you're the only one who has it. After saying this, Jonaviri also unleashed her dragon might, colliding with fully air's, causing the ground to bear intricate web-like patterns as it could not withstand the two powerful forces. Fully air felt cold under Jonaviri's dragon might, her movements becoming stiff and sluggish. However, the strengths of both dragon might were not much different, and they quickly neutralized each other. In a garden, a girl dressed in a white gown sat quietly on a swing as a sudden breeze lifted her silver hair, resembling a serene and beautiful painting. A pair of silver pupils stared blankly at the nearby Sam River, the nostalgia in her eyes prompting others to want to know her past. Beside her stood a middle-aged knight, quietly guarding her safety. The rustling sound came, but Seiza did not turn her head. Why are you here again? Suddenly the bushes in a corner of the garden stiffened, and after a moment a black-haired boy stood up, scratching his head awkwardly. Hee. Seiza turned her head, revealing a hint of helplessness in her eyes. After years of interaction, this black dragon, while a bit troublesome, was indeed foolish but seemed different from other black dragons. Though inherently murderous and cruel for some reason, he only liked to talk big and had never killed anyone in front of her. Sigh, Gris, you've forgotten again. Dragons are very sensitive to prying eyes. I'll be careful next time, haha, Gris said, walking into Seiza's line of sight. Seiza thought for a moment and spoke again. Gris, stop always peeking at me. As you would say, I don't like being secretly observed. Gris' expression stiffened, then he waved his hand and stood firmly before Seiza. How can we call the affairs of dragons secret observation? It should be called observation, you know. As he spoke, regardless of whether Seiza liked it or not, Gris sat down beside her, instinctively wanting to cross his legs, but forcefully restrained himself. This scene amused Seiza, and at that moment Gris glanced at the nearby Splur. Splur immediately understood and bowed to the two dragons. Miss, my lord, I'll take my leave now. Splur turned and left. Seiza withdrew her gaze and looked at Gris. May I ask when I can go back? Seiza had been here for over a decade, even breaking through to her teenage slumber in White Crystal City. Gris was taken aback. You want to leave just like that? What's wrong with this place? There's food, drink, and fun. And me. But this was something he could only think in his heart. Seiza shook her head. It's nice here, but compared to that, I want to return to Dragon Island and be with my family or punish evil. Gris raised an eyebrow, speaking half in jest. What? You're no longer going to punish us, the so-called evil force of White Crystal City? Seiza's gaze darkened slightly as she replied truthfully. I can't defeat you, so I intend to report this to the Dragon Isle. However, you don't seem wholly evil after all. The elders there likely won't intervene against you. Haha, truly stubborn, aren't you? Gris was about to say more when in the next instant an overwhelming aura descended. Both dragons froze, then abruptly shot upright. This is... Seiza stood stunned. The two auras were immensely powerful, one eerily familiar, the other utterly alien. Gris, however, cried out in astonishment, Big sister's awake. Puzzled, Seiza turned toward him, her voice laced with confusion. Big sister? Your elder sister? Gris paused thoughtfully, then nodded. Technically yes, but never mind her. She's, well, a bit off, you know. He tapped his temple with a finger. Seiza burst into laughter. Uff, how can you speak of your own sister like that? You're not exactly flawless yourself. Honestly, I wouldn't lie to you. She really is just foolish. Their banter flowed effortlessly warm and easy. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall of the palace, every load-bearing pillar, wall, and floor was webbed with deep fissures, as if collapse were imminent. Nearby, Finny paced frantically, glancing left then right. Stop it. Stop fighting. Please don't do this. But the two dragons, locked in fierce contest, paid no heed. Each gazed at the other with exhilarated defiance. She's gripping me so tightly. She must truly care for me. Fleur's expression flared with fervor as she redoubled her strength. He's pressing harder again. How spirited. Excellent. Today I'll show this arrogant fool who reigns supreme. Jonaviri refused to yield. For over an hour they strained, until the entire palace trembled on the verge of ruin, its foundations groaning under unbearable stress. Still refusing to yield, Jonaviri. Who are you underestimating? Don't get cocky. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Jonaviri sprouted a pair of thick serpentine silver-white dragon horns from her temples, crowned at their base by radiant sun-disk-like crests, regal as a sovereign's diadem. A massive whip-like dragon tail unfurled behind her, her sapphire blue pupils transformed into fearsome draconic eyes, keratinous scales emerged across her cheeks. Most strikingly, Jonaviri's stature surged upward by a centimeter. Draconic transformation unleashed immense latent power, allowing her to wield nearly half her true strength. Fleur's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then I shall meet you, heathen. Roar. Instantly, thick, rugged crimson horns erupted from her temples, a shorter, sturdier crimson tail coiled behind her. Crimson keratin spread across her cheeks, her vertical fiery red pupils burned with savage intensity. With a synchronized surge they unleashed raw force. The resulting shockwave sent Finny hurtling through the air. Boom, crack. What's happening? A deafening crash echoed across the mountains. Seiza whirled toward the sound, only to see the colossal palace atop Dragonroar Mountain crumbling into ruins. Gris leapt to his feet, mouth agape. Whoa, my home's gone. In the next breath something far more terrifying unfolded. 100-meter crimson behemoth erupted from the earth, roaring skyward. Simultaneously, an even larger white titan emerged, swiping aside the crimson dragon with a single contemptuous claw. The spectacle was viscerally staggering, especially to Seiza, whose eyes could scarcely comprehend such scale. These were full-grown ancient dragons, titans of myth-made flesh. Gris's voice cut through the awe. No worries, no worries. Ignore them. They're just bored playing around. Seiza glanced at Gris, his expression utterly unruffled. Tell me more about your elder brother, she urged. Seeing Gris's eager curiosity, Seiza settled back and began to speak. Meanwhile, atop the palace ruins, Jonaviri fixed Fleur with a reproachful glare. Humph, see, you played, and now our home's gone. Fleur scratched her fiery crimson dragon head. Her claws scraped hard scales, sending sparks flying. She looked awkward. After all, she had instigated the brawl. Yet in her logic, fault conferred authority. I erred, so I'm justified. You may not scold me. Ahem, granted that's true. But setting facts aside, surely you bear some blame. Jonaviri rolled her eyes, exasperated. Are you insane? If we're ignoring facts, why should I even try to reason with you? Don't get angry. You once said anger dulls one's scales luster. Fleur patted Jonaviri's shoulder. Instantly, Jonaviri swept her tail sideways, slapping Fleur's claw away. I was joking. You actually believed me. You. Before she could finish, Fleur paused, puzzled, staring at Jonaviri's wings. What did you eat? Why are there strange patterns shimmering across your wing membranes? Jonaviri blinked, turning her head to examine her own wings, her sapphire eyes widening in shock. This is... Across the translucent membrane, iridescent veins intertwined with star-like glyphs, mysterious, ancient, ineffable. A faint frown crossed Jonaviri's brow. This design stirred distant, elusive memory. I don't know, perhaps. Her voice trailed off as realization struck. The same pattern had adorned the egg in her dreams. Could it be? Am I that egg? The thought jolted her. Then with mounting conviction it felt terrifyingly plausible. Her mind raced feverishly, testing the hypothesis, logic igniting, pulse quickening. Yet she shook her head sharply. Overthinking left her mentally drained. Beside her, Fleur watched in quiet bewilderment, unsure what sudden epiphany had seized her friend. She remained silent, closing her eyes instead, and sinking her awareness deep into the ancestral dragon lineage. There she uploaded the day's recorded memories, with this caption, adorable heteromorphic white dragon. Daily log 13721. The little one has finally awakened. What a sleepy head. Such entries, featuring Fleur, numbered precisely 13,721. The moment she uploaded it, several draconic messages flooded in. Whoa, she's finally awake. Both her humanoid and dragon maiden forms are utterly adorable. Sigh, I wish I had a companion too. Alas, I remain a lone dragon. What kind of dragon are you upstairs? Obviously, the wisest green dragon. Oh, well that explains everything. What do you mean by that? Dare you reveal your location? I envy you guys so much. My parents are strict and say I have to wait until I come of age to leave Dragon Island. But Sister Seiza is amazing, as she slipped out for decades and hasn't come back. However, Uncle Bolide has gone out to find her, so I believe it won't be long before we see Sister Seiza again. 666, the metal dragon is just here to join the fun. Friel absorbed everything, feeling quite pleased with the praises directed at Jonaviri. Until she saw the dragon language word for Sister Seiza, she felt an odd sense of familiarity. Upon seeing Friel resting with her eyes closed, Jonaviri felt a surge of irritation. Alright. After saying that, Jonaviri closed her eyes and immersed herself in the dragon vein inheritance, uploading the scene she had just recorded of Friel. Accompanied with the caption, good dragons, this is a red dragon. Don't choose this guy as a partner. Always causing trouble and acting so high and mighty, I really want to teach her a lesson. Soon Jonaviri received comments from other dragons. What my sister said is right, she bullies dragons too much and must be taught a good lesson. Sister, we support you. Go get her. I can relate, I'm still a young dragon and have been enslaved by a young red dragon, boo-hoo. Dude, you really have it rough. Jonaviri nodded in satisfaction. That's right, red dragons are all a bunch of arrogant fools and everyone thinks so. After browsing through the dragon vein inheritance for a while, Jonaviri emerged. Her eyes immediately caught Friel staring at her. Faced with those imposing dragon eyes, Jonaviri swallowed hard, feeling a bit guilty, but then recalled Friel's irritating demeanor and her confidence surged. With a flick of her head, she turned and flew towards the white crystal city after taking a few steps. Watching Jonaviri's series of actions, Friel was momentarily stunned. This is just too cute. In Friel's eyes, Jonaviri resembled a small white cat that had been spoiled too much, jumping from her owner's arms to the ground, puffing out her chest, and tail strutting away in a self-satisfied manner. As if a bit afraid of catching her again, she quickened her pace to leave, spreading her wings and flying away, almost fleeing. Watching Jonaviri's retreating figure along with her swaying silver-white dragon tail, Friel couldn't help but raise a claw and pinch the air. I want to pinch her so badly. But then Friel sighed. Forget it, I'll wait until I come of age. When the mating season arrives, I can. No way. I'm a female, and Jonaviri is also a female. How could we possibly? Sigh. Friel suddenly realized the issue of gender between her and Jonaviri. After all, two shields can't create a flower. But she seemed to forget that dragons are both offensive and defensive, and their tails can also act as spears. Now she felt quite frustrated. Oh, why was she a female dragon? Friel's expression was incredibly complex, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. Sigh. 13 has misled me. Jonaviri had transformed into her dragon maiden form and arrived at the White Crystal City. She quite liked this state, at least it looked more imposing than her lowly form, didn't it? After decades of changes, the White Crystal City had undergone earth-shaking transformations. Its scale, architecture, and population were all on a completely different level. What caught Jonaviri's attention even more were the alchemical automatons drifting by from time to time. She casually intercepted one that floated past her, examining it closely. She was certain this was not her handiwork, as her alchemical methods had not been passed on to anyone, even if they weren't significant. The alchemical creation before her took on a humanoid form, but only had an upper body. Its lower half was a glowing white ring intricately etched with precise magical patterns. These magical patterns were composed of runes. In certain high-difficulty creations, magical patterns are more effective than runes, although they require a high level of skill from the creator. Usually only master-tier alchemists could accomplish such things. Jonaviri could barely etch them, and there were still many issues. Just as Jonaviri was closely examining the alchemical creation, it scanned her as well. A mechanical voice sounded. Scan successful. Unknown resident detected, classified as a strange intruder. As soon as the words were spoken, the alchemical figure's eyes turned from white to red, raising its mechanical right arm and firing a shot into the sky. Bang! Watching this series of actions, Jonaviri became intrigued, her hogue perking up. Oh, this thing is quite advanced. Just as Jonaviri was curiously observing it, the metal arm transformed into a beast trap. What's this thing? Bang! The surrounding area was bustling with magical creatures, and the simpleton's heart was in his throat. He hurriedly pushed through the crowded magical creatures, followed by the White Crystal Knights. Finally, he saw the scene at the center, and his heart sank at the sight. He saw a white dragon maiden furiously dismantling alchemical parts scattered on the ground, her originally beautiful face twisted into a terrifying snarl due to her rage. Her hogue was also standing tall from her anger. Moreover, she had remnants of a capture net left over from the tearing apart. Standing quietly around the white dragon maiden were his colleagues, the little subordinate and Medusa. Noticing the simpleton's arrival, the little subordinate and Medusa turned to look at him, their eyes filled with pity and a sense of self-preservation. At that moment, Jonaviri also stopped her actions and glared at him. The simpleton felt a chill in his heart, and with a gulp he swallowed hard. Jonaviri kicked aside a broken alchemical robot storming towards the simpleton. The simpleton hurriedly knelt on the ground. Greetings, master, I am guilty. Jonaviri approached him, looking down at him from a height. Did you invent this artificial intelligence? Gulp. The simpleton swallowed hard. Although he didn't know what artificial intelligence was, he guessed it referred to the fragments of the alchemical automatons before him, so he answered honestly. In response to my master, yes. A light laugh echoed, and the little subordinate buried his head lower. If it weren't for the absence of sweat glands, he would have been drenched in sweat. Good, you did well. Instead of mining properly, you waste your time on these trivial matters all day. After saying this, Jonaviri kicked him to the ground and left gracefully. Once Jonaviri walked far away, the simpleton quickly got up and let out a deep sigh. He thought he was going to be scared to death. He thought he was going to die. Looking up, he found the little subordinate, and Medusa had already come before him. Are you all right? Jonaviri was furious, as she had been in a good mood, until that artificial intelligence spoiled it, making her frustrated as she tugged at her hair. This segment has a reference image of the White Dragon Maiden for reference only. Jonaviri wandered around the White Crystal City in a fit of pique. However, the alchemical creations did pique her interest, as she never expected that the goblin-born fool would possess such wisdom. Lost in thought, Jonaviri unknowingly arrived at a quaintly designed building surrounded by iron railings resembling a garden. Wow, whose home is this? It's so grand. Muttering to herself, Jonaviri looked around and unconsciously slowed her pace. At that moment, thanks to the dragon's keen senses, she heard faint conversations. My sister Eler is a lovely brass dragon. I'm sure you know that brass dragons love to chat, and so does my sister Eler. Moreover, she yearns for life beyond Dragon Island, always seeking out gold dragons who have traveled in the supercontinent of Wolf, particularly my brother Masonless, whom I mentioned to you before, to learn about various aspects of human daily life, and some stories I find rather mundane. I see. That sounds wonderful. Jonaviri initially intended to leave as she felt eavesdropping was impolite, but upon hearing terms like brass dragon, Dragon Island, and gold dragon, she was taken aback. Most alarmingly, although the voice that responded was youthful and somewhat unfamiliar, it also felt oddly familiar to Jonaviri. That voice. Jonaviri walked around the railing towards the gate, where a middle-aged knight with black hair stood quietly gazing into the distance, lost in thought. There were also two red dragon-affiliated minotaurs nearby. Jonaviri blinked and walked straight toward them. Her actions soon caught the attention of the three. Upon seeing her, they were momentarily stunned, and the two dragon-blooded minotaurs immediately knelt to the ground. We pay our respects to the Great One. Spiel was taken aback, but quickly knelt down as well. Jonaviri ignored them, concealing her presence and speaking softly. Weekend. In the next moment, her figure vanished, leaving the three staring at one another in confusion. In the blink of an eye, Jonaviri had already arrived behind the garden swing. Looking at the two sitting there, oh no, two dragons, she was taken aback. She recognized who they were. One was the black dragon Glirus, and the other was a silver dragon she had never seen before. She was curious why these two had not gotten into a fight upon meeting. Although Glirus would not have one if they did, the scene before her was still quite bizarre. As for how she could tell that this calm-looking individual was a silver dragon, it was simply due to the aura emanating from her. After listening for a while, Jonaviri looked at Glirus back with a puzzled expression. His ahogue had transformed into a large question mark. What's going on? Why is this guy so engrossed in discussing these trivial topics? He looks quite pleased with himself. Why do I feel like I'm witnessing a young boy meeting his well-behaved crush? Even more amusing to Jonaviri was Glirus' sitting posture. Since Glirus had become accustomed to lounging around, his efforts to sit up straight now resulted in a rather awkward appearance. Like Dongshire imitating the beauty, Jonaviri could not help but let out a sarcastic remark. In an instant, the entire garden fell silent, and the previously somewhat ambiguous atmosphere turned extremely awkward. The two dragons felt a jolt in their hearts. After all, they were dragons, and they hadn't even noticed someone standing behind them. What they didn't know was that Jonaviri had activated Eternal on her eyes. Although she was watching them, time had paused at the moment before she began observing. Her gaze existed only at the point in time before she looked, not reaching the current timeline, but the image was still transmitted through light to her retina. Seisha's expression stiffened and she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks rapidly turning crimson, feeling as though their secret rendezvous had been discovered. In contrast, Glirus turned his head in anger and shot a fierce glare at Jonaviri. Seeing this, Jonaviri crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Glirus glanced a few times but did not recognize her. Plus, he was already in a bad mood, so he exclaimed, "Who the hell are you? How dare you disturb me, the Dragon Emperor Glirus? Good fortune. He'll kill you." Saying this, Glirus quickly stood up, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw, lunging for Jonaviri's neck. Just as he was about to grab her, Jonaviri suddenly struck out, grabbing Glirus' forearm, preventing him from advancing. Glirus' pupils widened. He never expected that this person could catch such an attack with one hand. Only Jonaviri, Friel, Mofana, and Seisha beside her could achieve such a feat in the entire White Crystal City. He stared intently at the dragon person before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, until he caught sight of her slightly upturned lips, which made him realize something was off. "Oh, are we getting serious now? Look at you getting all anxious." Crack. Jonaviri suddenly exerted force, snapping Glirus' bone on the spot. "Yow, Glirus!" Seisha exclaimed, wanting to help, but was stopped by Glirus' other hand signaling her not to move. This tremendous strength made him instantly realize who she was. Elder. Before he could beg for mercy, the sound of something slicing through the air was already approaching. Bang. Jonaviri delivered a punch and Glirus stood at attention, seeing stars. "What did you just say? Dragon Emperor? Repeat that. I think I heard it wrong. Whose emperor are you?" Upon hearing this, Glirus forcibly shook his head, instantly becoming clear-headed. I mispronounced a dragon language word. It wasn't Dragon Emperor, it was Dragon Brother, hee. I'm your brother, dear sister, don't you recognize me? Hee. A playful glint flashed in Jonaviri's eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Glirus nodded frantically. Yes, indeed. Then how come I heard someone wanted to kill me?" "Oh." Glirus' expression froze and cold sweat broke out, though not really. Is that so? Maybe I heard it wrong." Jonaviri shook her finger. No, after all, my ears aren't deaf yet. Ahem. I think that person might have made a mistake, right? Yes. So tell me, if someone wants to kill me, how should I deal with them? I believe that sparing a person's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. As a dragon, one should have compassion and repay kindness for malice. Let them go, right? Elder sister. Hearing this, Jonaviri couldn't help but sneer. "You're quick to learn. Your smooth-talking skills have improved, but I don't think so. Duan. Even Friel's followers recognized me, and you still ask who I am. I'm your grandfather." Duan. Jonaviri landed several powerful punches on Glirus, making him cry out in pain. Stop hitting. Oh no. Elder sister, please stop. If you hit me more, I'll die. Hoo. Dragon Tiamat won't let you go. Oh, is your skin itching? You dare to threaten me now? He'll hit you. No, I'm wronged. Hoo. Seeing the interaction between the two dragons before her, Sasha managed to discern their relationship from their few words. Buffed. The melodious sound of laughter came, causing the two dragons to pause, turning their heads to find Sasha covering her mouth and chuckling. You can continue." Jonaviri glanced at the pitiful creature in her hand and tossed it aside. She dusted herself off and scrutinized Sasha from head to toe. "So you escaped from Dragon Island. Impressive, you have quite the courage." Sasha withdrew her gaze and nodded. "But I regret it." Jonaviri sat down on the garden swing, and Sasha did the same. She ignored Sasha's reason for regret and spoke again. "What brought you to White Crystal City? Are you here to punish evil under the banner of justice?" Sasha replied, "Sort of, but I'm still too young," and acted rashly without understanding the whole situation. Jonaviri asked, "How long have you been here? How does it feel?" Sasha thought for a moment. "It's been over 20 years and it feels all right. The magical creatures here are quite orderly. It's hard to imagine this is a city governed by the 5-colored dragons." As she spoke, Sasha looked at Jonaviri, who casually waved her hand. Just a hands-off manager, she's usually too lazy to deal with such matters. That's still quite strong. Noticing that Sasha was staring at her, Jonaviri felt puzzled. Why are you staring at me? That's quite impolite, you know. Hearing this, Sasha quickly averted her gaze. I'm sorry, there's no need to apologize for that. After a moment of hesitation, Sasha cautiously asked, are you a hybrid of silver dragon and white dragon? Jonaviri spread her hands, her silver-white dragon, tail flicking in front of her. Isn't it obvious? Sasha responded, very obvious. It might be a bit presumptuous to say this, but why would a silver dragon take a liking to a white dragon? Sasha's voice was very soft, as if she feared offending Jonaviri's dignity. Little did she know Jonaviri didn't mind at all. How would I know? Maybe it was the mating season. That silver dragon couldn't match the strength of the white dragon and was overpowered. This. Jonaviri's words were rather crude, but it seemed quite plausible. But if that's the case, the white dragon would be hunted down by the elders of Dragon Island. I've never heard of a silver dragon leading everyone to trouble with a white dragon because of misconduct. Jonaviri suggested. Maybe he was too embarrassed to say it. Sasha laughed. Ha ha ha, you're quite humorous. But from what you're saying, it seems you don't care about your parents. Of course not, why should I care? The reason the 5-color dragons are so free is that they aren't bound by these useless shackles, they do whatever they want. Upon hearing Jonaviri's perspective and seeing her indifferent demeanor, Sasha's understanding of the 5-color dragons deepened a bit. Emotionally detached, yet still possessing warmth. What a pity that you weren't born on Dragon Island, otherwise I think we could have been great playmates, just like Mason Lease, the elder brother, Eeler, the younger sister, and cronies. Stop. No need to flaunt the complicated familial ties between your metallic dragons. I'm not very interested. Jonaviri quickly interrupted, and Sasha shrugged. Alright, but it's still a pity. Fortunately, our silver dragon's genes are strong, and your intelligence has reached a high ground. Hearing Sasha's words, Jonaviri recalled the previous owner, who couldn't even speak, silently rebutting in her heart. Alright, right, you're boasting about thunder, and don't think that just because you're a silver dragon, even the elder brother, the golden dragon's genes, might not change the intelligence of a white dragon. If it weren't for me being an outer realm demon, it seems a dragon from Dragon Island has come to find me. Jonaviri was taken aback, her gaze slightly cold. You contacted them. She wasn't surprised by the special communication methods among metallic dragons, she just didn't expect it to take so long. Sasha shook her head, which took Jonaviri by surprise. No, they came to find me because I hadn't returned for too long. Well, then why didn't you contact them earlier? Sasha fell silent, and Jonaviri did not urge her. After a moment, a soft sigh was heard. At first I wanted to contact them, but I really wanted to prove myself, so I hesitated for a long time. It wasn't until later that Gliss came to chat with me every day, and I discovered that this city of magical creatures seemed to differ from the teachings of the older generation. Only then did I realize that there is no absolute justice nor absolute evil. Even the most ruthless of the 5-colored dragons has a good side. So I began to observe. Although my actions were limited, I still achieved the expected results. Hearing Sasha's words, Jonaviri looked at her a few more times. Not bad, you have your own thoughts and are not bound by stereotypes. Thank you. The one sent from Dragon Island is Uncle Polite. He is a mature dragon, and I will persuade him not to punish you all. The dragons from Dragon Island had always relied on the metallic dragon's inherited memories to connect with Sasha. Although Sasha had always spoken very well, they still sent out Polite out of concern. Even though Sasha firmly refused, Polite ignored it. Well, then I should thank you. No need. Alright, let's stop the exchange here. I'm a bit hungry. As she spoke, Jonaviri stood up and glanced at Gliss, who wanted to speak, but was too timid to interrupt. Just in time for certain fellows to be getting impatient. Sasha smiled slightly. Alright. Jonaviri asked, shall we go together? Sasha was taken aback, not expecting Jonaviri to invite her along, but after realizing it, she lightly nodded. I would love to join you, but that red dragon won't allow me to wander around. Hey, it's not a big deal, and the boss, just listen to me. Okay then. With that, Jonaviri contacted Medusa through Bloodline to have her bring food to the Sam River. After finishing these, Jonaviri extended her hand. Let's go together. Sasha hesitated for a moment before taking Jonaviri's hand. Thus, Jonaviri held Sasha's hand and walked towards the Sam River. Gliss, seeing them holding hands, stomped his feet in frustration, looking like he was gritting his teeth. Damn, older sister, I haven't held hands with anyone yet. Sigh, I wish I were a female dragon too. I would have held Miss Sasha's hand long ago. Although dissatisfied, Gliss still followed them. Older sister, wait for me. Ooh, I want to eat too. When they arrived by the Sam River, many female magical creatures with pleasing appearances were already standing there, all of whom were dressed in maid outfits. Leah and Gleno were among them, but they had actively retracted their dragon lineage and still appeared as fox-eared girls. Now they appeared remarkably young, showing no signs of aging, all thanks to the dragon blood of Chao Nawe Li. From a distance, upon spotting Chao Nawe Li's arrival, the maids carrying roasted and raw meats bowed in unison. We greet the great master Chao Nawe Li. Hearing their voices, Chao Nawe Li delightfully narrowed her eyes. Ah, this is the wonderful life in another world. With this thought, Chao Nawe Li couldn't help but smile foolishly, her tongue lolling out as the tuft of hair on her head swayed happily. Seiza looked on with curiosity, while Gliss noticed his elder sister acting silly and quickly elbowed her. What, sister? Your demeanor, Gliss whispered, and Chao Nawe Li finally reacted, lightly coughing to ease the awkwardness. Cough, cough, as if I didn't know that without you saying it. So meddlesome. 6 wrong, my family. Playing around is one thing, but meals must still be enjoyed. Xiao Nawei transformed into her true form, a stunningly streamlined body of 120 meters that left Seiza dumbfounded. The next moment Gliss also revealed his more normal dragon form, now reaching 68 meters. Seeing everyone revealing their true forms, Seiza also transformed. In the blink of an eye, an elegant tall silver female dragon over 80 meters long quietly lay beside Xiao Nawei. Xiao Nawei simply opened her dragon maw, and the maids quietly fed her food. Adding to the fun, there were piles of wine barrels stacked like small mountains around. These wines were specially brewed for Xiao Nawei and the two other dragons, having been sealed away for decades. Xiao Nawei gently pinched a wine barrel over a meter tall with her fingers, slightly parting her dragon maw, and tossed it into her mouth like a snack. It was somewhat akin to a chocolate with a liquor center, only the chocolate was replaced with a wooden barrel. Although the quantity was pitifully small for her, the taste was quite delightful. Thanks to this, Xiao Nawei delightedly squinted her dragon eyes. Meanwhile, Gliss lay on the ground without a care, devouring food, as if he feared someone would snatch it away. He wanted to put on a show, but he could already imagine that if he really tried to eat elegantly, his elder sister would surely mock him. Hey, by the way, what is your name? Seiza was not the type to easily accept indulgence, so she picked up food herself and slowly brought it to her dragon maw. Hearing Xiao Nawei's words, Seiza's claws paused in midair. Seiza, just call me Seiza. Oh, Seiza, is it? That's a nice name. As for me, just call me Xiao Nawei. Seiza smiled slightly. I know you, as Gliss often mentions you in Friel in front of me. Oh, really? Xiao Nawei glanced at Gliss, who froze for a moment, then lifted his dragon head to meet her gaze, sheepishly smiling, before quickly averting his eyes to focus on eating. That brat is talking bad about me, isn't he? Haha, there are good aspects too. Xiao Nawei's tail swished over, pressing down on Gliss' head, petting him as if he were a small kitten. Gliss was like a cat on a hot tin roof, his movements stiff as he feared Xiao Nawei would suddenly lash out at him. My younger brother is great in every way, but his only flaw is being a bit foolish and silly. Gliss twitched his mouth, thinking, why is it always the same when you call out the second brother? You, the white fool, are also criticizing me. Seemingly sensing Gliss' inner complaints, Xiao Nawei's white tail tapped Gliss' dragon head, causing him to instantly settle down and focus entirely on eating. Seiza gently shook her head, her tone cold, yet revealing a hint of warmth. Though a bit foolish, it's not too bad, right? Not only Xiao Nawei, but even Gliss was stunned. You must understand, for a metal dragon, criticizing a five-colored dragon is all about how bad they are. Hearing Seiza's evaluation that Gliss is not too bad was surprising. Gliss' heart bloomed with joy, eating with greater enthusiasm, while Xiao Nawei looked at Seiza, then at Gliss, her eyes revealing gossip and a hint of expectation. These two have an unusual relationship. In contrast, Seiza felt shy after realizing what she just said, hurriedly lowering her dragon head to eat quietly to ease the awkwardness. Haha, you are right, this silly boy actually has good sides too. Xiao Nawei's words piqued Seiza's interest, and she secretly glanced at Gliss just in time to meet his guilty gaze. The two dragons quickly averted their gazes, while Seiza slightly bashfully looked at Xiao Nawei. What do you mean by that? Xiao Nawei sat up, stroking her chin with her right claw, sparks flying as she pretended to think. Like the indestructible Big Black, but, and his terrible card skills, when he can't win he resorts to dirty tricks. Sister, now Gliss could no longer eat peacefully. After all, which dragon could remain calm when their dark history is brought up? Why shout when eating? Are you afraid of choking to death? Xiao Nawei's tail smacked Gliss' head, pushing him down. Gliss wore a gloomy expression, looking angrily at Xiao Nawei, but upon meeting her imposing vertical slit pupils, he transformed his frustration into appetite, digging in heartily. Seeing the sibling duo, Seiza extended her dragon tail, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Ha! Thus Xiao Nawei and Seiza chatted casually while eating, and Gliss occasionally exploded in anger, only to shrink back like a quail. The overall atmosphere was quite joyful. Come on, Seiza, down this barrel of wine. No. I can't drink anymore, my head is spinning. Seiza shook her dragon head, her gaze a bit unfocused. Xiao Nawei paid no mind, placing a claw on her shoulder, a move that made the slightly tipsy Gliss grit his teeth. Sister, what are you doing? Oh, you thunderous one. Seeing Gliss about to pull her away, Xiao Nawei pushed him away. Then she cheerfully said to Seiza, come, drink. We're all mates. What are we being shy about? I haven't been shy. I really can't drink anymore. What do you mean you can't drink anymore? Don't you recognize me as your cellmate? Seiza wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the drunken Xiao Nawei pouring wine into her. How's that? Pleasant, right? Seiza felt her head spin even more, waving her claws. No, I won't drink anymore. Stop dawdling, come eat a piece of frozen meat, it's delicious. Xiao Nawei picked up a piece of raw meat with her claw, and with a small icy breath it instantly turned into an ice sculpture, which she fed to Seiza. Seiza shivered directly. Jonaviri downed several more bottles of wine and devoured several chunks of meat before urging Seiza to drink again. The two dragons jostled each other playfully while Gris, dazed and groggy, tried to speak, only to be kicked flat by Jonaviri and instantly knocked unconscious, his snores gradually swelling into the air. Seeing this, Jonaviri chuckled and clapped Seiza heartily on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, Gris is just so pathetic. Burp, drops dead asleep the moment he hits the floor. Huh, Seiza mumbled incoherently beside her, barely aware of her own words. Haha, he's so pathetic, hee hee. Absolutely useless. This bro, I disown him. From today onward. You're my third sister. Third sister. Both dragons were utterly intoxicated, speaking nonsense without restraint. Go on. Third sister, call me first sister once. First sister. Seiza turned toward Jonaviri and saw not one but countless overlapping images of her. First sister, so many. So many first sisters. 1, 2, 3, 4. At that moment a sharp leathery whoosh cut through the air. Plop, whoosh boom. A muffled thud echoed behind them. Jonaviri turned her head slightly, and there stood Frel, her expression stern and unyielding. Frel's crimson eyes narrowed into razor-thin slits fixed intently upon the swaying Seiza, and upon Jonaviri's claw resting possessively upon her shoulder. Frel's here. So many Frels. Jonaviri shook her head, trying desperately to clear the haze. Oh, whatever. Never mind that. Come, quickly meet my third sister. As Jonaviri slurred her words, Frel seized her shoulder with one claw, steadying her before she could topple over. Jonaviri, you're drunk. Third sister. Ignoring all reason, Jonaviri clung stubbornly to the notion, demanding Frel acknowledge Seiza. Frel sighed inwardly, yet the tenderness and indulgence shimmering within her fiery dragon eyes went unnoticed even by herself. Fine. She's your third sister. Whatever you say. Hee-hee-hee-ya. Jonaviri burst into genuine laughter, her white dragon muzzle stretching wide. A sight grotesque to outsiders, yet utterly endearing to dragons. Frel's chest tightened, her draconic heart surged with sudden rapid beats. Thump thump. Mated pair, you're doomed. You've fallen in love. Unconsciously her thick scarlet tail coiled around Jonaviri's slender ivory one. Jonaviri instinctively squirmed. What are you? Don't move. At Frel's quiet command she stilled, though not entirely compliant. Her white snout drifted closer to Frel's face, her gaze hazy and dreamlike. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, her jaws parted. Just as Frel wondered what mischief was brewing, a broad rosy tongue swept across her cheek. Frel froze, entirely motionless, feeling the cool slickness of dragon saliva on her scales, her whole body prickling with unfamiliar sensation. Then a hesitant, stuttering voice broke the silence. You really shouldn't be so arrogant. I didn't even want to fight you in the first place. Hee-hee-hee-ya. Jonaviri's dazed, adorable expression softened Frel's heart completely, yet she still feigned resistance. Oomph. Where am I arrogant? It's simply, look, you're doing it again. Before Jonaviri could finish, she slumped against Frel's side, drunk into oblivion. Frel's voice died mid-sentence. Gazing at the now docile Jonaviri, her crimson muzzle curved upward, unbidden tender, and even the glistening saliva on her cheek no longer seemed unpleasant. Sigh. Fine. I'll indulge you for once. Slowly, gently, Frel lowered her massive frame and cradled Jonaviri into her embrace, letting her rest securely against her warm, scaled chest. Nearby, Seiza collapsed with a soft thud. Frel glanced at the surrounding maids and murmured, dismissed. Yes, Lady Frel. Silence settled once more, broken only by the gentle hum of summer insects beneath the starlit night and Gree's faint rhythmic snoring. Frel gazed down at the beautiful dragon nestled in her arms, her expression soft serene, before lifting her eyes almost unconsciously to the endless expanse of stars above. For the first time she found herself wishing, just to remain like this forever. If she possessed dominion over time itself, she would freeze this single perfect moment eternally. The night passed in quiet repose. 5 days later, Jonaviri had slept for 5 full days, and Frel had remained beside her silent and unwavering for all 5. Her pale eyelids fluttered open, blurred shapes swam into view. Blinking slowly, the world sharpened into focus. Where is this? Her memory was fractured, her skull throbbing with dull, heavy pain. The last thing she recalled was Frel arriving. Sensing movement beside her, Frel's voice drifted softly. Awake. Yes. Jonaviri replied reflexively, then instantly stiffened, snapping her head up to meet Frel's blazing crimson gaze. Frel, what are you doing here? She scrambled upright, only for Frel to feel fleetingly an unexpected hollowness where warmth had been, before swiftly masking it. A teasing, lightly mocking tone followed. Ha, that dear white dragon is entirely your doing. Frel arched one brow. Jonaviri's expression froze, caught off guard. Frel rose to her full height. Had you not been so shamelessly persistent, I might have left long ago. Jonaviri flushed crimson, but quickly rallied her defenses. TCH, so you chose to stay yet blame me. Unless. Her eyes narrowed, her white snout suddenly darted forward, closing the distance between them. The sudden motion made Frel instinctively recoil, drawing her neck back. A playful lilt danced in her voice. Could it be that a certain arrogant dragon has lost her footing, completely enchanted by me? Hey. For a fleeting second Frel faltered, then swiftly rolled her eyes and pushed Jonaviri's snout aside, feigning nonchalance. How utterly vile. In truth, you're far more vain. Ugh, so loud. Can't you keep it down? Don't you see the great Gree is still resting? At those words, both dragons turned, glaring daggers at the still unconscious Gree. His smug, sleeping expression and that insufferably grating remark ignited a single unified impulse. Their claws itched, and they acted without hesitation, launching a synchronized assault. Yo! Oh, big sister. Second sister, what are you doing? Are you insane? Why'd you hit me for nothing? No. I'm sorry. I really am. Amidst the clamor, a low, drowsy murmur rose from nearby. Errol, let me sleep just a little longer. Seeing the look on Saisha's face, Furiel's eyes shifted towards Jonaviri. Do you remember what you said 5 days ago? Jonaviri was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Of course I remember, Furiel replied with a knowing expression, seemingly unconcerned about Jonaviri's lie, and continued speaking to herself. You said that Saisha would be our third sister from now on. Jonaviri sighed in relief. Oh, at least it was this matter. Of course I know, so what? Seeing that Jonaviri was still being stubborn, Furiel clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Are you serious? Jonaviri fell silent, understanding the relationship between the five-colored dragon and the metal dragon. She was also quite aware of Furiel's hostility towards Saisha. However, Jonaviri felt that Saisha was not bad, and the conversations they had over drinks had made her more fond of Saisha, especially with Gliss. Jonaviri glanced at Gliss and noticed he looked somewhat expectant, the white dragon's lips curling slightly. Of course, why not? Upon hearing Jonaviri's response, Furiel frowned. She was about to refuse, but thinking of Jonaviri's personality, she felt that refusing would be futile. Do as you wish, but I want to point out that our third brother is still alive. As she spoke, Furiel looked at Gliss. Isn't it inappropriate to establish this third identity? Gliss thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, sister, I'm still alive. If she's the third sister, then what am I? Jonaviri casually said, then Saisha will be the little sister from now on. A sturdy middle-aged man stood outside a tavern gazing at the sign above, murmuring softly. This should be the place. After speaking, he stepped inside. As soon as he entered the tavern, the noisy atmosphere made him feel quite uncomfortable. But he did not leave. Instead, he keenly captured the drunken ramblings of the patrons inside the tavern. Hey, did you know? Mrs. Angley is quite charming. How could you? Big brother, are you sure that is truly an ancient ruin? Could the news be mistaken? Oh, that can't be. Oh, does your big brother ever make mistakes? I tell you, after we pull off this job, I won't be an adventurer anymore. What about you? A flood of various ridiculous information poured into the silver-haired man's ears, twisting his expression in disgust. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the conversation of two old men caught his attention. Hey, did you know? Fry is dead. One elder with a bushy white beard said, raising his cup and downing it in one gulp. Dead. Time really flies. Considering he had been an adventurer for so many years, such an end is to be expected. The sharp-chinned old man fell silent for a moment, sighing. You're right, but it's a pity that in his later years he was constantly running to the Yasup continent, suffering greatly, which led to his passing at just over 70. Speaking of the Yasup continent, do you remember that silver-haired young lady? The sharp-chinned man recalled and nodded. Of course I remember. Such a young and beautiful lady is hard to forget. But it's been over 20 years, she hasn't returned. Perhaps she's dead. What a pity. Just as the two elders were lamenting, a shadow loomed over them. They looked up to find a mature-looking silver-haired man standing in front of them. The two old men exchanged glances, silently inquiring about each other, but before they could reach a conclusion, a slightly hoarse voice spoke up. I apologize for interrupting your pleasant conversation. I would like to know about the silver-haired girl you mentioned. Hearing this, the two elders sized up the silver-haired man, and the bearded elder was the first to inquire. May I ask who you are? I am her uncle Polite. As days gradually settled into calmness, Jonaviri began to have Medusa report on the developments in White Crystal City over the years. Initially, everything proceeded according to her arrangements. Mining was done, farming was done, and expansion was carried out. Now the entire sleeping forest lies within the influence of White Crystal City, with all intelligent magical beasts and creatures within the sleeping forest surrendering. The area surrounding the Sam River in the Buzu Plain is also under the influence of White Crystal City, roughly accounting for 1/5 of the total Buzu Plain. However, a change occurred during mining. 20 years ago, Erlungzi led the White Phosphorus Goblins to mine iron ore when they uncovered an ancient ruin. Based on some information found within, it was speculated that it had existed at least 10,000 years ago. But this was not the most important part. The more significant aspect was some ancient texts inside recorded vast knowledge of alchemy, forging, enchantment, runes, and magical patterns, making it exceptionally extensive. Logically, they shouldn't be able to understand these ancient texts, but strangely, Erlungzi was able to read them, often mumbling about being a great goblin. Furthermore, he claimed that the lofty gods were merely a bunch of timid mice who secretly cursed their goblin race, causing them to devolve into inferior goblins. So the alchemical creations within the city were all made by Erlungzi alone. Not entirely great master, as some white-scaled goblins and intelligent goblins also participated. Medusa replied truthfully. At first I was reluctant to believe it, but the fact is that Erlungzi led those white-scaled goblins to create various marvelous alchemical creations. She was also puzzled as to why the most inferior goblins suddenly became exceedingly intelligent upon seeing those texts. However, not all goblins were like this. Only a small number of goblins and white phosphorus goblins underwent such changes. Jonaviri nodded thoughtfully, having suspected this long before. She hadn't expected that there would now be evidence to validate her viewpoint. Goblins are the result of the degeneration of goblins from 10,000 years ago, and the reason for their degeneration is the curse of the gods. As for why they were cursed, this inevitably brings us back to ancient times, the primeval, and even the creation period. The records in the inheritance state that at the dawn of creation, the first batch of beings was born. Their appearance remains unexplained to this day, and people refer to them as mythical creatures. This includes powerful magical beings such as dragons, unicorns, and titans. The entire world was ruled by these beings, with dragons and titans being the most formidable. At that time, dragons ruled the skies and parts of the land, while titans governed the earth. Both were top-tier mythical beings, neither willing to submit to the other, frequently clashing. This period is known as the era of titans and dragons, also the age of war. It was the thousands of years of conflict that significantly weakened their combat prowess, allowing other newly emerging races to take advantage. However, the native species alone could not shake the status of both sides, even though they were already at the end of their strength. The fatal blow came from the powerful foreign race, the demons. These creatures, known as demons, claim to hail from the so-called abyss. They possess formidable physical strength, are numerous, fearless in battle, and launch ferocious assaults. They caught the entire world off guard. This period was also referred to as the Darkest Age, the Age of Demons. Fortunately, all races recognized the crisis and united to resist, ultimately overcoming this threat. However, all races suffered significant losses. The dragons were reduced to only a few, and the titans vanished without a trace. These two powerful dominant races ultimately fell from grace. Yet seemingly all hope was not lost. Although the titans disappeared, they left behind a spark known as the giants. As all races had already suffered considerable damage, one race seized the opportunity. With their strong vitality and rapid reproduction, they became the new rulers. These were the trolls. The era ruled by trolls became known as the Age of Trolls, but due to their relatively low intelligence, they soon fell into decline. Next in line were the goblins. They possessed high intelligence, but their strength was not particularly notable. In an era surrounded by enemies, they took an unconventional path and developed a new system, the alchemical system. They combined alchemical techniques with forging techniques to create powerful alchemical products such as alchemical puppets, mechanical armors, and alchemical suits. However, after gaining strength, they began to look down on others. Notably, many internal conflicts arose, with the most representative being the struggle for royal power. This led to internal strife, sowing the seeds of their eventual downfall. Although they claimed to coexist peacefully with other races, their actions were still oppressive. This behavior angered many powerful races, among which the most notable and hot-tempered were the giants, descendants of the titans. The giants led various races in resisting the oppression of the goblins, but the harsh reality struck. They failed and ended in tragic defeat, ultimately being driven to the fringes of the world. For instance, the vast ice plains, the northern ice field, and the continent of Yart. However, their efforts were not in vain. They inflicted severe damage on the goblins, providing opportunities for other powerful races. While the Goblin Empire had not yet recovered from the battle with the giants, they were ambushed by the elves, humans, and other humanoid races. Caught off guard, the goblins suffered a crushing defeat, marking the end of the Age of Goblins. The elves, being the strongest at the time and having played a significant role in toppling the goblins, took over, ushering in the Age of Elves. The elves cherished all things beautiful, and the powerful races of that time were also quite appealing and favored peace. This era was dubbed the most beautiful or the most peaceful and tranquil age. However, contrary to expectations, the elves, being proud and arrogant, found themselves facing disdain from many races after a few millennia. Moreover, the peaceful era allowed several races to develop their strengths, causing undercurrents to surge once again. Ultimately, the ambition that consumed the rationality of various races emerged, most notably among the humans. Warfare once again spread across the continents, and the prolonged conflict left the world in despair. Amidst the cries of the suffering populace, a powerful being emerged. This being referred to itself as God, in existence above all living beings. It established a faith-based divine system and ended the war with thunderous might. At that moment, the goblins, who had remained dormant for thousands of years, returned with a vengeance. This time they were more united and powerful, showcasing various formidable mechanical alchemical creations to all races on the continent. That shining god was ultimately defeated by these powerful alchemical creations. The one who ended it was a formidable alchemical construct known as the Mimic God Weapon. This construct was numerous and possessed incredible combat strength. Even though it was a divine being, it was dragged down to its demise. However, the fall of this weak god of light ignited the fury of its believers. Additionally, a remarkably gifted being, inspired by the remnants of the divine light, condensed its own divine essence and embarked on the path to becoming a god. The gods thus divided into two factions. One aimed to gather the faith of all beings, hoping and achieving the emotions of hope, and the other relied on their extraordinary talents to attain divinity. Ultimately, a one-sided massacre ensued, severely crippling the goblin race, nearly leading to their extinction. The gods deemed this punishment insufficient, thus they descended curses, stripping them of their most prized knowledge and wisdom, reducing them to a substandard race devoid of reason, goblins. They were made to endure the suffering of ignorance, immersed in primitive acts of reproduction day and night. With this, the age of divine authority commenced, as various beings, guided by their predecessors, condensed their divine essences, ignited divine flames, and embarked on the path to divinity. However, the material plane could not accommodate these powerful beings. For the sake of self-preservation and the sake of all beings, the gods established divine realms separating from the world and gathered all divine realms together, referred to as the divine realm. The gods departed from the world, yet left behind their followers, maintaining a connection that was not severed. After the age of divine authority ended, the current age of humanity began. These are the records from the inherited memories, their completeness surpassing any ancient documents left behind. This reminded Jonaviri of something: the poison abyss dragon king, Nidhogg, the lord of the north wind, Bahamut, and the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat. These three powerful dragons seem to have existed since the Genesis, while the other original dragons have nearly perished. Speaking of which, Nidhogg hasn't appeared for several thousand years, has he? Could he have died of old age? Jonaviri mused aloud, causing the reporting Medusa to pause. Master. Jonaviri pulled her thoughts back, only then recalling the maid beside her. It's nothing, go summon the second one. Yes, my great master. Medusa twisted her serpentine waist and quickly departed. Master, ah, a sweet voice echoed, and Jonaviri felt her heart melt upon hearing it opening her mouth. As she moved, a peeled, glistening grape was placed into her mouth. Jonaviri squinted her eyes in satisfaction and casually petted the fluffy white tail of Leah. Leah's charming face flushed slightly, but she said nothing more and began to peel another grape. Master, please drink some water. On the other side, Glina brought juice to Jonaviri. Yoshi, this is what a wonderful otherworldly life is all about, kekekek. Saying this, Jonaviri embraced both fox-eared girls, alternating between stroking their ears and rubbing their tails, thoroughly enjoying herself. Can the little author request a 5-star review from all the esteemed readers here? QWQ. Bang. Master, I'm here. Piaozi pushed the door open and immediately saw the three playing on the bed. The air fell into a deathly silence as both sides stared at each other in shock. Should I come back later? Master, I brought Piaozi. At this moment, Medusa also arrived, and upon seeing the scene inside, her face instantly flushed with crimson, quickly turning away. The two fox-eared girls screamed and hurriedly hid behind the white dragon girl, peeking out with their little heads. Jonaviri wore a dark expression, her lips twitching. Although they weren't doing anything particularly inappropriate, being caught like this was still. Jonaviri stood up, got off the bed, and walked up to Piaozi, looking down at him. Gulps. Piaozi swallowed hard, always sensing a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next second, boom, a pale fist shot straight towards his face, about to hit him in 0.01 seconds. Piaozi really wanted to say if given another chance he would definitely knock on the door. He was sent flying by Jonaviri's punch, smashing through the walls along the way. The remaining few were dumbfounded. Jonaviri clenched her fist and casually blew out a breath. Huff, go check if he's dead. If not, heal him if he is. Then bury him in a latrine. Yes. Master. Medusa bowed and hurriedly left. Jonaviri turned around, the coldness on her face fleeting, replaced by a warm smile. Shall we continue? The two demi-human maids nodded shyly. After all, playing the tail-touching game with Jonaviri felt quite pleasant to them. Just as Jonaviri reached the edge of the bed, her expression suddenly stiffened. She turned to the side, looking into the space next to her, her tone tinged with slight irritation. I say, could you both be a bit more polite? Is it a tradition to enter someone else's room without knocking? The two fox-eared girls exchanged glances, seemingly wondering if their master was talking to the air. Just as Jonaviri finished speaking, the temperature in the room rose a few degrees and a spatial door opened. Then a red-haired girl stepped out, her gaze immediately locking onto the two fox-eared girls on the bed, her eyes seeming ready to tear them apart. Leah and Jelena trembled under her gaze, instinctively shivering and holding each other tighter. At that moment, Jonaviri stepped to the side, blocking Fulier's line of sight. Once the terrifying gaze disappeared, the two fox-eared girls breathed a heavy sigh of relief. What's going on? What's with the anger upon arrival? This is my home. Could you show some courtesy? Fulier bit her lip tightly, quickly walking up to Jonaviri. Meeting her puzzled gaze, she grabbed her hand and prepared to pull her out of the room. Jonaviri was left bewildered and quickly broke free. What are you doing? If you have something to say, say it. Why are you dragging me? Can't we talk here? Fulier shot Jonaviri a glare. Come with me. Where to? Fulier hesitated, but upon seeing the two fox-eared girls on the bed, especially their unnatural blush, she clenched her fists. I don't know, but definitely not here. Saying this, she roughly picked up Jonaviri and used spatial flicker. The empty room was left with the two fox-eared maids. When Jonaviri regained her senses, she found herself in the planting area across the Sam River. Noticing the awkward position, she quickly broke free. Feeling Jonaviri leave her embrace, Fulier felt a pang of emptiness. What's gotten into you today? Why bring me here? Is something wrong? Jonaviri asked in quick succession, representing her agitation. Fulier snapped back to reality and shook her head. Seeing this, Jonaviri was utterly speechless. This is so absurd. Saying this, she walked away. Fulier watched her departing figure with mixed feelings. Looking down at her own hands, her expression was complex. She didn't even know what was wrong with her, but just seeing Jonaviri getting close to other beings made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Making such irrational decisions puzzled her as well. However, this was quite in line with the Red Dragon's character, as they often acted on impulse. As the days passed, Fulier repeatedly interrupted Jonaviri's good fortunes, and she gradually felt that something was off, especially since Fulier's possessiveness towards her was a bit excessive. To this, she felt helpless, and after all, she couldn't just expel her. A silver dragon gazed at the distant coastline, narrowing his dragon eyes. It seems we're approaching your subcontinent. With a powerful flap of his broad wings, even though he was still some distance from the sea surface, it stirred up waves of tsunami. Polite felt a complex mix of emotions upon stepping onto this continent again, feeling shame and regret for his actions in his youth. When he first came to your subcontinent as a young adult, he coincidentally hit the breeding season. As a metal dragon, especially a cultured one, Polite told himself to endure, he had experienced such things before. So when he prepared to seek a secluded place to wait out the breeding season, he encountered a white dragon, an adult female white dragon. That was one thing, encountering was one thing, but not disturbing each other was also fine. However, the bizarre part was that the white dragon was also in the breeding season. Originally, the white dragon was silly, and in her confused state during the breeding season, she mistook Polite for another white dragon and came flying at him. At that time, Polite had just recently matured and was no match for the white dragon who was nearing her prime. Thus, the scene he dreaded most unfolded. He lost his purity and was the one being dominated. After several months of this painful, yet pleasurable situation, it finally came to an end. Fortunately, metal dragons have a strong sense of responsibility. Although it was not his desire, and despite the other being a chromatic dragon, his opposite Polite still planned to take her back to Dragon Island to start a family. However, an unexpected yet plausible event occurred. The white dragon ran away, and who knows what was going through her mind. Even so, Polite gritted his teeth and searched everywhere, even causing unnecessary misunderstandings with the Demon King Serranos, who thought he was sent from Metal Dragon Island to eliminate him. Later, he also had conflicts with the orcs of the Wit Kingdom. In the end, Polite reached the northern ice plains still without finding her. He searched for over 40 years, ultimately returning empty-handed. This incident left him with trauma, thinking it was due to his lack of charm. Note that silver dragons are among the most beautiful in the dragon race, which made it hard for Polite to accept that he believed his lack of attractiveness was the cause of the consequences. Thus, Polite fell into self-doubt, and in his sorrow, he returned to Dragon Island, unwilling to leave a state that persisted until his middle age. It was not until his niece Seiza slipped out of Dragon Island and had not returned for decades that he finally ventured out again. So I hope it goes smoothly, and I certainly do not want to run into her. To be honest, Polite was not mentally prepared to see her again. As he thought about these chaotic matters, Polite's dragon wings trembled, and his speed suddenly increased. In just a few seconds, the coastline that he had just glimpsed was now within reach. Before his eyes lay a broad path. It seems this is the place the two adventurers mentioned. Without pausing, Polite flew towards the direction the path extended. He needed to know immediately if his niece was safe. Death was impossible. If she had died, all the silver dragons on Dragon Island would sense the bloodline resonance, perceiving the deathly fluctuation deep within that bloodline. Even semi-divine beings could not prevent such occurrences. Just as Polite was contemplating this, he began to emanate sensing energy. His mental force swept across rapidly, bringing everything within 100 kilometers into his mind, from tiny insects to the gentle breeze. Nothing was missed. But what caught his attention even more was the monster city several dozen kilometers away. Within that city, he sensed a familiar aura, and it was two of them. In just a few seconds, Polite had already flown over the White Crystal City. A commanding voice spread throughout the massive city. "Lord of White Crystal City, come out and meet me." All the monsters looked up at the sky in unison, but upon seeing the wingspan of nearly 1,000 meters, it was enough to block out the sun. Coupled with a body over 600 meters long, it created a tremendous visual impact. What is this? Who is he? A silver dragon? Is he here to sweep us away? The monsters were all terrified. After all, there were numerous instances of metallic dragons solving evil forces in the name of justice. Though they had not done many good deeds, they could hardly be considered the good side. Polite's arrival naturally drew the attention of Jonaviri and the other dragons. Fortunately, they had anticipated this and did not panic too much. Only Friel realized at this moment, combining the words of the brass dragon and the silver dragon, that Gliss had been with, that the silver dragon was Seiza. However, given the circumstances, they could only brace themselves. After all, they were not arrogant enough to think they could defeat a middle-aged silver dragon. But encountering an opponent several times stronger than oneself for the first time still excited Friel. The powerful red dragon body appeared not far from Polite, showcasing her massive frame of 115 meters. The red dragon's head lifted slightly, her fighting spirit unmistakable. Soon after, there appeared a silver-white dragon of a different breed, her size even more exaggerated, reaching 120 meters. But the most important thing that made Polite's dragon eyes widen was that he sensed bloodline resonance from Jonaviri. Though extremely faint, it was indeed present. Before he could say anything, a black dragon appeared with a silver dragon, instantly capturing Polite's full attention. As their eyes met, Seiza spoke, first performing a Metal Dragon clan greeting. "Uncle Polite, long time no see." Polite nodded his dragon head and stated his purpose directly. "Indeed, it has been several decades since we last met. Come back to Dragon Island with me. Your father and mother miss you very much." Seiza instinctively wanted to agree, but turned her dragon head to look at Gliss, her eyes revealing hesitation. Polite observed all of this, stunned, and then turned to examine Gliss beside her. With a rather slender dragon body and protruding dragon horns resembling a skeletal dragon head that had not eaten for 100 years. Yes, definitely, an ugly black dragon. Seeing this dragon sizing him up, Gliss felt nervous, but raised his dragon head, accepting the scrutiny, looking like a beloved star adored by many. "What? Are you reluctant?" Polite asked again. Hey, old dang, it's obvious that Seiza doesn't want to go back. Why are you forcing her?" Gliss said, feeling extremely bold for daring to speak back to a middle-aged silver dragon, and subconsciously raised his claws to scratch his own bottom. Polite watched this scene, his mouth twitching. It felt as if his prized cabbage was being uprooted by a pig. Gliss in this state was no different from a parent going out to find their daughter only to discover she was with a bunch of pathetic young men, especially with the weakest one. The parent wanted to take her home, but the most useless young man was yelling at him in that kind of situation. Polite was shaking with anger, but being well-mannered since childhood, he could not utter any curse words. You? Say that again, and I will break your wings. Gliss was startled, his body tensing, but the next second he thought of something and showed an indifferent expression. Go ahead. You dare to kill me. As long as you don't kill me, but just beat me, I will spread the word about how you bully dragons across the world. Crack. Polite tightened his claws, the bones of his dragon body, making a cracking sound. Just as Gliss was ready to act arrogant again, Polite sneered. Well, that depends on whether you are good or bad. Gliss's heart tightened, sensing something ominous. The next second, Polite took out a magical item made from a fragment of a golden dragon's horn from his spatial tool. It was a circular mirror, and under the curious gaze of several dragons, Polite lightly hooked with his dragon claw, causing a white magical array to light up on Gliss. But that was not all. A miniature magical array identical to the one on the mirror appeared above it, with dragon language slowly emerging. Species: black dragon. Gender: male. Has killed over 100 humans, cruel and bloodthirsty. This time Polite's gaze turned cold as he looked at Gliss. Do you have anything to say? Before Gliss could explain, Polite struck out, instantly condensing over 100 ice element magical arrays, ready to teach him a lesson on the spot. At this critical moment, Seiza shouted. Uncle, no. Seiza hurriedly blocked in front of Gliss, and Polite quickly withdrew his attack. Seiza, what are you doing? He is a black dragon. A black dragon that kills without mercy. Now look at what you are doing. You are protecting a murderer. I am truly disappointed in you. I am not uncle there. There must be a misunderstanding. Enough, I think you need to return to Dragon Island for re-education. Hee. Just as Polite was reprimanding Seiza, a cold laugh echoed through the air. Only then did Polite turn to the two dragons who had been marginalized, his brows slightly furrowing. It seems that the recent generations of dragons from Dragon Island are not up to par, making hasty conclusions without understanding the facts. What do you mean? What right does a 5-color dragon have to lecture us, the metal dragons? You lack the qualifications in terms of both race and experience. Jonaviri tightened her claws. You metal dragons are still so hated by dragons, a bunch of hypocritical fellows. It was itching. Polite felt a genuine itch in his claws. Instinctively, he wanted to discern Jonaviri's past before deciding whether to strike. At that moment, Jonaviri raised her claw. No need to bother. I am just a deeply sinful, evil dragon. Seeing Jonaviri like this, Polite was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to see the figure of an old acquaintance in her, causing a tightening sensation beneath his hidden scales. You? Who exactly are you? He didn't know why he asked, but the question slipped out. I am the white dragon Jonaviri. As you can see, I am an aberrant dragon. At this, Jonaviri held her head high, feeling a sense of pride in herself, an action that was entirely instinctive. If the opponent were any adult 5-colored dragon, Joanna and her companions would never behave this way. After all, 5-colored dragons do not care about anything. They strike directly if they wish to fight. However, now they faced metal dragons, specifically the kind that reason, which is why they dared to engage in these somewhat provocative actions and behaviors. However, Jonaviri regretted it now, because she had just proclaimed herself an evil dragon and then acted in such a manner. She already anticipated what awaited her. Aberrant dragon. Silver-white hybrid. Young stage. Unexpectedly, this silver dragon did not attack immediately, but fell into deep thought. The expression of the silver dragon opposite shifted abruptly, and the next second, he had appeared in front of Jonaviri, a claw pressing down on her white dragon head. Jonaviri's pupils widened suddenly. Not a buddy. You're going to kill me just like that. Are you kidding me? This scene took all the dragons by surprise, with Furiel reacting first and launching an attack immediately. Polite didn't even spare her a glance, casting a binding spell that trapped Furiel in place. On the other side, Gliss did the same. Uncle Polite. Don't. Seiza attempted to intervene, but was also bound. Just when Jonaviri thought Polite was about to crush her head, a wave of mental energy surged into her body. Moments later, Polite's body trembled violently. You are my child. Huh? What? 6. This statement left all the dragons bewildered. What was this, a large-scale family reunion? Old dang, who the hell are you cursing at? Jonaviri exploded with anger. Jokingly, she didn't even know him, and he was already trying to take advantage of her after just a few words. Who wouldn't be furious? Polite realized he had been too agitated, his words somewhat impolite. He cleared his throat and relaxed his claws. Jonaviri glared at him with a face full of anger. However, knowing that this aberrant dragon was his child, Polite's gaze towards her changed. It became complex, exceedingly complex. Unexpectedly, a one-night stand from hundreds of years ago had resulted in this. But what puzzled him was that the age didn't match. It takes a decade to nurture a dragon egg, and the egg hatches at the latest within 50 years. Adding the time taken to grow to the current youthful stage, it didn't even total 100 years. However, it had been several hundred years since he had that encounter with the white dragon. Nevertheless, there was indeed a bloodline connection between him and Jonaviri. The resonance of dragon bloodlines would not deceive him. What puzzled him further was that besides his own bloodline, there were two other forces within Jonaviri. One was extremely cold, carrying an inherent brutality that was the bloodline of the white dragon. The other force, he had no idea what it was, and it was even hard to say if it was a bloodline. He simply could not investigate it or figure it out, only knowing that it was ethereal and elusive, yet undeniably present due to its immense strength. What intrigued Polite was that Jonaviri's growth rate seemed somewhat abnormal, too rapid, and her size far exceeded that of dragons of the same age. Polite sighed, realizing that Jonaviri was his long-lost daughter. Her anger appeared to him like a mischievous little pufferfish, almost adorable. "My child, I truly did not deceive you. You are indeed the bloodline descendant of me, Polite. Go away, regardless of whether I am or not, I am still me." Jonaviri was unconcerned, and Polite spoke again. "I know it's hard for you to accept, but that is the truth." Jonaviri was amused. "How I say, old dang, even if I truly am your descendant, so what? Are you going to take me back to Dragon Island?" Upon hearing this, Polite fell silent, not refuting. Jonaviri's pupils constricted. "Not old dang, are you kidding? I am an aberrant dragon with 5-colored dragon bloodline. Sending me to Dragon Island would be like sending me to my death." Polite's eyes were resolute upon hearing this. "I will explain it to them. I believe that everyone on Dragon Island will accept you." "Not going, I absolutely refuse to go." Saying this, Jonaviri turned her dragon head aside. "That is not up to you." "Jonaviri, what in broad daylight do you dare to forcibly take a civilian woman?" "I have no other choice. You must go to Dragon Island to receive an education." "Jonaviri, why should I?" "Just because of that negligible bloodline in me." "Yes, but I must correct you. The bloodline of the Silver Dragon is very powerful." "You are indeed quite confident." Jonaviri smiled with her eyes, knowing from that dream that her father was definitely not simple, even not from this world. As for the Silver Dragon bloodline within her, it was highly likely one of the 2 drops of blood from back then. This is not confidence, it is a fact. All right, whatever you say goes." Jonaviri became somewhat impatient. "Quickly release my friends." Polite frowned slightly, but still released the binding magic. The 3 liberated dragons showed expressions of watching a spectacle. There was no helping it, this spectacle was quite grand, especially for Seisha. She did not expect her meticulous uncle Polite to have an illegitimate daughter. Moreover, she had just accepted his illegitimate daughter as a sworn sister, which was simply far too stimulating. "Old dang, no matter what, I will not go to Dragon Island. If you dare to force me, I will fight back." "Then fight, for I can catch you anyway." "You? This isn't the rating I like. I directly refuse." Dear readers, could you please bestow me with 5-star ratings? By the way, do you need me to create a QQ group? At that moment, Kainawela's mind flashed, and her tone shifted. "All right, you really want to take me back to Long Island, right?" "Yes, I am certain and absolutely sure." "Fine, Lao dang, you're impressive. They'll go ask my mother if she agrees or not." Upon hearing Kainawela's words, Bolite clearly froze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Are you trying to deceive me?" "How could that be? There's nothing impossible. I was driven out of the dragon nest by my mother. To be honest, she is currently sleeping in the Legal Mountain Range beside the Sleepy Forest. I can wake her whenever I want." Bolite instinctively looked towards the towering mountains in the distance, feeling uncertain. The memories of being ravaged by the white dragon still lingered vividly, sending chills down his spine. However, having lived for several hundred years, he wouldn't be easily fooled. It's quite a distance to the Legal Mountain Range. Even if she is there, what can you do? Kainawela gave a charming smile. "Do you think I would reveal that method to you and let you prepare in advance?" Bolite's doubts grew even stronger. Could it be that she really isn't lying to me? "Lao dang, you should know the nature of the 5-colored dragons. It's completely impossible to teach me a lesson. After all, I am already in the youthful stage, and my understanding has long been formed." Once these words were spoken, Bolite hesitated. Although he was already in his prime and could pin the white dragon to the ground, he still did not want to meet her. Moreover, he genuinely did not like the 5-colored dragons. In contrast, Kainawela was already captivated by her own cleverness, unable to help but stick out her tongue, imagining Bolite leaving in disgrace. He. Upon seeing Kainawela's silly expression, Bolite revealed a complicated look and was even less inclined to take her with him. After all, the foolishness of the white dragon was ingrained in their genes. If other dragons discovered that he had been taken advantage of by the weakest white dragon, he would lose face. Even if he could help Kainawela hide, the inherent foolishness of the white dragon could not be changed. He feared that. Thinking of this, Bolite trembled slightly, shook his dragon head, and looked at Kainawela again with a complicated expression. "All right, I respect your choice." Kainawela was taken aback, not expecting this silver dragon to be so agreeable, and readily agreed. "Lao dang, you're quite easy to talk to." Bolite paid no attention to Kainawela. After realizing his wild daughter's intentions, he didn't want to get too involved with those wicked dragons. Then he turned to Seiza beside him and said, "Seiza, let's go." "Uncle Bolite." Seiza hesitated. On one hand, after being away for decades, she truly missed everyone on Long Island. On the other hand, she felt reluctant to leave Kainawela and the others. After all, she experienced things here that she had never experienced on Long Island, doing many things she had never thought to do before. "What's wrong, Seiza? Don't you want to go back to Long Island?" Seiza turned to look at the 3 dragons, noticing Grice's reluctant expression while the other 2 were still observing. Seiza was caught in hesitation, and Bolite's urging came once more. "Seiza, you wouldn't want your father to know you're a bad child, would you?" "Uncle Bolite." Seiza, just leave. We will meet again eventually." Seiza was taken aback looking at the dragon who spoke, realizing it was Greasy. Even Bolite showed a look of surprise. This black dragon. Greasy could not bear to see Seiza in a dilemma. Although he was not a metallic dragon, he could sense emotions better than the 5-colored dragons and understood them more deeply. Greasy knew that if he had to choose between Kainawela and Seiza, he would be unable to decide. So rather than that, he would rather support Seiza. Greasy smiled confidently. "It's all right, Seiza. Who am I? I am the great Greasy. When the time is right, I will naturally come to find you. After speaking, Greasy raised his eyebrows, making a rather greasy gesture. Rarely Kainawali did not mock him, but gave him a glance of appreciation. Greasy eye. Seiza was caught in a dilemma, and Greasy spoke again. Trust me, Seiza. This is not a permanent separation, we are just parting temporarily. My sister has a saying, temporary separation is for a better reunion. Although the black dragon can't be called handsome, Seiza felt an attraction in Greasy that made her momentarily lost in thought. Kainawali did not expect this to involve her, but she thought, let Greasy be. With that in mind, Kainawali's dragon lips curled slightly, and her gaze held a hint of satisfaction. Beside her, Furrier was taken aback by Kainawali's expression. Clearly very cute, yet showing such a relieved expression this was. I must record this, recorded he. Yes, I believe in you, Greasy, and in my sisters. I believe we will meet again eventually. After saying that, Seiza made up her mind, and looked at Bolite. Uncle Bolite, let's go back to Long Island. After that, Seiza glanced at the three dragons again, her dragon eyes slightly moist, and with a flap of her dragon wings, she flew towards the distance. Seeing this, Bolite felt a twinge of guilt in his conscience. It seemed he had done something not quite right. However, at this point, there was no turning back. He nodded towards the three dragons, his gaze lingering on Kainawali for a moment. Kainawali felt goosebumps from being looked at. Lao Deng, stop staring. Let's go. We can't afford to stay here. As she spoke, Kainawali made a face and Greasy did the same, while Furrier surprisingly showed a look of happiness, continuously watching Kainawali, as if recording something. Bolite's dragon lips parted slightly. These three guys. Take care of yourself. If you see your mother, say hello to her for me. Forget it, better not to ask. After speaking, Bolite turned and left, catching up with Seiza. Watching the two dragons fade away, Kainawali felt a mix of emotions. In a corner of the White Crystal City, a human knight with dragon horns watched Seiza disappear, lost in thought. This person was no other than Supule, whose talent had been recognized by Xiaoshan and had been transformed into a White Crystal Knight. Miss Seiza, take care on your journey. Although I can no longer protect you, I will cherish the memories of having protected you. Supule sighed, and at that moment a claw covered in dragon scales rested on his shoulder. Supule turned to look and found it was a frost dog-headed man. Care for a drink? Sasha left, and life in the city of white crystals returned to tranquility. However, Gliss did not indulge in merriment as before. Instead, he began to study the magic from the inherited memories and comprehend his awakened talent. Meanwhile, Jonaviri was discussing alchemical knowledge with Erpio, which proved to be quite beneficial to her. As for Furiel, she either occasionally took secret photos of Jonaviri or daydreamed. Jonaviri assigned Erpio a task to arm the army of the city of white crystals. Although they possessed iron armor and were protected by strong scales, it was still not sufficient in Jonaviri's eyes. After years of development, the number of White Crystal Knights had exceeded 100,000, and the number of magical creatures available for war had reached 300,000. It can be said that some small to medium-sized human kingdoms could no longer pose a threat to the city of White Crystals. After discussions with Erpio, Jonaviri conceived several alchemical weapons. These included the Magnetic Thunder Shield, Thunder Extreme Gun, Frost Bow, and Flame Sword. These were weapons that combined alchemy and runes, and the primary material for their creation was magic crystal, ore. But this was hardly a challenge, as Jonaviri owned a large magic crystal vein. Oh, by the way, Erpio, can you create magical armor? You know, the kind that is worn and serves multiple functions in battle. Jonaviri suddenly recalled the powerful armors from anime or novels in her past life. Erpio frowned and thought, let me think. Suddenly he had a bright idea. Hey, I think there are alchemical armors that can be worn, and I believe I can modify them. Great. If you can really make it, there will be a substantial reward. Yes, great master. Jonaviri nodded. You may go now. Yes, great master. After Erpio left the room, Jonaviri sat on her bed and projected a world map using her magic. Her strength had grown considerably. It was time to set forth on her plan to unify the world. Medusa. The moment she spoke, Medusa, who had been guarding nearby, bowed. Yes, great master. Please notify Furiel and Gliss to come here to see me. Understood. After Medusa left, Jonaviri began to observe the world's layout. Before long, the sound of leather striking the air was heard, and the next moment Furiel, transformed into a red-haired girl, appeared in the room, followed by Gliss. What is it? Sister, I'm here. Seeing Gliss, who was noticeably more composed than before, Jonaviri nodded inwardly. It seemed Gliss had truly matured. If this were in the past, he would have been much more boisterous. I summoned you to discuss an idea I've had for a long time. Unifying the world. What? Both dragons exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging shocked glances. Sister, are you crazy? With our current strength, how could we possibly achieve that? Jonaviri, I think you are more arrogant than I am. Jonaviri was not angered. Instead, she gazed at the world map she had conjured with her magic. This is merely the final goal, and the first step is to unify the subcontinent. With that, Jonaviri beckoned the two closer. Come over here. The two dragons moved closer, curious about what Jonaviri was planning. Look, to the north lies the kingdom of White, the land of beastmen and half-beastmen. Though they call themselves a kingdom, it is essentially a territory composed of many scattered tribes. The combat prowess of the beastmen is certainly not weak among humanoid magical creatures, and some special beastman groups have even reached high-tier status. Moreover, their connections are not very tight, and various tribes often engage in fierce conflicts over resources and territory. Thus, as long as we do not make a big fuss and quietly conquer them, we can effectively adopt the method of fighting to sustain war. By the time all the beastmen realize what is happening, it will be too late. We will have already grown into a gigantic force. As for the southern kingdom of magical creatures, there is no need for concern. With the natural barrier of the Buzu Plain, it will be difficult for them to reach us. After all, in the central region of the Buzu Plain, there are countless magical beasts. If they intrude recklessly, they will pay a painful price for their recklessness. Moreover, our power in the city of white crystals has not yet been revealed. The magical creature kingdom is certainly unaware of it. What concerns me is that the Belosar swamp has long been occupied by them. If they decide to come to the Longshao mountain area, one day our power will be exposed to the world. Well, this is the plan I have devised. Do you have any opinions or additions? If not, we shall finalize it. After speaking, Jonaviri revealed a confident smile. However, Gliss's expression darkened, fixating on a corner of the magic projected Yasup continent map, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. That corner was the Belosar swamp, the place of his birth. Furiel, on the other hand, nodded thoughtfully. You have some insight. When do we start? Jonaviri did not pay attention to the silent Gliss, as she still remembered his matters. We will commence after we next enter slumber and break through to legend. During this time, I will have Xiao Shun and the others gather as many backup resources as possible, preparing for a long-term war. This time Furiel also fell silent. Jonaviri looked at the two silent dragons, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Are you both afraid? Who are you looking down on? I am the mighty Furiel. How could I be afraid? I was just thinking. Furiel crossed her arms, her tone playful. But you don't back out at the last minute. It itched again, her claws were itching. Just as Jonaviri was about to argue with Furiel, the previously silent Gliss spoke up. Sister, Sai, how should I put this? Gliss scratched his head, and Jonaviri looked puzzled. What's the matter? Just say it, or do you think I will bully you? Sai, fine, I'll go along with you. Good, then it's settled. While Jonaviri was not paying attention, a hint of confusion flashed in Gliss's eyes, but then he shook his head and became more resolute. Furiel gazed out the window, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Time is running out. Thus, after reaching an agreement, Jonaviri made arrangements. That is the liquor of their white crystal city, which has been stockpiled for decades, filling the specially developed wine cellar beneath the city. Due to the entire white crystal city being in a state of only intake with no output, it has now accumulated to a terrifying quantity. Jonaviri lay in the shade of a tree, watching the followers constructing the palace in the distance, enjoying a bite of the dried apple that Leah had brought to her mouth. Medusa, tell me about the development of liquor in white crystal city. Medusa, quietly waiting nearby, respectfully bowed upon hearing this. Yes, great master, what aspect would you like to know? After some thought, Jonaviri replied. Everything from brewing to storage. Understood, then I will start with brewing. Typically, the snake people and the subhumans primarily handle brewing, with other magical creatures also doing odd jobs. As for storage, balabala. Medusa rambled on for quite a while Jonaviri sometimes frowned, sometimes relaxed, ultimately maintaining a silly smile. Noticing Jonaviri's cheerful demeanor, Medusa realized she probably hadn't heard what she was saying, so she tried to remind her. Ahem, master. Are you? Jonaviri hurriedly collected herself and cleared her throat. Ahem, I'm here. Yes, and please continue. Yes, great master. Thus Medusa continued to ramble, but Jonaviri's thoughts were already elsewhere, as she had discovered a business opportunity. Based on the quality of liquor in this world, a barrel of top-quality liquor sells for 240 copper coins, and the quality of my refined liquor will certainly be higher, so I could directly sell it for 500 copper coins per jar. However, the poor certainly cannot afford it, so I will dilute it a bit, and for the same type of liquor the price can vary based on the magical creatures who have stepped on it. For instance, a regular minotaur would sell for 500 copper coins, while attractive subhumans and snake people would sell for 700 and dragon-blooded subhumans and snake people for 1,000 copper coins per jar. Alright, this decision is settled. As for where the liquor will sell well, humans are out of the question. They are too greedy, and selling to them would only bring trouble. The most suitable consumers are of course the dwarves, who are fond of alcohol. Just thinking about the countless adorable customers flowing into her embrace made Jonaviri unable to suppress her silly smile. Seeing her master show such an expression again, Medusa felt somewhat helpless. Her master was perfect in every way, powerful, charming, except perhaps a bit too wise. The only thing that made her stronger than an ordinary white dragon might be her ability to speak and her greater strength. Ahem, master. Are you okay? Medusa's call brought Jonaviri back to her senses. Alright, no need to say more, I understand. Medusa, prepare, I need to go to Iquier continent. What? Medusa was taken aback, not understanding why her master suddenly wanted to cross continents on a whim. Jonaviri shot her a sideways glance. It seems you still haven't fully become a true maid. A true maid wouldn't question, but would simply take action. Medusa realized her impertinence and quickly prostrated herself on the ground, pleading for Jonaviri's forgiveness. Medusa is wrong, please punish me, master. I hope such situations don't happen again. Go now. Master's lesson is noted. I will prepare right away. Just as Medusa was about to turn to leave, Jonaviri spoke again. Bring along some strong magical creatures like minotaurs. Understood, master. After this, Jonaviri looked at the two fox-eared girls who had already stood up and smiled slightly. Leah Green, would you like to go out for a stroll? The two adorable fox-eared girls exchanged glances and said in unison, we will follow our master's wishes. Good, then you both go prepare the things we need to bring. We are going on a long trip this time. Yes, great master. After saying this, Jonaviri grew dragon wings from her back and soared into the air. She needed to ask the other two fellows, because how could she go out to play without bringing them along? Fortunately, the two dragons had no major objections to going out. Once it was confirmed that the two dragons would accompany her to Iquier continent, Jonaviri ordered Air Shunzi and Xiaolongzi to construct a large sailing ship. Since there was no need to build defensive works, the time originally required, which would have taken several months, was compressed to just a little over 2 months. Naturally, they could not build it in White Crystal City, as the draft required for such a ship could not be accommodated by the Sam River. Even if constructed, traveling from the Sam River to the sea would require passing through the Barosal Marsh and the Reno Forest. Moreover, Jonaviri had at most a mid-tier spatial ring, which could not hold such a large object. Thus, the ship was naturally built along the coast of the Sleeping Forest. To manufacture this ship, a road was specially opened up, and a place that could barely be considered a port was set up. Once everything was ready, the day of departure soon arrived. Jonaviri sat on the rail of the newly built ship, swinging her pale legs, while Leah and Gri-na stood quietly behind her. Around them were quite a few white crystal knights and minotaurs guarding. Just then a shadow swept by, and Jonaviri slightly curved her lips. Is she here? As soon as the words fell, a red-haired girl appeared behind Jonaviri, her gaze fixed intently on the two fox-eared girls. Leah and the others felt their scalps tingle under her stare, but still respectfully bowed. We greet Lady Friel. Jonaviri also turned her head at this moment, looking at Friel with a beaming smile. You seem to have arrived a bit late. Friel said coldly. What do you need these 2 vases for? I took them because I wanted to. What do you have an issue with that? Friel clenched her fists and then relaxed. Do as you please. After saying that, she stepped towards the cabin. The 2 fox-eared girls let out a small sigh of relief, feeling somewhat touched. Just as Friel was leaving, Gri also boarded the ship with some followers. Sister, I'm here. Seeing that the last guest had arrived, Jonaviri stood up. Since everyone is here, set sail, let's go. The huge white sail quickly rose, and a gust of sea breeze blew as Jonaviri and the others embarked on their journey to Iquier continent. However, unexpectedly, Gri suffered from severe seasickness. Moreover, Friel did not like the salty smell of the sea. So during the month-long journey across the Black Reef, Gri mostly flew in the sky, while Friel rested in the cabin. Overall, it was quite dull. When he once again set foot on solid ground, feeling no sense of turbulence, Gris finally felt that he had embraced a new life. Stepping onto the grassy field, Jonaviri breathed in the fresh air, delightfully squinting her eyes. I seem to see a little cutie waving at me. Friel walked up beside her, exuding a sense of perception, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Why so tense? Are you perhaps a coward? Jonaviri would not miss the chance to tease Friel, who shot her a glance, the corner of her eye twitching. This brat. Forget it, seeing how cute you are, I won't hold it against you. Friel directly ignored Jonaviri, moving past her to determine their location based on the terrain. Seeing that she was being ignored, Jonaviri instantly felt curious. Oh, have you changed your temperament? Boring, what's the plan next? Shall we go directly to Yixing Fortress? Of course, where else could we go? To the underground mines to check out the dwarves' mysterious private lives. Jonaviri smiled slightly, and then turned to give orders. Leave half the personnel to guard the ship. Midusulyaglina, you will be responsible for this place for now. The rest follow me. Yes, great master. As soon as Jonaviri finished speaking, she transformed into her true form and flew southwest. Gris and Friel did the same, following Jonaviri's lead, while the remaining white crystal knights spread their dragon wings and followed closely behind. In just a few days, the group of magical creatures had already arrived at the dwarves' main city, Yixing Fortress. This massive city was built grandly and spaciously, with walls forged entirely from steel, indicating its remarkable hardness. More importantly, the entire city had entered the steam age. She even saw steam cars. Can you believe it? TSK, this smell is truly unpleasant. Friel huffed, shaking her red dragon head. Gris was indifferent. After all, their black dragons could even live in swamps. Both Jonaviri and Friel empathized, feeling it even more acutely. The industrial pollution here was quite severe, with the sky filled with smog, a dark and oppressive sight. Friel, being a red dragon, found the smell of exhaust and sulfur somewhat familiar. Jonaviri, as a white dragon, preferred fresh air over these noxious odors. I won't come to this place again, or it's unpleasant. All right, let's go down, as someone has already noticed us. Seeing the dwarves begin to adjust their city defense magic cannons, Jonaviri immediately ordered. She did not want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings before even talking. After saying this, she led the charge, diving downwards, while Friel clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, following suit. Jonaviri landed outside the city, and the other magical creatures followed suit. Seeing the vigilant dwarves, Jonaviri transformed into her dragon maiden form to show friendliness. The overall alignment of the dwarves leaned towards neutral goodness. Although some clans were lawful neutral or lawful evil, the dwarves in the main city clearly did not fall into that category. Seeing the 3 giant dragons transform into humanoid forms, the dwarves guarding the city walls exchanged glances. The ores above, it seems we misjudged them. Let's go down and take a look, but be ready, these unpredictable folks can be hard to deal with. Thus a group of dwarves trudged out of the city gates, clutching hammers and shields. Giant dragons, what brings you to Yixing Fortress? The dwarves were straightforward and bold, unlikely to play tricks. Therefore, communicating more directly with them might even earn their goodwill. Trade, I want to see the dwarf king. Upon hearing this, a dozen dwarves exchanged glances, one of them scratching his behind. The dwarf king. Well, he might be a bit busy. Oh, a bit busy. Well, he should be in the middle of a rise. If you disturb him, I think you might end up getting beaten up. Hearing this, Frillier's eyes sparked with fire. No one could tarnish her possessions. Indeed, in Frillier's heart, she had already regarded Jonaviri as her private property worth even a bit more than gold. Just a bit more. Meanwhile, Gris also wore a solemn expression, but Jonaviri chuckled softly. Haha, if that's the case, I think I'll get my revenge in a few decades. Hearing this, the dwarves were taken aback, not expecting this character to speak as directly as they did. Though the opponent was an evil five-colored dragon, it didn't prevent them from feeling a bit more goodwill. Hey, you evil one, you're quite interesting with your words. I can take you to see the king, but I need to know what you want to trade with him, otherwise that hot-tempered old beard might send me flying. Of course, not just the dwarf king. Even you big asses will be satisfied. Saying this, Jonaviri's intermediate space ring flashed, and the next moment, a one-metal wooden barrel appeared in her hand. And be careful not to get crushed. I don't want to make enemies with you for now. With that, Jonaviri tossed the barrel towards the dwarves, the sound of rushing air following. The dwarves raised their hands just in time to catch the barreling wooden container. However, while they caught it, the immense force sent them crashing against the city wall. Jonaviri clapped her hands. Hey, are you dead or not? The dwarf knocked back, shook his head, and stood up from the ground, still a bit unsteady. The other dwarves, seeing his disheveled look, burst into laughter. Buddy, did you soften your hands from mining? Brother, if you keep this up tonight, don't blame me. The dwarf didn't mind the teasing from the others. What great strength. What's inside this? Jonaviri crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Why not open it and see? Hearing this, the dwarves wasted no time and immediately pulled out the cork. Instantly, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted out, which for dwarves was as enticing as a rare succubus. The moment the dwarf caught a whiff, his eyes widened like copper bells, and the other dwarves also caught the fragrant scent, all surrounding it, their eyes filled with greed and desire. This is... By the hammer, I've never smelled such a rich wine before. My goodness, if I could have a sip, I would be willing to sell myself for 100 years. However, this group of rough dwarves did not follow their instincts, but forced themselves to turn and look at Jonaviri. May I ask? Feel free to drink, consider it a gift, but I must warn you the alcohol content is a bit high. With the approval of Jonaviri, the dwarves immediately stopped suppressing their nature. They pounced on their food like a pack of hungry wolves that had not eaten for days, and like a group of muscle-bound men who had suppressed their desires for years, seizing a precious girl. Cough, cough, you can guess the rest. Clearly, these dwarves had no concept of what Jonaviri meant by a bit strong. Just a few sips, and these wine-loving drunks were already red-faced. However, despite this, the barrel of liquor was completely emptied, and these fellows still looked unsatisfied, pitifully glancing at Jonaviri as they sought more. After drinking the distilled liquor, they felt that the wheat beer they used to drink was nothing but horse urine. Jonaviri naturally understood their thoughts, but she was not a philanthropist. It was enough that they had a taste. The leading dwarf staggered before Jonaviri, introducing himself. Friend, allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Taisu. Jonaviri was somewhat astonished. This guy was so drunk he could barely stand, yet he was still coherent. Nonetheless, she extended her hand. I am Jonaviri from the city of White Crystal. Is there any more of that liquor? Hearing Taizu's words, Jonaviri smirked. Of course, the city of White Crystal is famous for its liquor, and there you can have as much of that kind of drink as you want. Are you serious? Well, in that case, I won't be confused anymore. Jonaviri nodded. Of course, whether it's true or not, you can check for yourself when you have the opportunity. The city of White Crystal always welcomes you dwarves. But before that, I need to see your king. Taisu patted his armored chest, making a clanging sound. No problem, leave it to me, follow me. Saying this, the dwarf turned and strode towards the city. Jonaviri gestured for the creatures behind her to follow. As they passed by a group of dwarves standing nearby, a drunken dwarf took the chance to slap a minotaur's large backside, teasing what a big, but hey brother, wanna have some fun. The minotaur was clearly stunned by this scene, its eyes wide open yet somewhat shy. Don't look at me like that, this is a friendly way to greet someone. The little incident quickly passed, but a group of magical creatures walking through the dwarf city, where the average height was about 1 meter, was quite eye-catching, especially with those robust minotaurs towering over 2 meters. These minotaurs were muscular, their physiques imposing, perfectly aligning with the dwarves' aesthetic, though lacking the thick beards. Although dwarves preferred big beards, big backsides, and muscular figures, not having one wasn't a deal-breaker. Thus, wherever Jonaviri and the others passed, the dwarves would all salute the minotaurs, their gazes as if they were looking at stunning beauties. Even though Jonaviri and the others were in dragon form, the number of gazes directed at them was relatively few. After all, they were dragons, although rare and powerful, they could not compare to these beautiful minotaurs. The minotaurs were suffering now, they regretted not restraining their curiosity and coming over to the dwarves. Feeling the unabashed scrutiny upon them, the minotaurs were getting goosebumps. This scene made Jonaviri chuckle softly, while Furier, witnessing it, felt a surge of emotions. Is she smiling at me? So cute. No, I can't show it. I mustn't be overwhelmed by her mere charm. Thinking this, Furier recorded the moment while the surrounding atmosphere grew colder. Meanwhile, Gliss shivered, glancing at Furier's sulky expression, not understanding what had made his elder sister unhappy again. Soon under Taizu's lead, they arrived at a tavern. Seeing the sign that read Fiery Hammer, Jonaviri was taken aback. Wait, what's going on? I want to find the Dwarf King. What does it mean, bringing me to a tavern? Xiao Naoei Li looked at Tai Su in confusion, her eyes questioning. Tai Su opened the doors, signaling for Xiao Naoei Li and the others to follow. Furier glanced back at the Minotaurs and instructed, "You all stay here for now." "Yes, great master." With that, the three dragons stepped into the tavern, leaving the Minotaurs outside to suffer, making them feel like a lone sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. What a big butt. Right? I want the one in the middle. Oh, no one better try to snatch it from me. Hey, you old rascal, can you finish it all by yourself? So greedy. The tavern inside was noisy and much hotter than outside. Almost every table was engaged in the same entertainment activity, drinking contests. Indeed, competing on who could drink the most and the fastest. Xiao Naoei Li frowned slightly as she disliked such an environment. Furier noticed Xiao Naoei Li's furrowed brow and felt an urge to help smooth it out. Looking at Gliss, he was drawn in by the lively atmosphere. Unfortunately, there were no cards here. When we meet the king, remember one thing, be honest. After all, the king dislikes liars. Wait, the dwarf king really hangs out in such a noisy place. Tai Su glanced at the astonished Gliss and shrugged. It's rare to see someone surprised. Don't confuse us dwarves with those pampered humans and elves. Our king is great, not at all pretentious. He often works in the mines with us. As he said this, Tai Su leaned closer to Xiao Naoei Li, speaking mysteriously. As a friend, let me tell you a secret. Xiao Naoei Li raised an eyebrow. What secret could you possibly share, especially with a dragon like me whom you've just met? You really have a big heart. Tai Su waved his hand dismissively. I don't think you're the type to spill secrets. After all, we're friends now. All right, go ahead. Tai Su looked around, ensuring no dwarf was paying attention, then whispered. Actually, besides liquor and oars, what I love most is the dwarf king's big butt and that fluffy beard. You have no idea. To me, he's like a charming little fairy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Naoei Li blinked in shock, as did the other two dragons. Should we truly say this is typical of dwarves? So my wish is to quickly break through to legendary status, become stronger than the dwarf king, and then spank his behind hard. Good luck with that. Xiao Naoei Li silently prayed, while also uploading the recently recorded information into the dragon vein inheritance. She hasn't told anyone else, right? Under the guidance of Tai Su, the three dragons arrived at a table in the corner. In the distance, they spotted an old dwarf with a white beard sound asleep. That is the dwarf king, your majesty. What do you think? Isn't he amazing? Seeing the figure dressed like an ordinary beggar, Jonaviri couldn't help but twitch her lips. Is this really the dwarf king? She took a deep breath and spoke truthfully. Not impressive at all. He looks scruffy and lacks majesty or dominance, far from what I imagined. Hearing Jonaviri's mediocre evaluation of her favorite dwarf king, which even carried a hint of derision, Tai Zu's eyes widened. His fists clenched. Come on, don't speak like that. Who are you insulting? Sensing Tai Zu's suppressed anger, Jonaviri sneered. If you hit me, you won't have any fine wine to drink later. Upon hearing this, Tai Zu's expression instantly brightened, quickly replacing it with a smile. Then I won't hit you. He'll wait until you finish your deal with his majesty to decide whether to hit or not. Suit yourself. Jonaviri approached the table and tapped on its surface with her little hand. Tap, tap, tap. Hoo-hoo. The dwarf king remained asleep. Jonaviri looked at Tai Su, who shrugged his shoulders, an expression of helplessness on his face. His majesty loves to sleep. When he's drunk, no one can wake him up. Is that so? Jonaviri grabbed the dwarf king's horned helmet with one hand, lifting his head and pinching his large red-nosed face. It's quite soft. You must not be disrespectful to his majesty. No matter how approachable he is still. He'll send you a jar of wine later. Don't say too much. Do you need my help? Tai Su quickly changed his expression and cheerfully approached Jonaviri. Jonaviri inspected him with interest, presenting the dwarf king to him. Here you go. Tai Su rubbed his fists together, looking eager. He stepped behind the dwarf king, and in the next moment, the aura of the purple crystal third ring erupted, intimidating everyone present. The dwarves inside the tavern were bewildered, turning to see that Tai Su, who should have been stationed at the city gate, had somehow appeared behind the dwarf king. Tai Su, what are you doing? Stop. Have you drunk too much and ruined your brain? Bastard. Idiot. Tai Su. What foolishness are you up to? No matter how the other dwarves roared, it was too late. Tai Zu's poised attack, powered by the strength of the purple crystal realm, had already concentrated on his right leg. The power runes engraved on his right leg armor erupted with dazzling light. In the next moment, a terrifying force burst forth, and an overwhelming magical energy surged like a tide, blowing Jonaviri's hair back and causing her to involuntarily step back. Boom. The violent power erupted as Tai Su kicked the dwarf king right in the backside. The terrifying shockwave spread out, and the entire hot iron hammer tavern was destroyed by this furious force. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Tai Su, look at the mess you've made. WOC, why does drinking lead to fighting? My tavern. Tai Su, give me back my tavern. The dwarves crawled out from the ruins of the tavern, some of the quicker ones already starting to look for Tai Su. Meanwhile, Jonaviri and the other two maintained a casual demeanor, appearing completely unconcerned. The dwarves outside, who had been admiring the bull-headed men's lively forms, were equally bewildered. What is going on? How did the tavern explode while enjoying something beautiful? The instigator, Tai Su, pushed away a beam that had fallen on him and crawled out from the rubble. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. It's over. I clearly intended to hold back, but that backside was too beautiful, and I couldn't resist. At that moment, a very sturdy dwarf stood before Tai Su, his eyes wide with rage. Tai Zu's heart tightened, and just as he was about to slip away, he was lifted up in an instant. Taisu, I won't let this go. Looking at the surrounding dwarves, Taisu broke into a cold sweat. Calm. Calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down? You owe me a tavern. Taisu swallowed hard, feeling guilty. I don't have any gold coins left. No money. Hee that makes things easier. The burly dwarf wore a cruel smile, and Taisu felt a strong sense of foreboding. Then let your backside be the collateral. With that he began to make his move. Are you crazy? Right here, right now. No. Not just him, the others coughed as well. Jonaviri's eyes widened in excitement as she watched, filled with curiosity and thrill, her Ahogue standing tall. This scene had long been recorded in her mind. Beside her, Gliss was equally fascinated, eager to learn more. Though he had seen plenty of dragon films, nothing could compare to the excitement of real-life scenarios. The surrounding dwarves looked towards the bull-headed men with burning gazes. The bull-headed men huddled together, trembling all over. Just as Jonaviri was enjoying the scene, a fair little hand blocked her view. Jonaviri frowned slightly, looking at the obstructing Fuller, her Ahogue drooping down. Seeing Jonaviri's resentful and somewhat reproachful gaze, Fuller couldn't help but chuckle and began to explain. Don't look, it's dirty. Even she didn't realize that her tone carried a hint of indulgence and tenderness. TCH, do I not know if something is dirty? I just love watching this. No, I absolutely do not like it. Yes, I do not like it at all. Don't think too much. I am very pure, yes, very pure. Why should I explain so much to you? After Jonaviri finished speaking, she crossed her arms and turned her head to the side just in time to see something falling from the sky. Jonaviri squinted her eyes, finally seeing clearly what had fallen. It was the Dwarf King, kicked away by Taisu. Boom. The Dwarf King slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. The other dwarves, still coughing, heard the sound and thought someone had set off explosives in the mining hollow, turning to look over, only to see the rising dust. Since nothing was wrong then, should they continue? Jonaviri brushed off the dust and walked to the big pit, with Fuller and Gliss following her. Looking at the still sleeping Dwarf King, Jonaviri, lacking in culture, could only say, that's impressive. On the other hand, Fuller's fiery red vertical pupils narrowed. No injuries, not a scratch. Is this what a legendary powerhouse is like? After comprehending the rules, both strength and physique are absolutely beyond what ordinary beings can compare to. I sincerely apologize to all readers. For some unknown reason, my review was stuck for so long. As compensation, I will release character concept art of Fuller and Gliss in this segment. Just a reminder, after joining the QQ group, I occasionally share unedited drafts and some other materials. Jonaviri pulled the Dwarf King out of the pit, watching him still fast asleep, unable to help but scoff. Such a heavy sleeper, almost rivaling a dragon. But despite the scoff, Jonaviri began to devise a strategy. From the looks of things, brute force was absolutely not an option, as had just been proven. Moreover, as an outsider, using brute force against the Dwarf King would certainly be hard to explain. After pondering, Jonaviri came up with a clever idea. Without hesitation, Jonaviri squatted down, her spatial ring shimmering as a golden vessel filled with wine appeared in her hand. This wine vessel was obtained from the merchant chief she had licked back then, and she had quite a few similar ones. Jonaviri opened the lid, and the rich aroma of wine spread out. Instantly, whether the dwarves were enjoying themselves or merely spectating, they all turned to look at the source of the scent. Sniff, sniff. The red-nosed wine connoisseurs greedily inhaled the fragrant air, their eyes filled with gluttony. Several dwarves even drooled, the sound of slurping echoing around. Jonaviri was not using this to tempt them, rather she aimed to awaken the Dwarf King. She took out a pure golden wine cup, filled it with wine, and presented it before the Dwarf King's nose. Sniff, sniff. The red-nosed wine connoisseur drew in the aroma. As the white-bearded Dwarf King greedily sniffed the fragrance, Jonaviri smirked, wearing a mischievous grin. With a swift motion, she concealed the wine bottle, her fair hand crystallizing with ice as she poked it into the Dwarf King's nostrils. Upon no longer smelling the enchanting scent of wine, the Dwarf King frowned in displeasure. Wine? Give me. Gazing at the mumbling Dwarf King, Jonaviri withdrew her finger and took a few steps back. The aroma of wine wafted back into the Dwarf King's nostrils, yet he remained unawake. However, his body began to move of its own accord, wiggling towards Jonaviri like a caterpillar. The surrounding dwarves were stunned, their eyes fixated on the Dwarf King's large behind, swallowing hard. Such a big rear, so beautiful, so desirable. But they quickly realized this was an outsider insulting their majesty. Such behavior was akin to slapping their faces, igniting their fury. Hey, you bastard. Dare to. Before they could finish, Jonaviri shot them a glance, and her spatial ring shimmered again, a wooden barrel filled with wine standing on the ground. This is an apology gift. After saying that, Jonaviri ignored them and proceeded to block the Dwarf King's nostrils. The dwarves exchanged confused glances, not understanding the meaning of the wooden barrel, and began to scan it with their spiritual senses. Upon scanning, they all widened their eyes. Tieshu reacted the fastest, not even pulling up his pants, he dashed to the wooden barrel, hugging it tightly despite the pain. It was obvious what could cause such a reaction from Tieshu. Moreover, they had just scanned it with their spiritual senses. Thus the dwarves went wild, rushing towards the wooden barrel, but Tieshu had already pulled out the stopper, beginning to gulp it down greedily. Tieshu, you troublemaker. Jonaviri ignored their chaotic scramble for the barrel of wine and continued to tease the Dwarf King. After teasing for a while, the Dwarf King seemed to get angry, lunging forward with all his might. But Jonaviri dodged again, and before she could react, everyone else froze in place. A powerful aura emanated from the Dwarf King, who had somehow stood beside her. His strong hand grasped Kinawili's small arm, and his gray-brown eyes slowly opened. Is it fun, dragon? Not bad. Kinawili instinctively replied, causing the Dwarf King to pause momentarily. At that moment, a jade hand grabbed the Dwarf King's arm, veins bulging. Both the Dwarf King and Kinawili were taken aback, looking to see that it was Furier who had furrowed her brow. A voice suppressed with anger came through. Let go. The Dwarf King was not surprised at Furier's audacity, given she was merely a diamond tier. The reason for the low number of multicolored dragons was clear. Their audacity in the face of danger was well known. Now he was contemplating whether to drink the wine in the white dragon's hand or teach this red dragon a lesson first. Noticing the Dwarf King's strange gaze, Kinawili hurriedly spoke. It's a misunderstanding, my friend, don't get angry. Kinawili quickly signaled Furier with her eyes. Furier pursed her lips, hesitating for a few seconds before finally releasing her grip. Upset. That annoying guy. Seeing Furier obviously sulking, Kinawili felt helpless. After all, dwarves had volatile tempers, and it was impossible to just watch Furier get beaten. It would be unreasonable not to help, but helping would surely lead to trouble, possibly jeopardizing their deal. At that moment, the Dwarf King also released his grip, snatching the wine cup from Kinawili's hand and downing it in one go. This wine nice strong. The Dwarf King looked at the wine cup with lingering desire, then fixed his fiery gaze on Kinawili. Is there more? Bring me a few more barrels. It's too frustrating to have just a little. It's a punishment for me. Kinawili was taken aback for a moment, then filled with joy. Although she had anticipated it, she was still very pleased. She smiled and nodded. There are a total of 9 barrels of this wine. As she spoke, the spatial ring shimmered again, and 9 wooden barrels appeared around her. The Dwarf King's eyes sparkled, and he was momentarily rendered speechless. He was not one to hold back, directly showing off. After all, it would be disrespectful not to drink when the offering was presented. It was not just a disrespect to the wine, but also to the intentions of others. Thus the Dwarf King violently pulled out the cork and embraced the wooden barrel that was about the same size as him, ready to show off. Much of the wine spilled onto the ground, leaving the surrounding dwarves wide-eyed. The sound of gulping became the most beautiful symphony at that moment. They were powerless, knowing that every dwarf understood that if they disturbed any of the 4 things they loved most, even the gentlest would explode with anger. These 4 things were drinking fine wine, forging, mining, and indulging in pleasures. By the time the Dwarf King finished all the wine, the high concentration had already turned his face red. But to Kinawili's surprise, this dwarf did not fall over. After all, he did not have the massive physique of a dragon. Drinking a can of wine felt like consuming a chocolate with liquor, although this chocolate had no chocolate, only wood. The Dwarf King looked at the 3 giant dragons, already considering them as friends. After living for over 800 years, he had never tasted such exquisite wine, not even once. Legends have a deep understanding of the rules. In a certain sense, they are no longer ordinary beings, hence their lifespans are greatly extended. Oh, my friend, tell me what brings you here. As long as it's not too outrageous, I shall certainly agree to it. The Dwarf King patted his chest, the armor of unknown material clanking loudly. Kinawili did not beat around the bush and directly stated her purpose. I come from the subcontinent, and the reason I specifically crossed the Black Reef Sea to reach the Achaea continent is to make a trade with you dwarves. Trade? What kind of trade? Or forged equipment? No problem, I have received your sincerity, so I agree. The Dwarf King said grandly. After all, other races that came to trade with them generally sought such matters. But do you happen to have any more of that delicious wine? I haven't even had my fill yet, and now I'm truly craving it, ha. Seeing the Dwarf King's gluttonous expression, Kinawili couldn't help but chuckle. We have plenty of that kind of wine in Crystal City, but let's not rush. Although what you mentioned is included, the main point I want to discuss is the sale of beverages. Sale of beverages. Sale of beverages. Sale of beverages. To whom? To us. The Dwarf King echoed Kinawili's words, his eyes lighting up as he shouted in excitement. Kinawili nodded with a smile. Of course, who else could I sell it to? Those stingy humans. Or the elves who are tens of thousands of miles away from me. Besides, the elves cannot appreciate such delicious things. To them, this strong drink is no different from horse urine. The Dwarf King was visibly excited, wanting to pat Kinawili on the shoulder, but clearly his height did not allow him to do so, even though this adorable white dragon girl was just a little lowly. I truly am growing fonder of you. You have good taste. I have no reason to refuse the trade you proposed. Just as the Dwarf King was carried away with excitement, a murderous gaze fell upon him. It was obvious that apart from Furiel, no one else would do that. The Dwarf King turned his head to look at Furiel, displeased. This guy had repeatedly given him the cold shoulder. Did he not care about his own face? Just as he was about to lose his temper, Kinawili stepped in front of him and said with a smile, "Don't mind her, you know how red dragons can be. Let's not let this cause any unpleasantness between us, shall we, my friend?" Seeing Kinawili's demeanor, the Dwarf King slapped his forehead. "That is true." Kinawili continued. "To demonstrate our sincerity, they'll give you a 22% discount from now on. When you dwarves purchase beverages from Crystal City, you only need to pay 78 of the original price." Hearing about the discount, the Dwarf King was so happy that he nearly slapped Kinawili's backside. For this was the most direct way dwarves expressed friendliness. Just as he was about to do so, a spatial fluctuation occurred. Bang! Yow! A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by Grist's signature scream. Just then Furiel directly used spatial exchange to switch the positions of the onlooking Gree and Kianawali. Seeing his greeting fall flat, the Dwarf King's brow furrowed again. Hey, what do you mean by that? Coming at me again and again. Furiel's gaze turned even colder, and before she could speak, Kianawali interjected. No need to talk about those trivial matters, come on, let's have a few cans. Kianawali said, and her spatial ring glimmered, revealing 20 barrels of liquor. The Dwarf King's eyes widened in astonishment, the earlier little incident completely forgotten. Come on, good friend, let's drink heartily. To truly become friends with the dwarves, mere grandness and sincerity are not enough. You need to prove your drinking capacity, resilience, bravery, and indomitable spirit. The most direct manifestation of this is to drink with them in a way that makes them think you're impressive and to forge equipment together with them. Dwarf King, I shall drink to your health first. With that, Kianawali uncorked a wooden barrel and raised it single-handedly, drinking wildly. The Dwarf King was taken aback by this bold display, which was exactly the quality they dwarves cherished the most. Good brother, let's drink. The Dwarf King wasted no time hugging the barrel and drinking away. Seeing this, Gree immediately felt envious and instinctively reached out. But he was intercepted by Kianawali's white dragon tail, which struck him painfully. Gree looked at Kianawali with resentment. What's the deal? His backside was still sore, and now the back of his hand hurt again. Kianawali, of course, sensed Gree's gaze, but paid it no mind. While the two were enjoying their drinks, the surrounding dwarves watching the spectacle were suffering. They felt their mouths dry, longing for that drop of nectar. In this way, the 20 barrels of liquor were consumed in no time. And since Kianawali did not use her true form, drinking so much made her slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed. The Dwarf King was now swaying, the after-effects of the 9 barrels he had drunk starting to set in. This wine packs a punch, hick. Is there any left? Of course I have more, but the rest is for trading. Kianawali replied truthfully, and at this moment the Dwarf King's mind was slightly unclear as he waved his large hand. I'll buy all of it. Ha 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 ha. I have one more thing to say. I agree. All of it agreed. That is, I want to take a few thousand dwarves back to Crystal City. Kianawali seized this chance to once again present her other request. Good. Wait a minute. What did you say? The Dwarf King widened his eyes, and Kianawali continued. I said I want to take a few thousand dwarves back to Crystal City. The Dwarf King, hearing this, looked at Kianawali and realized she was not joking. He spoke sincerely. Although I am the Dwarf King, I will not force my subjects to do anything, just as you dragons dislike constraints and prefer freedom. Kianawali smiled slightly. No worries, as long as you agree, the rest I will handle myself. That's fine.